Chapter 1. Only desiring to listen to melodies in the pleasure house, enchantresses abound. Have you heard the news? That foolish heir actually perished on the bed of the courtesan Su Xiaoxiao. A sharp-voiced young man shouted, eager for the tidings to reverberate throughout the capital. Indeed, a friend aboard my pleasure boat just confirmed that he met his end at her hands. How could a noble heir of the Su royal house succumb to such a fate? The esteemed grandson of the old war god. What a ridiculous affair. By the banks of the Qinhuai River, amidst the misty rain of Jiangnan, the pleasure boat at Qianfu Tower docked. A cacophony of voices filled the air. Countless talented scholars and young nobles gathered at the shore, eagerly anticipating the appearance of the famed courtesan Su Xiaoxiao. Instead of the legendary courtesan, they witnessed a young man being carried off the boat. The young man lay sprawled, his bare back exposed, his corpse a ghostly white. The news exploded. Onlookers craned their necks, chattering incessantly like geese caught by the neck, their voices rife with gossip. At that moment, several attendants came to carry the naked youth away, placing him on a stretcher and hastily covering him with a robe as they exited. Accompanying them was Su Fu, the steward of the Su royal house, a man in his late 20s with a tall and robust frame, marred by bruises on his face. His expression was devoid of emotion, commanding the attendants coldly. Hurry, take the heir away. Beside the pleasure boat and the crowd on the shore, some stifled their laughter to the point of contortion, their faces twisted with indifference and loathing, while others reveled in the misfortune. It seemed some even wore a sinister smile, delighted by this twist of fate. The unfortunate young man on the stretcher was none other than Su Yu, the notorious grandson of the old war god Su Dingjin. In the capital, he was infamous as a worthless wastrel, a lecher, and a debauched spendthrift, his reputation more foul than stinky tofu. At this moment, Su Yu felt dazed, the harsh whispers buzzing in his ears like a swarm of flies. A chill enveloped him, and his facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, his psyche on the brink of collapse. What a stroke of misfortune, to have traversed in such a bizarre existence. Is this the start of hellish mode? Before his transmigration, he had been the leader of the 748 group, a prominent figure in his field. While leading his team to handle an ancient tomb, he had inadvertently fallen into an abyss of unknown depths. In his unconscious state, he felt as if he had been bitten on the neck by a strange humanoid creature, akin to being gnawed by a chainsaw. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the body of this unfortunate heir. After a moment's reflection, he thought that perhaps reincarnation was a blessing in disguise. Better to live poorly than to die well. He could embark on a uniquely splendid life, which still seemed quite fortunate. However, looking at his current self, Su Yu felt so embarrassed he could carve out the forbidden city right there. Then, a sharp pain pierced through his right index finger, as though it were about to split open and sprout a mouth. What was happening now? At first glance, this new identity appeared quite imposing. The military god Su Dingjin, his grandfather, was a prince of a different surname. The majority of the great Chun dynasty's territory was conquered by him, the late emperor having declared he could be the next guardian of the nation. Thus, the descendants also referred to him as the guardian king. Unfortunately, the old war god's lineage, including Su Ye's parents, had all met with mysterious deaths one after another. Now, the old Su king was still engaged in bloody battles at the northern frontier, with reports of an ambush 3 months prior leaving his fate uncertain. The sole heir continued to flaunt his power in the capital, wreaking havoc all around. From Su Ye's memories, he recalled a wild night spent battling with a gentle beauty, a scene akin to a blood-soaked war. In retrospect, he suspected he had been set up, drugged perhaps, for how could have exhausted himself to such a degree, ultimately dying in the courtesan's bed? A night of spring rain, silent yet nourishing, the moonlit night and blossoming flowers, joy beyond words. And that inexplicable piercing sword, coiling sword, misaligned sword. I once thought it was a superb hand with 4 twos and 2 kings. In the end, only an old king remained, fighting a lonely battle, struggling to hold on. Su Fu drove the carriage swiftly into the guardian king's residence. Once a grand palace adorned with intricate carvings and gilded splendor, it now lay desolate from the mischief caused by this waste. Even the numerous guards left by the old king had been gradually driven away by this wayward heir. They said no one in the capital dared to touch him, the reason being wasted silver. Well, it's finally over. This scourge has met its end. Su Fu felt an overwhelming relief, as if long-standing constipation had suddenly cleared. After halting the carriage, he prepared to carry this scourge into the inner court, to cleanse him and prepare a coffin. Su Fu, could you be a bit quicker? This heir is on the verge of freezing into an ice sculpture. A weak voice suddenly emerged from within the sedan, startling Su Fu into a leap of 3 feet high. What was happening? Had he come back from the dead? Could it be that this scourge was truly destined to last through the ages? He had carefully checked the pulse and examined the breath. Is this how you treat your heir, steward? Hurry, I'm nearly frozen to death. Su Yu urged from within the sedan, his tone laced with irritation. Su Fu took a deep breath, steadied his heart. True, whether alive or dead, he is still our own heir. Su Yu turned his face, gazing at the steward before him, feeling an odd sensation in his heart. Since being taken in by the old master and granted a surname, Su Fu had always treated the original owner as a younger brother. He worked tirelessly without complaint, enduring beatings and scoldings without a hint of resentment. How unlike Su Xing, who had also been picked up from the battlefield by the old master, yet now claimed to be the emperor's youngest disciple, soaring to prominence as a third-rank envoy, only to turn against his benefactor. Truly an ingrate. The heir is not dead? Not dead. Well, that's good. It's fortunate he's alive. Su Yu, weak and feeble, declared, I am quite exhausted upon returning to my quarters. Please brew me a bowl of lotus seed porridge. Su Fu hesitated for a moment, sensing something was amiss. Why had the heir suddenly become so polite? In the following 3 days, Su Yu thoroughly rummaged through the original owner's memories, only to discover that his survival thus far was purely due to luck. Had it not been for a robust grandfather, the Guardian King, commanding 300,000 strong troops at the border, or for a cousin from his mother's side, a year older yet with no blood ties, who served as a vice commander in the southern frontier to support him, he would have perished countless times over, perhaps with grass growing several feet high over his grave. But in recent months, the situation had taken a sharp turn. Rumors of the old king being ambushed circulated, while his cousin was granted a marriage, her stance unclear. The original owner's life had suddenly become dire, first being rejected by Princess One, then the emperor, like a kicking ball, arranged for him to marry the impoverished, illegitimate daughter of a minor earl. Since then, this waste of an heir had encountered one calamity after another, until these past few days when he was played to death. One might even say it was fortunate, for at least he enjoyed a death of indulgence. Sigh, the emperor, several princes, princesses, the youngest disciple of the emperor, and noble families. Su Yu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Truly, a pack of wolves encircling, hungry tigers pouncing. Everyone not only wished for his demise but also sought to torment him first. Yet now he had returned to life. This news spread like wildfire, becoming common knowledge within 3 days. Su Yu stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. This waste of an heir was ensnared in a deadly trap. How could he turn the tide and preserve this slender thread of life? What immense opportunity and fortune were required to be reborn in this land of fragrant blossoms. He held no grand aspirations, save for the desire to preserve his life, with everything else, only wishing to indulge in melodies and embrace beauties, yearning for abundant meals and an abundance of enchanting companions. Sometimes the use of homophones is necessary, with scrutiny too strict. Truly, it is a helpless situation. Chapter 2. The Imperial Edict for Marriage, 30 Pressures to Conform. The author's pen may be limited, yet the reader's imaginations are boundless. On the 4th day, sunlight streamed through the mottled window panes, casting its glow upon the purple-chi courtyard of the Guardian King's residence. Su Yu braced himself against the bed's edge, trembling as he stood upright. But as he took his first step, he stumbled like a drunken old man, nearly collapsing to the ground. How can this 18-year-old body feel as frail as an 80-year-old? 18, such a splendid age of youth. Yet the original owner had squandered this youthful vessel, indulging in revelry until his kidneys and spleen were both weakened. Coupled with that inexplicable aphrodisiac poison from the pleasure house, now Su Yu could only manage to take 3 steps before gasping for breath, his panting more thunderous than a bellows. Once, I was the leader of the 748 group, unmatched in martial arts, able to take on dozens without breaking a sweat. He felt utterly helpless at present. His greatest reliance was on Su Fu, the martial artist of this vast world. Su Fu stood like an iron tower, exuding an imposing aura. If only I had 2 years to recuperate and absorb the essence of this world, I would surely trounce the grand martial artists, kicking masters and punching grandmasters. Lost in thought, the sound of steady footsteps approached from outside, and Su Fu entered with a blank expression. The palace eunuchs have delivered an edict. His voice was as flat as a still pond. Upon hearing this, Su Yu's lips curled in disdain, his face reflecting his disdain as he flopped back onto the bed. You take care of it. Just say, I am bedridden and cannot accept the edict. He waved his hand dismissively, viewing the imperial decree as a hot potato. Su Fu's eyes widened in disbelief. Could one simply defy the imperial edict? While the heir had been a wastrel, he would still kneel before the edict. Looking at the heir over the past few days, it was as if he had transformed into another person, having not struck or scolded him in 3 days. The bruises on his face had completely faded. Su Fu was almost unaccustomed to seeing his clean visage. "Your Highness, it is ill-advised to refuse the Imperial edict." Su Yu rolled his eyes and silently lamented. "Feudal thinking is truly detrimental." Su Fu is excessively honest. "You might as well say, I cannot rise, and have that eunuch bring it in." Su Fu sighed helplessly. The heir's audacity was growing bolder by the day. Before long, a pale-faced young eunuch stormed in, brimming with fury, as if he were ready to devour someone. He raised one hand high, brandishing the Imperial edict, while the other hand, adorned with a delicate gesture, pointed accusingly at Su Yu, unleashing a torrent of scorn. "How dare you, Su Yu, remain indoors and refuse to kneel for the Imperial edict, showing such disrespect to the Emperor? You possess a remarkable boldness." His voice was shrill, akin to fingernails scraping against tile, sending shivers down one's spine. Su Yu cast a sidelong glance, his eyes brimming with disdain. "Su Fu, strike him," he uttered coldly. Both Su Fu and the eunuch froze momentarily, wide-eyed, questioning whether they had misheard. Who was to strike whom? Su Yu smirked, a chilling smile gracing his lips. "A mere 8th-rank eunuch, donning a golden-capped longevity hat, dares to bellow at the heir of the Zhenguo royal house. Who granted you such audacity?" His voice was not loud, yet it pierced the eunuch's heart, instilling a sense of dread. The eunuch, sharp-tongued and sharp-witted, was not one to back down easily. This dilapidated royal house, with its utterly useless and debauched young heir, dares to put on airs. I, this humble eunuch, come bearing the Imperial edict. I shall return to the palace and report truthfully that you, Su Yu, have disrespected the Emperor and treated the edict with utter contempt." As he spoke, he jumped in agitation, the flesh on his face quivering uncontrollably. Su Yu merely chuckled, dripping with mockery. "This heir, gravely wounded and on the brink of death, holds no regard for the Emperor. The Emperor will render his own judgment. There is no need for you, little eunuch, to shout here. Daring to claim my royal house is dilapidated and its heir a worthless debauchee? Very well, you shall suffer for your insolence. Su Fu, strike him 30 times. Can you not raise your hand? Or is the blade too heavy for you?" Only then did Su Fu snap back to reality, turning to glare at the eunuch, his eyes ablaze with fury. Indeed, what the heir says is absolutely correct. To insult the Zhenguo royal house deserves punishment. With that, he seized the Imperial edict with one hand and swung his palm with the other, as if lifting a chick. With a resounding smack, the sound echoed through the room. In an instant, the eunuch's face swelled like a doughy bun, his eyes bulging in horror and regret. "What sin have I committed? For a mere 50 taels of silver, could I not have delivered the edict properly? Why did I let myself be provoked into challenging the heir? Now I have encountered a formidable opponent." He regretted it fiercely, wishing he could slap himself multiple times. Yet Su Fu had no intention of stopping, delivering blow after blow without a hint of fatigue. He too bore a grudge. Although the Zhenguo royal house had fallen from grace, it was not something to be trampled upon by just anyone. However, he understood his strength as a grand martial artist and controlled his might, striking the little eunuch repeatedly until his face was thoroughly bruised. The crisp sound of slaps resonated continuously, the eunuch's visage resembling that of a pig's head, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth as he lay on the ground, moaning like a pitiful heap of mud. Su Fu counted to 30 before finally ceasing, dusting off his hands and casting a disdainful glance at the eunuch sprawled on the floor. Su Yu regarded the now limp eunuch, gesturing with his lips for Su Fu to dispose of the fellow. "As a debauched heir, I ought to be a tad arrogant and unreasonable, should I not?" After dealing with the eunuch, Su Yu noticed a tingling pain in his right index finger, feeling as though it might split open. Was it truly about to sprout a mouth? As for the Imperial edict, he needed not glance at it. He knew it was undoubtedly a marriage summons. 2 months prior, news had spread from the palace of the princess breaking off her engagement, the emperor acquiescing and, in a generous gesture, offering him the daughter of a minor earl as a substitute. This felt less like a marriage proposal and more like a ball being kicked at him. This wretched emperor is utterly excessive. The old man built a vast empire for the great Qin kingdom. He lost all his sons and daughters-in-law, yet he supported the old man's ascent to the throne while guarding the entire northern prairie. Is this all the royal house receives? He cast the edict aside and said to Su Fu, "You should still possess some assets. Convert them into silver. Hire 10 or 8 wedding procession teams. Ensure there are plenty of people in grandeur, and accompany me to the Earl Liao's residence to collect the bride in 3 days." Su Fu replied expressionlessly, "Very well. I shall use these assets to sustain the royal house. As for anything else, the heir should not expect it in the future. Indeed, the coffers are empty, especially after gambling and brothels. Further pressure from the heir will be of no use. He had resolved to stand firm this time, his fists clenched tightly. Su Yu, observing Su Fu's earnest demeanor, could not help but chuckle. All right, I shall not pressure you any longer. You may simply await your counting of silver. Oh, and besides hiring the wedding procession, also hire a few martial artists for my personal protection. I fear for my life. You should be able to find loyal ones, right? Su Fu felt a sense of relief. As long as the silver was not squandered on gambling or brothels, he could accept it. He nodded absently, confident in his ability to hire a few martial artists. These past few days, he had been pondering how this debauched heir had managed to survive thus far. Very well, prepare yourself, accompany me for a stroll tomorrow. Su Yu commanded, waving his hand. Su Fu's expression darkened immediately, his anger flaring. Are we to visit brothels again? I thought you had changed truly. A dog cannot change its habit of eating excrement. His face fell long, resembling a door plank. Upon seeing Su Fu's expression, Su Yu understood the misunderstanding, but chose not to explain, as he still needed to maintain this persona of a lecherous wastrel. During these days of recuperation, he had carefully contemplated the memories of his former self, and had indeed discovered a useful tool. He needed to prepare for the visit to the Earl's residence, which was evidently another trap set for him. They were orchestrating a series of scenarios to undermine and humiliate him, aiming to drive him to madness or death. Then let them follow their own script. Let us see in the end who truly gets the upper hand. Chapter 3. Yanryu, I have finally found you. The next day, the sun shone brightly as the gates of the Zhangguo royal house slowly opened. Su Yu emerged like a wind-up toy, his head bobbing with exuberance as he swaggered forth. Trailing behind him was the stern-faced Su Fu, followed reluctantly by 4 martial artists who shuffled their feet. Su Fu's efficiency is commendable. Su Yu glanced at the 4 martial artists, noticing their expressions filled with disdain. Though they may look down upon me, their trust in Su Fu suggests a hint of character. These 4 martial artists were seasoned veterans, and they had agreed to protect him, the infamous heir, only because of Su Fu's reputation and Su Ye's earnest assurances that he would not engage in any heinous acts. Otherwise, with Su Ye's notoriety, they would likely not even spare him a glance, probably choosing to avoid him altogether. As Su Yu reminisced about the insufferable demeanor of his former self, he mimicked the characteristic swagger, wobbling his way onto the street. His exit from the estate was akin to tossing a stink bomb, instantly drawing the attention of the observant. Su Yu had already devised a plan in his mind. I must continue to play the role of the debauched wastrel. Let us see what tricks you can conjure. He was acutely aware that those individuals sought to eliminate him, yet they were reluctant to dirty their own hands. Fearing the old man and the little cousin, they resorted to subtle machinations, intending to gradually wear him down. However, he unexpectedly transformed into a formidable force, his brilliance unmistakable, leaving those individuals undoubtedly restless and possibly driven to desperate measures. As he traversed the streets, the small vendors recoiled as if confronted by a plague, hastily retreating from his presence. Su Yu resorted to her old tactics once more. Upon spotting a stall that displeased her, she approached and delivered several kicks, effortlessly toppling it over. The stall crumpled like paper, collapsing in a chaotic mess. Noticing a young woman of slight beauty, a charming lady, she lunged forward with outstretched arms, leaving the women in terror, their faces drained of color as they screamed in fright. Su Fu's face was severely darkened, and the 4 martial artists behind him wore expressions of disdain, unable to bear the sight. How has this scoundrel come back to life again? Heaven, are you dozing off? Almost everyone harbored doubts in their hearts, profoundly questioning the divine's tolerance for Su Yu's existence. Su Yu resembled a starved wolf that had been confined for days, his eyes gleaming with unrestrained excitement as he perceived every woman as a breathtaking beauty. He incessantly muttered under his breath, "Goddesses, they're all goddesses." After aimlessly wandering for most of the morning, Su Yu arrived before a dilapidated little building. His eyes suddenly sparkled as if he had stumbled upon hidden treasure, and with uncontained enthusiasm, he dashed inside. Su Fu's lips curled in disdain, instantly realizing that this wayward son had failed to contain his frivolous whims, meandering aimlessly until he ultimately found himself at a lowly brothel, a dilapidated establishment unworthy of any respectable patron. It perplexed him why he had developed such a penchant for frequenting such disreputable locales. Su Fu was filled with exasperation, letting out a deep sigh within. As soon as he stepped through the door, Su Yu bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Is there anyone here? Come forth before this young master. Otherwise, I shall set your den ablaze." The madam, who was busy tallying accounts in the backyard, nearly sent her abacus beads flying at the sound of his voice. Who had provoked whom? It was only morning, and business had yet to commence, yet here she was, confronted by a harbinger of calamity. Internally lamenting, she nonetheless plastered a smile upon her face, heavy as 2 pounds, resembling a fully blossomed chrysanthemum. Waving her handkerchief, she cheerfully emerged to greet her guest. "Oh, is this not the esteemed young Master Su? It has been a few years since I had the fortune of meeting you. Truly, a noble guest has descended upon us." The madam spoke, all the while twisting her ample waist, akin to a plump mother duck. Su Yu forcefully pushed the brothel keeper's powdery face away, his disdain evident upon his features. "This prince is in a foul mood today, my bones ache for some relief. You would do well to find a few strong ones to attend to me. Should you fail in your duties, I assure you I shall unleash my wrath, and you may find yourself in dire straits." The brothel keeper felt a pang of despair, yet wore a forced smile. "Oh, esteemed prince, how could you say such things? You are a figure of great importance, one we could scarcely hope to invite. How could we dare to treat you with anything less than the utmost respect? I shall summon all the young ladies in my establishment for your selection at once." Inwardly, she cursed him, thinking, what a worthless fool. With so many renowned and high-class establishments on the street, why must he choose this dilapidated place of mine? Truly, he must have exhausted his good fortune through 8 lifetimes. Su Yu let out a cold snort, his face stern, resembling a lord as he ascended the stairs with determination. The madam hurriedly led the way, trotting along, fearful that a moment's delay might provoke the ire of this esteemed gentleman. Su Fu, weary of trailing behind, hesitated several times before finally speaking up. Just when his face had cleared up after a few days, it seemed he was about to enter the season of beatings once more. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he cautioned, "Young master, your health has not yet fully recovered. It is unwise to pursue this course of action." Su Yu turned around, his expression unfriendly as he fixed his gaze upon Su Fu. "This heir merely visited a brothel. Do not be so petty and sour-faced. Your gloomy demeanor is rather disheartening. And I did not require your presence. Simply remain outside." With that, he swept into the private room like a gust of wind, slamming the door shut behind him, leaving Su Fu outside. Su Fu stood at the doorway, somewhat bewildered, sensing that something was amiss. Just as he pondered this, he observed the madam causing a commotion within the small building, creating an atmosphere of chaos. She was leading 7 or 8 anxious and trembling young ladies, who followed hesitantly into the grand private room. Su Fu suddenly realized, it is truly a miracle that the young master did not strike me this time. In the past, whenever I dared to speak, I would be met with blows. I was even hesitant to utilize my internal energy, fearing it might harm him. And I dreaded the prospect of this unruly young master resorting to self-harm as a threat. The fact that he refrained from hitting me today, could it be that he was too impatient and simply forgot? Just as he was lost in this tangled thought, a furious voice erupted from the private room. "You wretched old hag, what sort of rubbish have you procured? This one, with such a small backside, get out. And this one, with barely any flesh on her chest, also leave. What a disgrace. This one is bow legs. This young master abhors bow legs the most, begone." Each utterance grew louder than the last, akin to the crackling of firecrackers. Su Fu was left utterly astonished, his jaw nearly grazing the ground. What kind of performance was this? 7 or 8 individuals had been expelled. The 4 martial guards below furrowed their brows, their faces etched with concern. What mischief was this rascal planning? Surely, he would not resort to violence once more? Anxiety gnawed at their hearts as they recalled the legendary tale of Su Yu forcing an aged courtesan to hang herself, sending shivers down their spines. Su Yu's furious voice echoed through the dilapidated streets outside the brothel, causing passers-by to stop and whisper among themselves, speculating that this establishment might soon meet its demise. "Perhaps by tomorrow. Summon every last courtesan from your premises," he bellowed, a sudden whim overtaking him, igniting a desire for something new and audacious. He continued to shout with a menacing tone, "If I discover that even one courtesan is absent, I shall have your head, old matron, and I will desecrate your corpse." His voice dripped with malice, reminiscent of a demon rising from the depths of hell. The old matron, having encountered countless individuals throughout her life and witnessed all manners of scenes, found herself reduced to tears by Su Yu's wrath. "My lord, I shall go at once. I implore you to spare me. My face is adorned with makeup," she sobbed, her cries echoing with a heart-wrenching despair, even losing her handkerchief in her distress. Su Fu and his 4 bodyguards swiftly turned their faces towards the outside, overwhelmed by an acute sense of embarrassment. 7 or 8 authentic young women had been hastily driven out by Su Yu. The remaining company, summoned by the madam, consisted solely of a musician, maids, courtesans, and even the kitchen help and wet nurses had been dragged in. Su Fu's face was shrouded in clouds of worry. What could possibly be happening now? His mind was racing, yet he could not grasp what Su Yu was truly after. He even witnessed an exceptionally robust and towering young lad, with a complexion darker than his own, carrying a disabled musician with severed limbs into the fray. Su Fu swallowed hard. Among the women who re-entered, a tall, robust, dark-skinned youth with a cherubic face caught Su Yu's attention. "At last, I have found you. Fortunately, you are still here, and it turns out you are a male." Su Yu's voice echoed once more in the private room. "You, get out. You barely have any hair. What are you doing here? You, yes you. Thin as a pole, Do you intend to poke me? How can you even have an Adam's apple, you wretched creature? Goodness, a limping one. What are you doing here? Hurry and get him out. A flurry of curses and shouts ensued, driving everyone from the room. Yet, the tall, robust, dark-skinned youth remained inside. Su Fu's mind was in a whirl. When did the young master develop a preference for such a physique, one that was even more robust, taller, darker, and distinctly masculine than his own? He swallowed hard. Did he truly find this appealing? In the private room, Su Yu faced off against a boy who was even larger and sturdier than Su Fu, with a plump, cherubic face and big, curious eyes. The boy was clad in a large apron, presumably having been busy in the kitchen. He appeared rather simple-minded, resembling a chubby-faced doll. This stout and portly youth gazed at Su Yu with a look of utter bewilderment. Su Yu's face blossomed with a radiant smile as she warmly inquired, "How old are you? What is your name?" 18, I replied. "My name is Yin Ruyu." Su Yu, huh? The contrast between this name and physique is simply too great. The key point is that he is a man. Chapter 4. The Crown Prince's Ruthlessness, Unparalleled for Eternity. As Su Yu opened his mouth, saliva sprayed forth like a fountain, splattering the innocent face of the child opposite him. Yin Ruyu's temper flared instantly, her eyes widening like brass bells, fiercely glaring at Su Yu, ready to devour him whole in the next moment. "This is what they all call me. How can it not be a name?" Yin Ryu bellowed, her voice resonating like a thunderclap, causing the surrounding air to reverberate in response. Su Yu helplessly shook her head. That youthful face was charmingly naive. Yet perhaps a touch of innocence was preferable as it brought ease. "Do you still have family here?" Su Yu asked earnestly, suppressing a smile. The youth, known as Yin Ryu, nonchalantly waved his hand and replied with casual indifference, "No, I was cast out onto the streets, nearly starving to death. Since they provide meals here, I've just stayed on." "What do you like the most?" Su Yu inquired. "Are you out of your mind? Is there anything more delightful in this world than a full belly?" Yin Ryu retorted, rolling his eyes in disdain. "Then how much can you eat at once? Given the opportunity?" Su Yu persisted relentlessly in her questioning. Yin Ryu, scratching her nose, responded with a bewildered expression, "I have never truly indulged in it." "How would I know?" Su Yu took a deep breath, suppressing a smile, his heart brimming with joy. He raised his hand, pointing at the foot-thick wall, and proclaimed with boundless enthusiasm, "If you can make a hole in this wall, I shall treat you to an endless feast of roasted duck until you can eat no more." Yin Ryu tilted her head, casting a sidelong glance at Su Yu, her face adorned with skepticism. "Can one truly eat roasted duck to the point of bursting? Do not deceive me. Just look at me. Do I appear to be someone in need of money? Am I someone whose words cannot be trusted?" Su Yu patted his chest, fervently assuring his words. Yin Ryu widened her eyes, scrutinizing Su Yu from head to toe. Finally, he gritted his teeth and resolutely declared, "All right, I shall hold you to your word. Should you go back on it, you shall be deemed a little dog." Su Yu's lips twitched, and a dark line instantly appeared on his forehead. "First, try to see if you can make a hole, then we can discuss the roast duck." When Yin Ryu confirmed that there truly was roast duck to savor, and that he could indulge to his heart's content, his eyes sparkled with a dazzling brightness. Without uttering another word, he swung his fist, resembling a massive stone pot, and struck the wall with tremendous force. A resounding crash echoed, as if it might shatter the entire brothel. A wall a foot thick was punctured by Yin Ryu's single blow, creating a hole the size of a basin. Bricks scattered, and dust filled the air. Su was astonished, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Goodness! Such innate strength could scarcely be considered less than that of a master. The key was that he had not even harnessed his vital energy effectively. If he were to master the application of this energy, would he not ascend to the heavens? What sort of fortuitous luck had he stumbled upon to discover such a treasure? In Su Yu's mind, memories of his previous existence resurfaced. A few years ago, while aimlessly wandering, he stumbled upon this place and encountered Yin Ryu, who was merely 13 or 14 at the time. Back then, he mistakenly thought the chubby figure was female. He vividly recalled witnessing Yin Ryu effortlessly lifting a water-filled double bathtub, which must have weighed over 300 pounds. Yet, in his former self, he was a complete dullard, failing to grasp the significance of that moment. However, now that he inhabits his current self, his perspective has shifted. In his previous life, there was a member in their group endowed with innate strength, possessing extraordinary offensive and defensive capabilities. Before him now, Yin Ryu, though appearing robust and stocky, had always been regarded merely as an ordinary strongman, relegated to the back kitchen of a small brothel, toiling for scraps. Yet, in Su Yu's eyes, he was a raw, uncut gem, brimming with untapped potential. Su Yu gazed at Yin Ryu with eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. He leaned in closer to her ear and whispered, "Yin Ryu, how about you accompany me? I shall treat you to roasted duck every day, and you shall eat to your heart's content." Yin Ryu's eyes widened in astonishment as she replied eagerly, "Could we perhaps have roast chicken instead? It's my absolute favorite." "Very well, that is no problem. However, you must ensure my satisfaction. Later, I shall teach you a few things, and if you master them all, you may indulge in as much roast chicken as you desire." Su Yu promised, thumping his chest in assurance. "Really? That is wonderful. I learn quickly. Everyone praises my intelligence." Yet they are reluctant to reward me with roast chicken. Yin Ruyu exclaimed, her excitement causing her to dance around joyfully. I have remained here while those women are constantly sent to attend to men, departing one after another, yet no one has taken a liking to me. Now that you have chosen me today, do as you please. I can endure it. Come forth. I bloom for you, petals falling like crimson blossoms. May you cherish them dearly. As soon as the topic of roast chicken arose, Yin Ruyu became utterly enraptured, her voice growing louder until it resonated throughout the private room like a recitation, causing the entire space to hum with her exuberance. The dark line on Su Yu's forehead seemed on the verge of cascading like a waterfall as he raised his hand to cover his face. Helplessly, he exclaimed, "Stop, stop! Who taught you all this?" Yin Ruyu scratched her head, her expression one of innocence. "Don't all those women say such things to men?" Su Yu inquired. "Do you even comprehend the meaning behind them?" To which she replied, "I don't know, as long as there is roast chicken to enjoy." Su Yu, unwilling to engage in a dispute with him, rose to open the door. As soon as the door swung open, she collided directly with Su Fu, who was poised to knock forcefully. After overhearing the indecorous remarks uttered by that loathsome fellow, she nearly retched up her previous meal. It was imperative to deter the young lord, if only to preserve a modicum of dignity for the old Zhen Guowang's residence. Su Yu gazed at Su Fu with an air of calmness as he set off to purchase 3 roasted chickens, promptly and without delay. At that moment, an urgent voice echoed from behind, belonging to Yin Ruyu, proclaiming her desire for 10. Su Fu was so frightened that beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. When he looked up, he saw a tall, robust figure with a cherubic face adding water to the bathtub, twisting his barrel-like waist. The scene was almost unbearable to behold. Su Fu shuddered internally and let out a long sigh before turning on his heel and dashing outside. He rushed to procure some roasted chicken, moving with such haste that he feared being engulfed by the horrifying scene for even a moment longer. The entire brothel was left in a state of shock by Yin Ruyu's astonishing words. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves, speculating on the eccentric and unique preferences of the young master, which were utterly baffling. A man, indeed. As the door to the private room closed once more, an eerie silence enveloped the space. However, this tranquility proved fleeting. Before long, anguished screams reminiscent of a slaughtered pig emanated from within. Ah, ah. The cries grew increasingly piercing and harrowing, sending shivers down the spines of those who heard them. The onlookers stood frozen in astonishment, exchanging incredulous glances, pondering. This young master certainly dared to indulge in such antics. Was he not fearful of being crushed under the weight of this mighty hippopotamus? The wails of Su Yu continued unabated, each cry more desperate than the last, seemingly endless. How revolting. Someone finally succumbed to the overwhelming sensations and retched on the spot. The sounds and the scene conjured vivid images, causing tumult in their stomachs. Meanwhile, within the private room, Su Yu was bare-chested. Yin Ruyu, diligently fulfilling her role, meticulously followed Su Yu's instructions on a special technique, delivering forceful strikes. Each punch required precision and strength, executed in a specific sequence. It turned out that Su Yu had enlisted Yin Ruyu's assistance to alleviate his tension, having found it effective in his previous life. Now, with the tremendous force of the self-proclaimed master, the results were likely to be even more pronounced. Su Yu understood that her frail body required a potent remedy. More importantly, with the application of high-temperature water boiling, she was determined to expel the impurities lingering within her, particularly the residual toxins. This approach would significantly shorten her cultivation time, allowing her to strengthen her physique swiftly. However, the boiling process, combined with Yin Ruyu's relentless pounding, was almost unbearable for any mortal, even with Su Yu's exceptional endurance. She found herself crying out in agony from Yin Ruyu's relentless strikes. Su Yu dared not remain silent, for fear that he might faint, and that would truly mean death. The cries of agony, akin to the wails of the boiling, surged like relentless waves, inundating the entire brothel. The madam, the maidens, and everyone present were rendered pale with fright, their hearts racing with unease. What new and bizarre spectacle was this? Or was it a murder unfolding before their eyes? The cacophony persisted for an interminable duration, gradually diminishing at long last. Su Fu returned home after purchasing a roast chicken. Yet the delectable aroma seemed to vanish instantaneously from his grasp. He listened to the commotion within and gazed at the firmly shut door, feeling a tumultuous churn in his stomach, nearly succumbing to nausea. Inside the bathing tub, Su Yu's body was being mercilessly pounded by Yin Ruyu, her skin flushed crimson. The pores of her body, subjected to high temperatures and subsequent vigorous kneading, slowly exuded layers upon layers of viscous black substances. This was residual toxin, mingled with impurities and oil, emanating a foul stench potent enough to induce faintness. However, Yin Ruyu seemed unfazed. She had encountered far worse. Dismissing the offensive matter as a nuisance, she casually scooped it up and hurled it outside. The black substance shot forth like cannonballs, piercing through the wooden window and landing onto the bustling street outside the brothel. A chorus of retching erupted immediately. Passers-by clutched their mouths and noses, casting disdainful glances at the establishment. What on earth was the young master doing inside? Was it not enough to toy with the hippopotamus men? Now he was discarding such revolting things, thus shattering the limits of their understanding. Su, having expelled a multitude of impurities, could scarcely pay heed to the outside reactions. Enduring excruciating pain, he sat cross-legged in the tub, beginning to regulate his breathing. Yin Ryu, likewise drenched in sweat and panting heavily, soon caught a whiff of the roast chicken's aroma. Energized as if invigorated by a potent elixir, he dashed over, snatching the hefty piece of chicken from Su Fu's hands. He hurried back inside, slamming the door with a thud, and began to devour the meal ravenously. This was his hard-earned reward from a day's toil, not to be snatched away by anyone else. Su Fu, desperately holding his mouth to suppress his nausea, could not help but notice Yin Ryu, whose entire body was soaked in sweat. The sight of his robust physique and the undulating flesh proved too much for him. With a violent retch, he was overwhelmed. The young master's taste was indeed excessively rich, beyond what a mere mortal could endure. An hour later, Suyu was fully dressed, while Yin Ryu reclined languidly in a chair, leisurely picking at his teeth, a broad smile gracing his face, clearly savoring the moment. "Madam, come in here," the young master declared. "I intend to redeem Yin Ryu." Su Fu, still reeling from his earlier upheaval, nearly faltered at these words. The four martial artists nearby turned pale, sprinting out of the brothel without a second thought. Everyone was left in stunned silence, jaws nearly dropping to the floor. The young master had not only indulged in his peculiar tastes but was now intent on redeeming him. This obsession was utterly outrageous. The young master was ruthless, unmatched in all the world. Chapter 5, Sacrificing a Chicken to Honor a Monkey, Su Xiaoxiao. The madam appeared as if she had just returned from the gates of hell, her legs trembling slightly. After a struggle, she steadied herself in the spacious room, her gaze flickering as it roamed over Yin Ryu. This young lad, so robust in stature, had clearly captivated the young master, who was now resolute in his desire to redeem him. Did he truly favor such tastes? The entire situation exuded an unsettling air. "Speak. How much silver do you require for his redemption?" Siyu crossed his arms, displaying an expression of impatience, as if the silver was merely a drop in the ocean to him. The brothel madam's countenance underwent an instantaneous transformation, instantly adorned with a sycophantic smile, nearly pressing her face against Suyu's. "Oh, esteemed young master, you cannot fathom how deeply I have nurtured this child since his infancy. Our bond surpasses that of blood relations. I truly cannot bear to part with him, but given your kindness and intention to redeem him, I am left with no choice but to sacrifice my affection, am I not? However, such a debt of gratitude cannot go unrewarded. What do you think of 5,000 taels of silver?" With a sharp crack, Suyu raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap, sending the madam spinning half a circle. "Cease your pretense. When have you ever treated him to a roast chicken? A true son, you say? You would have me believe you are loath to part with him? Do you take me for a mere child of 3? You have merely exploited him as free labor." Suyu, infuriated, puffed up his cheeks and glared, pointing an accusatory finger at the madam's nose while berating her. "Su Fu, give her 100 taels. If she dares to chatter on any further, deal with her decisively. I have yet to satiate my desires today. Perhaps I truly wish to experiment with the sensation of playing with a corpse. What could it possibly feel like?" Suyu tilted his head back, nostrils flaring defiantly, exuding an air of arrogance. The madam turned pale as a ghost, as if she had encountered a specter. Trembling, she scurried away to retrieve the contract of sale. Bearing Yin Ryu's handprint, and with shaking hands, she presented it to Suyu, scarcely daring to breathe. Suyu took the deed of sale and scrutinized it carefully. With a triumphant wave towards Yin Ryu, she declared, "Come, from now on, you are mine, and there will be an abundance of roast chicken." The old madam, gazing at the pitiful 100 taels of silver note in her hand, felt tears welling in her eyes, her heart filled with profound resentment as she incessantly cursed inwardly. "You wretched scourge, may you meet an untimely end beneath this black bear's rear. Such egregious bullying, you deserve nothing but a miserable fate." So you strode confidently at the forefront, while Yin Ryu trailed closely like a devoted shadow. She pushed past Su Fu to draw near to Suyu, her face adorned with a flattering grin. "Hee, will the heir still enjoy a chicken feast tonight?" Suyu's lips curled slightly, revealing a lewd smile. "Chickens? Plenty." Su Fu, who had been pushed aside, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his heart racing with anxiety. This Yin Ryu was taller and more robust than him, and when he stood beside him, the overwhelming pressure was nearly suffocating. A group of them swayed unsteadily back to the Wang Fu of the state protector. Suyu instructed Su Fu to prepare several roasted chickens for Yin Ryu, and then began to gently guide him in the intricate pathways of the royal palace's martial arts techniques. He patiently assisted Yin Ryu in gradually acclimatizing to the use of vital energy. Remarkably, despite his robust appearance, Yin Ryu displayed an innocent focus, absorbing knowledge with astonishing speed. In just a day and a half, he became adept at harnessing the vital energy. Coupled with his innate strength, the combination resulted in a series of explosive sounds, heralding the emergence of a genuine master of the realm. To Yin Ryu, this transformation seemed as trivial as simply consuming a few more roasted chickens, hardly a significant feat. In the afternoon, Suyu ventured out once more, this time accompanied by Yin Ryu for protection, as well as Su Fu, a formidable martial artist, and 4 additional martial artist bodyguards. Su Yu felt an immediate surge of confidence, emboldening his spirit. He resolved to first settle a debt, while also bringing back the accrued interest. Su Fu and Yin Ryu once again appeared before Tianfu Tower alongside Su Yu. Su Fu's face darkened instantly, resembling the bottom of a pot. Just a few days ago, this reckless young master had met his demise here. How could he act as if nothing had happened? Did he truly believe the King of Hell was oblivious to his actions? Yet, Su Yu seemed utterly unconcerned, blissfully unaware, and merrily shouted at the top of his lungs. Xiaoxiao, I have come to see you again. Last time on the boat was not enough. Shall we try something different this time? Tianfu Tower, renowned as the most opulent and extravagant brothel in the capital, served as a favored venue for officials and young masters seeking pleasure. For 3 consecutive years, the famed courtesan Su Xiaoxiao had reigned supreme, her beauty celebrated far and wide. She had always maintained her virtue, akin to a pure snow lotus. Revered as a goddess in the hearts of many, just days prior, the heir of the state protector's residence, emboldened by his power, attempted to claim this snow lotus for himself. Ultimately, he met his end aboard a pleasure boat, perishing upon Su Xiaoxiao's lap. Rumors later circulated that he had died in her chamber. Upon the spread of this news, the populace erupted in applause, condemning him as deserving of his fate, though they dared not voice their anger openly, refraining from desecrating his corpse. However, the following day, insiders revealed that this inept young master had bullied other women and succumbed to his own frail constitution, leading to his untimely death. Fortunately, the courtesan Su Xiaoxiao had not been violated, prompting further acclaim from the crowd, who declared the scoundrel's demise justly deserved. Yet, the true circumstances of the events remained known only to Su Xiaoxiao and the current Su Yu. Not to mention the second prince, who must also be included in the secret. Su Yu swaggered into the building, vociferously calling out. Yet a trace of a cold smirk lingered at the corner of his mouth. Su Xiaoxiao rarely ventured out. Upon hearing Su Yu's voice in her specially designated boudoir, her brows instantly furrowed into a deep frown. After a moment's contemplation, she softly instructed the nearby maid, quickly send someone to report to the second prince. I feel an unsettling apprehension in my heart. The madam hastily rushed into the boudoir, her anxiety palpable as she stomped her foot in distress. Xiaoxiao, that scoundrel is truly alive and has come knocking at our door again. What shall we do? Su Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and gradually relaxed her furrowed brow. Reassuring the madam, do not fret. The maid has already gone to notify the second prince. I do feel a bit anxious today, but it is merely a precaution. As for that fool, he remains nothing more than a puppet in my hands. He shan't even lay a finger upon me. With Su Yu's appearance in the hall, the entire Tianfu Tower erupted into a lively commotion. Those who could afford to engage here were either nobles or scions of lords. Each of them harbored a spectator's mentality, feeling indignant and ashamed, yet only fanning the flames from the sidelines. None dared to boldly confront the royal house of Zhenghua. They were not the gullible commoners easily swayed by rumors, each possessing their own hidden agendas. Su Yu's eyes darted about, surveying the tables of revelers indulging in wine and entertainment. As he concocted a plan in his mind, he decided he must first find a victim, to sacrifice a chicken for the monkeys to witness, while discreetly leaving a clue that might prove useful in the future. His gaze wove through the crowd until it finally settled upon an individual. A subtle smirk played at the corners of his mouth, revealing a barely perceptible cold smile. It is you. Su Yu approached the table with an exquisite vantage point, swaggering with his signature gait, swaying with each step. He addressed the man, who was inappropriately fondling a young lady, with a sarcastic tone. Is this not the illustrious young Master Zhang? What a pleasure to encounter you here, reveling in your escapades today. The so-called young Master Zhang, upon hearing these words, felt a rush of embarrassment that colored his face a deep crimson, prompting him to rise in a flustered manner. He was the legitimate heir of the Fuchang Wangfu. Yet his status paled in comparison to that of Su Yu from the Zhenghua Wangfu, which wielded immense military power and influence. His grandfather was merely a nominal prince, and the disparity in their titles was evident. The title of young Master Zhang could only be clung to with reluctance, as it had not been inherited and held little authenticity. Unlike Su Yu, who had been personally conferred the title of young master of Zhenghua Wang by the emperor prior to his parents' departure for battle. I cannot accept the honor of being addressed as young master by you. Your fortune is boundless, and surviving great peril surely portends future blessings. Young Master Zhang replied with an exaggerated smile, bowing and scraping, embodying the very essence of a sycophant. So you let out a cold scoff. Not long ago, this despicable creature had been persistently coaxing the original self to provoke Su Xiaoxiao. He must have known that Su Xiaoxiao belonged to the second prince, who treasured her dearly, and thus devised a trap, seeking the original self's life. Is that so? How can I forget that during my recent unconsciousness, you, rascal, contributed not a single penny for your indulgences? Upon further reflection, it seems you have been living off my funds all along. Shouldn't you be returning the principal along with interest today? I reckon it must amount to at least 10,000 taels. Will you repay me promptly? Or shall I have the pleasure of administering a beating before you settle your debt? So you stood with arms crossed, his face brimming with arrogance as if he wished to devour young Master Zhang alive. Before the entire hall's audience, the young master flushed crimson with humiliation, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Inwardly lamenting his misfortune, he wondered how this scoundrel had suddenly become so sharp-witted. Clearly, he would need to employ more cunning persuasion. Otherwise, where would he ever procure 10,000 taels of silver? Young master, in your magnanimity, please overlook my impertinence, Zhang fawned with an ingratiating smile, attempting to divert the conversation. I've heard the Western market has just received a shipment of dogs, beasts larger than ponies that fight with tremendous ferocity. Might I have the honor of escorting you to view them presently? Su Yu let out a cold laugh once more, raising her hand to deliver a resounding slap. The sound echoed sharply, yet regrettably, her frail physique lacked the strength to make a significant impact. Zhang Shixi merely swayed slightly, remaining upright. Su Fu, I entrust him to you. Beat him mercilessly until he writes an IOU. I shall visit the Fuchang Wangfu to collect the debts another day. Remember, the interest is 3%. Su Yu, infuriated, pointed at young Master Zhang and shouted vehemently. Young Master Zhang, momentarily stunned by the slap, was perplexed. Wasn't this fool always reliant on others to instigate him into action? Why had he suddenly mustered the audacity to strike first today? The bodyguard beside young Master Zhang, a formidable martial artist, immediately rushed forward to protect his master upon witnessing the assault. However, before he could approach, Su Yu merely cast a glance, and Yin Ruyu charged forward like a small mountain, delivering a single punch that sent the bodyguard flying 2 zhang away, rendering him unconscious. Su Yu gave Yin Ruyu a thumbs up, his face brimming with pride. Tonight's feast includes 3 roasted chickens. Upon hearing the mention of roasted chicken, Yin Ruyu instantly perked up, his head held high. Should anyone dare to impede his enjoyment of the chicken, he would fiercely confront them. Su Fu gazed at Yin Ruyu, struck by the astonishing force of her presence, as if a revelation dawned upon him. However, at this moment, he needed to first deal with this young Master Zhang, to ensure he comprehended the consequences of his earlier deceptions. A cacophony of agonizing screams erupted, reverberating throughout the entire Tianfu Tower. Everyone was left in shock, whispering among themselves. The heir of the state protector's mansion was not merely a debauched wastrel, it seemed he must now also be labeled as ruthless. Yet, Su Yu's primary objective for today was not to chastise this young Master Zhang. Instead, it was the enchanting beauty Su Xiaoxiao who occupied his thoughts incessantly. Chapter 6. The courtesan Su Xiaoxiao, captured. Su Xiaoxiao stood gracefully at the railing of the 3rd floor, resembling a resplendent flower blooming amidst the clouds. She looked down with disdain at young Master Zhang, who was being pummeled into a pitiful state, akin to a stray dog, ultimately trembling as he pressed his thumbprint onto a debt note. Meanwhile, the instigator, Su Yu, appeared unfazed, engaging flirtatiously with a young woman cast aside by Zhang, inviting further punishment upon himself. In no time, Su Yu's hands roamed indiscriminately over the young woman's form. The girl was so frightened that she dared not breathe. Silently enduring his advances, Su Xiaoxiao felt a surge of revulsion wash over her, inwardly cursing. This scoundrel had recently been rumored to be involved with a man as robust as a hippopotamus. Surely that must be the one beside him, instigating such repulsive acts. The more she observed him, the deeper her disdain grew. She could hardly fathom how the venom of her past affections had not claimed his life. Just as Su Xiaoxiao was consumed by her contempt, Su Yu seemed to sense her presence, abruptly lifting his gaze to meet hers with uncanny precision. Although Su Yu possesses the memories of her original self, witnessing the young Su Xiao on the 3rd floor still left her profoundly shaken. Her skin was as fair as snow, seemingly sculpted from ice and frost. Her waist, supple like a willow, swayed gently with the breeze. The delicate contours of her oval face were exquisite, and her eyes resembled pools of spring water, sparkling with a blend of allure and innocence, both charming and pure. It is no wonder that her original self fell into such a predicament. Even the second prince regarded her as a treasured possession. Ah, little one, do you see? This individual now resembles a lifeless dog. Just wait, this young master shall ascend shortly. Since I have thoroughly enjoyed you, I must, of course, secure your release. Su Yu shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice reverberating throughout the entire Tianfu building. Su Fu stood to the side, and upon hearing those words, his body trembled violently, nearly causing him to lose his balance, and he inwardly cursed. Damn it, yet another ransom. This wayward son of the world had promised not to seek money from me, yet here we are. I would rather die than comply. And as for this Su Xiaoxiao, who isn't aware that a ransom requires an exorbitant amount of silver? Is this not a matter of life and death for me? Upon finishing his words, Su Yu rushed upstairs like a child eager to snatch up candy, his impatience palpable. He exhibited a frantic demeanor, fearful that someone might whisk Su Xiaoxiao away from him. Just moments ago, he had thoroughly bested young Master Zhang, leaving him in a pitiable state, while everyone else sat in stunned silence, too intimidated to utter a sound. They remained seated, like spectators at a grand spectacle, witnessing a fierce dogfight. It promised to be quite the show. On the 3rd floor, upon hearing Su Yu's declaration, Su Xiaoxiao felt her heart lurch as if struck by a heavy blow. A sense of guilt gnawed at her, as if unseen eyes were scrutinizing her from the shadows. And now, the owner of those eyes had indeed arrived. When Su Yu finally ascended the 3rd floor, Breathless, Su Xiaoxiao forced a gentle smile, resembling a docile lamb as she approached him. Young master, you ought to have waited below. It is I who should come down to greet you, she spoke softly, her voice as soothing as a spring breeze, capable of melting the very bones of those who heard it. Su Yu erupted into a raucous laughter, proclaiming, "You have already shared a bed with me. That makes you mine, my dear. Naturally, I shall cherish you dearly. How could I ever let you go?" Upon hearing these words, Su Xiaoxiao's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, her heart cursing Su Yu vehemently. After much effort to restore her reputation, this scoundrel had once again tarnished it with his boisterous declarations. Yet, she could not refute him in front of so many onlookers. Suppressing her rage, she continued in a soft tone, "My lord, you must be weary. Allow me to prepare you a pot of tea and offer you a dance, if it pleases you." Su Yu's heart was as clear as a mirror. He had come today to exact vengeance. "The treachery you once inflicted upon the original self shall be repaid in kind, with interest. The original was a fool, manipulated by your schemes, but I am no longer so easily deceived. I have discerned the truth. Su Xiaoxiao is not merely a simple courtesan, she is backed by formidable power. Nonetheless, I am unconcerned. My priority is to reclaim her first and negotiate later. The dance can wait. Now that she belongs to me, I shall certainly come to redeem her. Madam, bring forth Xiaoxiao's contract of servitude." Su Yu strode towards the third-floor railing with the commanding presence of a formidable general, his voice resonating with authority. "I, the heir of the state protectorate, having been crowned by the emperor, have already shared a bond of love with Su Xiaoxiao. It is only right and just that I redeem her. Su Fu, you have a mere 100 breaths to apprehend this old madam and secure the contract of sale. Failure to do so will result in your immediate expulsion from the Su family." Su Yu turned to Su Fu, her gaze imbued with an undeniable authority. The assembly comprised prominent figures, and should anyone dare to obstruct, Yen Ryu, along with the 4 guards beneath her, would ensure they were dealt with severely. Let them witness who would dare to spread gossip. Once my esteemed father returns, he shall eradicate their entire lineage. Even if my father were to fall in battle, the Su family would still have the strength to conquer half of the capital. Those who refuse to comply, feel free to challenge us. Su Yu stood with her hands on her hips, head held high, exuding an imposing presence that radiated authority. Everyone around her was taken aback by this sudden display of might, rendered speechless as if time itself had come to a standstill. Su Fu's face twitched repeatedly as he gazed at the crown prince, momentarily struck by a resemblance to the late king of the kingdom. A surge of excitement coursed through him. This crown prince, indeed, should be like this. He has finally awakened. I, Su Fu, should accompany such a prince in grand endeavors. However, before he could fully relish his joy, Su Yu's subsequent words poured over him like a bucket of cold water, drenching him from head to toe. "Ah, splendid. Once this Su Xiaoxiao is brought back, she can harmoniously complement my family's Yen Ryu, one firm and the other soft, one yin and the other yang, serving me in delightful unison. That is the true essence of concealment." As Su Yu spoke, she shook her head and swayed, her face adorned with an expression of rapture, as if she had already envisioned the alluring scene. The crowd, who had just been quaking in fear from Su Yu's formidable presence, nearly dropped their jaws upon hearing her words. The shift was astonishingly swift. Only moments ago, she had appeared as a formidable warrior, yet in an instant, she reverted to that frivolous scion of debauchery. Su Fu, his countenance darkened, hurriedly sought the brothel madam, clutching the contract of servitude. He had been expelled from the Su family and genuinely believed that this scoundrel was capable of such treachery. He dared not take risks, nor did he desire to. He awaited the return of the elder, hoping to demonstrate that he had successfully safeguarded the royal residence. Su Yu appeared quite pleased with himself, exuding an aura of dominance akin to that of a hero. He continuously waved to the crowd below, his shameless demeanor suggesting that the onlookers were fervently cheering for him. Meanwhile, the true protagonist, Su Xiaoxiao, found herself relegated to a forgotten corner, engulfed in anxiety. The thought of this rogue redeeming her and ushering her into the royal residence filled her with dread. The second prince would undoubtedly reject her for her sullied past, and she was acutely aware of numerous secrets concerning him. "Young master, my life is fragile. I cannot bear such immense favor from you. If you intend to redeem me, should we not wait for the return of the old king of Zhenghua before proceeding? Is this not rather hasty?" Su Xiaoxiao attempted to persuade Su Yu, her voice tinged with a hint of desperation. Su Yu slowly turned his head, his eyes glimmering like bronze bells. Fixated on Su Xiaoxiao as if he were admiring a rare treasure, his face suffused with rapture. "Xiaoxiao, there is no need for such words. You belong to me now. With the old master absent, it is only natural that I, as the heir, take charge. My decision on this matter is final and does not require further discussion." Seeing that her attempts at persuasion had borne no fruit, Su Xiaoxiao, with her hands clasped behind her back, began to signal frantically. Driven to desperation and prepared to take drastic measures, Su Yu feigned ignorance, sneering repeatedly. "With such trivial tricks, do you really think you can compete with me?" Moments later, more than 10 individuals charged up from the second floor, all of them formidable martial artists. Each one was robustly built, with faces marked by a fierce demeanor, clearly not to be underestimated. Upon witnessing the situation, the 4 martial artists summoned by Su Fu immediately positioned themselves before Su Yu, shielding him as though they were steadfast guardians. The more than 10 individuals who had rushed forward swiftly encircled Su Yu and his companions. Among them, a burly leader stepped forward, his face contorted in a fierce grimace, and with a menacing tone proclaimed, "Young master, you have offended us. Every nation has its laws, and every establishment its regulations. Matters concerning the courtesan of Tianfu Tower must be adjudicated by us." Su Yu, unhurried and composed, seemingly produced a folding fan from nowhere. In the crisp autumn air, he waved the fan with a gentle swish, embodying a demeanor of leisure and contentment. Internally, he scoffed. What is Tianfu Tower but merely the domain of the second prince? A dozen martial artists, with one grandmaster among them, believe they can impede my progress? Such notions are utterly preposterous. Tianfu Tower is but a brothel. Dare they speak of propriety in my presence? You 4, ensure my safety. Yen Ryu, dispatch them all. Leave them alive only as a courtesy. Upon receiving her orders, Yen Ryu, motivated by the prospect of her own reward, instantly transformed into a whirlwind of excitement. Her eyes gleaming with fervor, her cherubic face beamed with delight. She surged forward like a mobile iron tower or a rampaging rhinoceros, darting into the fray. With hands like fans, she struck left and right, each slap sending the martial artists soaring like kites severed from their strings. Even the leading grandmaster was not spared. Before the mastery of Yen Ryu, they resembled frail chicks, utterly defenseless. In mere moments, over a dozen martial artists were cast from the building like discarded dolls. They crashed into the hall below, unleashing a cacophony of wails and chaos. Witnesses were left in stunned disbelief, mouths agape as if they could accommodate an egg. This mad young master truly dared to throw them from such heights. Did he not fear for lives? How had he suddenly transformed into such a force of reckoning? Even the 4 bodyguards beside Su Yu felt a tremor of doubt, their minds racing with uncertainty. Was this truly the same spendthrift scion? How had he metamorphosed into such an impressive figure? Most apprehensive of all was Su Xiaoxiao. Though endowed with infinite wisdom and tender emotions, she remained a delicate woman. Hiding in the rear, her hands trembled uncontrollably, her heart rife with regret. No wonder she had felt unease throughout the day. This rogue was indeed serious in his endeavors. Su Yu gazed at the defeated crowd, a smirk playing upon his lips, reveling in his silent triumph. "Second prince, I have merely captured a woman of yours. I trust you will not take offense?" He chuckled heartily, relishing the thrill of the moment. "Once I return and claim her entirely, I shall see if you dare to confront me for her sake. Are you bold enough to wager your esteemed position and future against me?" Chapter 7. Fragments of gauze. Strands of dark hair. Within the Tianfu Tower, the onlookers were riveted, their eyes wide as saucers. They remained fixated, secretly speculating whether the one behind Su Xiaoxiao would arrive in time to rescue her. Meanwhile, Su Fu clutched the deed of servitude in his hand, which, in Su Xiaoxiao's eyes, felt akin to a death warrant. Terrified, she trembled uncontrollably, her complexion as pale as parchment. "Su Fu, look at you flustered and agitated. Have you delivered the ransom? It must be no less than 500 taels, lest whispers circulate that this heir acts unprincipled." Su Yu's voice boomed like the sound of a gong. Su Fu held the old madam with one hand and clutched the deed of sale with the other, nearly bursting into laughter. He mused to himself, if the redemption were truly equitable, for someone like Su Xiaoxiao, one would need no less than 100,000 taels of silver to even contemplate it. Fearing that this worldly devil might, in a moment of madness, utter an offer of several tens of thousands, he hastily produced the banknotes. Su Yu sauntered leisurely before the madam. His lips curled into an eerie half-smile as he spoke with sinister sarcasm. "When I redeemed my Yen Ryu from that so-called establishment yesterday, I didn't quite savor the flavor of a corpse. Why don't you come out and dance a bit, so I can beat you to death and play with your lifeless body?" The madam, held firmly by Su Fu, stared with bulging eyes and gaping mouth, rendered utterly speechless. Like a puppet with its strings cut, she could only shake her head frantically in terrified denial. Upon witnessing the cowardly demeanor of the madam, Su Yu disdainfully curled her lips and murmured, "How tedious, utterly devoid of amusement. Leave the silver behind. Su Xiaoxiao shall accompany me, and let our accounts be settled. Madam, should you have any objections, feel free to voice them, and we shall see if I dare to eliminate you." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao was consumed by anxiety, yearning to rush forward and defend herself. However, before she could take a single step, Su Fu delivered a precise blow to her nape, rendering her unconscious. Yen Ryu observed this scene and swiftly hoisted Su Xiaoxiao over her shoulder, trailing closely behind Su Yu. Su Yu stood tall and proud, leading the way with an air of confidence. Accompanied by the elegant Yen Ryu, Su Fu, and 4 meticulously chosen bodyguards, he descended the stairs at a leisurely pace. The onlookers remained engrossed in the unfolding drama, eagerly anticipating whether the plot would take an unexpected turn. Ideally, it would unfold like popcorn, bursting forth with continuous surprises. Su Yu strode into the center of the hall and suddenly raised his voice, proclaiming, "Tomorrow, this heir shall receive a royal marriage decree, and I shall be going to the Earl Liao's residence to fetch the bride. Those who enjoy a spectacle are welcome to observe. There shall be no need for gifts this time. However, should I find satisfaction in the proceedings, I must insist that those present do not skimp on their offerings when the formal wedding takes place. Should that happen, I shall not hesitate to express my displeasure." Having said this, he paid no heed to the expressions of disdain or astonishment from the crowd, strutting away with his characteristic swagger, leaving behind a cacophony of murmurs and whispers. Bah, what a farce! How audacious to demand gifts! I have never encountered such shamelessness. Poor Su Xiaoxiao, having to serve that behemoth, it's unfathomable. What a disgrace! How could the royal family produce such an oddity? One cannot strike him nor scold him. It seems his arrogance has only escalated. It's infuriating. At that moment, a clear voice wafted through the air like a breeze, reaching the ears of the onlookers. "Take your time observing, everyone. This is but a fleeting moment of madness. The more outrageous he becomes, the greater his downfall will be." The crowd turned to locate the source of such audacity, but found no one bold enough to speak. Meanwhile, in the carriage, Su Yu leaned back in his seat, eyes closed, yet his mind raced with thoughts on how to navigate the impending challenges. He understood that a touch of madness was beneficial with the old man absent. He had no choice but to feign folly and act a little crazily, thus instilling a false sense of security in those with ulterior motives, making them believe his antics were mere child's play, inconsequential and harmless. On the bed, Su Xiaoxiao gradually awakened. As she opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of Su Yu leisurely sipping tea beside her. A chill coursed through her heart, akin to plunging into an icy abyss. And she inwardly lamented, "Is it truly impossible to escape this fate? Upon entering this royal residence, my avenues of retreat have vanished." Su Yu remained silent, uttering only a few indifferent words. Su Xiaoxiao steadied her nerves and scrutinized the young lord once more. She was a clever individual, otherwise she would not have garnered the favor of the second prince and served as an intelligence agent for so many years. Given time to prepare, Su Yu would have no advantage over her. However, this time, the scoundrel had arrived unexpectedly, wielding formidable martial prowess that left her utterly powerless to resist. Yet, a sense of unease began to gnaw at Su Xiaoxiao. The young lord's recent statement seemed flawed. He claimed she had no avenue for retreat. Did he possess knowledge of her escape route? Could it be that this young lord was privy to everything? Had he been feigning ignorance all these years? The mere thought sent a chill through her heart. If that were the case, it would be truly terrifying. "My lord, matters such as these require mutual consent. You must realize that our past encounters were devoid of shared joy. It was you who encroached upon another, and the rumors circulating in the streets are mere fabrications." Su Xiaoxiao feigned calmness, striving to regain control of the situation. Su Yu turned his back to Su Xiaoxiao, slowly speaking with a hint of jest in his voice. "Tonight, a splendid moment, should not be squandered. You and I, with our mutual affection, ought to cherish this time, should we not?" Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao's heart became a tumultuous mess, leaving her utterly bewildered. The confusion stemmed from the prince's ambiguous nature, as she could not discern his true intentions. The panic arose from the realization that this rogue seemed genuinely intent on taking matters into his own hands. Su Yu turned around, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at Su Xiaoxiao. It was undeniable that this enchanting beauty stirred something within him, albeit limited to mere carnal desire. He approached the bed slowly, step by deliberate step, much like a hunter closing in on his prey. Su Xiaoxiao, it seems, was destined to become my bedfellow. Who could she blame for this fate? Why did she provoke me? In the face of Su Yu's relentless advance, Su Xiaoxiao's resistance was as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. She was but a fragile woman. And though Su Yu had been physically weak in the past, he had shed many impurities and had essentially regained the vigor of a normal man. At 18, in the prime of her youth, Su Xiaoxiao felt a mixture of shock and anger, screaming, raging, and cursing, yet all to no avail. At this moment, Su Yu exhibited an extraordinary ferocity, akin to a fierce beast, wholly absorbed in his actions. In an instant, the gauzy garments lay in tatters, and strands of ebony hair were disheveled, rendering the room a chaotic scene. Su Yu harbored no compassion for those who had once conspired to poison him. A dandy must embody the essence of a dandy. Thus, he acted in accordance with the principle of retribution, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. After a fierce battle, the tumult gradually subsided. Yet, Su Yu found himself astonished as he gazed upon the crimson stains scattered across the bedding. His right index finger registered an unusual sensation. Why did he feel such a thirst for blood? Furthermore, how could she possibly be a maiden untouched? This was utterly incongruous with reason. Could it be that the second prince was impotent? That seemed implausible, according to his recollections. Su Xiaoxiao had been within the second prince's circle for several years. As for the earlier timeline, it was shrouded in secrecy, and he was indeed unaware. Yet even he could not fathom a scenario where one would refrain from indulging in local delights for several years. Su Xiaoxiao's face was aflame, her complexion deepening from her cheeks to her neck, rendering her akin to a boiled shrimp. Her pitiable demeanor was vividly on display at that moment. In a fit of pique, she curled in on herself, turning her face away, her eyes vacant and devoid of spirit, as if she had lost her very soul. Suyu was originally a person who understood compassion. However, upon reflection, he decided to abandon any pretense, since he had taken a stand on the opposing side. There was no need for feigned innocence. What was he trying to portray? A grandiose facade. He said nothing and rose to leave the room. With a clear mind and a sense of ease, he had more pressing matters to attend to. After a series of events, it was now past midnight. Under Su Fu's guidance, Suyu arrived at an underground dungeon. While he was preoccupied with the childhood of Su Xiao, he heard commotion from outside. With Yen Ruyu in command, unless a grandmaster appeared, even a peer-level master would not fare well. The dungeon was dim and damp, permeated by a pungent odor of mildew. Housing 4 individuals. Your Highness, you were indeed correct. There were guests the previous night, and they are these 4. Remarkably, they are all great martial artists. I managed to capture one, while the other 3 were apprehended by Yen Ruyu. Su Fu's face was alight with excitement. They had been thoroughly subdued by me. Feel free to inquire about anything, for they no longer pose any threat to you. At this moment, Su Fu's gaze towards Siyu had transformed. As if he were seeing him anew. He pondered to himself, taking a moment to reflect. This wayward son appears to have genuinely changed. He has neither struck nor scolded him, and indeed, he has ceased to squander money recklessly. Furthermore, it seems that every action he undertakes is driven by a clear purpose. After a visit to a brothel, he returned with a stunning beauty for a mere 100 taels of silver. What a bargain that is. It could make him awaken from dreams with a smile. After all, he is a grandmaster, despite Su Fu currently being a formidable martial artist. He is uncertain when he might attain the grandmaster level. Whether he will ever reach it remains an enigma. How many grandmasters exist in the entire capital? Families revere them as if they were ancestors, while his own household resolves matters with just a few roasted chickens. Now, having retrieved 500 taels to bring back Su Xiaoxiao, it seems unlikely that this is merely a straightforward act of redemption for warmth in bed. Could all these occurrences be mere coincidences? He vigorously shook his head, deciding not to think too highly of him just yet. This wayward son unnerves him. He hopes this is not just a passing whim, a fleeting madness. Su Fu, take 2 of them over there and confine them, then stand guard outside. No one is permitted to approach. Suyu wore a solemn expression. Su Fu now acts without inquiry, while this worldly young master speaks with such unwavering certainty. The crux is that he has committed no wrongdoing. Naturally, he must heed the words of his own master. The 4 individuals have their mouths stuffed with cloth rags to prevent them from shouting or resorting to self-harm. 2 of the murmuring figures were taken away, and shortly thereafter, Su Fu also exited. Suyu approached the remaining 2 with a smile that was as chilling as that of a malevolent tiger. With Su Fu's departure, the 2 assumed that this young master would pose some question, and they contemplated how to instill fear in him. After all, what prowess could a dandy and a mere martial apprentice possess? It should pose little challenge. However, Suyu asked nothing. Instead, his right hand suddenly extended. In the face of their terror, it struck like a sharp dagger, plunging directly into the chest of one, blood gushing forth in an instant. The other, paralyzed by fear, fainted on the spot. Chapter 8. Beasts, truly inhumane. Even Suyu himself was utterly astonished that his right hand could prove as sharp as a divine weapon, effortlessly piercing the chest of this formidable martial artist. To be precise, the true culprit was his right index finger. Previously, it had inexplicably experienced numbness and tingling, which had caused him to harbor doubts and vague suspicions. Yet tonight, those suspicions were astonishingly validated. As his right hand neared the abdomen of the martial master, his index finger seemed to be manipulated by an unseen force. Suddenly, it split open, resembling a gaping maw, from which emerged 4 exceptionally sharp fangs. Hollow, at this moment, the index finger yawned wide, revealing its formidable teeth, akin to a greedy demon voraciously consuming the vital essence of this middle-aged martial master. Waves of scorching blood flowed unceasingly into Suyu, along with the robust energy of the martial master, merging into him. Suyu's heart jolted violently, leaving him utterly bewildered. What kind of bizarre and mutated ability was this? Not only could he absorb vital essence, but he could also consume the very essence of energy. His mind buzzed as he suddenly recalled the terrifying scene from his previous life, when he fell into the depths of a dark crypt, confronted by the creature that had bitten into his neck. At this moment, the image began to crystallize in his mind, particularly the 2 elongated fangs, as if they were swaying before his eyes. Goodness! Suyu could not help but exclaim, realizing it was the progenitor from mythology. But how had it mutated to such an extent upon reaching him? He pursed his lips and murmured, I really don't enjoy working with my fingers. Nevertheless, he decided to dismiss these thoughts, reassuring himself that he was now an aberrant extraterrestrial in this world, or perhaps an invading outsider. However, this secret must never reach the ears of others. Otherwise, he would instantly become synonymous with malevolence. It was likely that even his formidable father would come wielding a great sword to strike him down. As the vital essence and energy surged wildly into him, something extraordinary occurred. His body strengthened at an observable rate, and the energy within him continued to expand. Meanwhile, The middle-aged martial artist, whose essence he had drained, appeared to wither away, his face, chest, and entire form slowly collapsing as if the very vacuum of existence was being extracted from him. Ultimately, he was reduced to a horrifyingly desiccated corpse. He was not particularly astonished, having already encountered the bizarre visage of his ancestor in his previous life. Thus, he regarded the peculiar manifestations in this realm with a sense of familiarity. However, his companion, the grand martial artist, was utterly terrified, his heart quaking with fear. He widened his eyes in horror, witnessing the unfolding scene, his mind screaming in panic. This young lord was no human. He was a demon sprung forth from the pages of a grotesque tome. He stood there, helplessly watching as his companion transformed before him into a lifeless husk, his body writhing in terror as if caught in a sieve. Desperately, he struggled to free himself from the bonds that restrained him, losing control to the point of soiling himself, a foul stench quickly permeating the air. Siyu had never been one to show mercy to his foes. Once the grand martial artist was thoroughly drained of vitality, he leisurely withdrew his right hand, placing it before him to examine it closely. To his astonishment, his index finger had elongated to nearly a foot in length, its tip having morphed into a mouth the size of an apple, revealing 4 sharp fangs that glinted ominously in the dim light of the dungeon. Siyu shuddered, realizing with astonishment that he had truly become a zombie. But could a zombie bask in the sunlight during the day? Could it engage in intimate rendezvous with a beautiful woman? He pondered that perhaps he had merely inherited a mutated vampiric affinity. Closing his eyes, he meticulously attuned himself to his body. A surge of vital essence coursed through him, elevating his physical strength to at least the 6th tier of martial disciples, while the refinement of his vital energy would necessitate gradual cultivation. Well, this was quite satisfactory. Although it paled in comparison to the prowess of his ancestral forebears, the acquisition of such a remarkable ability was indeed a stroke of fortune. Yet, he was left wondering whether this ability could continue to evolve. If it could ascend to greater heights, that would be utterly exhilarating. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Grandmaster had long been terrified to the point of having his soul leave his body, succumbing to unconsciousness. Suyu had no intention of letting him go. Although he felt a slight sense of fullness within, he believed he could still drain this man dry. Thus, he extended his terrifying index finger once more, continuing his vampiric endeavor. When the second grand martial artist was thoroughly drained, Suyu distinctly sensed that he had reached his limit. A scorching heat enveloped him, as if a raging fire burned within his body, making him feel restless and desperate to roll about. He hurriedly exited the dungeon, calling out to Su Fu. Su Fu, quickly fetch me a knife and some oil to ignite it. After shouting, he hastily descended back into the dungeon alone. With the torch from the dungeon, he poured oil over the 2 corpses, igniting them to crackle and pop until they were reduced to a pile of ashes. Only then did he dust off his hands and leisurely depart. He took the knife to convince Su Fu that he had indeed killed the 2 men. Burning them to ashes ensured that no trace remained and also prevented any peculiar corpse transformations from occurring. He was acutely aware that even his soul traversing could inherit such bizarre abilities. The legendary ancestor had even bitten him. What could he possibly doubt now? It was wiser to remain cautious. A careful approach ensured longevity. Upon returning to his room, Siyu was astonished to find Su Xiaoxiao still weeping, her sorrow resembling the delicate petals of a pear blossom drenched in rain. He scoffed inwardly, thinking, "You, who participated in my assassination, still have the audacity to weep?" At that moment, Siyu was tortured by the heat, and with a quick glance, his eyes suddenly sparkled with a predatory gleam, akin to a ravenous wolf spotting a plump lamb, as he gazed at the charming Su Xiaoxiao on the bed. This night was undoubtedly the greatest humiliation of her life, a calamity of epic proportions. Who would have imagined that this originally frail and debauched young master would torment her multiple times in the first half of the night, leaving her utterly exhausted? Yet, this scoundrel had barely been gone for an hour before returning, transformed into an insatiable beast. He truly did not regard her as a person, relentlessly pursuing her until the sun reached its zenith without a moment's respite. In the end, Su Xiaoxiao even fainted, losing all awareness. Before collapsing, she fervently cursed him in her heart. This beast shall not die a good death. A beast, indeed, truly a beast. How could anyone treat another so ruthlessly? That night, Suyu reaped immense rewards, living in unparalleled indulgence. Yet, there was another who could not find solace, whose eyes were bloodshot from sleeplessness until dawn. This person was the second prince, currently residing outside the Imperial palace. In the Great Qin dynasty, the palace was divided into inner and outer sections. The emperor resided in the inner palace while adult princes and princesses occupied the outer palace. 4 princes and 1 princess resided in the outer palace, forming a protective circle around the inner palace. The emperor exercised a more lenient control over the outer palace. Inside the grand hall, the second prince raged like a frenzied lion, smashing everything in sight, his hair disheveled and his expression horrifyingly twisted. "Suyu, you wretched scoundrel," the second prince snarled through gritted teeth. "I shall grind you to dust, savor your blood, and feast upon your liver." At around 24 or 25 years of age, his once handsome visage now contorted beyond recognition. His princely garments lay in tatters, torn by his own hands. Su Xiaoxiao was his cherished one. He had always been cautious of his princely status, waiting for the right moment to grant her a legitimate identity, as he desired to leave no blemish on his path to the throne. Moreover, she was his crucial informant, an organizer, an indispensable ally. Yet, a single oversight allowed that scoundrel Su Yu to seize her. He could not boldly retrieve her, having secretly dispatched 4 grand martial artists who also fell victim, resulting in a loss that left him feeling utterly defeated. Just wait, scoundrel. The second prince vowed with venomous intensity. I am not afraid of your madness. I welcome it. I await your further descent into insanity, and then I will see how I deal with you. After a night of destruction and venting, the second prince gradually calmed down. He understood that he could not act rashly. For the sake of a courtesan, he lacked legitimacy. Should this matter reach the emperor, he would undoubtedly be the one to suffer. I cannot act against you, but there are others who can, scoundrel. A sinister smile crept upon the second prince's lips. At the center of the inner palace, a man with sharp brows and bright eyes, clad in a yellow robe, had just emerged contentedly from a concubine's chamber. Returning to his study, he looked at the eunuch beside him and, in a deep voice, inquired, "Is that little rascal causing trouble again?" The eunuch replied respectfully, "Your Majesty. The young Master Su was recently drugged at Tianfu Building, and everyone thought he had perished. However, he later revived, causing quite a stir." He continued, at his residence. He refused to kneel and welcome the imperial decree, even commanding the steward to slap the messenger eunuch 30 times. A few days ago, he wreaked even greater havoc at a lowly brothel, his behavior so crude, disgusting, and obscene that it was unfit for ears. Strangely enough, he managed to recruit a master from that lowly establishment, a fearsome combatant, a hulking figure with dark skin and immense strength. Just yesterday, he caused a ruckus at Tianfu Building, injuring over 10 martial artists and abducting the courtesan Su Xiaoxiao. He even declared that as long as Su Lao, the state protector, was alive, no one dared to touch him. Even if the old man were to die, the Su family could still trample half the capital. The emperor, upon hearing this account, maintained an expressionless visage, akin to a frigid statue. After a prolonged silence, he spoke slowly. "You shall receive 30 strokes. Your backside is askew, and there shall be no next time." The elderly eunuch's legs buckled like noodles, collapsing to the ground in a heap, his entire being turning to a puddle of mud as he repeatedly expressed gratitude. Would he still be alive after 30 strokes? This was clearly a warning to others, meant to instill fear. He had served in the palace for nearly 20 years, dating back to the previous emperor, and was now nothing more than an old relic. This royal family showed no mercy, cold as an ice cellar. The emperor did not even lift his eyelids, casting not a single glance at the old eunuch. He scoffed internally, aware that few matters could remain hidden from him within the capital. This old servant was merely reporting on that rascal's reckless antics. Yet, he said nothing about the second prince's numerous wolfish guards, nor did he mention that Su Xiaoxiao belonged to the second prince's camp. Even the fact that the messenger eunuch had received 50 taels of silver was hushed. The emperor's gaze grew profound, piercing through the dawn sky that had just begun to lighten. He mused, "This little rascal is nothing but trouble, but what a splendid commotion he causes. How else can we reveal that the old Wang family is now on the decline? How else can we incite the fury of the masses, leading to a battle of life and death? This young man is akin to a perfectly lubricated stone, stirring the waters ever murkier. As for me, I can seize the opportunity to gain military power, and when retreating, I can use this prodigal fellow to ease the fraying relationship with that old man." "But old man, do you truly believe you are ensnared beyond escape?" "Humph, even under such pressure from your precious grandson, you still manage to clench your teeth and reveal not a whisper. Then do not blame me for being ruthless. I shall slowly drain your royal residence of its lifeblood through your grandson. I shall also extract the lifeblood of those cunning old foxes from the prominent families, and perhaps the treacherous offspring as well. I am not yet senile, yet you all seem to be stirring restlessly. Do not blame me for employing a slow and methodical approach, reaping the benefits as a fisherman would. It is my rightful path to dismantle your Su family and the Su army into disarray and ruin." Meanwhile, at the residence of Count Liao, in the Master's chamber, a woman devoid of makeup sat languidly. Her appearance resembled a wilted flower, exuding a sharpness of spirit, her murmurs akin to a tongue twister. "You wretched man, why do you sigh so heavily at this hour? Is it not merely a concubine? What is there to lament? Moreover, this marriage was bestowed by the emperor. Do you dare defy the decree? I suspect your reluctance is not for that girl, but perhaps for her deceased mother," she scoffed. "For all these years, I have toiled in the shadows. What have I gained? Only for your ungrateful self, for our noble house. Furthermore, I have arranged everything. That girl marrying a worthless wastrel, what wealth can we expect? A little silver would be better saved for spring, as you will rely on her for your old age." Outside the bedchamber, a gaunt man in his 40s, Count Liao himself, sat in silence, his face contorted in worry as he listened to his wife's incessant complaints. Unable to restrain himself, Liao Wei spoke. "My dear, you are the epitome of a woman with long hair, but short sight. Why would I care for that girl? She has taken her mother's surname, seldom casting a glance in my direction, never visiting me. What irks me is how our humble residence has been unwittingly drawn into this murky affair. That is the current emperor, a dragon. Behind him is the formidable royal house of the old king, a tiger that could devour us whole. At dawn, that rascal will come to claim his bride. Last night at Tianfu Tower, he created a ruckus, seizing the famed courtesan Su Xiaoxiao, and now he returns to court. This is clearly an act. I fear they perceive our residence as a battleground, and I cannot afford to offend anyone. Moreover, I advise you against meddling with the dowry. Give her what is due. Let her be married with dignity to avoid giving that ruffian an excuse to rage. I see clearly. The emperor is intentionally pushing a mere count like me into the fire. He is merely using that boy from the Su family to stir the pot and exhaust all factions. Even I, who has been reduced to a mere bystander, am not spared. As he lamented, his wife exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You speak so lightly. Do you know the weight of our house? How much spare silver do we possess? Perhaps we should dismantle the estate and give it to that little vixen. Spring, and I might as well perish. The gaunt man sighed. If you continue this way, our house will be ruined. As for silver, I have given you my entire salary year after year. And the dowry left by that girl's mother is in your hands. What of your own dowry? Have you consumed it all? Upon hearing this, the woman launched into a theatrical performance, first wailing as if her mother had died, then jumping on the bed, and finally threatening to hang herself. A classic three-act play. In the most secluded corner of the Countess estate, in a simple room, two maidens lay awake. The little maid, pouting, lamented, "Miss, why is your fate so bitter? You are the legitimate daughter of the Count, yet relegated to this dilapidated courtyard with but 2 shabby rooms. If you buy any more books each month, we shall be unable to sustain ourselves." At the head of the bed, an 18-year-old girl was engrossed in a book, listening to her maid chatter, multitasking without losing focus. Since her betrothal 2 months ago, her heart had turned cold. That wastrel heir was clearly not destined for longevity, and she feared she would soon vanish alongside him. Reading was her only solace. With their meager allowance, she had to spare a portion for books. She resolved to read more. With less worry, her troubles would diminish. As for her future, she was indifferent. If all else failed, death was an option. After all these years in the Countess' residence, her fate had always been thus. Yet, despite her extensive reading, she lamented the lack of opportunities to apply her knowledge. However, as she listened to her maid's report, she furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. The heir, who was to become her husband by dawn, seemed not quite right. Suddenly, a loud knocking reverberated through the door, waking Suyu from her dreams. She stretched comfortably, only to notice the unfortunate state of her companion beside her, who appeared quite disheveled. Thankfully, her breathing was steady. She feared she might have harmed her inadvertently. Reflecting on their earlier escapades, Suyu felt a flush of embarrassment. Who would have thought that such indulgence could have such unexpected consequences? Upon further contemplation, she realized with astonishment the extent of her actions. His body had astonishingly reached the 9th level of martial artistry. Fortunately, these transformations were purely internal. Without the manifestation of vital energy, his exterior remained largely unremarkable, perhaps just a tad more robust. As for the vital energy, it had been refined during the course of battle. The vital energy of the 2 Grand Masters had dissipated significantly, leaving behind only a fraction that, after purification, barely enabled him to approach the level of a martial master. Unconcerned by his state of undress, he proceeded to execute several forms of the unparalleled Tai Chi within the confines of the room. One could hardly deny the remarkable enhancement. With his improved physique and the augmentation of vital energy, the effects were exponentially magnified. He could not help but erupt into hearty laughter, a jubilant sound that echoed through the air. Was this not a tremendous surprise for those outside? His laughter bewildered Su Fu, who stood at the door, leaving him in a state of perplexity. What on earth was happening? They were supposed to head to the Count's residence for the wedding today, yet this rascal was inside, laughing for no apparent reason. Was the woman truly that beguiling? Meanwhile, on the bed, Su Xiaoxiao was abruptly roused from her slumber by the thunderous laughter, groggily attempting to cover herself. As Suyu turned around, fully attired, he cast a playful glance at the enchanting beauty before him. In return, he was met with a barrage of exclamations. "Beast! Beast! Beast! You are not human!" Suyu touched her nose, stepped out of the room, and encountered Su Fu, who wore a bewildered expression. His face instantly turned grave. Arrange for someone to administer the potion of descent to her. Is the wedding procession fully prepared? Su Fu now feels somewhat out of sync with his master's eccentric rhythm. The wedding procession has long been prepared. If you continue to dawdle, the auspicious hour will soon be missed, and the marriage soup has already been readied. Suyu immediately donned a playful grin, exuding an air of indifference. What does it matter whether the timing is auspicious or not? This heir is merely going to fetch a bride. If she is unsatisfactory, one can simply keep her at home. Why the necessity of marriage? Su Fu, are you truly being foolish? Upon hearing this, Su Fu was rendered speechless. As Suyu jested, a sense of curiosity stirred within him. Today, on the occasion of the wedding procession, who might emerge to stage a spectacle for him? Chapter 10. It is indeed the fortune of this young lord. The author's skill may be limited, yet the seasoned veterans possess boundless creativity. Your insights are welcome. On the day of the wedding procession, the exterior of the state protector's residence was a scene of vibrant festivity, captivating the attention of the entire capital. After all, it was that troublesome young lord who was embarking on this matrimonial journey. At the forefront, a magnificent steed led the way, with Su Yu standing tall and proud, exuding an air of authority. Following him was an ornate bridal palanquin, adorned with exuberant decorations. Behind, a lengthy procession of over a dozen wedding teams, arranged by Su Fu, stretched far beyond the eye could see, resembling a colossal dragon slowly meandering through the streets. On either side of the thoroughfare, a throng of onlookers, tightly packed in layers, filled the space, their heads nearly brushing against one another. Among them were surely many spies, for it was common knowledge that today marked the day this troublesome young lord would visit the earl's residence for the wedding. Everyone speculated that he could not possibly cause trouble on such a joyous occasion. Thus, emboldened by the festive spirit, they were eager to witness the spectacle. After all, the mere appearance of this foolish scion guaranteed an array of peculiar happenings. Su Yu donned a resplendent crimson wedding attire, the hue strikingly vivid, akin to a blazing inferno. Adorning his head was an extravagant red flower, so large it nearly obscured half of his visage. Exuding an air of triumph and bravado, he presented himself as the epitome of grandeur in this realm. Yin Ruyu stood imposingly on the left, resembling a steadfast tower, while Su Fu loyally occupied the right. Flanking him, for guards trailed behind like obedient shadows. The joyous firecrackers erupted with a resounding cheer, followed by the crackling sounds akin to thunder. The grand sedan chair was lifted with utmost steadiness, accompanied by the thunderous beat of drums and the harmonious wail of the suona. Su Yu sat atop his white steed, shaking his head and rolling his eyes, resembling a little mouse as he surveyed the bustling streets. His heart brimmed with delight. Lo and behold, so many people. It seemed that many were still thinking of this young lord. He chuckled joyously, his smile blooming like a flower, with the corners of his mouth nearly reaching his ears. And he incessantly waved to the crowds on either side of the street, much like a triumphant general returning from victory. Su Fu stood aside, his face flushed with embarrassment, inwardly cursing. This scion of the world truly believes these individuals have come to support him? They merely wish to witness his humiliation, to revel in his misfortune. Su Yu rode on his white horse, outwardly exuding confidence, yet inwardly lamenting his predicament. Alas, pretending to be oblivious truly is a taxing endeavor. His face was nearly strained from the prolonged smile, causing him immense discomfort. The journey from the Wangfu to the earl's residence spanned approximately 3 miles, and the entire procession moved forward at a sluggish pace, reminiscent of a snail. Su Yu was anxious, nearly compelled to gallop forth. Yet the long queue trailing behind him could not keep pace, leaving him in a state of agitation. He was acutely aware that as the frivolous young master, he had become a focal point in the capital, while another equally significant figure resided within the palace. That old emperor was nothing but a cunning puppeteer, continuously stirring up trouble from the shadows, eagerly anticipating the chaos that would ensue among the various factions of the capital, all vying for supremacy. So he could reap the benefits as an opportunistic bystander. If he ceased to stir the pot, he would face one of two fates, either be quietly eliminated or see the return of his formidable patron. That treacherous emperor had likely already devised a meticulous scheme. Even if his patron returned, he would gradually undermine the Su family forces until their complete downfall. Ultimately, this young master would meet his demise, fulfilling the emperor's desires. In any case, death was inevitable, so he resolved to embrace the tumult. While the old man sought to profit from the chaos, he too would thrive amidst the disorder, ultimately turning the tables in his favor to secure his survival. However, his foolishly loyal father undoubtedly understood these matters all too well, yet clung stubbornly to the wretched ideals of loyalty to the throne and country. Thus, he remained in the capital as a hostage, a fate most lamentable. Sighing at this thought, Su Yu felt as if his head might explode, his mind a tumultuous mess. As he approached the Countess' residence, merely a mile away, his mood plummeted to an unprecedented low. What was a discontented young master to do? Naturally, he sought mischief. His playful demeanor morphed into one of lewdness, his eyes glinting with lascivious intent. Scanning the crowd along the street, his gaze finally fixated on a figure beneath a conical hat. Based on his experience, this individual undoubtedly harbored ill intentions. In broad daylight, concealing one's face was either the mark of a thief or a robber. Trouble was indeed brewing. Su Yu abruptly reined in the white horse, causing its front hooves to rise high, letting out a neigh. He raised his hand high, straining his voice to shout, "Halt!" Su Fu was taken aback by this sudden outburst. How could this reckless young master halt so abruptly just before reaching the earl's residence? He hurriedly scurried about, directing everyone with the frantic energy of an ant on a hot pan. Su Yu rides on a white horse, and from a distance, he exudes an air of elegance and grace. Up close, he resembles a handsome young gentleman with a fair complexion. Alas, the world is well aware of his character. and thus, they would never associate him with the image of a suave and gallant nobleman. Su Yu, with a lecherous expression, beckoned the imposing Yin Ryu to come closer, whispering conspiratorially in his ear, "My debauched self is about to take the stage." The procession abruptly halted without warning, and even the music that had accompanied them ceased abruptly. This sudden interruption left the onlookers, who lined the path and trailed behind, bewildered and exchanging puzzled glances, uncertain of the unfolding spectacle. Su Yu wore his signature silly grin on his face. Before anyone could react, Yin Ryu darted out like a sharp sword, a gust of wind propelling her with her long legs and towering stature to the edge of the street in mere strides. She charged through the crowd like a rampaging hippopotamus, startling the hat-wearing man who stood there in confusion. With a swift motion, she struck him with a resounding slap. The hat-wearing man, taken aback, quickly braced himself, raising his fists to meet Yin Ryu's powerful blow. The clash resounded like two colossal hammers colliding, sending him staggering back 3 paces, leaving small indentations on the cobblestone pavement beneath his feet. What? Su Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly causing him to tumble from his mount. This is absurd. I merely sought some amusement, yet I have encountered a formidable martial artist. Judging by his prowess, he must be approaching the level of a master. Yin Ryu was equally taken aback by the unexpected strength of the hat-wearing man, whose capabilities were not to be underestimated. She recalled the words of the young master, promising 3 roasted chickens for capturing this hat-wearing figure. Her stomach grumbled at the thought, and she could almost taste the succulent meat. Gritting her teeth, she summoned all her strength, her internal energy surging forth, and engaged the hat-wearing man in a fierce battle amidst the crowd. With grand and powerful moves, Yin Ryu fought valiantly, each strike imbued with tremendous force. The hat-wearing man, however, exhibited agility and finesse, evading her blows like a nimble butterfly. After 10 exchanges, Yin Ryu found herself unable to subdue him. Sensing the tide turning against him, the hat-wearing man attempted to slip away. Fortunately, Yin Ryu's height and long legs allowed her to effectively impede his escape, standing firm like a guardian deity. Su Yu, feeling a surge of frustration, rubbed his nose, his mind racing with doubt. What dreadful luck this was. It seemed that even the most trivial of matters could summon a formidable expert. Su Fu, go lend a hand. Su Yu bellowed. He had discerned that the figure beneath the conical hat was likely a master approaching the pinnacle of skill, and judging by her physique, she was a woman. Concealed among the crowd, she was observing him, likely with intentions directed towards him. A sudden realization struck him. The depths of the capital were far too intricate, and from mere agitation, a master could emerge. He needed to seize her and uncover the truth of the matter. Su Fu was utterly astonished, his mouth agape in disbelief, his mind racing with questions. Has the young lord truly attained such extraordinary abilities? With a mere halt of his steed and a wave of his hand, he could unveil a master hidden within the crowd. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Fu dashed forward to join the fray. The onlookers, witnessing the escalating turmoil, fled in panic, clutching their heads. They had initially thought that today's ruckus, stemming from the groom's procession, would not escalate into chaos. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a fierce battle erupted. What choice did they have but to flee? Who would dare remain and risk becoming collateral damage? Among all present, none felt more aggrieved than the woman in the conical hat. She had yet to make her move, merely lurking at the street's edge, hoping to glean insight into her target. How could this insufferable young lord, a notorious wastrel, discover her so swiftly? Was there a flaw in her disguise? Anxiety gnawed at her like an ant on a hot pan. The hulking figure of Yin Ryu was exceedingly bothersome, clinging to her like an unyielding piece of toffee. With Yin Ryu alone, she could maintain her anonymity, but now, with the arrival of another formidable martial artist, her predicament had worsened. If she did not reveal her identity, escape might become impossible. As she found herself besieged by the onslaught, Su Yu cast a knowing glance at his 2 guards. You too, join the fray. Swiftly subdue them alive. With that, 2 more martial artists, ravenous as wolves, plunged into the melee. The woman in the conical hat was nearly driven to despair, cursing inwardly. Cursed be it. Where did things go awry? What now? Just as she pondered, a powerful gust of energy struck, sending her hat flying off, and her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down, revealing an exquisitely delicate face. Su Yu was left dumbstruck, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. What in the world was happening? How could such a stunning woman emerge from this chaos? His eyes darted, reminiscent of a cunning fox, as he bellowed, quickly, capture her alive. No wonder I caught a whiff of her fragrance from afar. This must be my fortunate encounter. Capture her alive, and great rewards await. The spectators were left in utter astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. They marveled, is this truly possible? How could this scoundrel detect a woman's scent from such a distance? He meant to be attending a wedding, yet here he is, intent on hunting for women. Truly, only a degenerate like him could behave in such a peculiar manner. Even the beautiful woman, now bereft of her hat, silently lamented her misfortune, sighing to the heavens. What terrible luck I have. Having just arrived in the capital and beginning my task, how could I have possibly exposed myself? It seemed the young lord had an extraordinary nose. This was dire. If she did not eliminate him, she might find herself captured by the very scoundrel she sought to evade. What a predicament. Chapter 11. The Moon Worshipper Saintess? Even better. The beautiful woman shivered at the thought that failing her mission might merely result in punishment within her sect. However, if she fell into the hands of this insufferable wretch, she would surely endure torment beyond imagination. Resolutely, she steeled herself. As the four assailants closed in, her body suddenly enveloped in a plume of white smoke, resembling a smoke bomb. Her hands were not idle either, as she unleashed clouds of pitch-black substances. Yin Ruyu, oblivious to the nature of her actions, charged forward with reckless abandon. Su Fu's face turned pale with fright as he shouted at the top of his lungs, "It's poisonous! Take cover!" At his cry, everyone finally reacted. Upon closer inspection, the swirling shadows that had emerged were revealed to be a multitude of small, venomous snakes writhing on the ground, sending chills down the spines of all who beheld them. Su Yu's heart suddenly trembled, and he inwardly exclaimed, "By heavens, a poisoner! This individual must surely hail from the southwest. How perilous! If not for the numerous companions at my side, I would undoubtedly meet my demise today. Such a person cannot be allowed to escape. Otherwise, I would have to be on guard every single day, and that would surely be exhausting. It is imperative to capture them. 10 roasted chickens. Capture the assassin," he shouted at the top of his lungs. As soon as his words fell, among the 4 who had retreated, the robust figure of Yin Ruyu visibly trembled. The mere thought of 10 roasted chickens made her eyes widen with excitement. Instantly, as if invigorated by a surge of energy, she resolutely dashed back into the white smoke. "For the sake of roasted chicken, I shall fight to the end." Immediately after, a thunderous explosion reverberated, akin to the roar of thunder, and a petite figure was sent flying out like a kite severed from its string. With a thud, she landed beside Su Yu's white horse, rendered unconscious. "Save Yin Ruyu," Su Yu shouted, swiftly dismounting with agility reminiscent of a nimble monkey. He lifted the young woman, placing her horizontally on the horse, all the while feigning an expression of utmost joy. One hand subtly gathered vital energy, skillfully sealing several of her acupoints as if performing a magic trick. This maneuver, executed with such stealth, ensured that she would remain unconscious for several hours without raising any suspicion. Su Fu stood to the side, his face nearly turning the color of a pig's liver. No longer the dark hue it once was, but now flushed and burning with embarrassment. He felt a deep sense of frustration. As the esteemed elder brother of the Su family, he found himself outshone by a simpleton. It would have been one thing if his martial prowess was lacking, but to realize that even his courage fell short was unbearable. He managed to evade a few small venomous snakes, while the other effortlessly crushed them underfoot. Such a stark disparity was utterly disheartening. As the white smoke gradually dissipated, it revealed Yin Ruyu, who was slumped on the ground, her cherubic face tinged with a hint of purple, clearly a sign of poisoning. Su Yu, in a fit of desperation, shouted, "Help him onto the sedan chair." Su Fu immediately fetched the finest physician. "Disband the band for now. We shall proceed with the wedding on another day, but remain vigilant for assassins and ensure the safety of our young master." During Yin Ruyu's ascent into the sedan chair, Su Yu feigned a flurry of activity, pushing and shoving, all the while discreetly sealing several acupoints. This series of actions flowed seamlessly, hidden from view. Thus, the wedding procession was abruptly disbanded amid confusion. The crowd lamented, remarking on the peculiar occurrences that seemed to multiply each year, particularly this year, coincidentally surrounding this seemingly inept and debauched young lord. While en route to the wedding, an intoxicating scent of a woman's fragrance wafted through the air, leading to a brawl. In an attempt to capture a beauty, the guards suffered from poison and injury, hastily scattering the wedding party as if pursued by specters, fleeing in terror back to the royal residence. It was evident that within days, yet another bizarre incident involving this young lord would circulate through the capital, becoming fodder for conversation during meals. Upon returning to the royal residence, guards stood like sentinels outside, while the poisoned woman was carelessly cast aside by Su Yu, as if she were a mere sack. Su Yu called for the physician, merely to bewilder outsiders. At this moment, he meticulously examined Yin Ruyu and, fortunately, found no significant harm. She had not been bitten by a venomous snake, she had only inhaled a few whiffs of toxic smoke. Moreover, he had promptly sealed her acupoints to prevent the spread of poison. "Su Fu, enter," Su Yu commanded. A somewhat flushed Su Fu stepped into the room, his expression fraught with apprehension. "As a grand martial artist, utilize your vital energy to expel the poison from Ruyu," Su Yu instructed. Su Fu was filled with doubt in his heart. Could this truly work? What are you hesitating for? When has this prince ever spoken a falsehood? Su Yu feigned anger as he spoke. Su Fu internally scoffed, dismissing the notion that anyone could speak the truth. Who would believe such nonsense? Yet, he obediently complied, channeling his energy to counteract the poison afflicting Yin Ruyu. Meanwhile, Su Yu, stroking his chin like an art connoisseur, gazed at the beauty sprawled across the bed, his heart swelling with admiration. Who could have anticipated that such a splendid beauty would emerge from this casual encounter? Originating from the southwest. No less, such an origin is not to be taken lightly. He mused, could it be that she was sent to target me? One would be hard-pressed to believe otherwise. Am I to become a vessel of hatred, drawing animosity from all corners? He continued to observe, clicking his tongue in appreciation. Her beauty rivaled that of Su Xiaoxiao. Could it be that I am indeed favored by fortune? But let us be realistic. If I hadn't inadvertently captured her today, I might have found myself at her mercy in a few days. The formidable duo of Master Yin Ruyu and Su Fu had struggled to subdue her, and it took 4 of them merely to force her into a position where she contemplated using poison to escape. She is undoubtedly a master of her craft. Su Yu's heart surged with warmth, for this woman's beauty was indeed captivating, and her combat prowess was extraordinary. He mused to himself, very well. Since you choose to engage in such games, I shall indulge and savor the experience. After waiting a while, he observed that Yin Ryu's expression gradually returned to normal, prompting him to discreetly release her acupoint. Upon awakening, Yin Ryu joyfully set off to relish the promised feast of more than a dozen roasted chickens. As if nothing had transpired, this gluttony left Su Fu gritting his teeth in frustration, thinking to himself how carefree this girl was. Meanwhile, Su Yu led Su Fu towards the dungeon once more. Su Fu truly understands the situation. It is uncertain whether he perceives that his young master has become less foolish or has shed his former extravagance. He has replaced all the personnel in the residence and added several martial arts guardians, with a martial artist now stationed at the entrance of Su Xiaoxiao's abode. Su Yu cast a glance at the room, dismissively contemplating that if Su Xiaoxiao were wise enough, she would never set foot outside the royal palace again. Should her affections for the second prince run profoundly deep, then let her take her own life. Su Yu would not intervene, allowing her to make her own choice. Armed with a blade and oil, Su Yu proceeded to the dungeon. In less than an hour, she had drained the remaining 2 individuals of their vital essence and energy, leaving no trace behind. Su Yu pondered, how had he failed to recognize the darkness within himself in his previous life? Reflecting further, he realized that arriving in this world, surrounded by predatory wolves and tigers, had forced his hand. On the other hand, it was perhaps a reflection of his own character. He had no desire to be mistreated, nor did he indulge the whims of others. He believed in reciprocating virtue with virtue and grievances with grievances. Was that not commendable? Particularly when it came to the women who had dared to provoke him, they were bound to face the consequences. Now, afflicted by the side effects of his condition, he found himself in a state of unbearable heat, leaving him no choice but to impose upon this enchanting beauty for the day. Upon returning to his chamber, Su Yu pressed several points on her delicate body, ultimately unsealing the previously blocked acupoints. In the haze of his lustful gaze, the lovely woman gradually stirred awake. As her eyes fluttered open, within mere moments, her beautiful gaze ignited with fury, akin to a lioness in a fit of rage. She leaped from the bed, launching a punch directly at Su Yu's face. Su Yu remained perfectly still, a mischievous smile adorning her face. That smile sent shivers down her spine. Mid-punch, she stumbled, resembling a tipsy individual, and collapsed onto the bed. Is this amusing? Pray tell, what brings you to the capital? Su Yu inquired with a wicked grin. You scoundrel. What have you done to me? I cannot harness my vital energy. I shall kill you. The woman exclaimed, her face flushed with rage, hurling curses. Oh, so you truly came for me. Your accent suggests you hail from the southwest, am I correct? Su Yu continued to jest. The woman was taken aback, pondering to herself. This cannot be the notorious wastrel, can it? His tone and demeanor are utterly incongruous. He is indeed that good-for-nothing heir, yet he does not appear foolish at all. Moreover, it seems as though her entire body is immobilized, unable to harness even a hint of vital energy. What sorcery is this? How have I never encountered it before? Are there truly masters residing within this royal household? While she remained in a daze, Su Yu could not afford to wait any longer. His body was ablaze with discomfort, yearning for a grand duel of 300 rounds. Very well, since you refuse to comply and still harbor a glimmer of hope, this heir shall now indulge in fine delicacies. Just when I was lamenting the lack of a worthy opponent, fortune smiles upon me, and you have unwittingly stepped into the fray. Su Yu smirked, observing the agitated young lord, whose evident lust was becoming increasingly palpable. The woman felt a surge of panic. Unable even to summon her protective energy, her fear intensifying. In that moment, she appeared as a fragile, helpless maiden, never before having felt so powerless. Do not approach me. I hail from the southwest and am a priestess of the moon-worshipping sect. Release me at once. I bear no intention of becoming your adversary. Should I err in any way, you shall surely be unable to withstand the wrath of the moon-worshipping sect. She cried out in terror. Yet, she sensed an unsettling shift. This lecherous rogue seemed to grow ever more exhilarated. Su Yuzhen was filled with joy. Is she a devotee of the moon worship cult? A saintess? How exhilarating. Chapter 12. The Saintess of the Moon, the Little Lamb. This exquisite maiden, around 19 or 20 years of age, possessed bright eyes and pearly teeth. Her skin as smooth as cream. At this moment, witnessing Su Yu's excitement akin to that of a famished wolf, she was so frightened that her complexion turned pale, tears welling up in her eyes, threatening to spill over. Having trained rigorously in martial arts within the moon worship cult since childhood, as a saintess, she was accustomed to the reverence and admiration of others in the sect, yet she had never encountered such a fervent display of desire. Su Yu indeed. possessed an undeniable allure. In the presence of such a stunningly beautiful maiden, it was impossible for anyone to deny the flicker of desire that ignited within their hearts. Yet, at this moment, his urgency was not solely driven by lust. Rather, it was exacerbated by the tormenting effects within his own body. A fervent heat surged through him, akin to flames consuming his very being, leaving him in desperate need of an outlet for his pent-up emotions. Please, the delicate beauty implored, her voice laced with a quivering sorrow. I have yet to raise a hand against you, and we harbor no enmity between us. Why must you demean me in such a manner? I can offer you silver, whatever you desire, as long as it lies within my power, I shall provide. If only you refrain from inflicting such harm upon me. So you listened to her words, nearly bursting into laughter. This girl was truly a peculiar character. Surviving without enmity was hardly a victory. Faced with such a stunning beauty, she still contemplated exchanging something else. Was she merely flustered, or had her training dulled her wits? Perhaps she was simply naive, lacking the sophistication of experience? It seems she embodies all these traits. Once we become one, shall we leisurely discuss these matters? Su Yu wore a wicked smile as he gazed fixedly at the lamb-like maiden before him. He was unmoved by her desperate pleas or her pitiable appearance. Like a ravenous wolf, he pounced upon her without a shred of mercy. The young woman, delicate and fair as snow, possessed a graceful figure and was in the bloom of her youth. Having never encountered such a situation before, her feeble struggles elicited only high-pitched cries that further ignited Su Yu's excitement. This unfortunate soul had arrived with a mission, yet before her quest could begin, she was stripped of her innocence. Faced with Su Yu's formidable form, now a master of martial arts, she appeared utterly powerless, enduring torment under the effects of his frenzied thirst for blood. Even as she slipped into unconsciousness, she could hardly believe that the man before her was the infamous fool of a noble. She would find it impossible to accept this reality, even in death. Meanwhile, Su Yu's bizarre exploits from earlier in the day had taken flight through the capital like a bird with wings. A few hundred meters away, in a small courtyard, Su Xiaoxiao had already awakened. Her body was racked with pain, each movement akin to being pricked by countless needles. Yet, she persevered through the agony, slowly rising and struggling to dress herself before stepping out into the yard. Her heart was a tumult of emotions, refusing to calm. She noticed the guard outside, sitting as still as a statue, facing away from the courtyard, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Su Xiaoxiao wandered aimlessly in the yard, attempting to soothe her restless mind. But various thoughts continued to flash through her consciousness. What should I do? Where should I go from here? The second prince would likely no longer tolerate her presence. He had always had an aversion to impure individuals, and her family might also find themselves ensnared in misfortune. Furthermore, Su Yu's actions were simply intolerable to her. Leaving aside other matters, that incident had nearly cost her life. Each encounter with Su Yu felt like a descent into hell. She could not fathom what had come over him. Even with the most potent of potions, such behavior seemed impossible, though it was her first experience. Having spent so much time in a brothel, she had seen much. Yet, Su Yu's conduct was beyond her comprehension. The once trembling, sickly dandy had transformed into a beast in her presence. Was her beauty truly a curse? Did it condemn her to be a mere pawn for men to manipulate at will? Though she possessed a genius intellect and a celestial beauty, what good were those traits in her current predicament? As dusk began to descend, Su Yu stirred from his slumber. He found himself in the courtyard of his residence, firmly shutting the door before commencing his practice of Tai Chi, a martial art learned in his previous life. His physique had now ascended to the third tier of martial mastery. His vital energy had barely reached the realm of martial arts. This mastery was not a result of ordinary hard work, but rather a miraculous accumulation of power inherited from the mysterious ancestral legacy of his altered lineage. For anyone else, even with divine strength, it could be as ineffective as Yin Ryu's brute force. However, Su Yu had honed his skills for 30 years in his past life, mastering a national treasure of martial arts that had been refined through countless generations. Now, applied to this third-tier martial body, the results were explosive. As he practiced his punches, he chanted incantations under his breath, the origins of his Tai Chi steeped in secrecy, far removed from the flowery movements of elderly practitioners in parks. Each move was a true lethal technique capable of taking lives. He continued for 10 rounds until he reached the limits of his body's endurance. Upon utilizing his vital energy, he discovered its terrifying potency. Afterward, he slowed his pace, practicing the stances without channeling his energy, all while contemplating the path that lay ahead. 2 hours slipped by unnoticed, and night had fully descended. Su Yu meticulously attended to his grooming before joining Su Fu and Yin Ryu for a meal. One cannot help but marvel at the luxurious lifestyle of the nobility. Every need is catered to by dedicated attendants, ever ready at their beck and call, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled comfort. Having practiced his martial arts and nearly finished his meal, Su Yu was suddenly struck by a wave of ennui. Could it be that a full belly breeds restless thoughts? He pondered whether indulging in such pursuits once more would render him akin to a mere beast of burden. As for Su Xiaoxiao, she had never trained in martial arts, and her body could scarcely endure the exertion. It was clear she must refrain for the next few days. Meanwhile, the woman from earlier, though possessing commendable physical prowess, likely had not yet regained consciousness. Yin Ryu, having devoured several chickens, only felt a twinge of embarrassment upon noticing that both Su Yu and Su Fu had finished their meals. She then scooped up the remaining 2 chickens and scurried away. Su Fu gazed at Su Yu, who sat opposite him, increasingly bewildered. In recent days, Su Yu had been enigmatic, and the 4 formidable martial masters in the dungeon had vanished without a trace. Could it be that this young man harbored some peculiar inclinations? Those 4 martial masters were robust. What had he interrogated them about? Why had he resorted to executing them and reducing their remains to ashes? Such actions seemed excessively ruthless. A sense of disquiet pervaded him. Furthermore, regarding Su Xiaoxiao, he had personally ensured that she was fed the falling piece soup. Reports from the maid had been alarming. From a distance, he had caught a glimpse of Su Xiaoxiao, and she indeed appeared utterly unrecognizable. Today, he had also arranged for another woman to consume the falling piece soup, and her condition appeared strikingly similar. Su Fu gazed intently at Su Yu, who appeared somewhat aimless, his mind swirling with questions. How had he suddenly become so formidable? Moreover, today's woman, he had not even exerted his power to restrain her vital energy. Yet now, like Su Xiaoxiao, she exhibited no resistance, reduced to a delicate damsel. This young man had provided no explanation to him. What manner of person had he transformed into? So he naturally sensed Su Fu's gaze upon him, finding it somewhat amusing, and he returned to look at his elder brother from the Su family. Deep down, he understood that Su Fu had endured a difficult journey over the years. Previously subjected to relentless scolding and beatings by the original host, he bore it all without complaint, his heart gradually growing more indifferent. In recent days, as Su Yu assumed control of all matters, Su Fu noticeably felt the shift, becoming significantly more proactive, albeit with a multitude of unanswered questions that he chose to suppress. Su Yu retracted his playful demeanor, gazing intently at Su Fu, who found himself somewhat uncomfortable under his scrutiny. Brother, I have wronged you in the past, Su Yu suddenly declared. Ah, Su Fu was taken aback, his mouth agape and his eyes wide with astonishment. What did this young man just call him? He actually referred to him as brother? Was he out of his mind today? Su Fu's hands clenched tightly into fists beneath the table, trembling incessantly, while his lips quivered uncontrollably. The Su family was indeed in grave peril. His younger brother had been feigning madness all along, and now there seemed to be no alternative. During the last incident at Tianfu Tower, I had come perilously close to death. Su Yu spoke with a grave expression. His younger brother has come to understand that the pretense of madness must continue. For even if the old man returns, they cannot reveal the truth. As long as I draw breath, those individuals shall find no peace. Yet, my heart has transformed. The path ahead may become perilously narrow, so much so that my life could be at risk at any moment. Brother, are you afraid? Chapter 13. To spare a life is an affront to justice. Su Fu listened to Su Yu's words, feeling a resonating buzz in his mind, leaving him utterly dazed. The more he listened, the tighter his fist clenched, his knuckles turning pale, and his lips trembling like leaves in the wind. My lord, have you truly been masquerading all along? His eyes widened in disbelief. The notion that one could feign madness for over a decade without revealing a single flaw was beyond his imagination. Su Yu let out a silent sigh, realizing that she must be more resolute, consolidating all the lies in one fell swoop. Deceiving the honest for the first time was quite a novel experience for her. Long ago, she comprehended that her existence was akin to a thorn, pricking the eyes of those around her. Thus, she could only feign ignorance, masquerading as a debauched scion, a lecherous rogue, believing that such a guise would safeguard her life, allowing her to live freely and unburdened. Su Yu wore an expression of helplessness, remarkably vivid. However, I recently discovered that despite my cautious efforts, they still refuse to relent. They wish for my demise to be as silent and inconspicuous as possible, all while avoiding provoking the old master. Thus, the poisoning incident at Tianfu Tower transpired. Upon hearing the words poisoned, Su Fu's eyes widened in astonishment, brimming with fury. He had always perceived his foolish younger brother as simple-minded, yet it became evident that he was fully aware of everything, enduring the weight of it all alone for years. What immense fortitude and expansive heart must one possess to bear such burdens? Reflecting on his own experiences, having merely endured a few blows and some scolding, he felt utterly naive in comparison to the prince. With a resounding thud, Su Fu kicked the stool beneath him aside and immediately knelt heavily upon the ground. Your Highness, I have wronged you. It is only now that I realize you are the one who has suffered the most. For over a decade, you have been ridiculed, trampled upon, and mocked, all while bearing this solitude in silence. Su Fu wept inconsolably, tears and snot streaming down his face. Compared to the grievances you have endured, what do my mere bruises and superficial wounds amount to? Woe is me, my lord. Your burden is truly great. Su Yu gazed at his elder brother, who was reduced to tears by his deception, and felt a twinge of compassion in his heart. Is it truly right to mislead him in such a manner? Yet, how could one elucidate the situation otherwise? It seemed necessary to allow him this moment of pain, to resolve the matter once and for all. Henceforth, in the presence of others, you shall remain you, while I shall maintain my guise as the heir. It is imperative that no one discovers the truth of my circumstances. So you spoke with a solemn expression. When it is just the two of us, you are my elder brother. Over the years, I am well aware of the hardships and heartaches you have endured by my side. From now on, I shall no longer allow you to suffer injustice. I intend to don this guise of a reckless, worthless scoundrel and carve out a path for myself. Elder brother, do you still wish to assist me? Su Yu gazed intently at Su Fu, his eyes brimming with hope. Su Fu was still there, weeping inconsolably. His cries echoing with a profound sorrow that tugged at Su Yu's heart. All right. You have called me dear elder brother, and in the past. My life belonged to the old master. Henceforth, my life shall be yours, dear brother. Su Fu wiped away the tears from his face and resolutely declared, I care not what you intend to do. Even if it means piercing the heavens or shattering the earth, I shall follow you, willing to risk my very being. Su Yu finally let out a sigh of relief as he wholeheartedly trusted this elder brother. What brought him even greater joy was the resurgence of Su Fu's fervor. He was no longer the dejected figure he had once been. Now, this indomitable spirit could not be contained. Ah, dear brother. Just watch as I strive to turn the tides and carve out a path through adversity. This matter must remain between us. Not even when our elder returns should a word be revealed. Su Yu solemnly admonished, you are well aware of his temperament. He has but a few years left to live. I wish to spare him from any difficulties and do not desire for him to bear the ignoble title of disloyalty. All the infamy shall rest solely upon my shoulders, for my reputation is already as tarnished as it can be. Upon hearing this, Su Fu was utterly astonished. He never anticipated that his younger brother possessed such clarity and profound understanding of righteousness. If their father were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly die with a smile that could not be contained. Without uttering another word, dear brother, heir apparent, henceforth I shall follow your lead in all matters. I acknowledge, dear brother, that my intellect may not rival that of the cunning Su Xing, yet my heart is steadfastly loyal. Upon concluding his words, Su Fu rose to his feet and strode away with great purpose, his very steps stirring the air around him, reminiscent of a desiccated old tree suddenly sprouting fresh branches. Brimming with vitality, Su Yu gazed at Su Fu's departing figure, contemplating that he would visit the Earl Lao's residence in a couple of days. For now, he would first rid himself of some impurities. On the second and third days, the young master Su Yu remained in his purple chi courtyard, alongside Yen Ruyo in the same chamber, from which intermittent screams resembling that of a slaughtered pig could be heard. Meanwhile, Su Fu stood like a wooden statue at the entrance of the purple chi courtyard, his expression as dark as night, ensuring that not even an ant could pass beneath his vigilant gaze. The guards, servants, and maids trembled at the sound of those anguished cries. The young master's peculiar tastes were indeed extraordinary, enough to render one nearly deaf, prompting many to wish they could sever their own ears. The royal residence sprawled over an expansive area, with the esteemed Chengyang courtyard at its heart, being the largest. The purple chi courtyard, the sole dwelling of the young master Su Yu, was also considerable in size, flanked by 4 smaller courtyards. Su Xiaoxiao resided in the twilight courtyard, while the moon-worshipping sect's saintess took refuge in the Lingxiu courtyard. The distance between Su Yu's purple chi courtyard and the twilight and Lingxiu courtyards was merely a little over 10 zhang, with constant sounds of cursing and weeping echoing through the air. In the twilight courtyard, Su Xiaoxiao incessantly cursed, beast, brute, not even human. How can anyone behave in such a manner? Why is this scoundrel so twisted and bizarre? I have encountered that hippopotamus, and just the thought makes me want to vomit. As she continued to reflect on her predicament, despair engulfed her, leading her to contemplate the unthinkable. In the Lingxiu courtyard, the saintess Hong Yinong cowered in a corner of her chamber, her hands clenched into fists, the joints cracking under the pressure. Racked with indignation, she lamented. Why must heaven treat me thus? I am the saintess of the sect, a favored daughter of destiny. How could I have fallen into the hands of this scoundrel and endured such humiliation? As memories of her ordeal from 2 days prior flooded her mind, a chill swept over her, and she concluded that the villain must surely be possessed by a beastly spirit. Even after 2 days, her condition remained appalling, rendering her almost unable to move. In her understanding, no ordinary person could behave in such a manner. He must be a devil. Since Su Yu's physical prowess ascended to the realm of a martial master, his capacity for endurance has markedly intensified. For 2 consecutive days, under the relentless strikes of Yen Ruyu, he has expelled a considerable amount of impurities from his body. This experience is akin to bypassing several years of arduous training, allowing him to continue his normal progression in strength. Otherwise, even if he were to absorb essence and vital energy, it would merely accumulate within him, failing to elevate his realm. Furthermore, he cannot guarantee that he will always encounter formidable martial masters to aid him. He must forge his own path towards self-promotion. After completing his training, he practiced Tai Chi and unearthed the 16 forms of the Su family spear technique bestowed by the elder. He understood that he might soon find himself on the battlefield, necessitating diligent practice of this spear technique. While the lethal close-quarters combat of Tai Chi renders one invincible, it is less suitable for mounted combat. Thus, employing the Su family spear for ranged attacks and Tai Chi for close encounters presents a more secure strategy. Having immersed himself in martial arts for 30 years in his previous life, he finds the practice of spear techniques to be second nature, leading to rapid advancement. As for the 2 young women, he intends to allow them a few days of respite, tempering their fervor before proceeding further. While Su Yu enjoys a leisurely life, Su Xing in the Imperial residence is seething with anger. Unlike the towering Su Fu, Su Xing possesses a well-proportioned stature, with piercing eyes and a subtly hooked nose, giving him a rather handsome appearance. Having lived in the Su royal mansion for over a decade, much like Su Fu, he too was rescued from the battlefield by the old master. However, he is entirely different from Su Fu. He harbors his own ideals and aspirations and has no desire to serve another fool like Su Fu. Su Xing's intellect and insight set her apart from ordinary individuals. She diligently applied herself from an early age. Leveraging her position as the adopted granddaughter of the Su Wangfu, she swiftly garnered the emperor's favor, earning the esteemed title of the youngest scholar in the realm, hence referred to as the top scholar. However, she was not naive. She was acutely aware that the Su Wangfu would inevitably face ruin. Consequently, she had long prepared an escape route for herself by drawing closer to the emperor and gradually approaching the princess. To win the princess's affection and dissolve the engagement with Su Yu, she exerted considerable effort. Now, her identity has been completely rehabilitated. She no longer bears the Su family's mark, as those former imprints have been obliterated through various means. Although she understood the emperor's intentions, seeking to use Su Yu, whom he deemed a worthless pawn, as bait, she too required an alternative. As long as Su Yu, the foolish simpleton, remained, along with the Su family's patriarch and their military, her peace of mind would remain elusive. Thus, she painstakingly established contact with the moon worship sect in the southwest and ultimately engaged with Hong Yinyang, the saintly assassin. Upon first laying eyes on Hong Yinyang, she was instantly captivated and took a particular interest in her. Hong Yinyang, with her exquisite beauty and formidable martial prowess, was someone she had considered enticing into her fold through subtle manipulations. As for the princess, though she possessed her own charm, she could not compare to Hong Yinyang's allure. To her dismay, this foolish simpleton stumbled upon unexpected fortune, securing the company of a large, bumbling oaf, who, quite ironically, was also a martial arts master. This development revolted her, and even worse, by a twist of fate, he managed to capture Hong Yinyang. It had been over 2 days, having fallen into the clutches of that lecherous rogue. What favorable outcome could Hong Yinyang possibly expect? This situation pushed her to the brink of exasperation. Why did this insufferable fool consistently oppose her? He seemed to outpace her at every turn, driving her to the brink of madness. She swore silently that it would be an affront to the heavens if she did not eliminate this wasteful, incompetent fool. Chapter 14. Do you not realize your own incompetence? 2 more days passed, and the emperor's decree arrived with the urgency of a death warrant, incessantly urging Su Yu to prepare for the wedding. Su Yu cursed inwardly. This old wretch could not bear to see him enjoy even a moment of peace. Fearing he might experience a few days of tranquility, Su Yu appeared in the twilight courtyard, shuffling with his characteristic swagger. Upon seeing him, Su Xiaoxiao felt a sudden tightening in her chest, as if gripped by an invisible hand. Yet, seated at the stone table, she forced herself to maintain an air of composure. She remained motionless, deliberately averting her gaze, refusing to acknowledge the man who evoked both animosity and fear within her. She was apprehensive that if she spoke, she might unleash a torrent of vitriol. "Oh, still sulking, are we?" Su Yu remarked with a mischievous smile, his tone reminiscent of someone teasing an irritable kitten. "You neither took drastic measures nor threw a tantrum. I always knew you possessed extraordinary intellect and intricate thoughts. You must have some request of me, am I correct?" Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao's previously turned face contorted slightly in distress. She indeed harbored grievances, and a flicker of hope lingered within her heart. But suddenly, as if startled by an unseen force, her face whipped around. Shock etched across her exquisite features. "You're merely pretending, aren't you? You're not foolish, nor incompetent, nor debauched. It's all an act, isn't it?" Her voice had shifted, revealing that she had unearthed a monumental secret. Su Yu let out a tremendous yawn, one so exaggerated it nearly dislocated his jaw. "What pretenses? What FAAs? I am who I am, a unique spark, unparalleled, and nothing more." As he spoke, he approached with the audacity of a rogue. "Now that I'm here again, you should be well aware of my intentions. But let us prioritize the essential matters, shall we? Such a stunning beauty, confined to this empty courtyard and house, is a sheer waste." No sooner had he spoken than, like a bandit, he seized Su Xiaoxiao without further ado and strode purposefully toward the inner room. Su Xiaoxiao, initially rendered speechless by shock, was taken aback by this sudden action. Her complexion paling in fear, she was utterly unprepared for such an encounter. Was this merely another masquerade? Given his overzealous demeanor, it seemed unlikely. Disappointment surged within her. It appeared she had overestimated him. His mind was evidently occupied with trivialities, devoid of any semblance of a gentlemanly demeanor. In a fit of exasperation, she struggled with all her might, shouting in protest, ultimately resorting to a barrage of curses. "You scoundrel! You rogue! Can you not at least pretend to be a gentleman? Put me down. I have serious matters to discuss." Su Yu curled her lips in disdain, thinking to herself how brazenly one could demand favors. Such reasoning was utterly absurd. Women, humph. They must be dealt with, for words alone would prove futile. The previous incident had its reasons, but today, a fresh start was imperative. Su Yu wore a mischievous smile, one brimming with ill intentions. Furious, Su Xiaoxiao could hardly heed such nonsense, struggling desperately in Su Yu's embrace. Ultimately, tranquility prevailed. Su Yu offered no opportunity for Su Xiaoxiao to speak, departing with an unyielding decisiveness, devoid of any lingering sentiment. How ruthless! He understood well that while Su Xiaoxiao harbored intentions of negotiation, she remained hesitant and half-hearted, wearing a facade of self-righteousness. He would not indulge her. Although he found her physique appealing, that admiration was the extent of his feelings. The notion of her attempting to manipulate him was utterly out of the question. As Su Yu swiftly retreated, Su Xiaoxiao exhaled deeply, as if releasing a heavy burden. Thankfully, this encounter was not akin to the previous one, where she felt like a cornered animal. At least this time, there was a semblance of difference. Ugh, how shameless of me to entertain such thoughts. I should despise him. I ought to be devising ways to control him instead. As Su Xiaoxiao berated herself internally, she cocooned herself tightly in her blanket. She was utterly exhausted and could no longer feign indignation, surrendering to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the contented Su Yu strolled leisurely outside Twilight Courtyard. With a casual glance, Su Yu caught sight of the small head in Lingqiu Courtyard, which darted back in a flurry, resembling a startled little squirrel. Su Yu's lips curved into a subtle smirk. As his mind began to whirl with thoughts once more, one cannot deny that life at present is exceptionally comfortable, adorned in luxurious garments and indulging in exquisite feasts, accompanied by enchanting beauty. The only flaw in this idyllic existence is the constant threat to his life. However, he remains unfazed, ready to confront any challenges that may arise, be it soldiers or water. The little head that had just retreated now deserves his attention. It is essential to treat all matters with equal regard. Su Yu, likely due to the absorption of essence blood, had transformed into something akin to a beast. Hong Yinong felt an unsettling anxiety in the Lingqiu courtyard for a full 2 hours. Initially, she was alerted by sounds emanating from the neighboring courtyard, realizing that there were others who shared her plight, seemingly of similar age. From that moment on, she remained vigilant, straining to catch any disturbances next door. This scoundrel was truly inhuman, taking an entire 2 hours to emerge. She silently rejoiced, thankful that he had not arrived at her door first. Otherwise, she would be the one in distress at that very moment. Cursed be it, she pondered, for she was unaware of what malevolent sorcery this wretch had employed to seal her body. She had contemplated numerous methods, but found herself unable to break free. To her utter horror, this fiend had indeed entered her courtyard once more. Alarmed, her complexion turned pale, and she hurriedly rushed inside, exerting all her strength to firmly barricade the 2 courtyard doors. She thought to herself, this cannot be right. How could he still possess energy after only 2 hours? She could not believe it, and even if he were a dragon, surely he could not be so formidable. Despite her reasoning, fear gripped her tightly. For as the saying goes, the more one fears something, the more it approaches. The doors she braced with all her might were effortlessly pushed open by Su Yu, as if they were mere sheets of paper, devoid of mercy or effort. Su Yu wore a lewd grin upon his face as he beheld the flustered and desperate Hong Yinong, who was frantically attempting to hide in the corner. His laughter rang out joyously. I am yet to know your esteemed name. Today, let us engage in a proper conversation. Our previous encounter was rather rushed this time. Let us exchange our thoughts leisurely, shall we, my dear? Hong Yinong was utterly exasperated, pondering how such a shameless individual could exist in this world. Just having emerged from that place, he was already beset by lascivious thoughts. He must surely be a devil risen from the depths of hell. Did you not just experience that? I implore you, my wounds have yet to heal. As a saintess, you cannot treat me this way, she pleaded, her voice tinged with sorrow. Please, let me go. I promise I shall not oppose you. I will never return to the capital again. I shall pretend that our previous encounters never occurred. I will still fulfill your desires, but if you continue to confine me, once my master arrives, you shall meet a most dreadful fate. She is indeed a grandmaster. I speak not in jest. Su Yu shook his head in resignation, contemplating that this saintess was clearly not as astute as Su Xiaoxiao, despite her formidable prowess. Her naivety was striking, akin to that of an innocent young girl. In my royal residence, I harbor no fear of your master. Since you are here, do not envision an escape. From now on, it will depend on your choice. Accompany me, and I shall ensure you live a joyous life. Su Yu's expression suddenly shifted, an icy chill enveloping him. If he remained obstinate, he would inevitably end up as a captive or face death. As he uttered these words, there was no trace of politeness. He had indeed resolved himself to this course of action. Hong Yinyan felt a jolt of alarm within her, for she discerned unwavering determination and resolve in the man's eyes. She no longer doubted that if she posed any threat to him, he would not hesitate to take her life. Oh, you cannot be this way. I truly have not harmed you. Hong Yinyan wept bitterly, tears cascading like rain, yet Su Yu remained unmoved. Su Yu believed that this girl was easier to manipulate than Su Xiaoxiao, so she decided to test the waters. Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. Divulge all that you know, and I may consider sparing you. Su Yu earnestly stated, after all, I truly do not wish to oppose a grandmaster, especially considering my grandfather is not in the capital. Hong Yin-yang's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she contemplated the considerable influence her master wielded. Very well, I have spoken. You must honor your word. With a hint of anticipation, Hong Yin-yang gazed at Suyu. Suyu rolled her eyes in exasperation, exclaiming, "A gentleman's word is his bond." Hong Yin-yang sniffled, "I am Hong Yin-yang. My master has entrusted me with a mission to come to the capital and eliminate you." Suyu felt a surge of anger. It was evident that someone had indeed sent her to kill him. Who was behind this? Suyu inquired coldly. "I did not catch the name, but I believe it was one of the youngest disciples of some emperor," Hong Yin-yang timidly replied. Suyu felt a chill within, cursing inwardly at the treachery of that vile individual. Indeed, the emperor merely regarded him as bait, hesitating to take his life. The fifth prince had only broken his original form's arm, refraining from delivering a fatal blow. The second prince, compelled by the original's incessant pursuit of Su Xiaoxiao, resorted to a poison scheme to eliminate him. As for that young master Zhang, it remains uncertain who instigated him. He merely dared to incite trouble with Su Xiaoxiao. And then there was that loose scoundrel, leading him to gamble, resulting in the loss of tens of thousands from the Su family fortune. It appears these individuals lacked the ruthlessness of that scoundrel. At least the old man rescued him, allowing him to reside in the Su household for over a decade. His favor with the emperor stemmed largely from his identity as the adopted grandson of the Su family. Perhaps it was the emperor's deliberate elevation of his status. This one who seemed the closest turned out to be the most merciless, unreasonably hiring assassins to take his life. Su Yubing, her face cold, inquired once more, "Is there more?" Hong Yin-yang paused for a moment, then replied, "There is nothing left." Suyu smiled again. Yet there was not a trace of warmth in that smile as she approached Hong Yin-yang, her face once more adorned with that expression. "Oh, did you not promise to release me? Are your words mere empty vows? Are you not a person of honor?" Hong Yin-yang shrieked in terror. The voice of Suyu echoed with mockery, and the entire capital was aware that I was a worthless wretch, a disgrace. How could you be oblivious to this? To question my gentlemanly conduct is truly amusing. Chapter 15, Ruthlessness, even daring to strike the mother-in-law. Hong Yin-yang felt as if her lungs were about to explode with fury. How could such a rogue, so brazenly shameless, exist in this world? "You scoundrel, you are not human. You are a devil." She cursed in rage. But her words were soon drowned out. The anxious Suyu, in a pitiful state, faced the helpless Hong Yin-yang, and the battle ignited once more. The garden was bursting with spring colors, the combat fierce and relentless, an unending struggle. The afternoon sun, like a mischievous child, danced outside the window, shifting its position, seemingly curious about the events unfolding within. The atmosphere lingered, gently wafting with the breeze. Though the wind had stilled, the tension remained unyielding. Hong Yin-yang was a true expert. In direct combat, she would not concede to Yen Ruyu. If it came to stealthy ambushes, she would be even more adept, her overall combat prowess surpassing that of Yen Ruyu. Yet, this nearly master-level warrior now lay like a heap of clay upon the bed, utterly immobilized. Suyu gazed at the scene before him, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. When he was with Su Xiaoxiao, he had to meticulously control his strength. However, the endurance of Hong Yin-yang was evidently far superior. She was truly an extraordinary individual. Henceforth, while I cannot assure you of anything else, I can guarantee that your happiness is indeed within reach. Suyu wore a smug expression. While the son of the royal family may have many women, I can assure you that I will never let you down. Though you were previously regarded as a so-called saintess, in truth, you were merely an assassin. As long as you do not betray me, you may pursue whatever you desire in the future. Suyu gazed at the limp figure of Hong Yin-yan, recognizing her innocence and simplicity. Perhaps she could be persuaded to align with him, and it was worth the effort to try. At that moment, Hong Yin-yan felt utterly drained. Not even inclined to move a single finger, this scoundrel was undeniably formidable. Though this encounter was marked by a semblance of rationality compared to the last, the duration felt excessively prolonged. Previously, she was engulfed by an unbearable agony, yet now it seemed, humph, this rascal thinks he can deceive her again. As if she were merely a child of 3. Ignoring him, she resolved to maintain her stance. No matter how befuddled he appeared, she would not be fooled. Hong Yin-yan internally fumed, puffing her cheeks in indignation, resembling a petulant little girl. Suyu gazed at the delightful figure of Hong Yin-yang, and in his heart, he sensed the promise of success. He refrained from hurriedly urging her on, instead leisurely departing the room. After a restful night, he awoke to the dawn of a new day, unaware of the passage of time. 2 days later, Suyu once again mounted his noble white steed with great pride and enthusiasm, accompanied by Yen Ruyu and Su Fu, and followed by a grand procession of musicians and performers. They made their way towards the Marquis's residence. This time, the journey to collect the bride was remarkably smooth, devoid of any unforeseen disturbances, and they arrived at the Marquis's gate without a hitch. However, upon reaching the entrance, he realized that numerous eager individuals had arrived even before him. There stood the fifth prince, the esteemed Su Yuan, along with several jovial young nobles. Even more astonishing was the sizable crowd of common folk gathered around, their presence either spontaneous or orchestrated, forming a bustling throng akin to a swarm of ants drawn to a spectacle. Upon witnessing this commotion, Su Yu felt an uncontrollable twitch in her eyelids, signaling that something significant was indeed afoot. It is a truth universally acknowledged that enemies often find themselves drawn together and grievances tend to resurface. The fifth prince, who had broken the bones of the original owner a year prior, was a debt Su Yu had not forgotten. As for Su Xing, the Imperial scholar and the cunning mastermind, his treachery was well known. Additionally, there was young Master Lu from the Ministry of War, young Master Chao from the Grand Scholar's residence, and the legitimate son of the left envoy of the supervisory court. Alas, that scoundrel Chao has also arrived. Su Yu secretly cursed to herself. This Xiao man, despite having a father, the esteemed scholar Chao, who is filled with profound knowledge, is merely a slight improvement over Su Yu's original self. He is nothing but a complete wastrel. What infuriates her is that he used to constantly deceive the original self into gambling, nearly depleting their family fortune. Su Yu felt as though her head had swelled in size, and it was only after a while that she finally laid eyes on the protagonists of the day, the trembling Count Liao and his wife, who stood at the center. Su Yu rode on a white steed, which, under his command, appeared as formidable as a gallant general. The horse strode forward until it nearly brushed against Count Liao's face before coming to a halt. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the expressions of the onlookers darkened, particularly that of Count Liao, who was supposed to be the protagonist of the day. Yet, among those present, he stood out as the most insignificant. A mere impoverished earl with little authority and a position devoid of substantial power. Su Yu raised his head high, deliberately urging his horse closer. At this moment, if he were not to put on a show of arrogance, it would be utterly inconsistent with his character. From his elevated position, he gazed down at Lord Liao with a sardonic demeanor. "Oh, is this my esteemed father-in-law? How courteous of you. Why have you come all the way to greet me outside your residence? This is quite embarrassing." Su Yu was acutely aware that Count Liao was far from a virtuous man in his early years. He had bullied his legitimate wife, demeaned his legitimate daughter, and elevated a concubine to the status of a principal wife, certainly not a paragon of decency. The gaunt Count Liao, his beard bristling in fury like an irate rooster, still managed to suppress his anger. He recognized that engaging with this inept, foolish character was futile. Today, he must refrain from provoking trouble and instead maintain composure, avoiding any escalation. "My dear heir, it is by the Emperor's decree that I, Count Liao, have awaited your arrival here, concerned that you might lose your way. Shall we proceed together to the estate as father-in-law and son-in-law?" Count Liao forced a smile, one that was more grotesque than sorrowful. Su Yu was somewhat taken aback. It seemed the old man was in an unexpectedly amiable mood today, indicating he did not seek confrontation. Su Yu was indeed taking advantage of the situation. "My esteemed father-in-law, you truly possess great insight." Just as he was about to address those with ulterior motives, two women beside Count Liao suddenly wore unkind expressions. One woman, adorned in extravagant attire, bore a fierce countenance reminiscent of a vengeful spirit, and without hesitation, she unleashed a torrent of scorn. "You worthless fool. You claim to be the heir of the Su family, yet upon encountering my father-in-law, your mother-in-law remains perched high and mighty, swaying her head without an ounce of decorum. Furthermore, in the Grand Su family, one can only witness the carrying of the bridal sedan, yet not a single token of betrothal is presented, arriving empty-handed. Even if the matter were to reach the Emperor's ears, I would demand a thorough explanation." Upon observing, Su Yu immediately discerned that this fierce woman must be the former concubine of Count Liao, now elevated to the status of the Countess. Her tongue was as sharp as a blade. Beside her stood a youthful lady, whose countenance revealed her as the daughter of the concubine, now recognized as the legitimate daughter, while his own betrothed daughter had been relegated to the status of a secondary daughter in her early years. How amusing, Su Yu mused. Just as he was about to speak, the Countess's legitimate daughter interjected. "Ah, so this is my sister's husband, truly. Seeing him in person is far less impressive than hearing of him," she said with a mocking expression, implying that he was even more worthless than the rumors suggested. "It is no wonder you stand empty-handed. All the possessions of the Su Wangfu were lost to your gambling. One wonders if my sister will soon find herself on the gambling table, losing as well." Delight blossomed within Su Yu. He had anticipated that either the fifth prince or that Su Xing fellow would cause trouble first. To his surprise, it was his own kin who initiated the conflict, mistakenly believing he was still the easily manipulated original self. Observing the bystanders, they wore expressions of amusement, barely suppressing their laughter. The throng of common folk buzzed with gossip, their whispers resembling a swarm of flies. Had the original self been present, he would have been instantly provoked to fury. Now, Su Yu was no fool. He would not indulge these individuals. He seized the moment, leveraging his dissolute persona to create chaos. With a swift flick of his riding whip, a resounding crack echoed as it struck the concubine, sending her sprawling to the ground. Before anyone could react, he lashed out again, sending the so-called sister flying like a kite with a severed string. "Su Fu, this detestable concubine of the Count, along with that secondary daughter, dares to tarnish my reputation publicly. Let them receive their due punishment," he declared. "A mere Count's household presumes to critique me," Su bellowed, his voice reverberating to the point of nearly deafening those present. At this moment, Su Fu was utterly obedient to Su Yu, with a mere command from him. Su Fu would undoubtedly spring into action without delay, displaying the full extent of his martial prowess. He strode forward with great determination and swiftly struck the face of the concubine before the eyes of the assembled crowd. The sound of the slap resonating louder than the crack of firecrackers. Count Earl Liao was left utterly stunned, stammering, "Son-in-law, this cannot be. Such behavior is unacceptable. Where are the guards? Hurry and intervene." The fifth prince furrowed his brow, perplexed by the sudden audacity of this seemingly inept individual. As if he had transformed into a completely different person, Su Xing's expression fluctuated between gloom and brightness. He was merely a scholar with no strength to even bind a chicken. If this ruffian were to resort to violence against him, it would spell great trouble, leaving him with no opportunity to flee. The sons of the Minister of War, Liu, and the Grand Scholar, Chao, along with the legitimate heir of the left Imperial envoy, who had previously deceived Suyu, now resembled a band of cowards, retreating behind the fifth prince. They were all thinking that today's endeavor would not be easy. This fellow seemed to have truly transformed, becoming bolder and more reckless than ever, almost inhuman. He even dared to strike his mother-in-law, displaying an astonishing ferocity. Chapter 16, The Fifth Prince? What of it? Under the blazing sun, more than a dozen guards from the Earl's residence charged ahead with great vigor, followed by a throng of servants. A commanding shout heralded the entrance of Yan Ruyu. With the swiftness of lightning, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap, sending one guard flying. This scene left everyone present gasping in astonishment, their hearts leaping to their throats. Yan Ruyu was a towering figure, his skin dark and exuding a fierce aura that instilled fear. His presence eclipsed that of Su Fu, surpassing it in intensity. By the regulations of noble rank, he could retain 10 guards. However, these so-called guards were utterly feeble in the face of Yan Ruyu, who wielded profound energy at the master realm. They were merely a group of 3rd and 4th tier martial artists, with the leader barely at the 7th tier. Under the iron palm of Yan Ruyu, they were powerless to retaliate, let alone the ordinary servants, who were struck down, wailing and fleeing in disarray. The Su family mansion, entitled solely to the title of Earl, ought to possess a total of 45 guards. However, previously they had all been dismissed, leaving only Su Fu, the elder brother. Subsequently, Su Fu traversed far and wide, and after considerable effort, managed to recruit a little over 10 guards. Today, accompanying Su Yu to the noble residence, there were merely Su Fu, Yan Ruyu, and 4 martial masters. The mansion retained an additional 8, specifically tasked with overseeing Su Xiaoxiao and Hong Yinyang. Su lamented, "It seems there is still a shortage of manpower. A skilled individual is needed, for both women are at risk of being abducted." Su Fu was indeed a man of action. When Su instructed him to deal with the illegitimate daughter, he did not hesitate for a moment and immediately set to work. He struck the young woman with such force that tears and snot streamed down her face. Meanwhile, the count's concubine, who had been struck 20 times, lay on the ground, moaning and barely able to articulate her words. The relentless vigor of Su Fu left Su Xing seething with indignation, his feet stamping in frustration. This obstinate fool, with his bullheadedness, was resolute in his decisions. No amount of persuasion could sway him. It was not long ago that Su Xing had covertly tested the waters with this nominal elder brother, only to be met with a torrent of scorn, and from that moment on, Su Fu had not deigned to regard him. Much like today, where Su Fu did not even cast a fleeting glance in his direction, Count Liao had reached a point of utter humiliation. His dignity shattered in front of his own doorstep amid such a commotion. Yet he remained steadfast, never once glancing at the fifth prince, nor did he plead for mercy. Despite the stinging slap to his pride, this infuriated the fifth prince to no end, his mind racing with thoughts of vengeance. If only Count Liao would raise his voice. He vowed to bring this scoundrel to his knees once more, convinced that no one would dare lay a finger on him, a prince. On the side of the Countess' residence, 2 female relatives were left speechless, their voices faltering amidst the chaos. While guards and servants lay sprawled across the ground in disarray, Count Liao, suppressing his fury, managed to utter, "Young master, they are merely women of little experience. As a man of integrity, please show leniency and refrain from holding it against them." So you secretly admired Count Liao's patience, yet his words remained unyielding and arrogant. "Count Liao," he declared, "allow me to inform you that my intention to retrieve your daughter is sanctioned by the Emperor's decree. Should you be unwilling, merely voice your objections, and I shall depart at once. As for the betrothal gifts, you may instruct your concubine to request them from the Emperor. Initially, my Su Wangfu bestowed a dowry worth hundreds of thousands of taels of silver upon the princess, only for her to cancel the engagement without the return of the gifts. Now that the Emperor has bestowed a marriage upon you, Count, don't you think it prudent to discuss the betrothal gifts with him? I dare not pursue them myself. For if the Emperor were to take offense and order my execution, my grandfather's return would not be able to save me, no matter how many he might kill." Su Yu's tongue was as rapid as a machine gun, revealing the truth of the matter, leaving the Emperor in a most precarious position. The moment those words escaped his lips, the expression on Su Xing's face, a favored student of the Emperor, turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, while the fifth prince's countenance was even more tempestuous, as if he could weep torrents of fury. Silence, you scoundrel. How dare you utter such nonsense and slander the emperor? Are you not afraid of losing your head? The fifth prince, unable to contain his explosive temper, erupted in a furious shout. Observing the robust and imposing figure of the fifth prince, Su Yu's lips curled into a wicked smile. Incensed, the fifth prince continued to bellow. What is even more despicable is that you, a mere son-in-law, dare to publicly assault your mother-in-law. What kind of decorum is this? Today, I shall be right here. And if you persist in your folly, I shall ensure you are bedridden, and we shall see whether your pathetic guards dare to raise a hand against me. Su Yu leisurely leaped down from his horse, having grown weary from sitting for too long. He ambled towards the fifth prince with his distinctive gait, swaying as he walked. Regarding the matter of the betrothal gifts I mentioned, if you harbor any doubts, feel free to inquire with the emperor himself. The truth of the matter lies within his judgment. Should he choose to impose punishment, I shall accept it. As for the affair concerning the Earl Lao's household, since the marriage has been granted, it is a matter between father-in-law and son-in-law. What concern is it of yours? Though you may be a prince, without an official title, you have no authority to intervene. If you dare to lay a hand on me today, my guard would undoubtedly strike you down. And then we shall see whether the emperor wishes to execute me, the heir. Su Yu approached the fifth prince step by step, ultimately nearly pressing her face against his. With a voice raised to a shout, she exclaimed, "Come on, fifth prince, dare to touch me again and see what happens. Su Fu, come here. If he lays a finger on me, strike him down without hesitation. I merely wish to test whether, upon the demise of the heir of the Su family, half the city can endure." Upon hearing this, Su Fu sprang forth like an arrow released from its bow, swiftly positioning himself beside Su Yu. His muscles taut and an aura of formidable energy radiating from him, poised to unleash a fierce assault. Although Yen Ryu felt a twinge of fear, she steeled herself and took her place on the opposite side of Su Yu. The fifth prince, observing Su Yu's relentless advance and listening to his audacious declarations, felt a chill creep into his heart, prompting him to instinctively take a step back. How had this young man become so resolute? What audacity fueled him? He truly dared not slay Su Yu, for the words he spoke were starkly truthful. The only course was for him to meet an untimely demise in silence, ensuring that no tangible culprit could be identified, thus allowing the Su Wangfu and the Su family army to proceed with their violent retribution without regard for public dissent. Even the emperor would not dare to act openly against him. The fifth prince's two formidable martial artist guards, albeit with trepidation, stepped forward to separate the two. Yet at that moment, Su Yu, seemingly possessed by madness, delivered a resounding slap to the fifth prince's face. "Last time at Tianfu Tower, I nearly lost my life. Since then, everything has changed. My courage has grown. My desires have intensified, and my grudges have deepened. You broke my bones, and today I repay you with this slap. A matter that can well be reasoned before the emperor. Furthermore, go back and inform your sister, Princess One, that my marriage is not so easily dismissed. Did she not say that our affairs were of no concern to the elders? Then let her not create a ruckus before the emperor. If she wishes to wed, it is contingent upon my pleasure, and whether she stirs the pot is entirely her concern." This slap left the fifth prince utterly dazed, and even his two guards were momentarily taken aback by the astonishing speed of the encounter. By the time they regained their composure, they dared not act rashly. Matters involving their masters were not to be trifled with, especially with the formidable Yen Ryu lurking nearby, her gaze as sharp as a hawk's. The impact of that slap not only stunned the fifth prince, but also sent the nearby young lords fleeing in terror. Even Su Xing, a protégé of the emperor, was left bewildered. He inwardly lamented the situation, realizing that if this fellow targeted the princess, it would inevitably lead to his own predicament. The princess's intention to break off the engagement could not be achieved without his incitement, which, for now, remained undisclosed. Su Xing felt a wave of panic within him. Previously, he had underestimated this fool, believing him incapable of such thoughts. However, today, he realized that this fool had indeed transformed into someone who instilled fear. He hurriedly stepped in to mediate. "My dear brother, I initially came to offer my support, and had even contemplated composing a few celebratory verses in your honor. Yet, your impulsiveness has taken me by surprise. How could you act so recklessly? You must apologize to the fifth prince and resolve this matter promptly, lest it reach the emperor's ears, which would lead to grave consequences." In truth, the fifth prince was being relentlessly defeated by Su Yu, and, daunted by this madman, could only gesture for Su Xing to intervene. Su Yu tilted her head, casting a sidelong glance at Su Xing, her gaze as icy as the winter frost. Chapter 17. A glimpse of a century in a glimpse. Su Yu fixed an icy gaze upon Su Xing, causing an unsettling sensation to creep into his heart. After a considerable pause, Su Yu finally let out a derisive laugh, imbued with a hint of mischief. "Dear brother, the doors of the Su family will always remain open for you. Do make it a point to visit often. The poems you composed for me are cherished treasures, firmly etched in my memory." With that, he declared, "Now, I must first attend to the matter of the imperial marriage. Once I have concluded my duties, you shall return to the Su residence, and we shall indulge in a hearty conversation, one that shall not end until we are thoroughly inebriated." With a flourish of his sleeve, Su Yu strode confidently towards the earl's residence, as if surveying his own domain. His words left Su Xing bewildered. Scratching his head, he pondered deeply. Has this fellow lost his senses? Surely he must realize that I am no longer aligned with the Su family. And when did I ever compose poetry for him? Has he indeed lost his mind? However, upon turning around, he caught sight of the fifth prince and several young nobles, their eyes glinting with knowing significance. Su Xing's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. Could it be that this young man was deliberately ensnaring her? Count Liao, she urged, let us hasten to fulfill the emperor's directive. The sooner I escort the individual away, the sooner peace can return to your esteemed residence. As Su Yu walked, he bellowed as if the betrothal was an encumbrance he wished to hastily discard. In truth, his thoughts lingered on the delicate beauties awaiting him at home. Had it not been for the unyielding decree of the emperor, he would not squander his time here. Count Liao had long since scrambled to tidy up this chaotic situation, herding his wife, daughter, guards, and servants into the marquee in a frenzy. The previously arrogant countess and her daughter had each received more than 20 slaps from Su Yu, leaving them dazed and disoriented. At this moment, they cared little for matrimonial affairs, merely wishing for this calamity to depart swiftly. While they cursed him internally, they tenderly rubbed their swollen faces. Count Liao, upon being summoned by Su Yu, dared not delay and hurriedly followed, accompanying him deeper into the count's residence. Behind him trailed Su Fu, Yin Ruyu, and 4 maidservants from the Su household, creating a somewhat imposing procession. Yet as Su Yu continued on, he sensed something amiss. The winding path led him further astray until he found himself before a dilapidated courtyard deep within the count's estate. Although the courtyard was tidily swept, its condition was quite lamentable, with several patches of plaster missing from the walls and the roof tiles sparse and scattered. Su Yu's brows furrowed into a deep frown, resembling the character for what on earth was Count Liao up to? The maidservant leading the way to the count's residence halted the group as they entered this dilapidated courtyard. Upon witnessing the scene, Count Liao was instantly drenched in beads of sweat, his heart sinking with foreboding. How could this wretched condition be so deplorable? Was this not a deliberate attempt to humiliate me? His face flushed with anger, he inwardly berated the lady of the house, cursing her for her insensitivity. Su Yu stood in the courtyard, utterly unable to believe her eyes. How could the esteemed daughter of a count reside in such a dilapidated place? Even if she had been relegated to the status of a common daughter, it should not be this dire. Moreover, she would, in name, be a member of the Su Wangfu. Is this how she is to be treated? This count's household shows an utter lack of respect for me. Her anger surged forth uncontrollably. Count Liao, what is the meaning of this? Are you deliberately targeting me, the heir? The emperor bestowed a marriage upon a daughter of the Su Wangfu, and this is how you send her off? Living in such squalor. Do you think this is a pigsty? Su Yu pointed towards the courtyard, her voice resonating with fervor, startling the birds into flight. And you? Do you still consider yourself a man? You, a dignified earl, even if your daughter has been relegated to the status of a commoner. She is still your flesh and blood. How can you be so heartless, so unforgiving towards her? People say I, Su Yu, am a waste, a scoundrel, a lecherous libertine, a debauched youth. I accept these labels. But if I were to have children, I would cherish them dearly. And you? You deserve nothing less than condemnation. Su Yu spoke with growing agitation, his cold voice imbued with a chilling intensity that compelled Count Liao to retreat several steps, his gaunt figure visibly shaken. Count Liao, thoroughly chastised, bowed his head almost to the ground, acutely aware of his shortcomings. He lamented his years of stubbornness, having focused solely on his grievances with his daughter, neglecting to visit her. Had he foreseen such an outcome, he would have acted differently. Yes, 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 he muttered, acknowledging the heir's words with a tone tinged with remorse. Just as he lowered his gaze, uncertain of how to proceed, the solitary small room in the courtyard creaked open. A young girl, approximately 14 years of age, emerged first, her visage slightly round and cherubic. She gazed at the gathering with trepidation, tears welling in her eyes, yet she valiantly restrained them from falling. Her garments were patched and faded from countless washings. Following her was a lady clad in green, who stepped forth with grace. She bore no bridal veil nor adorned herself with gold or silver jewelry. Her lustrous black hair was simply tied back, exuding an understated elegance. As she entered, she radiated a light that instantly captured Su Yu's attention. The lady regarded Su Yu with poise, halting 2 paces away, with her hands elegantly clasped before her chest. She inclined her head slightly, pressed her hands gently, and performed a graceful curtsy. Your Highness, Su, she spoke with a gentle and refined voice, reminiscent of a tranquil mountain spring flowing serenely. I am Ming-Chi Xiao, and I bear my mother's surname, while my name is of my own choosing. I have resided here since I was 10. The king's command binds me, and I have no means to alter my fate. Initially, I thought it best to endure life as it comes, or to end it should circumstances dictate. Though the reputation of His Highness may not be exemplary, your recent words have resonated deeply within me, compelling me to emerge from this courtyard and accompany you. Henceforth, I harbor a passion for literature, and should you grant me the opportunity without imposing undue hardship, I would be profoundly grateful. However, if you find me unworthy, please do not hesitate to express your sentiments. I can take my own life, unwilling to entangle the royal household in my fate. Su Yu listened to her words, gazing into her clear eyes that sparkled as if filled with countless stars. This exquisite maiden, so ethereal, had resided in such a humble place for many years. Having left her mother at the tender age of 10, she lived here in solitude. Her eyes radiated a sense of coolness and purity, seemingly holding a multitude of celestial bodies within them. With a graceful figure and stunning features, she resembled the perfect goddess that had emerged from Su Yu's dreams. He never anticipated that on this particular day, in this extraordinary setting, he would encounter such a captivating woman. Although Su Yu aspired to be a man of unwavering resolve, this Meng Qingxiao, so enchanting, mirrored the goddess of his past dreams entirely. Educated, courteous, and with an impeccable appearance, she was everything he had longed for. He had once been the prince on a quest for the perfect princess. Abruptly, he turned, his gaze fierce as he fixed it upon the earl, proclaiming loudly, "You all must leave. Without my summons, you are not permitted to enter. Earl Liao, go attend to your concubine. I have already stated that the betrothal gifts, valued in the hundreds of thousands of silver, are yours to claim or relinquish. However, today, you must weigh the dowry of the future lady of the Wangfu carefully. To ease your burden, if you cannot provide 80,000 taels of silver, I shall dismantle your earldom." Earl Liao, upon witnessing Meng Qingxiao and her attendant, who had endured such hardship, felt his heart twist in turmoil. Hearing Su Yu's words, he tasted blood in his throat, nearly choking on it. He stifled his emotions, not daring to utter a sound, his complexion as pallid as a frostbitten eggplant, retreating alongside the others in dismay. His heart ached, though he could not discern whether it was for his daughter or for the silver. Afterward, Su Yu adjusted his attire, stepped forward a couple of paces, and, with the decorum of a scholar, respectfully bowed to Meng Qingxiao. "Miss Meng, from this moment forth, you shall be a member of the Su Wangfu. It is true that my reputation is less than admirable. However, upon leaving the Earl's estate and entering the royal residence, I shall impose no restrictions upon you. Should you wish to study, I will procure every book in the capital for you. I believe in the saying from a past life, a glance can span 100 years, and 100 years can be contained in a single glance." With that, he turned once more, raising his voice to command, "Su Fu, arrange for someone to come in and assist the mistress with her belongings. Not a single item she desires shall be overlooked." Su Fu observed the young master's demeanor, pondering what had transpired. Had he truly been captivated by this girl? The maidens Su Xiaoxiao and Hong Yinyang in the residence had never caused such a display of disarray in the young master. Indeed, young master, Xiao Shuang, Xiao Yu, you all hastily assist in moving the belongings. The chubby little girl timidly stood behind her mistress, gripping her hand tightly, whispering, "Miss." The young master seems not fierce at all. Meng Qingxiao stood silently, her heart echoing Su Yu's words. A glance spans a century encapsulated in a glance. She gradually closed her eyes, pondering, could this fleeting glance truly signify 100 years? A single tear glided down her cheek, which she caught with her hand. This place had never felt like home. Now, having departed, it should have been a joyous occasion, devoid of tears. Marriage is a celebration, and thus, tears ought to be absent. After enduring hardships for 8 years, encountering a worthy partner today should not evoke sorrow. Chapter 18. The young master's wife returns to the residence. Su Yu gazed at Meng Qingxiao's current expression, her heart swelling with an even deeper sense of compassion. As a distinguished count and a father, how could he treat such an exceptional daughter with such indifference? Su Yu felt a surge of murderous intent, wishing fervently to slay Count Liao at once and to end the wicked concubine's life with a single stroke. Without the need for further words, he could envision the torment and injustice his wife must have endured within the confines of the count's residence, subjected to the malice of that vile concubine. A procession of maids entered the room, their expressions filled with shock at the sight before them. This cramped space served as the dwelling for the master and servant, while adjacent lay a rudimentary kitchen and washing area. The appalling conditions within this room stood in stark contrast to the opulence of the royal residence, where even the maids' quarters were far superior. As for the belongings within, aside from the bedding, there was but a chest containing neatly piled garments belonging to both master and servant. Another chest was brimming with books. The chubby little maid flitted about, her demeanor anxious, fearful that even the slightest mishap might damage these treasured possessions. A faint flicker of warmth finally appeared on Meng Qingxiao's face. She gracefully stepped forward and performed a proper bow before Su Yu, her voice soft yet tinged with a hint of apology. "My lord, we possess little in terms of worldly goods. Only this chest of books might amuse the young master." Su Yu felt a bitterness in her throat and immediately spoke in a sharp tone, "Su Fu, are all the garments of the young master's wife prepared? Today, I shall ensure that this master and servant leave the earl's residence in grand style. If anything is missing, return to the manor at once to retrieve it. Should it also be unavailable there, procure it throughout the entire capital. Today, I have ample time to wait." Su Fu was filled with a myriad of emotions. Fully aware that the young heir seemed genuinely smitten, how could one not feel sorrow for a beloved who endured such wretchedness? Indeed, he vowed to ensure that the heir's wife would shine brightly within the marquis's residence. Having spoken, he hurriedly departed to arrange the necessary matters. At this moment, only a few maidservants remained in the small courtyard, standing in a neat row with 2 boxes, patiently awaiting instructions. Su Yu could no longer endure the desolation of the dilapidated courtyard. He turned swiftly and stepped out. Remaining in this place felt akin to sprinkling salt on the wounds of Ming Qingxiao's dreams. As she watched Su Yu's retreating figure, warmth crept into her gaze, and her eyes glistened once more with unshed tears. She remained there, quietly observing until Su Yu vanished at the threshold of the courtyard. Xiaozi, please bring a chair for the young master. He must be waiting outside, Ming Qingxiao instructed softly. The cherubic Xiaozi glanced at her tearful mistress and, with a mixture of excitement and concern, replied, "Yes, miss, please do not cry anymore. I can see that the young master is even more distressed than you. I truly like him." Ming Qingxiao turned and retreated into her room. The resolute facade she had maintained shattered the moment she closed the door, unleashing a torrent of emotions. Outside, Su Yu observed as the timid Xiaozi emerged, carrying a chair and shyly placing it before him. "Young master, the miss has asked me to bring this for you," she said. "Xiaozi is it? Well done. You are quite remarkable." Su Yu sat outside the courtyard with a face as still as water, his imposing posture resembling that of a guardian deity. Count Liao, consumed by fury, stormed directly to the chambers of the countess, who lay sprawled upon her bed. Her disheveled hair framed a face twisted with rage as she hurled curses at Su Yu and berated the maidservants cowering at her side. 4 or 5 trembling maids knelt in terror as the count entered, his expression dark and foreboding. At the sight of her husband, the countess wailed even more shrilly, her voice hoarse from screaming. "You spineless wretch! A noble count, yet you stood by and watched as your wife was humiliated. And then you had the gall to grovel before him. What wretched fate condemned me to marry such a coward? I swear, I'll sever all ties with you. I demand a divorce. I refuse to endure this disgrace any longer." She failed to notice the countess' face, now livid with fury, his features contorted in wrath. As her tirade continued, Count Liao finally snapped. Seizing her by the hair, he dragged her from the bed and struck her swollen face with brutal force, once, twice. "Ah, you bastard! How dare you strike me? Have you lost your mind?" she shrieked, stunned. Never before had he raised a hand against her. Between each merciless blow, the count spoke in a chillingly measured tone. "I knew your nature, yet I still made you countess. What a grave mistake. Arrogant, willful, utterly shameless. My daughter, for 8 long years, was left to rot in squalor. I may have been angry with her, but you? What kind of stepmother were you? I never imagined you would treat her so cruelly. 8 years, not a single decent gown, only one young maid in patched clothing. How you must have tormented them daily. You deserve this. No, you deserve death." His voice grew colder. "I warned you not to provoke the heir. This was the Emperor's arrangement. Did you think your tyranny within these walls extended beyond them? You ungrateful wretch. Elevating you to countess was a curse upon this house. Today, I will purge this blight from the Liao family with my own hands." For the first time, the countess felt true terror as his murderous intent bore down upon her. Had she truly erred so grievously? The countess' strikes did not relent. "You wish to sever ties? To divorce? Very well. I shall grant your wish. Today, I will write the decree of repudiation. This household can no longer tolerate a fool like you." Only then did the countess realize the gravity of her situation. Fear seized her. If cast out as a middle-aged woman, where would she go? This man was no longer the obedient husband she had dominated. Had she truly miscalculated so terribly? Her cries turned to desperate pleas. "I was wrong, my lord. Spare me. I'll change, I swear. Don't cast me out. What of our daughter, Chun'er? Have mercy. I beg you." Yet Count Liao remained unmoved, his retribution unyielding. Time flowed like a silent river. 2 hours slipped away in the blink of an eye. Su Yu donned a resplendent scarlet robe, its flowing sleeves cascading gracefully, while her lower half was adorned with layers of an intricately pleated gown, exuding an air of nobility. Dreaming Qixiao, on the other hand, wore a crimson veil atop her head, complemented by an exquisitely detailed ceremonial dress embellished with golden and emerald hairpins, accentuating her regal presence. A phoenix crown and a flowing train further highlighted her opulence. Behind her trailed several maids from the Su household, all adorned in freshly tailored garments, for at this moment, they represented the family of Dreaming Qingxiao. Su Yu, holding a red lotus, guided Ming Qingxiao, while Xiaozi cautiously assisted them. The trio slowly emerged from the deep confines of the Earl's mansion, arriving at the grand entrance. By this time, the 5th prince, the top scholar, and the noble young man had long vanished, and even the curious onlookers from the streets had dispersed. Only Earl Liao stood at the gate with a few servants. Upon seeing his daughter, who was adorned like a celestial being, his eyes inadvertently moistened. Today, his daughter appeared extraordinarily beautiful and captivating. Sensing Su Yu's disapproving gaze, Earl Liao managed a calm smile and approached his daughter, whose visage was concealed beneath a red veil. "Today, I have heavily punished that wicked woman. She will lie in bed for at least half a year. I acknowledge that all of this is my fault. I have been resentful regarding your name change. Yet in these past 8 years, I have never shown concern for you. It is only today that I have come to realize your plight. And I am filled with regret. It is indeed laughable. Your hatred towards me is entirely justified. You remain the legitimate daughter of the Earl Liao's household. While Chun is as willful and capricious as her mother, I shall ensure strict discipline in the future, so as not to repeat past mistakes. I have erred, and there is no need for justification. The dowry is prepared, though not extravagant, amounting to 120,000 taels. Particularly, I have included your mother's portion, and the rest has been gathered with all my efforts. He then looked earnestly at Su Yu and said, My lord, I hope you will cherish my daughter. I entrust her to you. As they part ways, the road ahead may be fraught with challenges. You must take care of yourselves. Should she ever wish to return to the Earl's residence, I will be waiting at any time. Having spoken, he turned once more to the veiled figure and declared, I was wrong. With that, the lean man stumbled slightly and hurried away. Beneath the red veil, Meng Qingxiao's makeup was already disheveled, her fingers interlocked tightly, trembling slightly. Su Yusin thought to herself, this old man does indeed express genuine feelings, yet it all seems to come a touch too late. Nevertheless, should I encounter unforeseen misfortunes in the future, Qingxiao will still have a refuge. Su Yu and his companions stepped out of the, guiding Meng Qingxiao into the carriage. The sound of ceremonial cannons boomed. The joyous wedding music resonated. The palanquin was lifted. The daughter-in-law of the heir is returning home. In an instant, the air was filled with the thunderous blasts of cannon fire, the melodious strains of wedding music, and the palanquin was gently raised. The procession moved grandly towards the royal residence, heralding the commencement of Meng Qingxiao's new life. Chapter 19. The heir's eyes are on me, and I shall be his for a century. The festive sounds echoed along the way, with the booming of the cannons nearly numbing the ears, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled exuberance. A throng of onlookers gathered, as if witnessing a grand spectacle, causing the streets to become utterly congested. Su Yu is once again transformed into that boisterous individual, incessantly waving his hands, his smile nearly stretching to his earlobes. His exuberance suggests that marrying this celestial beauty is the pinnacle of his accomplishments in life. Upon entering the Su Wang residence, within the Purple Qi courtyard, a throng of servants busily scurried about, preparing the new surroundings. Su Yu held Meng Qingxiao's hand, as if he were carrying a rare treasure, leading her to this place. Initially, he had only intended to fulfill the task assigned by the emperor, never planning to pursue anything further. Yet, he unexpectedly gained such a remarkable lady. What a stroke of fortune. As Su Yu walked, he remarked, This is my Ziki garden. Henceforth, you too shall reside here. My circumstances are rather peculiar, and my reputation leaves much to be desired, with my actions often deemed eccentric. Therefore, you may dwell here in peace. I have made all necessary arrangements within the estate. Feel free to pursue your desires and delegate matters as you see fit. Who would dare to disobey? Meng Qingxiao, held by his hand, spoke with a voice as melodious as a lark, clear and delightful. I comprehend the young master's intentions. There is no need for further elaboration. Outside this Ziki garden, you may choose how to embody your role as the heir of Su Wangfu. Whether to persist as a dandy, a wastrel, or a spendthrift, the choice is yours. Today, I believe I have begun to understand the peculiarities of your past actions. Once we enter this Ziki garden, let us mutually respect one another and lead a harmonious life. If you accept me as your wife, I am prepared to shoulder that responsibility. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Su Chang couldn't help but marvel at Qing Zhao's remarkable poise and wisdom. Could it truly be that extensive reading bestows such clarity upon a person? Moreover, her subtle insinuation suggested an awareness of her own feigned naivety, which only added to her astuteness. As soon as Su Yu departed, her maidservants entered, performing the customary courtesy of master and servant. Lady of the heir, Miss C, from this day forth, we shall attend to you, Miss C, and serve you, madam. Please feel free to issue any commands. Little Z, somewhat timid, tugged at her mistress's hand and softly called out, Miss. Qingxiao gently removed her red veil, caressed little Z's small hand, and said, Z, you must now address me as lady of the heir. You shall follow little Z's lead from now on. As she spoke, her gaze drifted beyond the door and courtyard walls, seemingly catching a glimpse of the fleeing heir. A slight smile graced her lips, and her heart fluttered ever so slightly. Humph, do they still underestimate me? Is it merely an act of foolishness and debauchery? Surely, I can see through it all. You believe yourself ensnared in peril, fearing that I might be implicated. What of treacherous mountains or blazing fires? One glance can determine a century. If you dare protect me for 100 years, how could I not reciprocate for a lifetime? With Qingxiao established in the Ziki courtyard, Su Yu took residence in the Heyi courtyard, just a few paces away, akin to a guardian watching over Qingxiao. He secured the courtyard door and engaged in Tai Chi and practiced the Su family's martial arts within, striving to attain tranquility. Yet, the moment he sought stillness, troubling thoughts began to surface. The Su residence, once nearly reduced to a mere shell, is now burdened with such substantial expenses that Su Fu is likely nearing his breaking point. It is imperative to devise a strategy to procure funds. That young heir still owes me a considerable sum, and it is high time to collect. Furthermore, that scoundrel surnamed Chao, who previously tricked me into losing tens of thousands of taels, must also be held accountable. I shall find a way to reclaim my losses. Oh, managing a household is indeed a formidable task. I wonder about the old master's condition and when he might return. If he does not come back, the Su estate may very well be turned upside down. As night fell, Su Yu, accompanied by Su Fu and Yin Ruyu, arrived at the Ziki courtyard. The hall was ablaze with light, and the large round table was already laden with an array of delicacies prepared by the maids. Su Yu politely instructed the other maidservants to leave and graciously invited Qing Xiao to take a seat. She then gestured for Su Fu and Yin Ryu to join them at the table. Finally, she turned to the petite figure of Xiao Zi beside Qing Xiao and said, "You two, come to the table." Su Fu understood that this was the young lord's family banquet. Xiao Zi glanced at Su Yu and then at her own young lady. Feeling a bit apprehensive and hesitant to move, Qing Xiao spoke, "Zier, from now on, whatever the young lord says, you shall obey." Xiao Zi obediently replied. Yet after a turn, she darted over to sit beside Yin Ryu, leaving the adjacent seat for Su Yu. Su Yu felt a surge of joy in her heart. This girl truly understood the essence of responsibility and is bound to achieve great success in the future. Qing Xiao, allow me to introduce you. Su Yuqing cleared her throat and introduced. This is Su Fu, my grandfather's adopted son, my elder brother, and the esteemed steward of our Su household. Su Fu quickly stood up, respectfully stating, I have the honor of meeting you, madam. From now on, matters within the residence will require your thoughtful consideration and guidance. Qing Xiao also rose, performing a proper greeting. Elder brother, may you be blessed with health and peace. Su Fu laughed so heartily that it seemed his mouth would stretch to the back of his head. Madam, please do not be so formal. The situation of the Su family is rather unique at this moment. After tonight, you and the young master need only to keep me, your elder brother, in your hearts. There is no need for such grand gestures in the future. Do remember. Qing Xiao smiled and replied, younger sister shall remember. So you continue to introduce. This is Yin Ryu. Do not be deceived by his robust exterior. Within him resides a childlike spirit. He has a profound fondness for roasted chicken and possesses remarkable martial prowess, having reached the esteemed master level. Ryu, in the future. If you desire roasted chicken at the residence, simply seek out the lady of the house. She will undoubtedly ensure an ample supply for you. As Yin Ryu was voraciously devouring his roasted chicken, upon hearing this, he nodded vigorously as if pounding garlic. I understand, madam. I would like to have 2 more right now, if that is permissible. Qing Xiao blinked, glancing at Yin Ryu before turning her gaze to Su Yu. Fully aware of the depth of misunderstanding surrounding this individual. Very well, henceforth, Ryu may indulge in as much as he wishes, if the royal residence cannot provide enough. I have a generous dowry to procure more. Yin Ryu, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head, his youthful face flushing a shade of crimson. So you turned to Xiao Zi and said, Xiao Zi, from now on, this place will be your home. We shall not regard you as a maid but as the beloved younger sister of the mistress. Take good care of her, with the assistance of the other maids. You should also accompany her in reading more and broadening your horizons. Xiao Zi stuck out her tongue and nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a rattle drum. Though her gaze remained lowered, she feared that if she lifted her head, tears would uncontrollably spill forth, disrupting the joyous atmosphere. Finally, so you turned to Qing Xiao and inquired, Qing Xiao, do you have anything to say? Today marks the first official family banquet in our Su residence. Aside from the old master, Qing Xiao surveyed the room and softly replied, First, I wish to express my gratitude to you, young master, for valuing me so highly. I shall cherish this opportunity. I have no further remarks. Having entered the royal residence, I shall naturally consider its interests. As you mentioned, since you hold me dear in your heart, I shall reciprocate your sentiments for a lifetime. Simply continue being yourself, for I understand your affairs well. Siyu raised his head and downed a glass of wine with a bold spirit. Excellent. Tomorrow, Qin Xiao and Zier shall practice martial arts with me. Upon hearing this, Su Fu was momentarily taken aback. What martial arts? My lord, do you possess such skills? Yin Ryu remained engrossed in her meal, oblivious to the conversation. Qi Xiao and little Zier, equally astonished, questioned how 2 young ladies like themselves could engage in martial training. Chapter 20. The Emergence of a Leader, Su Xiaoxiao's Allegiance. The author's literary prowess may be limited, yet the insights of experienced readers are boundless. Your thoughts are most welcome. The following day, before dawn, Su Yu, invigorated as if fueled by enthusiasm, hastened to the Purple Qi courtyard. After a brief wait, he led Qi Xiao and little Zier into the courtyard. In truth, even Su Fu was unaware of my martial abilities. Additionally, my fighting technique is rather ferocious, unless it is a matter of life and death. Qing Xiao should not reveal it easily. Su Yu wore an expression of earnest sincerity, lowering his voice as he spoke. Qing Xiao, from now on, at this hour, every day, you must rise to practice. Especially you, with your remarkable intellect, must exert considerable effort. In the dimly lit courtyard, Qing Xiao's eyes sparkled like 2 tiny stars. Twinkling with vitality, she crisply responded with a single word, all right. Meanwhile, Xiao Zi, still in a state of drowsiness, appeared dazed and disoriented, like a sleepy little wanderer, completely unable to discern her surroundings. Ziyu stepped forward, leisurely assuming a stance, and began to teach Tai Chi as movements flowed like a gentle stream at times, and at others, resembled the graceful spread of a white crane's wings. Qing Xiao, positioned behind him, was utterly captivated, her eyes wide open, not daring to blink. Thus, they practiced for a full hour, until the sky brightened with the dawn. Su Yu then accompanied Qing Xiao and Xiao Zi to enjoy breakfast. I might wander aimlessly outside during the day, so don't mind me. Instead, focus on your training indoors. With that, Su Yu stepped out of the courtyard. After just a few paces, he suddenly slapped himself hard several times, the sound echoing sharply, causing him to grimace in pain. What was he doing? It turned out he wanted to confirm that he was not merely dreaming. Oh my, Qing Xiao is simply a genius. As for Xiao Zi, there is no need to mention her. During practice, she seemed utterly befuddled, remaining in a daze from beginning to end, her movements chaotic. However, Qing Xiao was different. After only 2 forms of Tai Chi and merely 2 hours of instruction, she effortlessly executed the left-hand embrace of the moon and the right-hand shaking of the mountain. Her movements flowing gracefully and impressively. Su Yu has dedicated over 30 years to rigorous practice, yet he cannot achieve such remarkable prowess. Qing Xiao possesses not only an astonishingly high intelligence, but also an extraordinary talent that seems almost supernatural. When it comes to cultivating energy, he can channel it through his meridians in a single attempt. Although his current abilities are still quite limited, the potential he harbors is simply unfathomable. Su Yu found herself enchanted. She had truly stumbled upon a treasure. Given that Qing Xiao was learning so swiftly, Su Yu resolved to alter her plans, intending to dedicate a few days to teaching her diligently. It was likely that before long, she would master the entirety of Su Yu's martial arts techniques. With her rapid and proficient learning, Su Yu would be able to venture out with greater peace of mind. Su Yu strolled leisurely, his heart brimming with delight, when suddenly he caught sight of Su Xiaoxiao lingering by the entrance of Twilight Courtyard. He mused to himself that this young woman must have deliberately positioned herself to catch his eye. Glancing between Violet Mist Pavilion, Twilight Courtyard, and Lingxiu Courtyard, he clenched his teeth and strode forward resolutely. He even concocted a justification in his mind. This is purely to subdue these 2 women, certainly not for other reasons. Noticing Su Yu's approach, Su Xiaoxiao took the initiative to speak this time, not daring to delay lest the unpredictable man lose his temper again and become deaf to her words. Young master, she began, after days of contemplation. I've realized you're feigning ignorance. I wish to propose a bargain with you, if I may. The previously impatient Su Yu halted abruptly upon hearing this. He sauntered to the stone table in the courtyard and settled himself comfortably. Without uttering a word, he fixed Su Xiaoxiao with an intrigued gaze, his eyes gleaming with the curiosity of one examining a rare artifact. My family of 5 has disappeared, hidden away by the second prince, I know not where. I implore you to save them. Though her voice trembled slightly as her eyes reddened, it's equally possible they were slain the very day after my capture. Su Yu nodded, sensing the need to stoke the flames further. On the very night you were captured, 2 formidable martial artists arrived. The following night, an additional 4 appeared. Surely, you comprehend the implications of this, do you not? Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao instinctively placed her hands beneath the table, gripping tightly, her knuckles turning pale. Deep down, she understood that the visitors on the first night likely sought to rescue her, while those who came the second night were undoubtedly intent on silencing her permanently. Su Yu continued, I have long stated that once you enter the royal residence, escaping it becomes a perilous endeavor. Either you shall be confined or meet your demise. However, should you choose to collaborate with me, as long as you do not betray my trust, I can guarantee your safety. You are an astute individual, and you must comprehend that venturing out alone equates to certain death. Aligning yourself with me offers a glimmer of hope for survival. Should I indeed manage to endure this ordeal, you would rightfully assume the position of my consort in the royal household. Although not a wife, you would undoubtedly hold a place among my favorite companions. Furthermore, having spent years as a spy, you must harbor a wealth of secrets. I am not foolish enough to intentionally provoke your displeasure. Additionally, given your striking beauty and our previous encounters, I have every reason to provide for you. As for your family, rest assured that I will make every effort to rescue them should the opportunity arise. Upon concluding his words, he regarded Su Xiaoxiao with a quiet intensity, awaiting her response. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao no longer dared to underestimate Su Yu. She lifted her gaze, taking a serious measure of the man before her for the first time. Setting aside his tarnished reputation in the perilous circumstances, Su Yu possessed a certain charm and charisma. He was capable and adept at understanding people, employing methods that were undeniably effective. If I were to truly pledge my allegiance to you, demonstrating my sincerity and proving my worth, would you genuinely treat me with earnestness thereafter? Su Xiaoxiao inquired. Su Yu rose and slowly approached Su Xiaoxiao, saying, with your keen insight, you must be adept at discerning truth from falsehood. Let me be forthright, I am already married. You are my first concubine, and there will undoubtedly be others in the future. However, all will be my women, and as long as they do not betray me, I shall treat them with utmost sincerity. I can swear an oath to that effect. Upon hearing this, the weight in Su Xiaoxiao's heart finally lifted. After all, a woman, regardless of her external pursuits, ultimately seeks a sense of security. This man, when unmasked, surpasses the second prince significantly. If the heir truly harbors such intentions, a single word would suffice, far more effective than any sworn promise. Pausing for a moment, Su Xiaoxiao continued, let me share my insights regarding the second prince. His schemes run deep. As you are aware, What you know is likely just the tip of the iceberg. I have been gathering intelligence on him for 7 years. Yet he has managed to keep me in the dark. While most matters are manageable, there is one crucial detail you must be aware of. He has connections to the underground city, and the ties are substantial. Over the years, although those individuals have remained largely hidden, significant movements are certainly afoot. He has never disclosed these matters to me, nor have I been involved in them. I have deduced this from various clues. When he finally decides to act, even the Emperor may find himself wary. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, his brow immediately furrowed into a distinctive shape. An underground city? He had indeed never heard of such a thing. And it was likely that his original self had never encountered it either. Su Xiaoxiao continued. The underground city is said to have once been part of the capital many years ago, though it is uncertain when it sank beneath the earth. Whether it truly was the capital that descended or a natural formation remains unknown, yet there undeniably exists this subterranean expanse. The visible entrance lies in a canyon over 100 miles to the east of the capital. If the young master aspires to achieve greatness, the underground city presents an excellent opportunity. I estimate that the entire underground city could accommodate between several 100,000 to 1 million inhabitants. With its numerous pathways resembling a labyrinth, characterized by complex and perilous terrain, showcasing remarkable survival capabilities. She listened, nodding repeatedly, secretly admiring Su Xiaoxiao, who seemed to be a natural talent for intelligence work. She would undoubtedly become an invaluable asset in the future. Well, I accept your pledge of loyalty, henceforth. You shall be my right hand. You must perform diligently. Now, let us discuss the moon worship sect in the southwest. What do you know about it? Su Xiaoxiao also rose to her feet, pacing slowly as if organizing her thoughts. The moon worship sect appears to have some connections with the second prince, though he does not regard them highly, viewing them merely as a band of assassins that cannot amount to anything significant. They place great importance on virginity. Once their practitioners lose their purity, their martial arts stagnate or even regress, which is quite peculiar. Upon hearing this, Su Yu felt a sudden jolt of interest. Su Xiaoxiao continued, however, not long ago, I discovered that the top scholar, your second brother, seems to be in contact with the disciples of the moon worshippers. What on earth? Su Yu couldn't help but exclaim, his admiration for Su Xiaoxiao growing even deeper. Her intuition was remarkably keen. Su Yu, lost in thought, embraced Su Xiaoxiao and inquired, what about Master Chao? Do you possess any incriminating evidence against him? I wish to teach him a lesson. Chapter 21. The talented beauties of the Wang Mansion, skilled in both arts and arms. The warm sunlight filtered through the intricately carved window frames, casting a gentle glow upon the courtyard of the Twilight Pavilion. Su Xiaoxiao was still organizing some crucial information she had come to know. Meanwhile, Su Yu began to grow increasingly restless. Observing his demeanor, Su Xiaoxiao feigned anger and lightly struck his chest with her delicate fist, saying, You, always so unruly. Here I am, diligently planning, and you, having just returned from elsewhere, are you truly about to unleash chaos once more? Su Yu wore a faint smile at the corners of his lips as he gently pulled Su Xiaoxiao into his embrace, leading her into the room. My dear, I cannot bear to be apart from you for even a moment. In my heart, engaging in delightful conversations with you is of utmost importance. Yet, there are matters of greater significance, are there not? Su Xiaoxiao playfully huffed. You always know how to flatter me. We have only just emerged from Zaki Yuan, and you seem to think yourself invincible. Despite her teasing words, she no longer resisted and willingly followed him into the room. The enchanting maiden, with her unique charm, stirred a sense of unease within Su Yu. With a blend of playful reproach, cooperation, and ultimately surrender, Su Xiaoxiao, lacking any martial prowess, found herself at the mercy of Su Yu, feeling both wronged and vulnerable. After resting for quite some time, Su Xiaoxiao gradually regained her composure, nestling in Su Yu's embrace. She began to relay the intricate intelligence regarding the various factions in the capital. Su Yu listened intently, her fingers lightly tapping on the table, when suddenly a spark of inspiration struck her. Xiaoxiao, there is no need for you to divulge everything at once. I cannot retain it all. In the future, should I require your assistance, I shall seek out you. The information prodigy, I have been contemplating that you seem to spend your days idly in this courtyard. Perhaps I should arrange for you to have an assistant. Whether within the estate or beyond, leverage your connections to help me gather some valuable intelligence. However, let us prioritize your safety above all else, shall we? Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief, and she raised her hand to deliver a playful punch. Humph, is this how men behave? After just a few days of closeness, you wish to send me off to work? I refuse to be a pawn. I am not foolish. Take Lady Ling Qiu from the courtyard, for instance. She possesses an extraordinary demeanor, no less than mine. Do you wish to rid yourself of my presence in the estate? He was taken aback, a wry smile escaping his lips as he lamented the inscrutable nature of a woman's thoughts. He hastily waved his hand, saying, Oh dear, I didn't mean it that way. I was mistaken. Let us not speak of this matter any further. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes twinkled mischievously as she sweetly replied, However, when you are not here, the courtyard indeed feels rather desolate. Why don't you find someone utterly trustworthy, preferably with advanced martial skills? With such a person assisting in locating my informants and appropriately developing leads, the information gathered could be compiled even while I am at the Wang residence. This way, I would have a thorough understanding of all happenings in the capital, ensuring that you receive the most valuable intelligence. Su Yu felt a warmth in her heart. After all, what man does not wish for a woman to revolve around him? Naturally, a relationship that evolves in such a manner requires further communication. Unable to bear Su Xiaoxiao's pleas any longer, she ultimately relented. Upon exiting the twilight courtyard and encountering Su Fu, Su Yu spoke with a serious demeanor, instructing. From now on, there is no need to assign anyone to keep watch over Su Xiaoxiao in the manor. Should she wish to leave, do not impede her. Allow her to depart freely. Inform everyone that she is to be treated with the courtesy befitting the consort of the heir. If she truly wishes to stay, being overly cautious would create a sense of distance. Should she choose to leave, let her go. After all, the core secrets of the Wang residence are beyond her reach. As night fell, having made arrangements for Su Xiaoxiao, Su Yu turned her attention to the matter of Hong Yinan. She understood well that if she could win over the holy maiden of the moon worship sect, the safety of the Su residence would be assured. Meanwhile, the innocent and naive Hong Yinan paced in the Lingxiu courtyard, muttering to herself, that fellow must be holed up with the new lady all day. Behaving in a most unbecoming manner. What a lecherous wolf, with nothing but romantic thoughts swirling in his head. Abandoned here and neglected. It seems no one from the sect will come to my aid. Humph, is being defiled such a disgrace? Between the fallen holy maiden and the Su Wang residence. My master would undoubtedly avoid provoking the Wang family. Lost in her musings, she suddenly turned around and was taken aback to see Su Yu standing behind her. A smile that seemed both genuine and mocking on her lips. Anger surged within her. Haha, what brings the heir to this side, seeking amusement at my expense? Su Yu secretly chuckled, realizing that the red-hidden maiden had been marked by him, yet remained oblivious to her changed state of mind. A smirk played on his lips as he remarked, Hidden maiden, you are not foolish, merely overly naive. Whether I am weary or not, you shall soon discover. I have heard that women of the moon worship sect are often scorned after losing their purity. Perhaps your position as a saintess has already been usurped by another. A jolt ran through Hong Yinang's heart, and her expression shifted slightly. How could this scoundrel know everything? Upon witnessing the situation, Su Yu continued, I have come today to propose a transaction. You are well aware that the techniques of the moon worship sect hold no value in my eyes. Currently, you find yourself in a state of disarray, your progress stagnated, if not regressing. However, should you agree to assist me, I am prepared to offer you a set of supreme techniques. Given your innate talent and with diligent practice, you may achieve notable progress within a month. Potentially breaking through to the master realm, ensuring your invincibility beneath the Grand Master level. Hong Yinyang was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief as she struggled to find her voice. After regaining her composure, she retorted with indignation, You scoundrel, you intend to deceive me again. Your words are laced with lies. I do not trust you. Su Yu remained unperturbed, smiling as he continued, Do not rush. Allow me to finish my tale. Yesterday, I took a wife at the Su Wang residence. There is but one mistress, while concubines may come later. You are aware of Su Xiaoxiao next door. She has become my concubine, tasked with gathering intelligence and moving freely within the estate, able to depart at will. Then, Su Yu embarked on a charming narrative, painting a vision of the future with heartfelt sincerity, leaving Hong Yinyang utterly bewildered. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself drawn into the room by Su Yu. After a conversation, Hong Yinyang felt once again ensnared by Su Yu's schemes. Her eyes brimming with indignation as she fiercely bit down on his arm, exclaiming, Scoundrel, you have deceived me once more. You take delight in tormenting me, knowing I cannot return to the moon worship sect, and thus you manipulate me so. Su Yu felt a pang in his heart as he gazed upon the helpless and bewildered Hong Yinyang in his arms. A twinge of guilt washing over him for his own emotional greed. He spoke softly, Hong Yinyang, trust me this time. Follow me, and I shall never let you down. Soon, I will help you unravel the majority of your seal and impart new techniques to you. The gates of the Wang residence will always be open for you. Should you wish to leave, I will not hinder you nor hold it against you. However, you must understand that accompanying me entails perilous days ahead. If you are unwilling to take such risks, I shall not compel you. Hong Yinyang, still clutching his arm, bit down slightly, causing Su Yu to wince in pain, but he did not pull away. After a long moment, she released her grip and slowly wrapped her arms around him. Her voice thick with emotion, If you betray me, I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth, and you will pay the price. Chapter 22, The Three Horse Carriages. If heaven has feelings, it too shall grow old. How easily a multitude of wives can lead to exhaustion. A furious outburst for a beloved can leave one suffering for months. In recent days, aside from teaching Qin Shao Tai Chi at the Ziki courtyard, Su Yu busied himself with Xiaoxiao and Yinang, crafting a love potion of sorts. He was acutely aware of the fervent dreams of love that bloom in such youthful years, weaving grand fantasies filled with romance and poetic imagery. Moreover, Su Fu managed to locate an elderly veteran for him, a peculiar man, yet he passed Su Yu's scrutiny and tests, nearing the pinnacle of martial prowess. This veteran would serve as a liaison for Xiaoxiao, facilitating communication among her various informants. Subsequently, Xiaoxiao's room became adorned with an array of intricate relational diagrams depicting numerous figures: the second prince, the fifth prince, Chancellor Chao, the emperor, young master Zhang. and many others whose identities remained obscure to him. Strands of red thread intertwined among these individuals, and she diligently compiled the wealth of information, meticulously jotting notes on paper. She was utterly engrossed in her work, so much so that Su Yu eventually felt like an intrusion, and as time wore on, Xiaoxiao gently ushered him out. Su Yu sighed, acknowledging that each profession has its own expertise, and indeed, he found himself ill-suited for this particular endeavor. Yin Yang had all her acupoint seals unbound by Su Yu, contrary to his earlier claim of having only released half. As for the reason behind Su Yu's audacity, it was the realization that the naive Yin Yang was currently most attached to him. Su Yu imparted to her a martial art technique from a venerable elder of the former extraordinary faction, known as the 18 Pauses. Its efficacy was so remarkable that even Su Yu felt a pang of envy. The fluid movements, turning, shifting, floral punches, powerful elbows, bowing legs, backward knees, crossing river kicks, and the support of Mount Tai, yielded close combat results that rivaled her own Tai Chi. Observing Yin Yang practicing fervently, Su Yu could no longer restrain herself. Engaging in close combat, they exchanged genuine blows for a time, leaving Yin Yang astonished as she gazed at Su Yu. Little flower heart, it seems your martial prowess is indeed formidable. Truly. Everyone has been deceived by you. I too have been a fool. You possess the ability to seal my cultivation and teach me such an impressive fighting style. How could I not realize that you are the most formidable one here? Your techniques are exceedingly versatile, capable of neutralizing force and redirecting attacks, so elusive. However, I sense that your cultivation level remains somewhat lacking. If I were more familiar with the 18 pauses, I could defeat you in less than 10 moves. And that is with me suppressing my spiritual energy. Indeed, my cultivation is a bit low. I shall take my time. Su Yu merely employed evasive maneuvers, forsaking offensive techniques altogether. Women possess their own idiosyncrasies. Yin Yang, being a year older, frequently referred to Su Yu as Little Flower Heart. Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, affectionately addressed Su Yu as Yu Lang, while Qing Xiao, unabashed and forthright, directly called him husband. Ultimately, at Qing Xiao's behest, Su Yu escorted Xiaoxiao and Yin Yang to the Ziki courtyard. Qing Xiao sat at the head of the table, awaiting the entrance of the trio, while all the maids discreetly exited, with Su Fu hastily slipping away. He truly felt powerless in such matters, and dared not intervene. It was perplexing how the young master possessed such allure. Su Xiaoxiao, a renowned courtesan and head of intelligence, with her vast experience and high aspirations, had been ensnared in mere days. She had effectively become a specialist in espionage, with her own guards, servants, and maids now under her meticulous surveillance. It seemed that only the young master, his wife, Yin Yang, and Xiaozi had not yet entered her web of intrigue. She had explicitly informed Su Fu that henceforth, the intelligence network of the Su Wangfu would be under her purview, including the oversight of personnel within her own estate. This news elated Su Fu, for such talent was precisely what the Su Wangfu required. Thus far, she had unearthed 2 individuals, a maid and a servant, with irrefutable evidence. Su Xiaoxiao, the little mistress, was formidable, but even more daunting was Yin Yang, the little mistress as well. It was rumored that the young master had imparted a set of martial arts techniques to her, enabling her to contend with masters and sidestep previous entanglements. And she was diligently honing her skills. The power of the Wangfu was undeniably ascending. Yet, amid this exhilaration, Su Fu harbored trepidations. What if these 3 women were mishandled? Su Yu gazed at the retreating Su Fu and smiled gently. He was not the least bit anxious from the moment Qing Xiao posed this question. He had faith in her ability to handle the situation, trusting his own judgment. When the somewhat apprehensive Su Xiao and Hong Yin Yang entered, Qing Xiao rose from her seat. She took a few steps toward the door, offering a deep bow to Su Yu and then extending the same respectful gesture to both Xiaoxiao and Yin Yang. A few days prior, my husband informed me that Xiaoxiao and Yin Yang were adversaries. However, upon entering the manor, they formed a deep bond with him, and now they are both his wives. Thus, I propose that my husband invite you here for a gathering. Xiaoxiao and Yin Yang reciprocated the bow to the legitimate wife, and although Su Yu had already clarified her character to them, it was still proper to observe the etiquette. Subsequently, Qing Xiao assisted both ladies to their seats and turned to Su Yu, saying, "My dear husband, might you excuse yourself for a moment? I wish to converse with my 2 sisters about matters pertaining to women." Su Yu replied calmly, "I trust you, as well as Xiaoxiao and Yin Yang. It is time for you all to have a good conversation." With that, he exited the hall and strolled outside the courtyard, where he found his anxious elder brother, Su Fu, standing. He patted his brother's shoulder, reassuring him, "Have faith in Qing Xiao, she will manage everything well." Su Fu wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Brother, you truly excel. 3 esteemed ladies in one go. Who knows when the old master will return?" The 2 stood silently at the entrance of the garden, immersed in quiet contemplation. Inside the hall, Qing Xiao rose to introduce herself. "Allow me to present myself. I am Meng Qing Xiao, born of the Liao Wei Marquis house. From a young age, I was relegated to the status of a concubine, enduring a life of hardship until my husband came to rescue me. Fortuitously, my husband cherishes and values me, a grace I shall repay for a lifetime. Henceforth, I shall align my actions with my husband's perspective. I know both of you ladies have also won his favor. You must be more aware than I of our husband's precarious situation. The Su Wangfu may collapse at any moment, correct? Therefore, I propose a meeting, not as a competition for affection, but as a means for the three of us to understand one another better, to discover how we can better support our husband. Let me begin with myself, she continued, slightly embarrassed. My strengths lie in my ability to analyze advantages and disadvantages. My mind is naturally agile, perhaps 5 times more perceptive than the average person. My weakness, however, is my martial prowess, which remains somewhat lacking. After 8 days in the residence, I have only reached the 6th level of martial mastery. Su Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue, standing up to say, Sister, you are remarkable. I believe you are absolutely right. Since we have all pledged ourselves to Yu Lang, we are united in purpose. Should we create discord among ourselves, the Wangfu would not need external forces to bring it down. It would collapse from within. I, originally a courtesan, was initially aligned with the second prince. Yet I was not cast aside by Yu Lang, allowing me to remain. In comparison to you, I fall short. I am indeed not proficient in martial arts. My strength lies in gathering intelligence and information about the capital, the Su family, and more. I shall elaborate further later. Next, Yin Yang also rose, somewhat bashfully stating, Compared to both of you, I seem to be lacking. I am but a warrior, born of an assassin's lineage. In a few days, once I am fully familiar with the martial techniques taught by our husband, I will be able to stand against a grandmaster in open combat and in stealth. I could eliminate a grandmaster. However, I must clarify that my husband believes I am too naïve, which is an overestimation of my capabilities. I am not adept at navigating complex social interactions. I am only skilled in combat. Upon finishing, the three exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Thus, the Su residence established its triad of leadership, Qin Xiao at the helm, Xiaoxiao tasked with intelligence, and Yin Yang responsible for martial strength, ensuring the Wangfu would no longer be a mere soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. And Su Yu, he was the one steering the chariot. Chapter 23, The Midnight Massacre at the Wangfu. The trio continued their discussion with great delight. However, from then on, Xiaoxiao and Yin Yang would frequently visit Qin Xiao, leaving Su Yu feeling somewhat neglected. Each time he observed Qin Xiao's enigmatic smile, he felt a pang of unease, as if his comfortable existence had been abruptly interrupted. Days passed with them cohabiting in the estate, causing considerable anxiety among many. Those with ill intentions began to murmur curses, lamenting that this scoundrel had wed a delicate wife and now languished in a realm of comfort. Although Su Yu could venture out, opportunities were scarce. Within the estate, there stood a grandmaster, a great martial artist, and over a dozen martial masters, making matters quite troublesome. It seemed that the keen-eyed among them began to sense a shift. The Su Wangfu was now fortified with new faces, rendering any external assault nearly impossible. A mere contact would result in immediate disappearance, as if the Su residence had transformed into an impregnable fortress. What was Su Fu up to now? Hadn't he long been expected to be on the verge of death? Yet, he suddenly appeared competent, accomplishing tasks discreetly and efficiently. The Emperor, the second prince, the fifth prince, and others began to suspect that perhaps Su's old counterpart had sent someone to oversee the operations of the Su Wangfu, instilling a sense of caution among them. Yet often, events unfold unexpectedly. Su Yu was alerted by Su Xiaoxiao that there were movements at the periphery of the Wangfu, indicating that someone was plotting. An analysis of all gathered intelligence suggested that a faction was preparing to target the Wangfu, with origins that seemed to be from the north. So you found it peculiar. Was the north not the direction guarded by the old master? Could it be that there had been complications in the war? Su's family urgently reorganized their defenses, with a particular focus on Zikiyuan. During the night, Su Xiaoxiao and Yin Yang relocated to Zikiyuan, while Su Fu and Yin Ryu moved to the final courtyard, Du, in the fourth courtyard. Even the remaining dozen or so martial artist guards were predominantly stationed for the night watch. On the third night, marked by a facade of relaxation yet an underlying tension, an unexpected visitor indeed arrived. In the dead of night, an abrupt alarm reverberated around Zikiyuan. Yin Yang vanished, and Qin Xiao stood expressionless at the entrance of the main hall, while within, the trembling Xiao Ji and the silent Su Xiaoxiao remained. Accompanied by all the maids and servants, those without any combat capability, Su Yu appeared at the entrance of Zikiyuan in an instant. Beside him stood Su Fuyan, both resembling imposing mountains, one on each side, steadfastly guarding him. In the front row, 6 martial masters brandished their gleaming blades. These individuals had once served as subordinates of the Su family army but had since withdrawn for various reasons. Opposite them, a blaze illuminated half of the royal residence. And leading the charge were more than 20 individuals, all clad in identical black, masked attire. 3 towering figures in black surged forward without hesitation, plunging into the fray. With a thunderous roar, Su Fu shouted, "Protect the heir," and charged forward, closely followed by Yin Ryu. The two aimed to thwart the 3 foremost assassins. Otherwise, the disparity in strength would render the 6 martial artists vulnerable to slaughter. One of the cloaked figures, seemingly well acquainted with Su Fu and Yin Ryu, directly engaged Su Fu, revealing himself to be a formidable master among the elite warriors. Meanwhile, the leading assassin confronted Yin Ryu, though not as physically imposing as Yin Ryu, upon their clash. It became evident that their strengths were evenly matched. At the very least, Yin Ryu's formidable grasp could hold him at bay. Suyu's gaze narrowed, unable to contain himself any longer. Has even the Grandmaster decided to intervene? The remaining individual, evidently of the great martial master realm, charged towards Suyu, accompanied by over 20 others. Suyu's face was icy, for he had meticulously calculated the apparent combat strength of the Su residents. By stalling Su Fu and Yin Ryu, Suyu could effortlessly unleash his deadly assault. Suddenly, another figure emerged from behind the door, the eccentric liaison. Fortunately, he could momentarily delay the formidable martial master. And a sinister grin crept across Suyu's face. Those who had come tonight would not escape. They would perish. He was the first to charge out, leaving his 6 martial guards utterly astonished. Moreover, a small whistle appeared between Suyu's lips, emitting a piercing sound that assaulted everyone's eardrums. In the eyes of the 6 martial artists sworn to protect the young master, Suyu had transformed into a ferocious tiger, with the Tai Chi killing fist revealing its terrifying lethality. His form darted swiftly, colliding with the black-clad opponent, only to slip away gracefully, leading him to his next target. The adversary, who seemed to collide with him, fell lifelessly to the ground, a gaping wound in his throat. With 20 remaining foes facing Suyu's 7 companions, they should have been utterly overwhelmed. Yet, with a single strike, Suyu had already claimed 1 life, instantly invigorating the 6 warriors behind him as though they had been infused with a surge of adrenaline. No longer preoccupied with merely safeguarding the young master, they now perceived him as if he were possessed by a divine martial spirit, displaying unprecedented ferocity, allowing them to charge forward with confidence. Meanwhile, at the rear of the black-clad ranks, one figure, slightly distanced, found himself weighing the situation in his mind. Su Fu, Yin Ryu, and the eccentric liaison were firmly held back. Although the sudden outburst of this incompetent heir had caused a stir, the advantage still remained with me. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, rendering everyone momentarily deaf. The burly man, who had been fiercely engaged in combat with Yin Ryu, desperately dodged to the side, clutching his neck tightly. A short sword was embedded deep within his throat, and a man in purple attire vanished into the night after a fleeting moment. Yin Ryu let out a fierce roar and charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the masked man's chest. The man emitted a series of incoherent sounds before collapsing unconscious. The black-clad figure, who had been contemplating his strategic advantage at the rear, found his steps faltering, hesitating, and even beginning to retreat. However, 6 individuals suddenly surged forth from behind him, 6 martial artists from the royal mansion on duty. He inwardly cursed his misfortune. The tide of battle swiftly tilted as Yin Ryu lunged at the formidable martial artist engaged with Su Fu. With a physique reminiscent of a hippopotamus, he caused the ground to tremble, utterly terrifying the large martial artist, who stumbled backward in panic. Meanwhile, Su Fu and Yin Ryu appeared to have coordinated their assault, showing no inclination to pursue, instead turning back like 2 famished wolves, plunging into the throng of onlookers. Suyu can finally engage in a vigorous battle, transforming the martial artists clad in black into mere punching bags beneath his prowess. In mere moments, he dispatches one after another, leaving the 6 who had been closely guarding him in a state of profound shock. Strikingly, despite the absence of blades, each black-clad figure succumbs to a fatal wound. Within just a few breaths, the ground is strewn with lifeless bodies, and Qing Xiao has emerged. She yearns to test her own combat abilities. Yet Suyu has entrusted her with the vital role of the last resort of the Wangfu. Is she indeed an ace? At this moment, she seems worthy of the title. She gathers everyone into the Ziki courtyard, arranging the bodies of the black-clad men neatly within the courtyard. There are also 4 captives, tightly bound. She stands upon the steps, with Su Fuyin, whose beauty rivals jade, beside her. In the inner chamber, Su Xiaoxiao and Xiao Zi silently observe the courtyard. While deeper within, a group of non-combatants remains. Below them stand 12 martial artists, all silent and still. Only the occasional crackle of torches breaks the stillness. They await one person. Chapter 24. A Great Victory, the Scarred General Yu Xiaoyao. Suddenly, 2 corpses are hurled over the courtyard wall. Su Fu dragged the 2 corpses over, removing their masks and aligning them in a row with the body previously brought in. One appeared to be the fleeing grand martial artist, while the other belonged to someone from the manor. Qing Xiao observed silently for a while, refraining from speaking. Under this heavy atmosphere, they waited for more than half an hour until Su Yu finally entered from outside, his body stained with blood and his robes in disarray. Upon surveying the courtyard, he realized that Qing Xiao had gathered everyone from the Wang manor, waiting for him to conclude the matter, perhaps to assert authority. With a stoic expression, he stood beside Qing Xiao, who took a slow step back. First and foremost, I extend my gratitude to everyone for the fierce battle this night. This marks the first time our Wang manor has faced such a dire situation, and fortunately, we have all emerged unscathed while our enemies have perished. 1 martial arts master, 2 grand martial artists, and 23 martial artists have fallen, yet not a single soul from our manor has been lost. Only a traitor from within our ranks met his demise, eliminated by my orders just before he attempted to escape. I believe it is evident to all that I, The heir have concealed my true capabilities for over a decade, with the outside world still perceiving me as a mere fool. But today, I stand before you to declare that the Wang Manor has risen and is no longer a place for anyone to trifle with. You shall be the honored contributors to the revival of our house, and all shall be generously rewarded, be it martial arts techniques, silver, or future status and positions. However, let me forewarn you that following this victory, it is highly probable that you have all been marked for elimination by those with ulterior motives. Therefore, since you are still here, let us unite and break through this darkness, shatter these confines, and forge a broad path ahead. A life without regrets. The 12 individuals below were visibly stirred. Had it been the previous heir speaking thus, they might have fled immediately, deeming him a madman with fanciful delusions, not wanting to be too close for fear of being struck by lightning. Yet, confronted with an heir who had masked his true self for over a decade, coupled with formidable combat prowess and strategic acumen, the legitimate grandson of the old war god, they found themselves genuinely moved. All had spent time in the barracks. Who did not yearn to achieve great deeds on the battlefield? No one dared to refute or voice dissent. The mature knew that slogans were unnecessary. One step forward. Addressing the heir, I, lacking in talent, am willing to follow you. Then another, and yet another, until they all took a step forward. So you felt warmth in his heart at this display. Well done, everyone. Those on night duty should continue. Those needing rest may do so. Rewards will be distributed in 3 days. The 12 martial artists departed, leaving only the eccentric liaison unmoved, silently observing Su Xiaoxiao. Go and reassure those in the inner hall. Not a whisper of our affairs should escape the manor. You go and enjoy some roast chicken, eat well, and sleep. Su Yu then approached the liaison, with Su Fu closely following. Xiaoyao, what are your thoughts? The liaison, named Yu Xiaoyao, was in his 30s, on the verge of becoming a grand martial artist. His expression was inscrutable, yet the scar below his right ear twitched slightly. It is as it is. The heir has concealed himself remarkably well, even deceiving me. So you could not help but smile bitterly inwardly, with his unyielding nature akin to that of a resilient fish. He found it hard to endure when faced with adversity. After all, it was merely the essence of his original self, indulgent, dissipated, and licentious. Surely, Brother Xiao harbored some thoughts of his own? Yu Xiao gazed upon the rows of lifeless bodies and the few captives, and spoke slowly. My body is afflicted. As you are aware, when Su Fu sought me, I merely wished to carve out a living and drift through the remaining years. However, the heir possesses remarkable talent and grand aspirations. Upon reflection and observation, I have come to realize something extraordinary. Thus, my heart has stirred with renewed vigor, and I find myself brimming with ideas. Yet, this frail body constrains my martial prowess and gradually saps my will. Today, I wish to inquire directly, can the heir remedy my condition? Though it may seem somewhat naive, I still wish to give it a try. See you closed her eyes and after a brief pause, reopened them, gazing thoughtfully at Xiaoyao. I can resolve your physical predicament, but the cost is exorbitant. What can you offer me in return? Beside her, Su Fu was taken aback, while Xiaoyao nearly lost his balance, almost toppling over. Xiaoyao was overwhelmed with excitement. The young master truly meant it. Su Yu's gaze turned icy. If what you offer is insufficient, I shall refuse, as it would result in considerable loss to myself. Moreover, I have indeed resolved your issue. You will immediately ascend to the realm of the Grand Martial Master, and your subsequent advancement will be swift. You shall reap all the benefits, but what of me? Su Fu stepped forward. Your Highness, if the cost is too great, perhaps we should reconsider. Su Yu's heart bloomed with joy. Her brother was a fool, believing he had any sacrifice to make. However, this performance became even more vivid. Observing Su Fu persuading the crown prince, Yu Xiaoyao felt a flicker of concern that the prince might have a change of heart. Without hesitation, he knelt down with a resounding thud. Your Highness, I can sense it myself. If this continues, I shall only survive for another 3 or 4 years. If you can cure me, I would willingly offer my life to you. A true man, his words can cleave through gold, Your Highness. Even if you command me to ascend a mountain of swords or traverse a sea of flames, I have no complaints. It is far better than this suffocating, slow demise. At least I wish to die with fervor, with my blood boiling. Beside him, Su Fu sighed deeply, preferring not to have a warrior than to see the prince lose something of himself. Su Yu slowly helped Yu Xiaoyao to his feet, seemingly having made a significant resolution. Very well, this is your own assertion. Once the task is accomplished, you shall serve as my right-hand man. Devote yourself entirely to this endeavor, through trials and tribulations. You will undoubtedly earn greater esteem, much like Su Fu. Will you accept this? Yu Xiaoyao, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly agreed. His movements exuberant as if the scar beneath his right ear were a centipede coming to life. Let us convene tomorrow afternoon. I will inform you of the preparations required. With that, Yu Xiaoyao swiftly departed, his spirit invigorated by newfound hope. At that moment, a figure clad in purple attire descended into the Purple Chi courtyard, removing her veil to reveal the enchanting visage of Yin Yang. So you addressed Su Fu, saying, Elder brother, there is no need for concern. I am well aware of my circumstances and am not foolish. You and Xiao Xiao should take your time to identify and manage these corpses. while also devising a method to extract information from these 4 captives, as it may prove beneficial for Xiaoxiao. However, these 4 captives must not perish. I still have questions to pose. Yang, accompany me back to that location. I have matters to attend to. Yang, somewhat perplexed, thought to herself. There are still corpses strewn about, and captives as well. What could possibly require attention at this moment? Upon returning to Yang's Lingqiu courtyard, Siyu was utterly unable to contain himself. He swiftly scooped up Yang and dashed towards the room. Startled, Yang nearly cried out, "This madman! How can he think of such things at a time like this? Stop, Xiaoxiao. What are you doing? What sort of moment is this for such behavior? This is too much, Xiaoxiao. Are you intent on embarrassing me before my 2 elder sisters? They're over there dealing with matters." Siyu was oblivious. His eyes bloodshot. Chapter 25, Out of Control, a complete transformation. This spectacle reminded Yang of their first encounter. He resembled a raging bull. Observing Suyu's bloodshot eyes filled her with trepidation, fearing that this time it would be even more intense. Despite being a master herself, Yang found herself overwhelmed. Fortunately, she possessed a genuine masteress physique. Had it been Su Xiaoxiao, she might have perished in the face of the frenzied Suyu. Yet even Yang was frightened. Caught in a tempest of emotions. After a night spent in turmoil, Suyu finally concluded his ordeal at dawn. He gazed at Yang, who lay ensnared and battered, and felt a pang of fear himself. It seemed that the stronger the blood and energy he absorbed, the greater the repercussions. Immediately after the fierce battle, he had taken the martial arts master, who had been injured by Yang and knocked unconscious by Yin Ruyu, to the underground prison. He called it an interrogation, taking half an hour to drain the master's essence and energy. However, the after effects of absorbing a master's blood left him feeling intoxicated. Aware of his intentions yet unable to control his strength, he observed Yang on the bed, relieved that he hadn't brought Su Xiaoxiao along. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Quietly, he sat at a small table in the room, acutely aware of the changes within his body. To his astonishment, he had ascended to the realm of a great master, with enhanced physical strength and energy reserves. The essence of a master truly made a difference. He began to practice Tai Chi in the room, realizing he could not leave until Yang awoke, lest he face her ire. Finally, after another hour had passed, Yang stirred, her expression contorted in discomfort. Upon waking, she beheld Siyu practicing his martial arts, her anger flaring. "You heartless wretch. Is this how you live your life, pushing yourself to the brink?" Siyu remained silent, offering a sheepish smile. This only served to infuriate Yang further. How could she still laugh? Why wouldn't she come to my aid? I truly wonder what sins I committed in my past life to encounter someone like you. Alas, every part of me aches. Are you trying to kill me? And yet, you laugh. One day, it will surely lead to your downfall. After a while, the complaints continued. I am in excruciating pain. If you keep this madness up, you must truly take heed. Su Xiaoxiao lacks any martial arts foundation. If you persist in this manner, someone might truly perish. Even Qin Xiao might not withstand it. Oh, how could you lose control like this? What has transpired? Siyu felt a warmth in her heart. Despite her own turmoil, Yang still thought of Qin Xiao and Xiaoxiao, and was concerned for herself. Yang, this is due to my cultivation technique. Such moments are rare for me, and I shall be more mindful in the future. Ah, due to your technique, could this occur again? She sighed, forget it. I can't go on living like this. I truly cannot bear it any longer. Yang once again lay down helplessly, feeling as though the sky were about to collapse. She had only ever heard other women express disdain for their men's inadequacies, but for her, it felt as if she were destined to be enveloped by vines. How could her own man behave in such a manner? The word beast came to her mind. In his red-eyed state, he was indeed a beast. So you had no choice but to continually soothe and coax, assuring that it would not happen again, just as she finally managed to calm her down. Yang suddenly fixed her gaze intently upon Siyu. Siyu felt a sense of unease as he observed. Xiaohua, you and Qi Xiao haven't yet taken up residence. Have you? I shall visit my sister tomorrow. This cannot continue. As long as you maintain your sanity, her health should be assured. Moreover, her advancement in martial arts is such that she will soon surpass me. This cannot be a situation where only Xiaoxiao and I suffer. She is the legitimate first wife. It must be hard for her with you constantly clinging to me and Xiaoxiao. It was not until midday that Su Yu and the frowning Yang, who walked with tiny, hesitant steps, appeared at Ziki courtyard. Qingxiu's gaze flickered, revealing a hint of jealousy. Although she understood that her husband was favoring her, it still left her feeling unsettled, especially since she, as the primary wife, had yet to fully engage in their relationship. Xiaoxiao, too, was evasive. One glance at Yang's expression made it evident that she was in distress. How could they endure such an extended separation? After all, Yang was a master. The thought of being the one taken away was simply unbearable. Thus, she decided to slip away, clutching a wealth of clues for further analysis. Yang, unable to call Xiaoxiao back, resignedly approached Qi Xiao and whispered in her ear, I will no longer concern myself with this. From tonight onward, your husband must remain in your chamber. Xiaoxiao and I are truly displeased. With that, she cast a sharp glare at Suyu and, with the assistance of a maid, laboriously made her departure, leaving Qin Xiao blushing crimson and Suyu feeling somewhat awkward. At that moment, Xiaozi bounced into the room, glancing around curiously. Young master, madam? What are you up to? Are you quarreling? The two exchanged a glance, both wishing to find a hole to hide in the dim confines of a dungeon. Inside a small chamber illuminated by several torches, Yu Xiaoxiao lay unconscious, his eyes covered and bound to a large table. The sedative powder had been procured from Yang, rendering him unconscious for about an hour. Nearby, a young martial arts captive was also bound, blindfolded, and gagged, struggling helplessly. Yu Xiaoxiao suffered from a blood-related ailment. And in this era, there were few remedies. However, Su Yu, hailing from a modern world, possessed knowledge that could aid him. His task today was to perform a blood transfusion, exchanging the captive's blood for Yu Xiaoxiao's. He first made 2 large incisions on Yu Xiaoxiao's feet, causing blood to gush forth, its hue a troubling mix of red and black. With precision, his right index finger penetrated the captive's artery, drawing forth a substantial sample of blood. Subsequently, his finger elongated and inserted into Yu Xiaoxiao's vein, slowly pushing the blood into his system. This process continued, back and forth, in a grueling cycle. The task was akin to a simple blood transfusion in a hospital, yet left Su Yu utterly exhausted. At last, he infused Yu Xiaoxiao with the captive's essence, along with some of his own life force, nearly depleting his own martial prowess. Feeling as though he had made a poor bargain, Su Yu then drew from another martial artist to replenish himself, restoring his vitality. Once he had erased all traces of his actions and awaited Yu Xiaoxiao's awakening, he instructed Su Fu, who had been waiting outside, to escort Yu Xiaoxiao back to rest. Su Yu then returned to Ziki Courtyard. Sensing that Su Yu would be staying the night, Qin Xiao's cheeks remained flushed. As darkness fell, and after a meal, she arranged for Xiaozi to settle in the West Wing S-side room. Su Yu observed the departing Xiaozi, her cheeks puffed out, and a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He reminded himself to exercise restraint this evening. Although he had absorbed the essence of another martial artist, it primarily served to replenish his own depleted vitality, leaving only a slight warmth coursing through him. Chapter 26, The Lady of the House, Qing Xiao. In the Grand Hall, only the two of them remained. In contrast to Qing Xiao's nervousness, Su Yu exuded an air of seasoned composure. He approached her slowly, his fingers gently brushing through her flowing tresses. Xiao, I initially wished to keep you from entangling yourself in the affairs of the Wang residence. Yet, perhaps it is your rapid growth that has rendered me reluctant to let you go. Now, the Wang residence finds itself inextricably linked to you, and I, even more so. Flattering words held a profound effect. Qing Xiao leaned into Su Yu, finding solace in his presence. Entering the Wang residence, I never contemplated leaving. In truth, even before you came to fetch me, I had gleaned troubling tidings about you from Zir. That very day, your words solidified my resolve. What kind of man would vow to care for his children and yet be so oblivious? Your status and the esteem in which you are held, your respectful demeanor, the clarity in your gaze, these affirm that you are not the infamous figure of lore. Even now, do you truly believe that should the Wang residence face calamity, you would send me away to live alone? Do you think I would comply? Su Yu smiled wryly. Before this extraordinarily perceptive individual, his innermost thoughts were laid bare. You are the embodiment of perfection in my heart, my goddess, and I wish to shield you from even the slightest hardship or fatigue, for you have endured enough suffering already. The heartfelt affection prompted Qing Xiao to wrap her arms around Su Yu's waist. In contrast to her husband's relentless masquerade over the years, her modest life felt remarkably fortunate. Yet, it is you, my husband, who bears the greatest burden. The power wielded by the royal house is immense, and the formidable presence of the old war god looms large. With your parents having met tragic fates, you have become the target of all, and I understand the arduous path you tread. However, from the moment you took me in your arms and whispered of a lifetime in a single glance, my heart was set. United as one, we shall share our lives and face all challenges together. So you sometimes feels quite despicable, questioning what merit or ability he possesses to win the heart of such a remarkable woman, who is willing to accompany him through life and death. With no means to repay her, he can only cherish her more deeply and love her with greater fervor. It is a pity for Qing Heir, as the Wang family remains vulnerable and must prioritize self-preservation. Thus, he must continue his frivolous ways and indulge in absurdities. In matters of intimacy, he may become the subject of ridicule among all. Qin Xiao, momentarily agitated, remarked, Husband, this is precisely your nature. I know you care for me. Yet you are cautious and fearful in my presence. But what of your demeanor around others? Humph. Last night was rather urgent. Until this very noon. Have you considered my feelings? I am your legitimate wife, after all. I am no mere ornament. Are you afraid I might shatter? Su Yu, aware of Qing Xiao's jealousy, gently assisted her and, with a smile, led her towards the inner hall. Yet, despite her outward complaints, Qing Xiao became timid as they approached the bed, clinging to Su Yu and whispering, Husband, I am afraid. Su Yu had no choice but to join her on the bed. The person in his arms stirred a myriad of emotions within him, and his body slowly ignited with a forbidden desire. The perfect goddess, with her delicate pouts, further shattered Su Yu's composure. Hadn't he promised himself to maintain control? Hadn't he resolved to be gentle and affectionate? Ultimately, his willpower crumbled like a dam under pressure. Though he did not transform into a beast, he thoroughly frightened Qing Xiao. Yet, she gritted her teeth, refusing to succumb. They could endure, why couldn't he? I was mistaken. It was not that he was unwilling to stay overnight, but rather that he understood I could not bear it before. No wonder they were so fearful. With a husband like this, who wouldn't he be terrified? As the moonlight spilled into the room in the early hours, Qin Xiao gradually lost consciousness, enveloped in regret, and slowly drifted into sleep. Observing her deep slumber, Su felt an invigorating surge of energy. His vital essence had been thoroughly refined, yet sleep eluded him. Consequently, in his restless state, he descended from the bed to practice his punches, realizing that his physical condition was growing stronger by the day. As dawn's light filtered into the room, Qin Xiao awoke in a haze. It was clear that someone was once again restless. Oh dear. Husband, you cannot behave this way. Yet Su appeared invigorated, and his ravenous appetite was insatiable. Qin Xiao felt tears welling up, but his relentless advances showed no sign of abating. Husband, I implore you. It cannot continue like this. Why not visit Xiaoxiao? She has been resting for several days. I beg you. Su blinked his eyes. Not out of a desire to create trouble, but because his body seemed to be afflicted by a kind of addiction that he could no longer control. Qin Xiao, this is not right. I truly feel unwell. Qin Xiao was left speechless. Husband, you must possess extraordinary talents. It is no wonder that Xiaoxiao and Yin Yang refer to you as a beast, and it appears to be true. Be good and go to Xiaoxiao's place. She is likely less welcoming than Yin Yang. I truly cannot endure this any longer. Go on, I am not angry truly. With you in such a state, how could I possibly be upset? It seems I will have to take in a few more wives in the future. Watching Su rush off in a flurry, Qin Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, my husband, how on earth will we navigate the days to come? Just the thought of it fills me with dread. Su's figure once again slipped into the twilight courtyard, leaving the night watchman martial guards in a state of astonishment. Is this truly permissible? This talented physician is utterly reckless. Darting off in that direction, does this young master consider himself a mere beast of burden? Even beasts should not be subjected to such treatment. Just as the little one was about to rise, the sight of the frantic Su Yu startled her into an exclamation. Yulong, were you not with Sister Qin Xiao? How can you behave this way? What does your sudden appearance here signify? Su Yujin giggled as she nestled into the covers, exclaiming that Qing had sent her over, pleading for assistance. Yulong, you have certainly been indulging all night. You truly mustn't act this way. Even Yinong has succumbed. Qi Xiao has become a formidable warrior. Yet even she cannot withstand it. My frail constitution is no match. Please, have mercy on me. Su Yu, where could one find the will to turn over? Alas, Yu Lang. Another comfortable morning has slipped away, and the people of the royal residence have noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The eldest madam and the two young madams have yet to rise even as the sun reaches its zenith. Meanwhile, the young master, full of vigor, hastens to see Yu Xiaoyao, who is leisurely practicing his martial arts in the courtyard. Upon seeing the young master approach, Yu Xiaoyao immediately bows in greeting. Young master, your method is indeed effective. I can feel it, and my body is already healed. Su nodded and accompanied me to the lotus leaf courtyard, where I would instruct him in a particular martial art. Once he had mastered it, I intended to dispatch him on a significant mission. Upon hearing about the martial training, Yu Xiaoyao's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had witnessed the prince's prowess firsthand, each move a lethal strike capable of overcoming even the most formidable opponents. However, what about the tasks assigned by Lady Su? I reassured him, stating that I would arrange for others to handle the communications. For now, he should focus solely on perfecting his techniques, as this mission carried considerable risks. Your Highness, your kindness towards me is unparalleled. I have little interest in tasks that pose no danger. After an afternoon of teaching Yu Xiaoyao the 18 stances, he resolved to seek out some silver the following day, as the rewards had yet to be distributed. Moreover, Su Xiaoxiao's intelligence network relied heavily on financial resources, with nearly 30 mouths at the Wang residence requiring sustenance. Su Yu felt an overwhelming pressure. If he did not catch a few big fish soon, he would find himself in dire straits. Moreover, there were long-term plans to consider, including soldiers, silver, and equipment, not to mention the identities of those who conspired with the northern Mongolian invaders. There was an abundance of tasks at hand. Chapter 27. The girl disguised as a boy appears to be enchanting. As autumn deepened and the warm sun began to rise, its gentle rays cascaded upon the vermilion gates of the royal residence. The long-absent heir, Su, stretched languidly at the entrance, his head bobbing like a rattle, ambling forward at a leisurely pace. The moment he stepped out, the entire street erupted into chaos, akin to a boiling pot, with chickens fluttering and dogs barking in disarray. Behind him, Su Fu and Yin Ryu closely trailed, two towering bodyguards exuding an air of formidable authority as they strode through the street with unabashed arrogance. Yet their steps appeared rather unsteady, as if they were treading on clouds, followed closely by four expressionless guards, their faces resembling those of the deceased. On the bustling street outside the royal residence, the informants who had been lurking for ages nearly wept with joy upon catching sight of Su Yu. They cursed inwardly, lamenting, "This scoundrel, ever since marrying the illegitimate daughter of the count, has been indulging in a rare treasure, languishing in the arms of comfort day in and day out. It has been over half a month. Just look at his gait, damned if he isn't utterly exhausted." The informants, driven nearly to madness, hurriedly spread the news that the much-anticipated heir had finally emerged. On the surface, Su appeared aimless, akin to a headless fly aimlessly flitting about. Yet, in reality, his mind was astutely focused, with his sights set squarely on the Sun City adjacent to the Tianfu building. According to the intelligence relayed by Su Xiaoxiao, the esteemed Master Chow had been indulging himself in the establishment for the past few days. Sun City, the grandest gambling house in the capital, stood right next to Tianfu building. For individuals, particularly those of high rank and privilege, as well as young nobles, the pursuits of women and the thrill of gaming were pursuits that could bring them unparalleled joy. Su swayed like a roly-poly doll. And as soon as he stepped into the Sun City, a wave of excited exclamations erupted throughout the vast gambling hall. Young Master Su has arrived. Among the crowd, not a single soul harbored disdain for him. They cared little for his reputation as a wastrel, a scoundrel, or a lecher. Why? In the eyes of these gamblers, young Master Su represented a veritable fountain of silver. His mere presence at the gaming tables promised the opportunity to rake in gleaming riches. The illustrious Su Wangfu, particularly over the past 2 years, had seen this heir contribute hundreds of thousands of taels, akin to a deity of fortune gracing their midst. By the largest gaming table, young Master Chow abruptly turned, his face a mask of astonishment as he beheld Su sauntering in with an exaggerated swagger. A sense of trepidation stirred within him. He recalled the day before at the Count Liao's estate, where he had briefly entertained the notion that this seemingly inept individual might have experienced a sudden epiphany. Su's audacity was almost terrifying, even causing him to feel a twinge of fear. Young Master Chow, it has been quite some time since you sought me out. I have nearly been drained dry in the mansion. Su, from a considerable distance, bellowed towards young Master Chow of the Grand Scholar's residence. The adage birds of a feather flock together aptly illustrates the concept of social stratification in this context. Su, who hailed from a noble background, scarcely cast a glance at those beneath the third rank. These individuals were acutely aware of their station and dared not encroach upon the company of true aristocrats. In the entire Sun City, few were privileged enough to share the same table with them. This phenomenon epitomized Suyu's unique brand of extravagance. As for young Master Chow, his feelings towards Suyu's arrival were decidedly mixed. He was pleased that this ne'er-do-well had come to bestow upon him silver. Yet he harbored concerns about this rascal's newfound audacity, fearing he might cause a ruckus. Young Master Su, how many days have I been awaiting your presence? The last time I attempted to visit your residence, I was met with resistance, as you were said to be exceedingly busy. Young Master Chow responded with a beaming smile. With a sly smile curling at the corners of Suyu's mouth, he declared with unabashed satisfaction, indeed, those few days were nothing short of a tempest of extremes. Even now, my residence is adorned with several enchanting beauties, each possessing their own unique allure, some plump, some slender, some delicate, and others robust. I had intended to revel in their company for a considerable time, yet I find myself weary and in need of a diversion. You, my friend, shall be my companion today. As he spoke, he audaciously plopped himself down at the gambling table, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixed upon the male dealer who was busily arranging the gaming paraphernalia. Get moving. Summon the manager and bring me a girl of a more generous stature. I cannot abide this lean form before me. The dealer, known as Wang Ergo, nearly wept upon hearing this. Initially, he had anticipated a stroke of fortune with the arrival of this notorious wastrel, hoping to reap some benefits for himself. However, to his dismay, the scoundrel had dismissed him outright and expressed disdain for his physique. What a standard figure I possess. There is nothing excessive about it. He cursed inwardly. Yet his outward demeanor remained respectful as he replied, As you command, my lord, I shall attend to it immediately. Please hold on. So you did not respond. Not even casting a glance in his direction, young Master Chow hurriedly moved closer to Suyu, exclaiming, Goodness, the heir's preferences remain refreshingly unique. I heard that last time. You even managed to impress someone, and it was a man. Truly, I am in awe of your prowess. Young Master Chow, suppressing his distaste, lavished praise upon Suyu. That is what one calls mastery. You, however, understand nothing. After another decade, you would still be oblivious to its intricacies. Suyu responded with a disdainful expression, internally lamenting the havoc wrought by rumors. Beside her, Su Fu glared fiercely at young Master Chow, while Yin Ryu wore a look of utter bewilderment. Utterly at a loss regarding the situation, she pondered to herself, when did the heir produce such filth, and with whom? It sounded utterly revolting. Young Master Chow feigned ignorance of Su Fu's displeasure, yet his gaze occasionally strayed towards the robust form of Yin Ryu, perplexed by how such a scoundrel could indulge in this. Nevertheless, this brawny figure was also a masterful enforcer, leaving him utterly baffled by this rogue. Before long, only 3 individuals remained at the grand gambling table, as the others gradually departed with deference, standing at a distance to observe. The presence of this rogue was a double-edged sword. If he was in good spirits, all was well, but should he become irate, those of lower status, like the recent servant, would bear the brunt of his wrath. Among them was a young gentleman whom Suyu did not recognize and had never encountered. She could not be bothered to engage further, maintaining her habitual disdainful demeanor. This young man, clad in white, possessed elongated features and a delicate complexion, resembling a charming white fox. Suyu found herself pondering, How could this man appear in such a manner? However, being a modern individual, after a few glances, she gradually sensed something amiss. A suspicion arose within her mind. Could this be a woman disguised as a man? After a careful examination, she felt increasingly convinced of her theory. The disguise was remarkably convincing, making it quite challenging to discern gender. Who exactly was this young gentleman that had emerged from nowhere? And what was he doing lingering in a gambling den? Was this elegant figure, the white fox gentleman, perhaps a predator masquerading as prey? He certainly exuded an alluring charm. Unsure of how to proceed, Su decided to feign indifference, avoiding any engagement to prevent complications. Thus, she and young Master Chow engaged in idle chatter, exchanging lewd banter. The gentleman in white appeared visibly uncomfortable, yet at that moment, he could not bring himself to leave, his ears flushed with embarrassment. Su couldn't help but chuckle to herself, thinking, what a naive child, attempting to engage in such antics, yet unable to withstand lewd remarks. Before long, a wiry, elderly man accompanied by a rather reserved woman approached the gambling table, his face adorned with a broad smile. Your Excellency, it has been quite some time since we have had the pleasure of your esteemed presence. We have missed you dearly. Su cast a displeased glance at the gaunt old man, her heart simmering with resentment. This old scoundrel, along with that rascal Chow, had squandered all of her original wealth and possessions. Humph, old fellow, has the messenger you sent grown furry years? What I desire is someone plump, akin to the companion by my side. Just take a look at what you've brought. Lacking in both bosom and form, it leaves me greatly dissatisfied. This elderly man was the overseer of the Sun City gambling house, having managed it for many years, with connections that extended to the prince. Upon hearing her words, his face twisted in despair. After all, he presided over the most prestigious gambling establishment in the capital. It had already taken considerable effort to find someone even slightly plump, and to seek out a true hippo-like figure was simply out of the question. What nonsense! Were it not for the silver you provided, I would indeed hesitate to serve you. However, it seems I have no choice, for this wretched situation compels me. The old man, nearly pulling out his own beard in desperation, quickly bowed and implored, Your Highness, please spare me. This girl is already the plumpest available. I truly have no others. Su waved his hand impatiently and exclaimed, Enough, enough. Just seeing you irks me. Su Fu, bring forth the silver. This young master can no longer contain himself. Today, I shall certainly wreak havoc. Yet, Su Fu remained in his usual demeanor, hesitating with a face as dark as a charred pot, reluctantly retrieving the banknotes. With a resounding thud, Su delivered a punch to his face. This was becoming increasingly intolerable. How could a mere steward display such disdain daily? Just watch. I shall not hesitate to teach you a lesson. Chapter 28. I shall bear the burden of reckless losses. You may commence your performance. I truly do not wish to berate you, but is this silver truly yours? Day after day, I am thoroughly fed up with that wretched face of yours. Out of my sight. Your presence disrupts my mood. Move swiftly, or I shall shatter this table in an instant. Do you believe me? Despite the blow, Su Fu did not retreat an inch, his expression growing increasingly morose as he stared blankly at Su. Young Master Chow and the elderly overseer were unfazed by such antics. After all, this had become routine, either violence or threats. Su Fu was indeed pitiable, serving such a tyrant. And it was a miracle he hadn't fled yet. Only the white fox gentleman, seated to the side, could not help but furrow his brow, though he quickly relaxed. Perhaps aware of his own unbecoming behavior. Eventually, several banknotes found their way into Suyu's hands, which he arrogantly brandished. Today, I shall start with this 100,000 taels. I refuse to believe that I cannot recover the silver I previously lost. Young Master Chow and the overseer exchanged glances. It appeared they were poised for a bountiful day. Meanwhile, the white fox gentleman, feeling unfortunate, waved his hand dismissively. I shall not obstruct your play. I will observe from a distance. This seemed directed toward young Master Chow, yet also addressed to Suyu. I have heard much of the young master's exploits. Your stakes are grand, and I dare not compare myself to you. Young Master Chow chuckled. Indeed, indeed. However, I believe young Master Fong should partake more, after all. Opportunities to sit at the same table as young Master Su are rare. Before the young gentleman in white could utter a word, Su chastised, Chow, who is this? Where did this pretty boy come from? I've never seen him before. If he is not from our circle, why is he meddling in affairs that could hinder my performance? The chest of the white-clad gentleman rose and fell rapidly, yet he quickly subdued it. Indeed, indeed, young master plays too grandly. I dare not accompany you. I take my leave. Without even introducing himself, he fled, seemingly intimidated by Suyu. Humph, what a timid creature. Suyu scoffed. Young Master Chow appeared somewhat troubled. Oh, young master, your imposing presence has frightened him away. He is the son of the largest grain merchant in the vicinity, with an abundance of silver. Originally, young Master Chow had hoped to engage this gentleman in a game, as he had only lost a mere 3,000 over the past few days. Today presented a splendid opportunity, yet it was squandered due to fear. Suyu felt a stir within, the son of a grain merchant. Yet, there was not a hint of unease upon his countenance. A merchant's offspring, worthy of being addressed as young master, sharing a table with me? Nonsense. Dog meat will never grace the banquet. Have you lost your mind? Let us begin without further ado. There is no need for such trivial matters. The overseer, an old man, nudged the plump woman forward. Young master, what shall we play today? Shall we play cards, or perhaps dice? What else can you offer me? A flower. Perhaps. Or yourself. The old man chuckled awkwardly, while Master Chow remained unfazed by Su Yu's harsh words and ridicule, showering him with insincere compliments. Thus, the gambling commenced. Meanwhile, the white fox, having risen from his seat, took a place at a neighboring table, distractedly playing with a few chips, occasionally casting glances at Su Yu. In his heart, he had already cursed the scoundrel thoroughly. Possessing exceptional hearing, she could discern even the faintest sounds amidst the cacophony. That rascal had called her a pretty boy, labeled her a coward, and declared that dog meat would never be served. It was infuriating. She placed small bets, her focus entirely on the adjacent gambling table. In the hierarchy of society, merchants occupied the lowest echelon, a disheartening reality. A wave of desolation washed over her as she contemplated her own circumstances, deepening her sorrow. The myriad facets of humanity, particularly in brothels and gambling dens, were rife with chaos, and it was indeed a challenge for her to be sent here for training. Before long, at Su Yu's table, the plump croupier was trembling with fear. This young master was nothing short of a lunatic, a foolish waste, and an unfortunate soul. With 1,000 taels of silver wagered, over 10 rounds had passed, merely comparing sizes, yet this imbecile had failed to win a single hand. She had been instructed not to cheat, relying solely on luck, yet his luck was abysmal. When he lost, he blamed the dice, the table, and even her figure for his shortcomings. Gradually, the hall was filled with Su Yu's shouts of complaint and curses. Another round commenced, and the plump croupier rolled a dismal 1-2-3, a scenario that should have guaranteed victory for the young master. Yet, this fool managed to produce a bizarre 1-1. The smallest combination possible. Ah, get out of my sight, you wretched woman. I cannot bear to see you, he bellowed. Old fool, come play against me. After days of riding in the estate, I feel nauseated at the sight of women. Master Chow and the old man exchanged knowing smiles, recognizing the hopelessness of this fool. Many patrons in the hall wished they could shield their eyes. The absurdity of his luck was unbearable. Even the honest croupier had lost consecutively for over 10 rounds indeed. He had not won a single game. And yet, he dismissed her, demanding that the gambling house's unscrupulous dealer join him instead. For it would be a disgrace if he left without losing his trousers. This time, Su was somewhat incensed. 1,000 taels lost, over 10 rounds, his anger was roused. You old fool. This time, let us double the stakes to 2,000. I refuse to believe you dare cheat me. As round after round passed, more spectators gathered, their attention drawn to the unfolding spectacle. Occasionally, the young master would win a hand, yet with 2,000 on the line, the chips before him steadily dwindled. His eyes began to redden. Chips worth a staggering 100,000 taels had been exchanged, and within a little over an hour, he had lost 60,000 taels. Su Fu stood nearby, continuously sighing in despair, while young Master Chow vociferously encouraged the heir, his eyes betraying a glimmer of delight. The heir began to lose his composure, shattering several stools and causing them to strike a few individuals, yet he remained utterly indifferent, and those struck dared not utter a word. Old fool. You have thoroughly provoked my ire today. I shall confront you with all my might. The elderly figure at the gambling den, however, displayed a demeanor of humility and trepidation, incessantly offering apologies while secretly reveling in glee. My dear heir, a small wager is merely for entertainment. Let us not allow our tempers to flare. At this moment, Su Yu, having overheard this, declared, I care not. I shall wager big with you. Do you dare, or not? The old man of the gambling den internally scoffed, thinking to himself, with your paltry means, I shall surely prevail regardless of the stakes. You jest, my dear heir. I still hold sway over this Sun City. He then revealed a look of disdain, intent on provoking this inept heir, willing to accept the losses of the Wang residents here today. For his benefactors cared not whether it was the Su or Zhang royal houses. Very well, let us settle this in one decisive round. He then pulled Su Fu closer, tugging at his ropes. What are you doing, heir? Have you lost your mind? I implore you, the Wang residents cannot afford this. You scoundrel. Chapter 29, The Shock of the White-Furred Fox. This prodigal heir unleashed a flurry of blows upon the hapless steward, Su Fu. Ultimately, he seized several land deeds from Su Fu's grasp, disregarding the steward's pitiful pleas, which had now morphed into desperate entreaties. I beg you, heir. These deeds are the last vestiges of the Wang residents. If they are lost, the estate shall truly crumble. Begone. I have allowed you to squander for too long, today. I shall not relent until I win. He bellowed. I stake everything. I refuse to believe that my indomitable spirit cannot triumph over you, old fool. Young Master Chow's insincere words of caution seemed less impactful than Su Fu's, failing to sway the heir in the slightest. The callous old man with the goat beard waved a hand, summoning a short, glum-faced man to approach. He scrutinized the few land deeds snatched by Su Yu, examining them closely and weighing their worth. Finally, he expressed impassively to the elder, these land deeds are indeed authentic, collectively valued at approximately 160,000 taels of silver. Su Yu was instantly consumed by rage. Get lost, you scoundrel. This is clearly worth 200,000. Just the other day, I overheard that scoundrel drunkenly boasting about it. The man with the bitter melon face did not regard Suyu. He merely bowed again to the elder, stating, in my opinion, it is worth around 160,000. The elder picked up several land deeds, examining them closely, his heart racing with excitement. Young Master Chao's eyes turned redder. With this turn of events, the prodigal would surely lose everything today, and he stood to gain significantly. Meanwhile, the young man with the white fox face sighed softly, lamenting, how unfortunate for the old war god, and for Su Fu, to have spawned such a calamity. All around, the crowd tightly encircled the gambling table. For they had never witnessed such a substantial wager. It was said that this fool had lost tens of thousands of taels over the years. Yet today he might lose yet another fortune in a single day. The cacophony of Su Fu's wails filled the casino, raw and hoarse, suffused with deep resentment. All eyes gravitated toward the goat-bearded elder, whose greedy gaze sparkled with delight. Very well, young master, I shall recognize these deeds as worth 200,000 taels. Plus the 40,000 you still possess, totaling 240,000 taels. Such a staggering sum, perhaps it would be prudent to reconsider. Gambling is meant for amusement. I fear that should you lose, your anger might manifest here, and I cannot bear the consequences. Moreover, should the old master return with his spear and seek retribution, I would be unjustly condemned. You should return. After all, there are lovely companions awaiting you at home. To refrain from gambling is not a disgrace. Infuriated, Suyu sneered inwardly, how audaciously provocative. The old fool's malice was palpable. Young Master Chao, his eyes darting, earnestly attempted to persuade him. Young master, let us not wager so boldly. None here would dare label you a coward. They would only perceive your desire to reclaim these deeds for the Su estate. Which is not shameful. Dare I not gamble? Am I a coward? You are blind to the truth. Suyu retorted. Winning or losing is yet to be determined. I know that today I shall prevail. 240,000. I wager it all. Even if the old master were present, I would still place my bet. Hurry. For victory and defeat are fated, and no one can alter that. Your cowardice is truly contemptible. The elder's lips curled into a smile, while young Master Chao's face flushed with embarrassment. Only Su Fu had collapsed to the ground, wailing and clinging to Suyu's legs. Meanwhile, Yen Ryu remained composed, casually nibbling on roasted chicken, while the four martial guards stood at a distance, their hands trembling slightly upon closer inspection. The young master was gambling on an unprecedented scale. Did he possess the certainty to match? Otherwise, the Su estate would suffer greatly. Both men shook their dice, and Suyu, shedding his long robe, stood atop the stool. His face flushed with fervor, a true gambler entranced by the thrill. The elder, too, rolled up his sleeves, shaking vigorously, his beard quivering with anticipation. For safety's sake, he needed to roll a triple. Suyu threw the dice with a forceful thud onto the table, his bloodthirsty gaze locked onto the elder, as if daring him to breathe. The cries of Su Fu grew louder. The old man paused, his expression darkening as he fixed a stern gaze upon Suyu. Suddenly, the white fox gentleman narrowed his eyes, revealing a look of astonishment. Young master, according to propriety, you should take the lead. Suyu's hands began to tremble. Into the eyes of all gathered, the closer his hands approached the dice cup, the more intensely they shook. Finally, he lifted the cup to reveal the outcome, 2, 3, 6, totaling 11 points. A flicker of disappointment crossed his face as he fixed his gaze firmly on the old dice cup. You old fool, hurry up and roll. Give me a 1, 2, 3. I know it must be a 1, 2, 3. Hurry. The bearded elder observed Suyu's anxiety with a disdainful smile. My lord, watch closely. And do not resort to trickery. He locked eyes with Suyu, lifting the cup with one hand, causing a wave of astonishment and gasps to ripple through the crowd. He reveled in their reaction, casting a glance back at the young lord, whose eyes widened in disbelief, as though his entire visage were about to burst. Rolling 3 threes. Was it not merely a matter of course? However, winning over 200,000 taels in one go might be a once-in-a-lifetime splendor. The astonishment among the onlookers persisted. Even young Master Chao appeared taken aback, truly a rare occurrence. He joyfully turned his attention to his own dice cup, but in that fleeting moment, his heart sank. Surely it was an illusion. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he was bewildered to find them suddenly engulfed in darkness. How could this be? How could this be? His heart raced as he leaned against the gambling table, shouting in a frenzy. Before him lay the dice cup, clearly showing 3 dice, 3, 2, 3, totaling 8 points. Had he not rolled 3 threes? How could this happen? Was he simply too nervous, or had his skills deteriorated? He swallowed hard, the bile rising in his throat. Surely it must be blood. Glancing at the old fool, he saw the young lord had already climbed onto the table, waving at the onlookers and grinning foolishly. Even Su Fu rushed toward the land deeds on the table like a miser, as if they were his lifeline. He kept chuckling to himself, mumbling, the estate is secure, the estate is secure. The others exchanged peculiar glances at the bearded elder. Had he truly miscalculated? Such a rarity. Yet the white fox young master scrutinized the inept lord and then the bearded elder, pondering whether this was a coordinated act. Had the elder intentionally lost? She distinctly heard the dice shift after the cup landed on the table. Was it a master aiding this inept lord, or was the elder playing a trick? She found herself utterly perplexed. Indeed, as her father had said, what one sees is not always the truth, and what one hears is not necessarily real. What then is authentic? Her brow furrowed. She watched Su Fu pocket the land deeds while the inept lord clutched jade tokens tightly. Young Master Chao's fierce glare met the elder's furious eyes, and once again, blood surged within him. My lord, see? You have won. Dare you challenge me again? I wager my life and entire fortune on this gamble. All in. Chapter 30. I bet my life, my entire fortune in the City of Fortune. The author may be limited in skill, yet the imagination of the readers is boundless. I welcome your thoughts. See you, who was audaciously hoarding chips. Heard the elder's voice as he clutched a significant portion of the table's stakes, his grin nearly splitting his face. The bearded elder pounded the table with his fists, roaring. My lord, are you afraid? Are you timid? The surrounding clamor gradually quieted, and Siyu slowly lifted his head. After staring at the bearded elder for a while, he burst into laughter. Do you truly think me a fool? I currently possess nearly 500,000 taels and chips. What do you have to wager? Your flesh? If you weighed over 200 pounds, like my beauty here, I would only bet 500 taels, for that is all you are worth. Besides that, what do you possess? I bring genuine gold and silver to the table. What do you offer? Just your mouth? Even that I would not desire to wager upon. The laughter surrounding them grew louder, akin to countless slaps against the elder's face. The merciless ridicule and sharp mockery ignited a fiery rage in the bearded elder. As his chest swelled with fury, threatening to erupt, I stake my life on this gambling den of the City of Fortune. Siyu's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke, laughing so hard that he nearly doubled over. With great effort, he finally composed himself, exclaiming, You are merely the proprietor of a gambling den. What right do you have to stake your claim? The old man then slowly retrieved several contracts from his person. Fortuitously, all the various contracts of the gambling house were in my possession today. Should I emerge victorious, all shall remain as it is. Should I lose, I shall bear the consequences, and the gambling house shall naturally revert to you. So you felt a stirring within. Such matters indeed existed. However, he outwardly displayed immense shock, only to immediately erupt into a frenzied outcry. He casually picked up several pages of the contract. Glancing through them, it had appeared that he comprehended nothing, ultimately tossing them onto the gaming table. By heaven, I shall gamble once more. If I win, I can indulge in games at my own gambling house every day. How delightful that would be. Yet, all of a sudden, he halted. Wait a moment, you cunning old wretch. You intend to deceive me. I have already amassed so much. I could simply return home and rest. Do you truly think me a fool? I am rather astute. I shall not gamble, for if I lose, I would weep inconsolably. The elder's throat tightened with bitterness. This rascal truly deserves his fate. Ha! The esteemed heir of the Su Wangfu is so timid. Bold enough to win yet cowardly in defeat. What a farce. He dares to call himself a gentleman. How utterly laughable. The elder, now consumed by anger, disregarded any notions of rank or status. If this worthless scoundrel were to leave today, having lost over 200,000, he would surely meet his demise. For there would be others to conclude his fate. One more gamble, and if he were to approach it with sincerity, victory would be assured. Once he reclaimed all that was lost, leveraging his familial connections, he could easily downplay the matter and perhaps even secure a portion of the silver. So he was instantly consumed by fury upon hearing the elder's provocative remarks. You old wretch, do you dare tarnish my reputation as a gentleman? The onlookers were equally unsettled, their hearts filled with derisive laughter. You a gentleman? How could you even claim such a title? You are the sort of scoundrel who brings shame upon others and yet still speaks of honor. It is utterly ludicrous. Your name must be synonymous with infamy. Beside him, young Master Chao also rose in indignation. You scoundrel, do you think you can tarnish the gentlemanly reputation of the heir? He has triumphed time and again. Do you think him a fool? Besides, what worth does mere reputation hold? Shouldn't he be counting his silver instead? This exchange seemed to strike a nerve with the heir. How dare you, Su Yu, heir of the Su estate, allow you to sully my gentlemanly name? What is the most valuable thing in life? It is none other than one's reputation. I shall stand firm, even if it means dying for it. I wager. But let me clarify. I shall not put forth my land deeds. I will bet the 30,000 in chips on this table. For this gambling house is worth no more than that. The crowd fell silent, astonished that the heir could so underestimate the value of the most luxurious gambling house in the capital, the Sunlight Casino, claiming it to be worth merely 30,000 taels of silver. How absurd. So you continued with a hint of sorrow. Otherwise, that rascal Su Fu might truly take his own life. If the old man returns, he will undoubtedly flay me alive. If you agree, let us gamble. If you refuse, I shall leave at once. You cannot place the blame on me for your unwillingness to wager. Attempting to tarnish my reputation as a gentleman is utterly impossible. Su Fu quickly covered his robe and dashed off into the distance, his demeanor oddly reminiscent of someone contemplating suicide. The onlookers regarded this foolish young lord with a mix of bewilderment and a hint of admiration, as if they could perceive a sliver of fierce determination amid his sheer foolishness. It seemed to evoke a peculiar understanding of a madman's unconventional obsession. The white fox young master's gaze flickered, pondering the audacity of this gamble, uncertain whether it pertained to the young lord or the elderly man. Young Master Chao cast frantic looks, indifferent to the old man's fate. What mattered was reclaiming the chips on the table to secure his share of silver. The elderly man found himself cornered, with the stakes on the table amounting to a staggering sum, and today he aimed to win 100,000 taels. He was resolute. If he won, he could ensure his survival. If he lost, he would take the matter seriously. There was no chance of defeat. The young lord valued his reputation, and the old man acknowledged his error with respect. The game commenced. The dazzling chips on the table shimmered, and the few delicate contracts fluttered enticingly. Who wouldn't envy the finest gambling den in the capital, worth 300,000? Preposterous. It could easily multiply tenfold. Once again, the two locked eyes, swaying left and right, each exuding a murderous glare. The young man in white closed his eyes, intent on discerning the source of the deception. Young Master Chao's forehead glistened with sweat, while the elderly man, brimming with resentment, resolved not to grant any opportunity this time. He would roll 3 sixes, regardless of accusations of bullying. His skill and technique were undeniable. What could anyone say? Now was the moment. With a resounding clap, he slammed the dice cup onto the table, certain of 3 sixes. Meanwhile, the young lord continued his erratic movements. He sneered at Suyu, feeling a thrill that had eluded him for over 2 decades. It was quite torturous, indeed. After today, such a situation would never arise again. The anxious young lord was still shaking, up and down, left and right, forward and back. With a triumphant shout, he slammed his dice cup onto the table. The young lady in white perked up, her ears twitching, seizing the moment. Her eyes flew open, revealing a look of incredulity. How could this be? Did he truly possess such skill? Was it possible she had misheard? At the instant the young lord's cup struck the table, one of the elder's dice mysteriously rolled slightly. Was it mere coincidence? If the young lord had caused it, there would have been no tremor during the previous roll. Surely the old man could not have manipulated it. Collaborating in such a charade would result in death. There was no logic in that. The perspiring young lord pressed down firmly on his cup, his bloodshot eyes fixed fiercely on the elder. Come on, reveal it. Today, I am blessed by the gods. I shall surely defeat you, old fool. The elder, however, had regained his composure, his demeanor now polite and courteous. One hand pressed the cup while the other gestured invitingly. Please, young lord, you go first. It is the rule. As everyone leaned forward in anticipation, the young lord Siyu dared not breathe, slowly, meticulously lifting the cup's lid. Chapter 31. I am your boss. Why the long face? As the cup was gradually unveiled, those at a distance could not discern the partially concealed dice, yet the young lord's ecstatic expression suggested a promising outcome. Suyu, brimming with joy, fixated intently on the elder's cup. The old fool, I'm much older than you. Hurry up and reveal it. Inside the young lord's cup lay 4, 5, and 6, a total of 15 points, indeed a formidable score. The surrounding spectators gasped, astonished that this seemingly incompetent lord had performed so remarkably. Yet, many remained skeptical. The elderly man was a master of the craft, having managed the top gambling house for over 2 decades. Those in the know understood that the old man would never personally take a seat at the table. Only this foolish young lord believed himself to be the chosen one, foolishly charging headfirst into danger. Having lost hundreds of thousands in previous years, he now found himself inexplicably emboldened. Yet this time, the old man was gambling for his life. Could he afford to go easy? As the incompetent young lord's triumphant shouts echoed, the elderly man, invigorated, slowly unveiled his cup. He had no doubt that his carefully rolled 3 sixes would hold firm. Perhaps he had erred in the last round. As the edge of the cup gradually revealed a 6, the young lord Siyu was fervently shouting, 1, 1, 2, for points. 1, 1, 2, for points. The onlookers held their breath, witnessing a high-stakes gamble worth millions of silver. The cup continued to unveil its secrets, revealing yet another 6. The corners of the elder's mouth slowly curled into a smile, while young Master Chao grinned widely, relishing the imminent sight of the young lord's downfall. Hoping he wouldn't lose his mind in the process, Su Fu roared internally, the heir must prevail, the heir must prevail. In the first round, he was drenched in cold sweat, compelled to act despite knowing full well that the heir was merely pretending, even though he appeared formidable, especially with an inner strength that seemed quite impressive. After all, how could a courtesan reclaimed and a genius spy submit? The assassin of the divine sect, nearing mastery, was now a saintess, and she would yield. Moreover, a martial arts prodigy, with eyes full of starlight, had achieved the rank of a grand martial master in less than half a month, and she too would submit. Each individual was more extraordinary than the last, each a veritable marvel. Yet today, at the gambling table, it was clear that the old man possessed decades of gambling expertise. Su Fu could hardly fathom how the heir would triumph. Just like the previous hand, he remained bewildered as to how this heir, who always lost, managed to win. But when the jubilant elder unveiled the dice cup, he was once again left speechless, as was young Master Chao. Everyone was in a state of shock. It seemed that only young Master Bai Hu kept his head lowered, unable to bear the sight. This time, the elder coughed up blood and collapsed, his dice cup revealing a perfect arrangement, 6, 6, and 1, totaling 13 points. No one cared about the elder's fate. Siyu, the heir, swiftly tucked away several pages of contracts into his robe, exclaiming, I have 4, 5, and 6, totaling 15 points. Old man, you have only 13. Let everyone bear witness. This heir did not coerce him. Now, even the king of heaven himself could not take this Sun City from me. Su Fu, distribute 100 taels of silver chips to each person present, and may you all enjoy your play. From now on, this Sun City shall bear the Su surname. I welcome you all to continue your patronage. Ha ha ha. He stood atop the grand gambling table, treading upon a pile of chips, joyfully waving to the crowd. Everyone remained in a daze. Had millions in gambling stakes truly changed hands so easily? Certainly, no one believed that anyone could wrestle it away from Su Fu directly. Unless through some cunning scheme. Young Master Chow wore a forced smile, cursing the old man sprawled on the ground. Damn be him for causing him a loss of at least 10,000 taels today, that wretched soul. You come here. So you shouted arrogantly at the short man with a long face. Observing this man rush over immediately, he stood before Su Yu, still wearing that same long face. You must be the highest-ranking official here, aside from that old fossil, correct? The long-faced man remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. The young master Su Yu, incensed, remarked, "What is your attitude? I am your superior now. Can you not manage a smile, you long-faced fellow?" The short man, struggling to contain himself, turned a vivid shade of red but failed to muster even a semblance of a smile, standing awkwardly before Su Yu. This amusing exchange provoked laughter from the onlookers, dispelling much of the tension surrounding the high-stakes gambling atmosphere. They were indifferent to who owned the gambling den, after all. Someone had just won 100 taels of silver, who wouldn't be pleased? Many of those present had not entered with such substantial stakes. Naturally, young Master Chow was far from pleased, his displeasure palpable. The arrogant young master, now further incensed, unleashed another tirade at the long-faced man. You are just like Su Fu. Truly born of the same mother. Su Fu, come here. I have triumphed in this gambling house today. Why do you still wear that grim visage? It is utterly unlucky. Su Fu's deliberately grim face was nearly unable to contain itself. The young master had truly triumphed, and now the royal residence was destined for great wealth and prosperity. Those two unfortunate souls, what expressions they wore. Su Fu, burdened with a countenance akin to a bitter melon, was entrusted with the responsibility of managing the four guards. From this day forth, you shall be stationed at the gambling house, tidying up the establishment and ensuring it is well kept for this young master. Should any mishap arise, I shall not hesitate to end your lives. The man with the bitter expression had yet to comprehend the boss's intentions. Was he to be retained? Before he could further ponder this, the scowling Su Fu, resembling a miser, promptly led him away with the four guards. This was undoubtedly a trip to the treasury to inspect the silver. Su Yu had full confidence in Su Fu's ability to manage personnel and administration. He was merely an extraordinarily fortunate waste, unfit to handle such matters. It was only at this moment that Su Yu truly breathed a sigh of relief. Casting a glance at the seemingly elated young Master Chow, he remarked, "You've been here for quite some time, yet I have yet to see you gamble. You only seem to watch me. Go on, take this 500 taels and chips and play. Don't say I'm not a good friend." Young Master Chow surveyed the table full of chips before glancing at the 500 taels the scoundrel had tossed into his arms. He struggled to suppress his urge to curse and turned on his heel to leave. "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave first." Watching young Master Chow depart without a backward glance, Su Yu smirked. "You little rascal, now is not your time. You're certainly off to meet the Prince of Marriage." Turning back, he noticed that everyone else had returned to their own amusements, with few still concerned about the unfolding events. Only Yin Ruyu remained by Su Yu's side, nibbling on a roasted chicken. "Ruyu, yes? What else do you desire besides roasted chicken? Brother will buy you anything. 2 more roasted chickens, please." Su Fu's efficiency was remarkably high. Shortly thereafter, someone arrived to clear the table laden with chips that Su Yu had occupied. Coincidentally, it was the same young man who had been driven away by Su Yu earlier. He bowed slightly, a hint of trepidation in his demeanor, and greeted Su Yu, saying, "Your Grace, esteemed master." Su Yu curled his lips, observing the young man. "Your physique is quite robust. What stage of martial apprentice are you at?" The young man grew increasingly anxious, unable to keep pace with the boss's line of thought. "Reporting to you, boss, I am at the 6th stage of martial apprentice." Take 100 taels from the chips and say it's my word," the boss instructed. The young man immediately brightened, exclaiming, "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Remember, the silver is not given freely. If you do not reach the 8th stage of martial apprentice within a month, I shall dismiss you." Across from him, So you noticed that the young man with the white fox-like face had been gazing at him intently. Chapter 32. Endure it, give it to him. If you cannot endure it, perish. The young man with the white fox face rose and approached Su Yu. Her expression was calm, her stride exuding a masculine bravado, and even her slender eyes were remarkably composed. Every gesture she made was that of a graceful gentleman, a disguise so masterfully executed that it surpassed Su Yu's own attempts. In truth, he had only crossed over for less than a month, despite his efforts to play the role of a useless dandy. A careful analysis revealed that he was still vastly different from his original self. How could a wastrel attract a master as beautiful as Yin Ryu? How could a dandy dare to vie for the affections of the second prince's betrothed? How could he confront the fifth prince? How could he challenge his mother-in-law? Furthermore, could a noble residence easily eliminate a master, 2 grand martial artists, and more than 20 martial apprentices? These facts were riddled with flaws. Yet his original self's decade-long reputation as a wastrel had led many to form preconceived notions. However, gradually, many would start to recognize these discrepancies, and it seemed a plausible excuse would be needed to cover them, given that the old man was besieged. Perhaps the blame could be shifted onto that reckless and chaotic distant aunt? The young man with the white fox face stood merely a few steps in front of him. The heir truly is formidable. Had I known this would be the case, I should have mustered the courage to gamble alongside you. Otherwise, a share of this gambling din could have been mine. So you cast a sidelong glance, playfully tousling her long hair, the epitome of youthful charm. Is this handsome gentleman attempting to curry favor with me? Today, I find myself in high spirits. Perhaps I shall grant you a share, she mused. The white fox-like face of her interlocutor froze in surprise. What was the meaning of this? She had merely come to extend a courteous greeting, hoping to establish a semblance of familiarity while cautiously probing the waters, for she harbored suspicions regarding the integrity of this gamble. To offer several 100,000 shares of the gambling house for just a few exchanged words, this nobleman was indeed a prodigal. One could only wonder how long he could maintain such extravagance. Perhaps it would be wiser to avoid entanglements altogether. Oh, how could I dare? You jest, my lord. I am but a humble merchant, unworthy of your esteemed notice. Oh, still playing coy, it seemed she had caught wind of his remarks. So you instantly displayed his impatience, waving his hand dismissively as if swatting away a fly. Begone, begone. This young master cannot abide men who are more handsome than I. With a visage akin to that of a woman, a pretty boy indeed. Be wary, lest I bind you and toy with you. With that, he strode away, weaving through the gambling house with an exaggerated politeness, seemingly intent on showcasing the charm befitting his new status as the proprietor. The remaining white fox-faced woman appeared quite uncomfortable, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Internally, she cursed. What a scoundrel. Even men harbor such thoughts, utterly revolting. One cannot help but wonder how long this waste of space will continue to exist. Truly unfortunate. I shall ignore him and continue my stroll. So you gazed at the white fox's face, which was strained with suppressed anger, and smiled. This girl, for now, he decided to let be. The largest grain merchant in the vicinity of the capital would inevitably come seeking her family's assistance. He also needed to ensure that Xiaoxiao thoroughly investigated this grain merchant. After a while, feeling a sense of ennui, he ascended to the second floor once more. Su Fu, with a face full of bitterness, busily engaged himself, glancing around only to find himself unable to contribute. He then retreated to the railing on the second floor and began to roar. Everyone was enjoying themselves, after all. The Su family held considerable power in the capital, even in the absence of the old master. This young master S paternal aunt had already dispatched numerous individuals to assist me, and henceforth, I shall relish witnessing who dares to provoke me. Ha ha ha, let the revelry continue. Many below found this young master to be quite peculiar, questioning the significance of his maternal aunt, as it bore no relevance to their affairs. Su Yu chose to disregard these matters. Those who could not comprehend were inconsequential, while those who could understand would inevitably weigh their options. As for the vice-marshal of Tyrant Dragon Town, who would not feel apprehensive? What is desired is the intricate interplay of truth and falsehood, leaving you all in a state of confusion. During a brief interlude, he summoned Su Fu to approach. Take a moment to observe. There is no shortage of silver now. And at any cost, can we recruit a few more Grand Martial Masters? Additionally, we could bring in over 20 more Martial Masters. Having consumed such a substantial portion of mead, it is certain that someone will seek to create trouble. Su Fu nodded, reassuring the young lord, rest assured. I am well aware of this matter. With sufficient funds, everything becomes manageable. Everyone fears the Su family, and rightfully so. The Su army is formidable and fiercely loyal. Moreover, the retired veterans of the Su army can rally at a single call. And the old military god's authority and charisma within the ranks are beyond the comprehension of many. As for the affairs of the residents, you need not concern yourself. With Qin Xiao present, all is well. I shall remain here for the next few days. You must expedite your search for allies. Initially, they will observe how well the Su family can safeguard this golden hen. Very well, I shall make the arrangements now. The matters concerning the gambling house were not overly complex. Su Fu toiled into the late hours, meticulously organizing the accounts and reviewing the staff, dismissing a few while retaining the majority. So you took residence on the third floor, with the gambling hall occupying the first floor, and several luxurious private rooms and offices on the second. The third floor was more modest, containing only a few rooms, making it suitable for his stay. Meanwhile, in the prince's residence, an elderly man, bearing the marks of age, sat in a grand chair, quietly listening to reports from his subordinates. Earlier in the afternoon, young Master Chow had visited, a gesture that required no further provocation. It was merely a statement of intent. As a series of reports from his attendants unfolded, the elder began to feel wearied. Once the last of them departed, he closed his eyes, and a figure gradually emerged from the inner chamber. The elder inquired, "What is your perspective?" The young man, clad in yellow robes, waved his folding fan dismissively. "It is merely a gambling house, of no consequence to me. However, appearances must be maintained. As for this fortunate fool, the line between reality and illusion is blurred. The old war god and my little aunt, even if they ultimately seek me out, what of it? The flames will not reach me, and as for you, I doubt they wish to bear that name." He continued, "If he can withstand it, then let the gambling house be his. If not, he shall perish. Just remember, do not engage him recklessly." The elder nodded. "Indeed. Handling it this way is sound. You must learn from my lessons and conserve your strength. When the time comes to act, do so decisively. The old man with the goat beard was confirmed by the officials to have died from a sudden heart attack. That night, Su found it difficult to sleep. Sensing that trouble was imminent, Yin Yang had been summoned, and Su Fu urgently gathered 4 individuals, 1 grand martial artist and 3 martial artists. This, combined with his own undefeated status as a pseudo-master, along with Ru Yu and Yin Yang, brought the total to 3 masters. Adding 2 grand martial artists and 7 martial artists, if they could not protect the gambling house, it would simply indicate that the enemy was overwhelmingly powerful. In the latter half of the night, he and Ryu stood in the shadows of the 3rd floor, quietly observing the street below. He had already instructed Qin Xiao to prepare an emergency plan should anything arise at the princess residence. Suddenly, a silent team of cloaked figures darted swiftly towards the gambling house from the dimly lit street. Ryu, descend and assist, capture any survivors if possible. In no time, the black-clad figures surged into the gambling house, 16 in total. At least 2 of them were masters, and they showed no restraint. Su donned a set of purple garments and masked his face. Tonight, he intended to demonstrate to all that as the young lord of the Su residence. He was not accompanied by only Ryu as a master. He descended directly from the 3rd floor, employing agile maneuvers to reach the 2nd floor and then into the hall, where he intercepted one of the black-clad figures ranked 2nd among the masters. Without uttering a word, he unleashed his Tai Chi fist. Chapter 33, The Open Route, Wielding Power. He was a grand martial artist, surpassing the master level in various aspects. Yet Tai Chi was unrivaled against those of equal standing. Confronting someone of a higher rank, he could deflect and neutralize their strikes, making it feasible to hold off a master without engaging in a prolonged battle. The master hesitated, taken aback by Su Yu's punch. A grand martial artist? You dare to challenge me? Are you courting death? The blade in the master's hand gleamed coldly as he swung it forcefully towards Su Yu. Su Yu sidestepped, deftly neutralizing the force and guiding the master 2 steps away, shattering the attack while disrupting his footing. Yen Ryu was similarly engaged with another master, whose flaw lay in his ability to fight anyone but struggled to subdue a master of equal rank quickly. His defenses were robust, yet his offense was lacking. So you would need to train him further. The remaining 9 faced off against more than 10 adversaries, but with Su Fu and the newly recruited grand martial artist, they could at least avoid defeat. The battle raged on, fierce and tumultuous, with roars of combat echoing throughout. Another figure clad in purple suddenly materialized behind the master embroiled in combat with Su Yu, brandishing a short sword that silently pierced the master's side. The master gasped, shocked by the sudden appearance, stumbling yet managing to regain his balance. Grasping the sword, he hesitated to withdraw it. Another master. He attempted to utter the word poison, but Su Yu's punch silenced him. Following closely, the petite figure of Yin Yang advanced, catching the black-clad assailant off guard. The adversary, cornered and frustrated, bellowed, retreat. He found himself at a loss against the robust Su Yu, unable to inflict any harm, yet he was also unable to overpower the young man who towered over him. Further delay posed great danger. With 2 skilled purple-clad fighters in the mix, it appeared the mission had failed. Having already been briefed, he resolved to withdraw immediately. With a sudden dash, he attempted to take his subordinate with him, indifferent to the fate of the others. Yet Su Yu would not allow it. He disregarded the now sluggish opponent afflicted by poison and charged at the leader. The group of over 10, including a grand martial artist, quickly formed a defensive retreat. Yin Yang, unrelenting against the master now hindered by poison, launched a fierce assault. The leader, having exchanged several blows with Su Yu, felt his movements becoming sluggish. With his second-in-command incapacitated and no further option for combat, he recognized that staying would lead to his own peril. With a furious cry, he turned to flee. Su Yu did not pursue, while Su Fu and his companions merely feigned a chase. Only the second brother, afflicted by deeper poison, gradually collapsed under the hands of Yin Yang. Numerous shops along the street lit their oil lamps. Su Yu returned to the 3rd floor, his boisterous voice resonating through the air. With merely 2 masters and a dozen others, they dared to challenge the Sun City? They underestimated both the royal house of the state and my little aunt, did they not? He felt quite pleased. This way, the attack tonight would surely become common knowledge. At least 3 formidable martial artists stood by his side, and with the multitude of forces at his disposal, any attempt on his life would not be so easily executed. The unconscious second-in-command had been drained of blood for half an hour by Su Yu, leaving him in a state of bliss. However, in the latter half of the night, Yin Yang endured her own tribulations. On the following day, Su Yu, accompanied by the exhausted Yin Yang, returned to the royal residence, leaving Ryu at the gambling house just in case. Upon his return, Su Yu swiftly entered the Purple Chi courtyard, expelling all the maidservants until only the pleas of Qin Xiao remained. For 3 consecutive days, Su Yu spent his time in the gambling house. With Su Fu now backed by substantial resources, the royal residence had gained 10 additional martial artists and 2 grand martial artists. Yu Xiaoyao had fully recovered, having advanced to the grand martial artist realm, and he had also received some of Su Yu's essence blood, ensuring his martial progress would be swift. After Su Yu's instructions, he was dispatched, and 3 informants were arranged for Xiaoxiao. The intelligence network needed to be expanded, as Su Yu had numerous enemies to monitor. On the 6th day, business at the gambling house continued as usual until a squad of officers stormed it during broad daylight. No matter how many martial artists or strong guards there were, they could not afford to confront the authorities. By the time Su Yu arrived, the once bustling gambling house was reduced to a mere 10 young servants and over 10 of Su Fu's guards. These individuals stood to one side, while on the other stood the officers. Su Yu entered with a dark expression. Did these ruffians believe they could no longer handle him in the shadows and had resorted to direct confrontation? Resorting to official avenues and incessantly seeking trouble was perhaps a vulnerability for Su Yu. It must be said, there were indeed formidable individuals among them. At this moment, Su Yu found himself somewhat apprehensive of their tactics. Although he held the title of heir to the marquisate, he wielded no real power. The old patriarch had authority, particularly military power, but he was absent. In matters of governance, there truly was no one to advocate on his behalf, which was exceedingly vexing. Upon seeing Su Yu enter, a leading figure immediately stepped forward. Your humble servant greets the heir. We have received reports that the Sun City is implicated in cases of brawling, murder, and child trafficking. We request your cooperation in the investigation. This individual, with a pinched face and sharp features, was instantly unappealing to Su Yu. He raised his chin and carelessly plopped into a chair, leaning back without uttering a word, simply observing the report-giving officer. The bowing figure, receiving no response from the heir, found himself caught in an awkward stance, neither fully bowed nor standing upright. It was a painfully awkward situation. He was no fool and dared not confront the heir directly. But being summoned by the higher-ups, he had no choice but to comply. So he lingered, fixated on the small head before him. Merely a trivial matter. Yet there was no point in contention. But who was he? A worthless scoundrel, a debauched wastrel. Thus, let the chaos commence from the smallest of beginnings, slowly spiraling into madness. In a contest of audacity and recklessness, he would not create a significant upheaval that would rattle these individuals. He summoned a martial artist and, after issuing a few commands, the martial artist departed hastily. Su Fu, what profits does the gambling house yield in a day? Su Fu replied, under normal circumstances, it would be 8,000 taels. After a pause, he turned to the small figure that had been bowing for quite some time and inquired, pray tell, which official office do you represent? The subordinate replied, I am a Wei, serving under the command of the left city commander. So you leisurely remarked, a captain? Even this insignificant official dares to climb atop my head. Very well, Su Fu. Apprehend these more than 10 individuals, sever their water and food supply. They dare to cause a ruckus in my territory without any evidence, with nothing but their bare hands? The loss of 8,000 taels today shall be accounted to these individuals. They shall pay for the silver before their release. Upon hearing this, the small-headed Wei nearly lost control of himself, and the more than 10 subordinates accompanying him instantly turned pale. They had believed that, due to their official status, even if the young master were foolish or reckless, he would not dare to act so boldly. Yet, this fellow truly had the audacity, not only to detain them but also to demand compensation for the losses. 8,000 taels a day, which calculates to over 600 taels per person. And that is merely for a single day. The small-headed Wei fell to his knees with a resounding thud, exclaiming, Young master, I am but following orders. I beseech you to show mercy. See, you sneered, humph. If no lessons are imparted, then anyone may come and trample as they please. Begone. Seize them. If they dare resist, strike. A throng of over a dozen guards surged forward. The constables dared not oppose them, even if they attempted to resist. It would merely result in a few punches. They were merely martial apprentices of the 7th or 8th rank, not even martial masters, destined only to endure blows. The group of constables was taken away, while Su Yu remained composed, leisurely awaiting the proceedings. He intended to acquire both silver and personnel today. Chapter 34. The capital's constabulary must kneel. An hour later, Su Yu found himself in possession of several sheets of paper. He meticulously read them line by line, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He picked up his brush and inscribed another note, handing all the papers to his aide, Su Fu. Immediately seek out the individuals mentioned on this paper and besiege them with silver. I intend to unleash the hounds. Su Yu spoke with nonchalance, yet his eyes gleamed with sharpness. Su Fu received the command and hurriedly departed with 2 companions. Su Yu, in a state of ennui, leisurely sipped tea for 2 hours. Suddenly, a group of officials stormed in with an air of authority, intending to exact retribution and demand accountability. However, they were met with a flurry of slaps from Su Yu, resulting in the detainment of more than a dozen individuals. Su Yu was well aware that Su Fu had already gone to seek assistance. There was no rush. He chose to bide his time, allowing the frustrations of those around him to accumulate, for they would undoubtedly prove advantageous later. As evening approached, Su Fu returned, accompanied by 2 individuals. Su Yu posed a few brief inquiries before instructing his attendants to escort the newcomers to partake in some nourishment and rest. At long last, the main figure arrived, his grand sedan chair coming to a steady halt outside the gates of the Sun City, flanked by over 20 officials. A middle-aged man descended from the chair, striding purposefully toward the main hall with measured steps. Su Yu reclined languidly in his chair, exuding an air of nonchalance, barely lifting his eyelids as he remarked with a slight curl of his lips, this is quite the grand arrangement. Before him, a figure halted at a distance of 10 paces, their voice resonant and commanding. Young master, I am here in my capacity as an investigator. Su Yu slowly opened her eyes, her gaze piercing as she fixed her attention on the individual before her. Since you are aware that I am the heir apparent, Why do you not disclose your name and title? What brings you here? The person standing before her was adorned with a ceremonial crown, dressed in resplendent robes. A jade belt cinched at his waist, and wearing cloud-soled boots, exuding an air of authority. I am Zhujiang, a deputy officer of the 4th rank, responsible for maintaining order within the capital. Clad in official robes, I serve the emperor and hold the heir in utmost respect. Yet I must insist that you regard me accordingly. So he rose leisurely, fixing his gaze on Zhujiang, and sneered, "Ah, such grand authority you wield. You may be justified in your actions, but I, as the son of nobility, embody the spirit of a gentleman and shall not engage in trivial disputes. However, should you act recklessly, you may find me less accommodating. I have no qualms about taking down even a prince. What are you, but a mere insect?" Zhujiang furrowed his brow, taken aback by the unexpected audacity of the so-called wastrel. How could he possess such courage and an aura of menace that seemed genuine? Please, young master, temper your gallant phrases. My subordinates are merely conducting their investigation. Where, pray tell, are your men? Zhujiang wished to avoid further entanglement with this noble. His task was simply to check in on the case every few days, and it might escalate to daily visits. Your men? Investigating? Suyu raised his voice in retort. They come empty-handed. Where is the evidence? On what grounds do they dare to shut down my grand gambling establishment? Who grants them such audacity? And who grants you such audacity? I advise you, in the clash of titans, do not become collateral damage. This is no trifling matter. Lives may be lost. You've reached a considerable age. It is no small feat to arrive at this juncture. You know best whether you stand on solid ground. Some things are as they appear, and some are not. Reflect on this. I grant you this one opportunity. If you wish to continue as another's weapon, then how you meet your demise may remain a mystery to all. With that, Suyu closed his eyes, lapsing into silence. Zhujiang, upon hearing these words, felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. What did it mean to see mountains as mountains and waters as waters, and yet see them otherwise? Was he speaking of himself? How could such profound words emanate from a supposed fool? This was a grave predicament. It appeared that he was implying that he was not as he seemed, that he was not the simpleton the world believed him to be. Zhujiang wished to retreat. Yet the figure behind him had made it abundantly clear that failure in this task would cost him his position. He had initially thought it was merely a matter of harassing a bold and audacious fool, yet this young master seemed far from ordinary. What to do? The individual behind him could indeed strip him of his very skin, leaving him to perish in obscurity. As for the person before him, his father and distant cousin were still absent from the capital. The path of governance often resembles a precarious tightrope. Seeking to appease all is but a fool less errant. Zhujiang steeled himself, summoning his courage. Young master, while your guards are vigilant, I am cloaked in imperial authority. I hope you will cease further harassment. Release my subordinate at once, or I shall return with far more formidable reinforcements. I trust you do not wish to trample upon the gambling house or encircle the prince's residence. Suyu opened his eyes once more, filled with an aura of lethal intent. Very well, he declared. If you're certain, let us commence. Su Fu, bring forth that pair of grandmother and granddaughter. Zhujiang appeared utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the intentions of the young lord and the purpose of summoning these individuals. What could possibly be the significance of their presence at this moment? However, when Su Fu arrived, escorting an elderly woman and a young girl, Zhujiang's countenance turned ashen, and he nearly lost his balance. The young woman looked haggard, having lost an arm and blinded in one eye. The remaining eye glinted with a fierce hatred the moment she laid eyes on Zhujiang. Beside her, the frail old woman, her age evident in her features, recognized Zhujiang and immediately lunged forward, intent on tearing him apart, only to be restrained firmly by Su Fu. The young woman exuded an aura of chilling indifference, while the elderly matriarch howled, "You beast! I am your own maternal cousin, and this girl beside me is your niece. You wretched creature! You've left us as the sole survivors of our family, 6 lives lost. I shall bring this matter before the court. I will fight to the death for your life." Suyu was weary of hearing such distressing matters. Though her original self had been reckless, often bullying and injuring the women of the brothel, it was merely a transaction, more about intimidation and coercion than anything else. There had been no fatalities in her memories. Yet, the current left river was excessively ruthless, annihilating an entire family of 8 with a mere command. This grandmother and granddaughter had left behind a means to manipulate him, which had unexpectedly become useful today. The once arrogant left river, who had entered with an air of superiority, now appeared pale with fear, trembling, and disoriented. Suyu rose, his gaze fierce and predatory as that of a tiger or wolf, fixating upon Zhujiang, having brutally slaughtered an entire family of 8. I, as the son of a nobleman endowed with the virtues of a gentleman and bestowed with a title by the emperor, must indeed alleviate the emperor's concerns regarding such a treacherous minister. I shall apprehend you and deliver you to the Ministry of Justice without delay. Men, encircle him and take him down. In an instant, 2 formidable martial masters and over a dozen skilled warriors closed in. Zhujiang, stripped of his official bearing and spirit, muttered softly under his breath. Only when the martial masters approached did he seem to awaken from his stupor, kneeling before Suyu. Your Highness, spare my life. I beseech you, I shall never dare to repeat such transgressions again. Suyu's expression was devoid of emotion, This chameleon must be dealt with decisively at the first opportunity, serving as a warning to others. The over 20 constables brought by Zhujiang included several martial artists, yet their strengths varied greatly. The position of this captain was merely responsible for maintaining order in the capital, not for garrison duties. The martial prowess exhibited was woefully inadequate. These individuals typically oppressed the common folk, managing trivial matters and collecting bribes, but when faced with actual conflict, they would immediately cower. The already terrified captain found them even more fearful, to the point of not daring to resist. They were seasoned veterans, merely standing on the sidelines. The more than 20 constables were subsequently taken away, and Su Yu, observing the weeping and speechless Zhujiang, inquired about the mastermind behind it all. As expected, it was the fifth prince. Su Yu let out a cold laugh, pondering to himself, tomorrow, I shall take this Zhujiang to storm the Ministry of Justice, and in the process, deliver a resounding slap to the faces of all those involved. Let us see if the emperor feels the sting, and if he will intervene. Chapter 35. The colorful chariot parade shocks the court. In a single night, the capital's constable Zhujiang was interrogated for an entire evening. Without a single finger laid upon him, nor any physical punishment, it was entirely through verbal dueling that numerous astonishing secrets were unveiled. Meanwhile, in the Wang residence, Su Xiaoxiao quietly delivered several sheets of paper. Had Su Yu been present in the manner, he would have undoubtedly cheered in delight at his wife's remarkable capabilities. The intelligence she provided was undeniably invaluable, consisting entirely of crucial information. Most of this intelligence had been gathered by Xiaoxiao during her tenure as the chief spy for the second prince. In his quest to control the situation, the second prince had scoured for news, unwittingly providing Su Yu with a potent weapon, although Xiaoxiao did not possess many of the tangible pieces of evidence. At critical moments, a single word or an elusive rumor could instill terror in the hearts of those with ulterior motives. After Su Xiaoxiao was captured by Su Yu, the second prince swiftly dispatched 4 formidable warriors to rescue her. Initially confident of their success, they ultimately vanished without a trace, failing to return. Consequently, the second prince began to act with greater caution, refraining from making hasty moves. On one hand, Su Yu was protected by martial guards, making him a formidable opponent. On the other hand, the second prince contemplated stoking the flames of chaos from the shadows, manipulating others to create turmoil. The scholar sought trouble with Yin Yang. The fifth prince intervened to exert pressure, and 2 powerful warriors launched a nighttime assault on the Wang residence. Perhaps all these incidents bore the second prince's influence. When the fifth prince compelled Zhujiang to instigate trouble, one might wonder if this was at the behest of the second prince. Or perhaps the fifth prince intended to monopolize the rich prize of the Sun City while avenging a slap in the face. It is also conceivable that the second prince harbored a glimmer of hope, believing that Su Xiaoxiao was either dead or still fiercely resisting. He could never have imagined that the proud Su Xiaoxiao would be subdued by a worthless, debauched heir and become the most capable aide within the Wang residence. With connections that spanned the heavens, the following day, an unusual sight appeared at the entrance of Sun City. A horse-drawn carriage, pulled by 4 majestic steeds, caught the eye of many. The rear of the carriage had been transformed into a large platform, adorned with long wooden planks, morphing it into an expansive stage. This was the fruit of Su Yu's labor, having toiled alongside 6 martial artists throughout the night. Atop the colorful carriage rested a gigantic, old-fashioned horn of Su Yu's own design. He circled the modest 10-meter carriage, then leapt aboard first, brimming with pride. Subsequently, an elderly woman and a young boy were carefully lifted onto the chariot. Finally, the main character made his entrance, the constable of the capital, Zhujiang, of the 4th rank. His official robe, hat, and boots were stripped away and arranged neatly atop the highest wooden stand. As Su Yu feared being accused of disrespecting the emperor and the imperial authority, the young boatman, Wang Ergo, who had previously been driven away by Su Yu, was once again conscripted for this endeavor. This lad, having rehearsed the speech countless times, now stood upon the colorful carriage, both anxious and exhilarated. Lastly, Yin Ruyu, graceful and poised, stood beside Su Yu, adding an air of dominance to this grand spectacle. The carriage slowly set in motion, heading toward the Ministry of Justice. Su Yu exhibited an unparalleled arrogance, continuously waving to the crowd gathered around the colorful procession, a haughty smile plastered across his face, bound tightly to a thick log. The once mighty officer Zhujiang, stripped of his official robes, wore a countenance of despair. Before a massive vintage loudspeaker, Wang Ergu took a deep breath and commenced his proclamation. The capital's security officer, Zhujiang, has, under the pretense of imperial favor, engaged in heinous acts, including the violation of young maidens and the brutal murder of an entire family of 6, leaving only a tortured granddaughter with a mutilated hand and a blind eye, and a fortunate grandmother who was not at home. The emperor's grace is boundless, and the law is inexorable. Zhujiang was recognized by a frail elderly woman and a young child while harassing a gambling den with his subordinates, intent on committing further atrocities. Fortunately, the noble heir of the state protectorate, Su Yu, embodying the virtues of an ancient gentleman, came to the defense of the grandmother and granddaughter, apprehending the scoundrel who has betrayed the emperor's trust. Today, he is being dispatched to the Ministry of Justice in a most public manner. Indeed, One must not overlook the clarity and resonance of the young croupier Su Yu had enlisted. Amplified through the old-fashioned loudspeaker, the promotional effect was nothing short of extraordinary. The resounding voice echoed for nearly a mile as the carriage ambled along, covering several miles from the gambling den to the Ministry of Justice. A journey that would surely take the entire morning. The clear and powerful voice recounted the despicable crimes. The pitiful sight of the grandmother and granddaughter evoked deep sympathy among onlookers. The prominently displayed official robes and hats served to underscore the gravity of the situation. Coupled with this novel and unique promotional float, the crowd steadily swelled. Within the span of an hour, the throng coalesced into an elongated procession, growing ever more formidable. The relentless voice of the vintage loudspeaker disseminated the details of Zhuo Zhang's transgressions far and wide, inciting widespread contempt for this individual. In the capital, beneath the emperor's gaze, a mere fourth-rank official had perpetrated such abominable acts that he deserved nothing less than the most severe punishment. The violation of young maidens and the slaughter of an entire family, had it not been for the fortunate escape of the tormented maiden and the absence of the grandmother. It would have been a massacre. The crowd erupted in furious denunciations, branding him as a beast devoid of conscience. Elderly onlookers, angered by the sight of the white-haired grandmother and the one-armed, one-eyed woman atop the float, hurled eggs and vegetables from their baskets in a fit of rage towards Zhuo Jiang. Director Su Yu's quest for justice has met with resounding success, igniting fervent emotions among the crowd, whose grievances echoed throughout the venue. The sole blemish on this achievement was the presence of the young master Su Yu, which left some feeling uneasy, akin to a small fishbone lodged in their throats. However, this discomfort was soon alleviated as Wang Ergo lauded the young master for his noble demeanor, gradually redirecting everyone's attention towards the creature known as Zhuo Jiang, causing Su Yu to fade into the background. In the Imperial Palace, the atmosphere of the morning court was abruptly disrupted. The solemnity of the proceedings was shattered by urgent reports from the spies. Upon learning of the incident, the emperor immediately inquired, "This is no trivial matter. A fourth-rank security official from the capital has been apprehended and sent to the Ministry of Justice by the young master of the Su family." The details were vivid. Although the official's robes had been stripped away, they were still neatly folded. The emperor, seated upon the throne, displayed no discernible emotion of joy or anger. In front of the entire court, he commanded the eunuch to read aloud the charges against Zhuo Jiang, ensuring every word was pronounced correctly. Once the eunuch finished reading, a heavy silence enveloped the room. This unnerved many, particularly the fifth prince, who trembled uncontrollably. Zhuo Jiang was a pawn he had pushed into action, and now he faced arrest with such damning evidence. Who could have orchestrated this? What were the odds that the scoundrel would stumble upon that old woman and her grandson? It was clear that a powerful figure was maneuvering behind the scenes. The fifth prince refused to believe that a single word of the charges could have been pinned by that good-for-nothing. At this moment, the young master of the Su family had only traveled 2 miles in his grand carriage, with 3 more to go. The emperor's voice echoed once more, "Indeed. Zhuo Jiang has disregarded my benevolence and committed these shameful acts. What do you propose we do about it?" The assembled ministers, nobles, and officials above the third rank remained silent. It was evident that the emperor did not appear particularly enraged. Was it due to his imperial grace? Or perhaps the law's blind eye? The first prince, second prince, and fifth prince each harbored their own thoughts. Meanwhile, the grand scholar, the grand tutor, the grand protector, the princes, and the dukes all remained tight-lipped. Without a clear understanding of the situation, who would dare speak up? The fifth prince, fully aware of the circumstances, was particularly hesitant, his heart racing with anxiety. Among the crowd, the third-rank official Xiaoyang felt a deep sense of unease. He was Zhuo Zhang's direct superior, responsible for the administration of the entire capital. With such a grave incident occurring under his watch, he feared he could not escape blame. The first prince appeared unfazed, while the second prince's face betrayed his inner turmoil, wondering how this meddlesome fool had survived thus far. Who was advising him? Was that woman still alive? The fifth prince continued to tremble, completely unsettled. In the presence of the prince, the minister of war, the minister of justice, and the grand scholar, there was a profound silence, as none dared to break it. Many had wished for the downfall of Su Yu. Yet today's events had thrust the issue into the solemn court, placing it before the emperor for the first time. A sudden loud noise reverberated through the hall, causing everyone to shudder, unsure of what would transpire next. Chapter 36, The Old Fox and the Tightening Spell. The atmosphere in the court was so tense it seemed capable of squeezing out water. Every individual held their breath, not daring to utter a sound. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted, causing the assembled officials to shudder in unison. The emperor's anger could indeed shake the very foundations of the earth. The consequences could range from officials losing their positions and being sent home to exile far from their homeland. In the most severe instances, entire families could face ruin and disaster. For a mere fourth-rank official to commit such egregious acts while the pillars of the state remained silent in the court was both lamentable and disgraceful. The emperor's voice boomed like a bell, filled with fury and disappointment. Heads bowed, yet minds churned with tumultuous thoughts. The term fool resounded in their minds, as they realized the emperor had referred to Su Yu in such a manner. Clearly, the young master's remarks had struck a chord with the emperor. The emperor's wrath instilled fear among the ministers, who trembled visibly. Even if they felt no fear internally, they had to wear a facade of trepidation. Otherwise, what would become of the emperor's authority? The Minister of Justice, unable to contain himself any longer, stepped forward. His heart was heavy with frustration. For this troublesome young master had specifically pointed fingers at his ministry. Reluctantly, he acknowledged, "Your Majesty. The security officials Zhujiang has disregarded your grace and committed such heinous acts. It is imperative that my Ministry of Justice investigates thoroughly. Should the charges be substantiated, we shall administer justice to uphold the law and highlight your imperial benevolence." The Minister of Justice skillfully aligned his words with the emperor's sentiments, both flattering and accepting the burden of this delicate situation. Indeed, the Ministry of Justice must take action, the emperor affirmed, and if the allegations are confirmed, Zhujiang shall face severe punishment, perhaps even more than warranted. The emperor nodded slightly, then shifted his focus. The young master of the Su family has made a commendable report and protected witnesses. Given the magnitude of this disturbance, what do you all suggest in terms of reward? If the court were to overlook this young master's contributions, it would reflect poorly on my generosity. At this moment, the ailing yet dignified prince he stepped forward, his voice tinged with age and fatigue. "Your Majesty, I have something to submit." The emperor's eyes sparkled with amusement as he replied, "Proceed." "Your Majesty." This young master often acts in an absurd and bizarre manner, sometimes audacious and at other times reckless. It is evident that he does not operate alone. There must be someone guiding him from the shadows. I believe he should not be rewarded, lest it undermine your authority in the future. The prince spoke with righteous indignation. The emperor, gazing at his royal uncle, suddenly erupted into laughter. "Uncle, you are simply being petty. Is it not merely a small gambling victory over you? Why hold such a grudge? I shall not heed your advice. I cannot be as small-minded as you." The prince's white beard bristled with indignation, his face flushed crimson. Yet he dared not oppose the emperor again and could only retreat in silence, his temper simmering. The emperor chuckled once more, and the first prince, positioned at the head of the right row, allowed a subtle smile to play at the corners of his lips. The court fell into a profound silence, emblematic of Su's isolation and helplessness. Everyone understood that the emperor wished for Su to vanish swiftly, yet out of respect, he could not express this outright. If someone were to voice a reasonable suggestion, the emperor might very well agree. As the emperor observed his minister's silence, his brow began to furrow. What should he do? To directly decree punishment without rewarding those who had acted commendably would be a blow to his dignity. Just then, Prince Fuchong stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I have something to say." "Proceed." "This young master has done nothing of merit from childhood to adulthood, merely idle and frivolous. He is certainly not a talent worthy of praise. Whether by sheer luck or orchestration, I believe no reward should be granted. Given his temperament, Your Majesty, I fear any recognition might inflate his arrogance and invite further troubles." Prince Fuchong spoke earnestly, his face etched with concern. The emperor stiffened at these words. Indeed, Su had grown increasingly audacious. Indulging him would be unwise. Yet offering no acknowledgement would reflect poorly on the imperial dignity. His gaze swept across the assembled courtiers, and a scheme took shape in his mind. These officials either avoided entanglement, given Su's backing from the old Prince Shin in the Su manor, or secretly wished for his demise, though none dared voice it openly. And the emperor still needed this troublemaker to stir the murky waters of the court. Why not assign him a sinecure, a nominal reward that would also leash him, making future control all the easier? "Since none of you have better suggestions, we shall decide," the emperor declared. "By decree, Su, heir of the Su manor, is commended for his report. With the capital security captaincy vacant, we appoint him to the post at once." The grand hall fell into stunned silence before the ministers erupted in unison. "Your Majesty is most sagacious. A petty fourth-rank sinecure, overseeing mere dozens of constables and trivial urban affairs, what ruthlessness. Forcing a noble heir into such a role was a veiled demotion, tightening the noose around him under the guise of honor." Unaware, Su still waved theatrically from his parade float, a ludicrous spectacle. From an old-fashioned megaphone, Wang Ergo's hoarse voice continued denouncing Zhujiang's crimes, his throat nearly raw. Suddenly, four galloping horses thundered down the street, their riders shouting, "Imperial decree arrives! Imperial decree arrives!" The crowd parted as a eunuch halted before Su's float. "By heaven's mandate, the emperor decrees, Zhujiang, capital security captain, stands accused of grave misconduct. He is hereby stripped of rank and remanded to the Ministry of Justice. If guilt is proven, punishment shall be severe. Su, heir of the Su manor, is commended for his report and protection of witnesses. His character shows gradual improvement. He is hereby appointed capital security captain to assume duties post-haste." So decreed. Silence gripped the float, then the crowd. Soon, attention shifted from the heir's new title to Zhujiang's crimes, effectively sealed by the emperor's verdict. Applause swelled. The people approved of the judgment, even pitying the emperor for having to reward this notorious wastrel. As for Su, he wilted like frostbitten eggplant, listless and deflated. He ignored the eunuch's proclamation and the justice ministry officials who came for Zhujiang, who, in turn, showed him no courtesy. Su sat atop the colorful float, resting his chin on his hand, a visage of utter desolation. This old, unyielding emperor was nothing but a cunning fox, What he deemed a reward was merely a ploy to silence the masses. Bestowing upon his son a nominal position felt akin to fastening a noose around his neck. Henceforth, he would become a mere cog in the wheel, a laborer bound to report daily, subject to whims and caprices. How revolting! Why forsake the carefree life of a son of nobility? He harbored no grand ambitions to pursue an official career. If he were to embark on such a path, beginning as a fourth-rank official would not be amiss. But would the emperor grant him genuine power? Such notions were mere fantasies. The purpose of this official title was solely to assure everyone that the emperor still had a use for him, to remind others not to overstep their bounds. It was a convoluted cycle, returning him to the emperor's grasp, with no avenue for refusal. Yin Ruyu, idly gnawing on a roasted chicken nearby, seemed oblivious to the quantity he could consume in a single day, while the carriage stood motionless in the midst of the street. As the crowd dispersed, following the departure of the left river, those who remained dwindled in number. Wang Ergu, his voice hoarse from shouting, weakly inquired of Su Yu, "Boss, shall we return?" Su Yu rolled her eyes and retorted with irritation, "What else could I possibly do if not return? Have you attained the status of a martial artist? No? Then you shall be fined 100 taels. Ah." Wang Ergu was instantly taken aback, on the verge of tears. At that moment, four figures suddenly sprang up from the four corners of the colorful float, each wielding a gleaming sword, lunging towards Su Yu with lethal intent. Chapter 37. Bloodshed on the streets, a strategic escape. Four slender silhouettes approached stealthily. They donned ordinary attire, yet their faces were obscured by black cloth, completely concealing their features. The chilling aura emanating from them suggested that their martial arts prowess was formidable, unmistakably indicating that they were four martial masters on the brink of breaking through to the rank of martial sovereign. Their target was unequivocally Su Yu. Yin Ruyu reacted with remarkable swiftness, appearing like a shadow, positioning herself protectively beside Su Yu. The martial master guard driving the carriage also sprang into action, deftly vaulting onto the float. Even Wang Ergu, previously dazed, did not hesitate and dashed forward without a second thought. In the blink of an eye, the battle erupted. Yin Ruyu faced two assailants simultaneously, engaging them in fierce combat. The carriage driver confronted one of the attackers, leaving the final assailant, who swiftly struck Wang Ergu, sending him flying, before charging directly at Su Yu. This sudden ambush sent shockwaves through the surrounding crowd, which had already been sparse, scattering in all directions like startled birds. However, a few intrepid souls lingered at a distance, peering curiously, for it is human nature to be drawn to spectacle. Wang Ergu struggled on the ground, attempting to rise. Meanwhile, Su Yu found herself cornered by the assailant. A strike that could have been effortlessly evaded instead plunged deep into the young lord's thigh. A scream erupted, piercing the air with a wretchedness akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Help! Someone, come quickly! Protect this young lord!" Su Yu shouted at the top of his lungs. "Help! Save me! Protect this young master, and I shall reward you with 10,000 taels of silver." With a swift stroke of his sword, blood splattered everywhere. The assassin, witnessing the young master being injured by the blade, felt a surge of delight, thinking that with one more strike, the mission would be flawlessly accomplished. However, to her utter astonishment, the seemingly gravely wounded young master sprang back to life as if propelled by springs. With a speed akin to the wind, he leapt from the carriage, wailing and fleeing in a frenzied manner, resembling a chicken that had been slashed yet still clung to life. Yin Ruyu, witnessing this, was filled with rage, her fury igniting like a wildfire. Ignoring the two sharp swords aimed at her, she unleashed her formidable strength, her palms seemingly imbued with immense power, effortlessly gripping the throats of the two assassins. The sound of two crisp snaps pierced the air as she crushed their throats. Simultaneously, her arms bore the brunt of deep wounds inflicted by the blades, flesh torn and blood oozing, a sight that chilled the soul. Disregarding the pain, Yin Ruyu charged towards the fleeing young master like an enraged hippopotamus, determined not to stray from his side. Meanwhile, the assassins engaged with the charioteer, seizing the opportunity to converge with the one pursuing the young master, attacking from both sides once again. The charioteer, not one to be outsmarted, immediately gave chase. At that moment, the confrontation escalated to a 2-on-2 scenario, although Yin Ruyu was seriously injured and Su Yu was soaked in blood, appearing utterly terrifying. Once more, Yin Ruyu positioned herself in front of the young master, facing two adversaries alone. With her arms swinging vigorously, she not only deflected the incoming blades, but also sent the petite assassin staggering. This created an opening for the approaching charioteer, who delivered a powerful punch to one assassin's back, sending him crashing to the ground. Su Yu, perceiving that the situation was irreversibly settled, immediately feigned unconsciousness and lay down, subsequently whispering, "Capture one alive." Struggling to rise, Wang Ergu stumbled over, and upon seeing the assassin who had previously struck him down now lying on the ground and still attempting to get up, he was instantly consumed by rage. He charged forward, cursing vehemently, "Damn it, you're the one who sent me flying. I'll beat you to death. You made me feel such pain. 100 taels lost. I'll make sure you pay for this, 100 taels." The feigning Su Yu cracked open one eye to observe this foolish lad, who was now atop the assassin, fervently delivering blows, and he couldn't help but marvel internally. Well, this fellow is rather fierce. Soon after, his teeth clenched tightly together as the wound on his thigh throbbed with agony. What a calamity! Why does it seem so many people wish for my demise? Thankfully, with this grievous injury today, I have a valid excuse to avoid taking office. It hurts. What a loss. The remaining assassin, caught between Yin Ruyu and the formidable martial artist, gradually succumbed to their onslaught, ultimately being rendered unconscious by a punch from Yin Ruyu. With the battle concluded, the martial artist scooped up Suyu and sprinted wildly toward the carriage, while Yin Ruyu hastily followed, dragging along the unconscious assassin. Meanwhile, Wang Ergo, still fervently assaulting the assassin, glanced around and realized everyone had departed. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the assassin he had knocked out and dashed after the carriage. As Suyu returned to the carriage, he began to command, "Throw the two in here, and bring those two corpses along. Hurry back to the Wang residence. Wang Ergo, weep earnestly atop the carriage as if I have perished." The martial master promptly cracked the whip, urging the horses into a furious gallop. Yin Ruyu, with her bloodied hands crossed, stood atop the carriage, her eyes wide as saucers, intently observing both sides of the street. Wang Ergo, momentarily bewildered, thought, "How can I cry? I can't muster tears." Just as despair began to cloud his thoughts, he suddenly recalled his 100 taels of silver, and tears sprang forth. "Oh, my lord. I am utterly wretched. It is all gone." Inside the carriage, Su Yu's expression darkened as he cursed inwardly. That scoundrel is surely lamenting his silver. But this indeed serves its purpose. The carriage, drawn by 4 horses, sped forth, accompanied by Wang Ergo's wails, racing into the Wang residence and startling Qing Xiao, who turned pale. Yin Yang and Xiaoxiao hurried over, and all the guards of the residence swiftly surrounded them. Wang Ergo continued to sob uncontrollably, while Yin Ruyu, having lost considerable blood, swayed unsteadily. Finally, Su Yu, drenched in blood, leapt down from the carriage and immediately tended to Ryu's wounds. "Dongcheng, keep a watchful eye on the 2 female assassins. They must not die before we interrogate them. Ergo, we have returned home. Cease your wailing and assist me to the Ziki courtyard." Qing Xiao quickly stepped forward, hoisting Su Yu on her back, with Yin Yang and Xiaoxiao closely trailing behind. "What is happening? This commotion has terrified me. How grievous are the injuries?" Seeing the young lord being carried away by several unexpectedly beautiful women, Wang Ergo was left in a daze, pondering. It seems the master is relatively unharmed. Is such fear truly warranted? What am I to do? Xiao Zi, accompanied by others, escorted Yin Ruyu to the pharmacy, while the remaining guards returned to their posts, leaving Wang Ergo alone, bewildered in the wind. Ultimately, it was Dongcheng, recently appointed as the captain of the Wang residence's guards by Su Yu, who pulled him aside. "Follow me. The young lord may yet require your assistance." Wang Ergo scratched his head and complied, still mulling over, "I wonder if the master, having seen me cry for so long, might spare me the penalty of that 100 taels. I have yet to warm them." This Dongcheng had just heard the young lord affectionately refer to this fellow as Ergo, suggesting a certain fondness. "Come, let us bind these 2 assassins and awaken them." Wang Ergo promptly joined in the fray. Su Yu was laid upon the bed, and Qing Xiao immediately stepped aside. "Yin Yang, you handle the bleeding. I am not skilled in this." Yin Yang swiftly tore open Su Yu's robe, revealing the sword wound. Tears sprang forth from her eyes. "That scoundrel dared to stab here. I shall surely take vengeance upon him." "Oh, Yin Yang, are you worried about your future meals?" Su Yu, gritting his teeth against the pain, could not resist making light of the situation. Yin Yang's face flushed crimson. "You truly ought to be punished, lest my sisters and I suffer. Fortunately, it is not poisoned. Otherwise, you would be in serious trouble." Su Xiaoxiao busied herself with arranging Su Yu's hair, and upon realizing that Su Yu was not gravely injured, she joined in the jest. "As for me, I possess an ordinary body. If there is suffering to be had, it shall be yours." Qing Xiao let out a sigh of relief. "Enough with the banter. Do tell us what transpired." Su Yu discerned that Xiao was indeed angry, so he candidly recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao's expression turned icy, and she abruptly rose to her feet, declaring her intention to confront the 2 assassins. With all 4 being women, it should be relatively easy to track them down. Yin Yang tended to Su Yu's wounds, and once bandaged, she addressed Qing Xiao. "I shall prepare some medicine for my husband." In the end, only Su Yu and Qing Xiao remained in the room. "My dear husband is refusing official appointment due to his injuries, but what will happen once you recover? Perhaps it would be better to be more drastic and claim that an artery was severed, thus rendering him disabled. Who would still desire to serve as a mere minor official when faced with such a predicament? It is only natural." Su Yu contemplated for a moment and said, "Indeed, I have the same intention. Hence, letting the dog wail all the way back must be exaggerated. With a gambling den as a foundation, the silver should suffice, allowing us to proceed at a more leisurely pace. We may also adopt a strategy of retreating to advance, using my physical frailty as an excuse to remain within the palace, thus facilitating discreet operations outside. Otherwise, as a son of privilege who has not ventured outside for several days, I would surely raise suspicions, causing others to lose their peace of mind." Chapter 38. The Blissful Life of Wang Ergo. Qing Xiao, with an expression of anticipation, gently nodded and asked, "Husband, could you share your plans with me?" I have read quite a few books and may be able to offer you some suggestions. She paused briefly, a hint of helplessness crossing her face. Moreover, I am now a grand martial artist, yet I remain idle within the residence, feeling rather uneasy about being of no assistance to you. While Yin Yang can venture out to carry out assassinations and Xiaoxiao can gather intelligence, I find myself doing nothing all day. Su Yu's lips curled into a languid smile as she reclined on the couch, playfully gesturing towards her lap. Upon seeing this, Qin Shao obediently knelt halfway and gently rested her head against Su Yu's embrace, her eyes fluttering shut, resembling a delicate little bird seeking comfort. You, my dear, are the esteemed lady of the royal residence. It is simply unreasonable to have you take the field in battle. Su Yu gently caressed Qin Zhao's hair, her tone soft yet imbued with a sense of resolve. In time, you shall come to understand that you are the very backbone of this household. When I am present, you serve as the diligent steward of our affairs. In my absence, you must uphold the entirety of the Wang residence. Externally, you must discreetly convey the news of my grave injuries and uncertain fate. Internally, you should confer with Su Fu, Yin Yang, and Xiaoxiao to deliberate on ways to enhance the strength of our estate. Su Yu's gaze was profound. I may soon venture out and seek strategies to break the impasse from various angles, such as acquiring silver, securing grain supplies, and assembling my own forces. There are certain paths I must ultimately tread. Qin Shao listened attentively, contemplating for a moment before slowly replying, Husband, to take this step, the most effective approach is to win over the various factions. Compared to building from scratch, this is the swiftest route. You cannot rely on the old man's influence. He will not support you, and the Su family will not heed your call. Therefore, it is imperative to seek out and recruit suitable talents yourself. After a brief pause, her eyes brightened as she added, There is also a stratagem, the strategy of feigned weakness. The two engaged in a lively exchange, deliberating and conversing until nightfall. In the end, Yin Yang, accompanied by Xiaoxiao, set out to confront the two female assassins, for in this regard, Yin Yang possessed far more experience. It was not until the deep of night that they returned. The outcome of their interrogation left everyone astounded. The four assassins had been dispatched by the Princess Wen's residence. Upon hearing this news, Su Yu's mind was instantly filled with the phrase, one should not nurture either the petty or the feminine. Su Xing is a petty individual, and that woman is none other than the Princess Wen. It seems that this princess may indeed be the one who harbors a deep-seated hatred towards him. She has withdrawn from her engagement, likely influenced by Su Xing's whispers, claiming he would seek retribution in the future. The assassination attempt soon followed. But the ferocity of the methods employed was unexpected, with 4 formidable martial artists dispatched. Had it not been for Yan Riyu's bravery and his own status as a martial master, he might have truly met his demise. This debt will eventually be settled. He instructed Guzi to retrieve the corpses of the 2 assassins, intending to make it known to all that he had been targeted, and perhaps even that he had perished. Yet, his decision to take the bodies was to prevent any intervention from the authorities. If the corpses remained, the officials would arrive, not only offering no assistance, but also becoming a constant nuisance to him and the Wang residents. Su Fu had to oversee the casino, and it was impractical, not to mention improper, to burden a few ladies with all the affairs of the estate. Thus, he sought out Wang Ergu. This fellow had previously demonstrated commendable valor, though his martial prowess was somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, with further observation, he might yet evolve into a formidable warrior. By the time Wang Ergu arrived at Su Yu's residence, it was already the dead of night. He appeared to be of average height with a square face, and he looked at Su Yu with a puzzled expression, wondering what his employer could possibly want at such an hour. Ergu, I must say your recent performance has been commendable. Thus, your penalty of 100 taels of silver is hereby waived. Su Yu gazed at him with a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing. However, the rules had shifted. If you fail to attain the rank of a martial artist within a month, you shall incur a penalty of 200 taels. From this day forth, you shall be my bodyguard, with a monthly remuneration of 50 taels. Upon hearing this, Heir Guzi initially felt a surge of happiness, thinking that his employer had finally awakened to his conscience and would not withhold his wages any longer. Yet, as soon as he learned of the penalty to be imposed should he fail to reach the martial artist level within a month, his heart sank. This employer truly had a knack for tormenting people. Ah, boss, my cultivation is woefully inadequate. I fear I cannot fulfill the role of a bodyguard. Furthermore, please do not frighten me any further regarding the silver. Heir Guzi lamented with a sorrowful expression, his voice tinged with desperation. I fear nothing except the loss of silver. I am an orphan, and I have known the pangs of poverty all too well. I beseech you, dear boss. Su Yu let out a cold laugh, fixing his gaze intently on the young man. How could he not discern that this lad, of similar age to himself, exhibited a singular obsession with silver, a weakness that became evident through today's events? A month without attaining the rank of martial artist, and a penalty of 300 taels. Su Yu deliberately raised his voice. Upon hearing this, the young man collapsed to his knees, exclaiming, Boss, I beg you, please do not add more. I will strive with all my might. I promise to give my utmost effort. As he spoke, tears began to flow. I have only saved a little over 300 taels up to now. You are being exceedingly unfair. Su Yu gazed at his demeanor, unable to suppress a sigh, realizing that he was indeed a candid child, comparable to Su Fu. Even Qing Xiao from the inner chamber could no longer endure the scene, feeling that her husband was being excessively unreasonable. Was this not a form of bullying? Humph. There is no room for negotiation. Come here and assist me, Su Yu declared with feigned authority. The dog, with his head hung low and an expression of reluctance etched across his face, dared not disobey, resembling a wronged little wife as he stepped forward, inching closer to support Su Yu. Su Yu, supported by Dogzi, arrived at the entrance of the dungeon, dismissing several guards and instructing Dogzi to remain outside. Inside the dungeon were the 4 captives from the previous fierce battle. After such a brutal encounter, he needed to recuperate thoroughly. An hour later, Su Yu, feeling quite satisfied, was assisted back to Ziki courtyard by Dogzi, who was also invited to reside in his lotus leaf courtyard. The corpses in the dungeon had been prepared earlier, stored in oil, and as for the others, what he intended to do or what he kept in the dungeon required no explanation. A discerning person would not inquire further, much like Dogzi, who asked not a single question. Even when assigned to stay in the lotus leaf courtyard, he remained silent, displaying a certain cleverness. Though his face remained troubled, perhaps distressed over his scant silver, having absorbed the blood and vital energy of 2 individuals, albeit of low cultivation. It was more than sufficient for healing Su Yu's sword injuries. He even felt a tingling sensation at the site of the wound on his thigh, as if flesh were rapidly regenerating. Qing Xiao observed Su Yu, her eyes brimming with astonishment and shock. She noted that after his visit to the dungeon with Dogzi, her husband appeared significantly revitalized. The sparkle of fervor in his gaze caused her heart to skip. Could it be true? Indeed, Su Yu's hands began to stir restlessly. Husband, your injury is still quite severe. Do not act recklessly, for if you strain the wound, it could lead to dire consequences. Qing Xiao exclaimed, a mix of embarrassment and urgency in her voice. Yet Su Yu appeared nonchalant, grinning mischievously as he replied, it's merely a minor injury. Do you believe that our shared energy could aid in my healing? Qing Xiao was both exasperated and amused. Her husband could disguise his intentions well in many matters. Yet in this regard, he showed no restraint or pretense. Oh dear, husband, you cannot behave this way. How can one with a serious injury entertain such thoughts? Otherwise, the 2 young ladies will surely mock me tomorrow. Qing Xiao wished to continue her objections, but Su Yu, with an obstinate resolve, paid her no heed. Thus, the rest of the night passed until dawn. Early the next morning, invigorated, Su Yu returned to the lotus leaf courtyard, playfully tugging at Dogzi's ear to rouse him. Meanwhile, Qing Xiao, utterly worn out, succumbed to a deep slumber, unaware of when she would awaken. Su Yuan, upon examining his sword wound, was utterly astonished, left speechless for a considerable time. What was once a gaping hole in his thigh, now bore only a faint trace of newly grown flesh. No wonder he felt no pain. His regenerative ability was astonishingly robust. Such an extraordinary talent made one ponder whether bloodsucking could indeed facilitate the resurrection of severed limbs. The dog, who had been dragged up, blinked sleepily, casting a resentful glance at his harsh employer. He felt as if he had only slept for an hour and a half. I shall teach you the martial arts of the royal mansion and the techniques of qi cultivation within a month. It is highly probable that you will attain the rank of martial master. Su Yu gazed intently at the dog, his expression solemn as he spoke. However, do not rejoice too soon. Since I have imparted to you this new technique, should you fail to attain the rank of Grand Martial Master within 4 months, I shall no longer take you under my wing, and you will be penalized 1,000 taels of silver. It seemed that in the presence of this harsh master, the dog could utter nothing but exclamations of surprise. As time swiftly passed, 7 days elapsed, during which Su Yu was brutally attacked in the street, sustaining severe injuries, with news of his uncertain fate spreading throughout the capital. As for the reactions of others in various factions, Su Yu remained oblivious to whether they were reveling as if on a festive occasion. Yet, he could never have anticipated that one individual would return with a fierce determination, instilling within him a sense of trepidation. Chapter 39. Feng Qianyu viciously assaults the young master. On a night when the rain poured down mercilessly, a figure appeared before Su Yu without any forewarning. Su Yu cunningly dismissed everyone else in the residence, yet Qin Xiao steadfastly refused to leave. What a fellow! I nearly found myself unable to enter this royal mansion. You rascal, deceiving everyone so thoroughly, pretending to be on the brink of death, and yet here you are. Lively as ever. The voice of the newcomer was crisp, tinged with a hint of indignation. As soon as I stepped into this royal abode, I sensed something amiss. The guards here possess commendable skills, and you even have an additional delicate wife. Su Yu lifted her gaze and beheld a valiant female warrior standing before her. Clad in resplendent silver armor, she shimmered amidst the rain, her figure slender and taut, and her delicate face adorned with a myriad of charms. Beside her, Qing Xiao wore a somewhat awkward expression. The spirited woman first scrutinized Qing Xiao for a few moments, then fixated her piercing gaze squarely upon Su Yu. Suddenly, she unleashed a fierce kick, leaving Su Yu paralyzed with fear, unable to evade. "You scoundrel, your so-called glorious deeds are far from lacking," she exclaimed, kicking and berating. "I'll teach you a lesson, woman, for almost meeting your demise in a brothel, for never allowing a moment's peace, for flaunting your power and striking a prince, winning at the gambling house, for using my banner to deceive others." With each kick, she landed solid blows upon Suyu's rear. Suyu wore a pained expression, enduring the situation with a stoic demeanor. According to the memories of the original self, any attempt to evade would only result in harsher repercussions. The original self's distant aunt, Feng Qianyue, possessed a temper that was anything but mild. I found myself perplexed as to why my unfortunate yet exceptionally talented cousin had chosen to become a concubine to your father. Feng Qianyue grew increasingly agitated, expressing that she had even formed a sisterly bond with your mother, showering affection upon you, her son. As she neared her end, she left behind a poignant message, urging me to look after you and to ensure that your father had an heir. You, wretched scoundrel, are truly beyond redemption. One might wonder why you have not met your demise yet. Upon my return, I shall exact vengeance upon you. With another 2 kicks, Qing Xiao watched in dismay, her teeth aching at the sight. She understood that had this been an ordinary person, they would have surely collapsed from such blows. However, her husband was now a formidable martial artist, and these minor injuries were of little consequence. Observing Feng Qianyue's exasperated demeanor, she dared not breathe a word, for after all, this was her distant aunt. Suyu wore a face full of ingratiating smiles and hurriedly said, calm down, I truly won't dare to do it again. I promise." Suddenly, Feng Qianyue seemed to sense something and abruptly halted her steps. "Wait, something's not right. Why aren't you crying out in pain anymore? In the past, when I hit you, your screams were like those of a wailing ghost. Why is there no sound now, and you seem so resilient?" Suyu reacted swiftly, immediately leaning to one side and collapsing to the ground, letting out a piercing cry. "Ah, please stop kicking me. It hurts terribly, it truly hurts. I was wrong. I genuinely realized my mistake." Feng Qianyue, with a puzzled expression, scrutinized both Suyu and Qing Xiao. This lady is commendable. She has managed this royal residence quite well. Should you ever dare to betray her, I shall break all 3 of your legs. I'll teach you not to prance about foolishly. With that, she turned on her heel and strode purposefully towards the Su family ancestral hall, choosing to disregard Suyu entirely. Suyu felt a twinge of unease and quickly caught up. Qing Xiao, having received a few compliments, felt a surge of delight and obediently followed behind. In the ancestral hall of the Su family, at the highest position, there resides the memorial tablets of the venerable Su patriarch's parents, the forebears of the original self. Below them is a reserved space designated for the patriarch himself, alongside the tablet of the original self's grandmother. Further down, one finds the memorial tablets of the original self's 2 uncles, father, mother, and beloved stepmother. Feng Qianyue bowed respectfully before all the Su family tablets, then gradually knelt before the tablet of the original self's stepmother. Initially, she uttered not a word, yet before long, tears cascaded down her cheeks, rendering her unable to speak. Suyu and Qing Xiao stood by, at a loss for what to do, only able to foolishly bow and kneel in silence. After a brief moment, Feng Qianyue's expression suddenly turned icy. Without turning her head, she addressed the 2 behind her, saying, "Who was responsible for this? For formidable martial masters, such audacity. I shall pay them a visit and have a proper encounter." Suyu shook her head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. "I do not know. There are simply too many who wish to harm me, making it impossible to discern the culprit." "Humph. You are deemed a useless individual, yet you remain unconvinced. Day after day, you only incite trouble, unable to withstand the burden nor defend yourself, and on several occasions, you have nearly lost your life. All the while oblivious to your enemies." Feng Qianyue's ire intensified with each word. "Even if my cousin survives, she shall surely be driven to her demise by your folly. Lady of the air, do lend your voice." Qing Xiao playfully stuck out her tongue. "Cousin, I am equally in the dark." In truth, upon hearing that her fiery-tempered cousin was returning, Suyu had forewarned everyone in the manner to refrain from speaking recklessly. Upon this revelation, Feng Qianyue sprang to her feet, her face ablaze with indignation as she glared at Qing Xiao. Yet, after a prolonged gaze, she ultimately refrained from unleashing her wrath. "Very well. It must indeed be a trial to accompany such a worthless individual." With that, Feng Qianyue stormed towards the exit. "I shall investigate this myself. Su, my dear. I cannot afford to spend my days overseeing you. This time, I will turn the capital upside down to ensure you receive your due reprisal." She called out as she walked, "But what of the next time? What if you perish without cause? If the old master truly does not return, the entire Su household shall face annihilation. Such a virtuous lady as yourself cannot be allowed to suffer as well. Pray, exercise some caution." Suyu gazed at the departing figure of Feng Qianyue, standing resolutely at the entrance of the ancestral hall. After a moment, he slowly turned around, his eyes quietly fixed upon the memorial tablets within. At this moment, his gaze had never been so crystalline, nor had his stature appeared so upright. In Qingyao's eyes, her husband resembled the ethereal figures depicted in literature, a paragon of elegance and unparalleled grace. She gently entwined her arm with Su Yu's, softly inquiring. Why not be honest with her? I sense that she cares deeply for you. Su Yu regained her composure and offered a slight smile. Indeed. She does not care for me. To speak candidly, I may well be the person she loathes most in this world. She is merely fulfilling a promise made to her cousin, whom she believes to be the kindest person towards her. Su Yu's expression remained serene as she slowly spoke. Although she was merely fulfilling a promise, to me, it was an immense kindness. If I were to lay everything bare, it might endanger her. And I would become a person devoid of righteousness and compassion. Let it be. In a few days, she would depart. I had investigated, and although she bore the title of deputy commander, her lineage was far from illustrious, and I had no desire to sever her future prospects. Qin Zhao's gaze pierced through the curtain of rain, settling upon the distant figure clad in silver armor, stirring an indescribable sensation within her heart. Days passed, and the outside world remained oblivious to the situation within Su Wangfu, unable to breach its gates or contact anyone inside, entirely unaware of Su Yu's fate. However, it was widely speculated that even if he had not perished, he must have sustained severe injuries. As for the official position previously conferred by the emperor, there had been no further developments. Soon, news spread throughout the capital that the princess was set to be engaged to the current top scholar, with the emperor's consent. The engagement was scheduled for 2 months hence. Yet, who could have anticipated that just days later, the princess's residence would be attacked by an assassin? This intruder wreaked havoc within the princess's abode, nearly claiming the life of Princess One. Upon the revelation of this incident, the emperor was infuriated, issuing a decree for a thorough investigation. Upon hearing this news, Su Yu's lips curled into a subtle yet meaningful smile. The 2 remaining female assassins and 2 captives in the residence had their powers gradually drained by Su Yu. The dog's martial arts had also been fully imparted. Still the 18 pauses. Over the past fortnight, Su Yu's life had been blissfully sweet. Meanwhile, Yin Yang had been discreetly stationed at the gambling house under Su Yu's direction. Now, Qin Xiao personally supervised the dog's martial training, patiently enticing Ru Yu to practice the 18 pauses with roasted chicken. In Su Yu's hands lay a thick stack of meticulously prepared intelligence reports. Su Yu skillfully combined the art of disguise taught by Yin Yang with the makeup techniques from his past life, transforming himself into a charming young gentleman. Under the cover of night, he stealthily exited the mansion, his silhouette gradually fading into the alleyways. Chapter 40. Identity Swapped, Becoming a Prisoner. The author may lack prowess, yet the imagination of the readers knows no bounds. Your insights are most welcome. Upon leaving the Su residence, Su Yu resembled a wild stallion freed from its restraints. Ever since he had traversed into the body of this young master, he had lived in constant trepidation, treading delicately as if on thin ice. His nerves taut like a bowstring drawn to its limit. Now, with a shift in identity, he could finally gallop freely through the realms of the martial world. Meandering and indulging at will, no longer subjected to the scrutinizing gazes of others. The immense relief washed over him, invigorating his entire being. For 3 consecutive days, Su Yu roamed the streets of the capital, exploring every nook and cranny. Subsequently, he truly took the reins, riding forth into the martial world, following the picturesque scenery as it unfolded before him, unaware of where he might end up. The landscapes of this world seemed to possess an ethereal beauty, surpassing that of Earth, leaving him utterly entranced. Su Yu surveyed this brand new world, currently aware only of a few hostile nations in his vicinity, while remaining utterly oblivious to the extent of the vastness that lay beyond. He glanced at his extraordinary mutated fingers and couldn't help but ponder the marvels this world held. Perhaps there were even more astonishing phenomena yet to be discovered. He resembled Zhang Guilao riding backward on a donkey, following wherever the horse ventured, reveling in a carefree journey. Just as Su Yu was thoroughly enjoying himself and preparing to return to the capital, he encountered a band of individuals on a narrow path. This group numbered around 10. Unmistakably martial practitioners, some of whom bore visible injuries. Among them were 2 horse-drawn carts, progressing at a leisurely pace, and upon noticing Su Yu approaching on horseback, they instantly adopted a vigilant stance. Su Yu paid little heed to the situation, pondering that this must be what is termed the world of Jianghu, where violence and conflict are but the norm. Observing the attire of these individuals, it was evident they were the sort who subsisted on the edge of danger. This group was traversing from east to west, while Su Yu approached from the west. At the moment their paths crossed, a gentle breeze whimsically lifted a corner of the cart's curtain. It was only after the figure of the young man in white, Su Yu, gradually receded into the distance that the leader of the troop exhaled a sigh of relief. In the perilous realm outside, one must be wary of encounters with individuals of unknown backgrounds. The young man in white, both in demeanor and attire, bore a striking resemblance to those noble scions from esteemed families or adept disciples journeying through the Jianghu. More crucially, the cargo within the cart held considerable significance. As nightfall silently descended, the troop seemed to have a premeditated plan, halting before a dilapidated temple. The members busied themselves with kindling a fire to prepare a meal, assigning watch duties, while a woman carried water towards the sedan chair. In the dead of night, amidst the chorus of insects in the forest and the dim light of the moon, a shadow stealthily emerged, gliding towards the sentinel on duty. The guard, already drowsy, had no time to react before succumbing quietly into unconsciousness. Soon after, another watchman fell victim to the cloaked figure's swift actions. Following this, a wisp of white smoke drifted into the forsaken temple, and in an instant, the 10 individuals sprawled within fell into a silent stupor. The cloaked figure then strode confidently to the 2 carts stationed at the temple's entrance, deftly lifting the curtain of the sedan chair. Inside, a disoriented woman was swiftly rendered unconscious by a swift strike from the cloaked assailant. Upon closer inspection, the figure's expression shifted dramatically, and he stormed out. Fury etched upon his face, retrieving a sharp sword to methodically dispatch the unconscious individuals, piercing their hearts one by one. Ultimately, he spared only the leader and the woman from the sedan, taking the time to bind them securely. Even the 2 sentinels met their demise at his hands. Having completed this grim task, the cloaked figure returned to the cart, lifting the remaining woman and entering the dilapidated temple. He placed her beside the fire, allowing her to lean against it, and administered a potion mixed with powdered medicine, patiently awaiting her awakening. Within the hour, the woman stirred back to consciousness, her once pristine visage marred with dirt, now reflecting sheer panic and terror. She abruptly sat up, her gaze encountering a scene of lifeless bodies strewn about, a roaring fire, and the cloaked figure seated before it, along with 2 individuals bound to a pillar. Shock gripped her features, her eyes ultimately settling on the cloaked figure. "Did you save me?" she asked, her voice trembling. The cloaked figure was none other than Su Yu, and the woman was revealed to be his younger cousin, Feng Qianhua. Such is the marvel of fate. In this turn of events, Su Yu transformed into a savior, while the once gallant young woman now found herself a captive. Had he not been idly wandering and fortuitously encountered this band, and had the breeze not lifted the curtain, he could scarcely fathom the dire fate that would have befallen his erstwhile benefactor. In response to Feng Qianhua's inquiry, Su Yu simply nodded gently. He then subtly adjusted his vocal timbre to render his voice somewhat unfamiliar. "How did you find yourself in their grasp?" Feng Qianhua, though a martial arts practitioner and deputy commander, was thoroughly shaken by her current predicament. After all, she was still not yet 20, and despite her usual fortitude, there lingered a certain fragility deep within her feminine heart. "I was gravely injured due to unforeseen circumstances and had yet to fully recover. Yet I was in haste to travel," she paused, her tone laced with trepidation. "I did not anticipate falling from my horse and losing consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself surrounded by these individuals. I fought back fiercely and injured a few, but ultimately succumbed to the powder they threw at me." Su Yu listened with a secret smile in his heart, chuckling to himself, for he suspected that his aunt nearly uttered the words "the handsome one." He conjectured that the injuries she bore were likely sustained during her visit to the princess's residence. What a stubborn disposition she possessed. "How is your injury? If you can still move, then do so on your own." Su Yu contemplated within herself that she had no desire to acknowledge her aunt. Saving her was merely a way to repay the kindness owed to her original self. Feng Qianhua, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. She mused to herself, could this truly be a chivalrous hero? Someone who rescued her without seeking anything in return? "There are horses outside. You may ride away. If you have need of any items belonging to these individuals here, feel free to take them," Su Yu added. Feng Qianhua was increasingly astonished. Yet just as she excitedly rose to her feet, a sudden, excruciating pain radiated from her wound, and blood began to seep from her leg in a vivid scarlet. Su Yu then realized that the location of the wound bore a striking resemblance to her previous sword injury. With a muffled groan, she tilted her body and fell heavily to the ground. Despite her desperate struggles, she was unable to rise. Su Yu, feeling helpless, suggested, "Why not treat your wounds first? This medicinal powder is for external application." As he spoke, he casually tossed over a small paper packet containing the powder prepared for him by Yin Yang. Subsequently, Su Yu rose to begin organizing the scene. Since his aunt could not leave, the bodies needed to be dealt with. Feng Qianhua, her gaze vacant and her mind filled with questions, pondered the kindness of this individual. How could he be so altruistic? It seemed he sought no reward, only concerned with how she had been captured and the severity of her injuries, disregarding everything else. She glanced at the packet of medicine in her hand, her thoughts drifting. She had always believed that there was no such thing as unearned kindness in this world, yet this person appeared to be an exception, given the circumstances. If she were able to leave, he likely would have already facilitated her escape. Could this be a strategy of feigned capture? With her heart laden with suspicion, Feng Qianhua cautiously moved behind a pillar, carefully tearing open the bloodstained cloth and slowly sprinkling the powder onto her wounds, wincing in pain as her brow furrowed tightly. She occasionally stole glances at Su Yu, who seemed entirely indifferent to her, repeatedly entering and exiting to carry the bodies away. By the time Feng Qianhua had applied medicine to several of her wounds, Su Yu returned. He noticed Feng Qianhua hiding behind the pillar, refusing to come out, and suddenly slapped his forehead as if recalling something important. He hurried to the carriage in search of something, and indeed found a set of women's clothing. As Feng Qianhua nervously changed into the attire, the man who had been tied to the pillar began to regain consciousness. Su Yu had muffled the man's mouth, leaving him to emit only muffled sounds while struggling desperately against his bindings. Su Yu cast a glance at Feng Qianhua, gripping his sword firmly as he strode purposefully towards the man. Without uttering a word, he thrust the blade directly into the man's leg, then slowly twisted the hilt. The man immediately cried out in agony, writhing and struggling in pain. "I have no patience for your ramblings," Su Yu declared. "Reveal your identity, your intentions, and how you came to capture this woman." Su Yu coldly remarked, "If your account differs from what the previous individual stated, I shall continue to pierce you with my blade. Do you comprehend?" By the campfire, Feng Qianwei felt utterly perplexed. When had he ever conducted an interrogation? The man writhed in excruciating pain for a considerable time, and after Su Yu struck him twice more, he finally nodded vigorously. Su Yu swiftly removed the rag from the man's mouth, prompting him to exclaim loudly, "Hero, please do not pierce me any further. If only you had removed this cloth sooner, I could have spoken. How can I express myself if you do not take it away?" Su Yu was momentarily speechless, while Feng Qianwei could not help but roll her eyes. "I hail from the underground city." The man gasped, breathless. Chapter 41. Feng Qianwei's embarrassment. Underground city? At the campfire. Feng Qianwei raised an eyebrow, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. Throughout her life, she had never once heard of this enigmatic place, and her curiosity was instantly piqued, causing her ears to perk up as if she were a vigilant little deer. She was momentarily taken aback, pondering inwardly, what a coincidence it is that I have stumbled upon individuals from this enigmatic underground realm. It presents a perfect opportunity to investigate further. Why is this woman being captured? With a cold demeanor, Su Yu's gaze pierced through the black-clad man like a blade. She is merely an incidental catch. With such striking beauty, fainting by the roadside, taking her back to the underground city would surely yield a handsome profit. The black-clad man wore an expression of avarice, as though he could already envision the gleaming silver coins. A human trafficker. Feng Qianyue's delicate visage instantly turned frosty, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury. Alas, her current frailty rendered her unable to retaliate. Her mastery had plummeted to the level of a martial artist, leaving her with a heart full of indignation, yet powerless to act. She could only grit her teeth and swallow her anger. However, in the blink of an eye, she suppressed her wrath and began to discreetly scrutinize the silhouette of the black-clad man. Su Yu remained non-committal, pressing further with her inquiry. "What is your purpose for coming here?" "We are couriers from the underground city, here to collect goods. Someone below has entrusted me with the task of retrieving items to bring back to the underground city. We have 2 large crates, both located on the grand carriage behind us. I am unaware of their exact contents, as they are sealed," the man in black divulged, his words tumbling out like beans from a bamboo tube. After posing several miscellaneous questions, Su Yu learned that the unconscious woman was, in fact, the paramour of the leader. Once her queries were satisfied, Su Yu slowly drew her long sword, its cold gleam striking fear into the heart of the man in black, who turned pale. "Hero, please spare me. I am merely a humble courier trying to make a living. It is commonplace to capture a woman in the underground city, where resources are scarce, and women are highly valued. I have committed no heinous acts. I implore you to show mercy and grant me a chance at life. I am willing to serve you. To labor like a beast of burden." The man in black fell to his knees, bowing his head repeatedly, tears streaming down his face. Su Yu gazed at the man before her, a martial artist of approximately the 8th level, nearing his 40s, without a trace of compassion in her heart. The Undercity, as described by Su Xiaoxiao, was inhabited by cruel and cunning individuals. Sparing this man would only invite endless troubles. With a swift motion, she drew her sword, executing the act with precision and decisiveness. The man in black did not even have time to utter a cry before he collapsed into a pool of blood. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Yu approached the woman once more and swiftly ended her life with a single stroke of his sword. All transpired in utter silence. Feng Qianyue's brows twitched sharply at the sight. These individuals truly deserve their fate. How dare they casually speak of capturing her for sale, revealing their malevolent nature? Yet, witnessing the black-clad man ruthlessly slay one after another, a sense of trepidation stirred within her. This man was peculiar, while he exhibited cold-blooded ferocity in his actions. His gaze upon her remained as clear as water, devoid of any wicked intent. In the military, which man would not display superficial respect towards her, the vice commander, while secretly harboring ulterior motives? She was not oblivious to it. She watched as Su Yu dragged the corpses away twice, then returned to tend to the fire, carelessly tossing her 2 discarded garments. Finally, after a considerable fuss with the carriage, he returned with a triumphant expression, as if he had stumbled upon a great treasure. This man was utterly abnormal, Feng Qianwei silently concluded in her heart, and soon, enveloped by fatigue and confusion, she gradually slipped into slumber. Upon awakening once more, the dawn had broken. She sensed a gentle nudge, and upon opening her eyes, it was none other than Su Yu. "Can you walk on your own? If so, depart quickly." Su Yu grasped a wooden stick, standing a mere 2 paces away, and prodded her arm with it, his tone akin to shooing away a pestilence. Feng Qianyue's fury ignited instantly. She sprang upright, her beautiful eyes wide with indignation as she glared at Su Yu, demanding, "What do you mean by this? You wish for me to leave in haste, don't you? If I could depart, would I linger here for even a moment longer? What do you take me for?" The illustrious Feng Qianwei commanded respect from any man who dared cross her path. Yet this fellow appeared as unyielding as a block of wood, his gaze upon her devoid of any lewd thoughts. resembling a eunuch in his naivety. Humph. If I must leave, then let it be. Enraged, Feng Qianwei rose to her feet, only to stumble and fall face first into the ground with a resounding thud. Upon witnessing this, Su could not help but place a hand on his forehead and offer a wry smile, inwardly lamenting, this ant has become a captive yet still possesses such a fiery temper. Feng Qianwei, having fallen to the ground and wincing in pain, glared at Su Yu with a face full of resentment, her expression seemingly conveying, are you a lifeless being? Can't you lend me a hand? Su Yu helplessly touched his nose, stepping forward to assist Feng Qianwei to her feet. It appeared that her injuries were indeed severe, and her recuperative abilities paled in comparison to his own. If your injuries are too grave, I shall escort you to a clinic outside, Su Yu ventured cautiously. Feng Qianwei, vexed, touched her forehead, inwardly lamenting her plight. Truly, it felt as though a tiger had fallen into the plains only to be bullied by dogs, today. Her dignity had been thoroughly tarnished. Yet, she replied, my status is peculiar. The matter of my injuries must remain confidential and I cannot seek treatment at a clinic. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, an overwhelming headache seized her. With her face still concealed, speaking required a careful modulation of her vocal cords. Should she continue to care for her for a few more days, countless flaws might inevitably surface. This ant was certainly no fool. Thus, it was best to depart from this place for the time being, allowing her to contemplate her options. Su Yu furrowed her brows, casting a troubled gaze at Feng Qianwei. Feng Qianwei, already ablaze with fury, found Su Yu's unwilling demeanor utterly infuriating. You have saved my life, and I should express my gratitude, yet your hesitance is quite perplexing. Speak plainly. I am no stranger to the world and have traversed many paths. In her heart, she silently vowed that once she regained her mastery, she would certainly teach this fellow a lesson he would not soon forget. Su Yu, feeling helpless, had no choice but to confess. We must depart swiftly. The items on the cart are of significant value, and I fear that inquiries will soon ensue. The cart is too conspicuous. We cannot take it. Instead, we shall ride on horseback, which is less noticeable and leaves no trace. Feng Qianwei, with her keen intellect, understood immediately. I can endure riding. Excellent. Let us set off at once. After Su Yu finished speaking, he turned to leave, but after taking a couple of steps, he felt an uneasy sensation. Glancing back, he beheld Feng Qianwei, her teeth clenched and eyes filled with a fierce glare, resembling a predator poised to pounce. Reluctantly, he turned back and assisted Feng Qianwei as they made their way outside. Upon departing from the dilapidated temple, Su Yu inadvertently lifted his gaze and noticed a statue of the Buddha above, depicted in a fierce, wrathful pose. A wave of confusion washed over him as he pondered the existence of Buddhist veneration in this world. Su Yu selected 2 robust horses and unfastened the saddles of the remaining steeds, allowing them to disperse into the night. He had already discreetly attended to the valuables on the carriage, and the mere thought of them prompted an involuntary smile. Subsequently, he assisted Feng Qianyu in mounting her horse. However, trouble soon ensued. Feng Qianyu, possessing a stubborn disposition, resolutely refused to show any sign of weakness. Despite the pain causing her to break into a cold sweat, she remained silent, unwilling to ask for help. After a strenuous effort, she managed to mount the horse. Yet she struggled to maintain her balance, repeatedly sliding down. Embarrassment and frustration surged within her as she cast a fierce glare at Su Yu. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Yu silently lamented, alas, women are indeed troublesome. Ultimately, along a winding path, a single horse bore 2 riders. The woman in front, clad in a sheer garment, had a flushed visage, her face partially concealed by a wide-brimmed hat. The man behind her, dressed entirely in black, obscured his features. Feng Qianwei perched upon the horse, acutely aware of the man's distinctive aura behind her. Even more embarrassingly, she sensed an inexplicable chill enveloping her. So you felt an overwhelming embarrassment? Wishing he could vanish into the earth, his uncooperative body betrayed him at the most critical moment. He had to tightly encircle Feng Qianwei with his arms, fearing she might fall, yet his own hands were restless, causing his mind to wander and his body to feel ill at ease. Chapter 42. Heh. From where does the young master come? The tranquil path through the mountains was abruptly disrupted by the sound of hurried hoofs. In an instant, Su Yu held Feng Qianwei closely as they galloped forward. Su Yu's breath came in quick, heated bursts, brushing against Feng Qianwei's neck, causing her great distress. Compounding her turmoil was the sensation of a restless fawn leaping within her heart. She felt both embarrassed and irritated, particularly since the source of her disquiet was this exuberant steed. Each jolt of the ride intensified their awkwardness. Young master, could we please take a smaller path? I wish to find a place to rest soon. My wound is reopened. Feng Qianwei gritted her teeth, suppressing her shyness and pain as she spoke. In truth, Su Yu was equally tormented. He sensed his body slipping from his control, his rationality gradually unraveling. Very well, Su Yu replied, promptly turning the horse's head and seeking out the winding, narrow trails. After an hour, they halted beneath a sprawling banyan tree. Before them lay a deep, secluded valley, devoid of passage. The path they had traversed was long since obscured by overgrown thorns, twisted and turned in countless directions, rendering it unlikely that anyone would discover this place. Su Yu dismounted with urgency, swiftly cradling Feng Qianwei and gently placing her beneath the banyan tree. Then, as if fleeing for her life, she turned and hurriedly led the horse away. Observing Su Yu's hasty retreat, Feng Qianwei couldn't help but curl her lips slightly, murmuring under her breath, "Humph. I thought you were a paragon of virtue, yet look at this over-the-top reaction. How utterly embarrassing. I can barely stand upright." Su Yu bent over and ran a considerable distance before finally halting his steps, inwardly lamenting. If only Qing Xiao, Xiao, or Yin Yang were here. They could alleviate this awkwardness for me. After such prolonged exertion, he felt as though he were on the verge of combustion. He loosened the reins, leading his horse to the small ditch to drink, and then allowed it to graze and rest nearby. Su Yu discovered a cave nearby and tidied it up with minimal effort before retrieving some necessities from his horse. It seemed they would be residing here for a while, as Feng Qianyu's injuries would not heal in less than 10 days or half a month. He busied himself gathering firewood and searching for dry grass. After an hour, Su Yu returned to the large banyan tree. Feng Qianyu had regained a semblance of composure, though she occasionally cast furtive glances at Su Yu. "There is a cave over there that I have prepared. You shall rest there and recuperate for the next few days," Su Yu said. Feng Qianyu softly replied, "All right." Her voice barely audible, like the hum of a mosquito. With Su Yu's assistance, she slowly made her way toward the cave. Su Yu was relatively composed. As long as his impulsive energy subsided, he felt little embarrassment under his veil. However, Feng Qianyu was a different matter altogether. Despite her position as a valiant vice commander and a master of her realm, she was merely 20 years old and inexperienced in worldly affairs. At this moment, she felt like a fragile and wounded woman. As Su Yu assisted her, her heart began to race, and even her already injured leg trembled involuntarily. After a considerable effort, they finally entered the cave, where Su Yu placed her beside the fire, allowing Feng Qianyu to regain some semblance of composure. It was then that she suddenly noticed that this young gentleman, her savior, had been veiled since their first encounter. "Young master, you are not yet of an advanced age, and you are my benefactor. Why do you persist in hiding your face?" Feng Qianwei inquired. Upon hearing this, Su Yu was immediately beset by a throbbing headache. This injury would not heal in less than 10 days, yet remaining veiled presented its own myriad of inconveniences. Should he remove the cloth covering his face, he would be compelled to adorn himself daily, a thought that filled him with dismay. "Miss, I have been cursed with an unsightly appearance since childhood, and I fear I might offend your delicate sensibilities. Please do not hold this against me. It is best for you to focus on your recovery." As I cannot linger here much longer, Su Yu fabricated an excuse. Feng Qianwei, upon hearing his words, felt a twinge of doubt within her heart. She could not shake the feeling that this gentleman was deliberately distancing himself from her. Who would shy away from a lady as exquisite as herself? From that moment forth, Su Yu made every effort to avoid spending time with Feng Qianwei, whether by venturing out to gather firewood, hunting for prey, or seeking a secluded spot to practice his martial arts. This behavior left Feng Qianwei feeling quite unsettled. Once a woman's curiosity is piqued, it is akin to unleashing the contents of Pandora's box. 5 days passed with the two exchanging scarcely a few words. Su Yu, mindful of Feng Qianyu's status as a lady, consistently maintained his distance, keeping himself at a significant remove. After 5 days of recuperation, Feng Qianyu's wounds had healed considerably, and her complexion had regained its rosy hue. On the 6th day, upon returning from a hunt, Su Yu discovered the cave to be devoid of life. Initially, he assumed that Feng Qianyu had merely stepped out for a moment. However, as he waited for an hour, then 2, her absence remained unbroken. Su Yu called out while searching frantically, yet not a single shadow was in sight. The horse had vanished, and several scattered belongings had also disappeared without a trace. As Su Yu returned to the entrance of the cave, a sense of unease enveloped him. He pondered silently, had she left of her own accord? Or had she been taken? If she had departed willingly, given her intelligence, she should be capable of movement. Her martial prowess must surely be at the level of a martial master. As for the possibility of her abduction, there were no disordered footprints around, making that unlikely. Uncertain. He sighed, thinking to himself, perhaps I shall wait another night. If she does not return by then, it is surely true that she is gone. Relieved, he hurried to the brook, tore off his cloth, and washed his face vigorously. How uncomfortable it had been to wear that rag, now, with her absence. He could finally breathe freely. After cleansing his face, Su Yu felt invigorated, inhaling the fresh air deeply. Suddenly, a jolt of alarm shot through him, and he quickly covered his face with the black cloth again, fearing the potential encounter with Feng Qianwei could lead to dire consequences. However, as he turned to head back to the cave, he was startled to his core. Where has the young master come from? Feng Qianwei stood expressionless several paces away, her gaze fixed intently upon Su Yu, her eyelids not even fluttering. It dawned on him that this figure seemed hauntingly familiar. He could hardly fathom that it was the worthless young master before him. With a cold smirk, Feng Qianwei advanced menacingly. You truly have a talent for deception, leading me in circles. The drastic changes in the Wang residence, your victories at the gambling den, and your escapes from certain doom, only now do I realize the extent of your luck. Moreover, the way the young master-s lady looks at you, devoid of any disdain, is filled instead with dependence. I was perplexed. With my beauty, why would anyone treat me with such indifference, especially one who is my savior? Were it not for my slight stratagem today, I might never have seen your true self in this lifetime. Su Yu, do tell, is it amusing to deceive me? As she spoke, Feng Qianwei suddenly lunged forward, unleashing a punch aimed squarely at Su Yu's face. Su Yu felt a sudden darkness envelop her, accompanied by a sharp intake of cold air, and a sense of despair washed over her. Good heavens, she had reverted to the realm of the Grand Martial Master. A metallic taste of blood surged in her mouth. So you could only force a smile, mumbling, "As long as you are fine, that is all that matters. Once you are well, I can return." As she spoke, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, instantly staining the black cloth. Feng Qianyue, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback, and then her face filled with remorse. My wretched temper. That punch must have had the strength of a grand master, leaving him bloodied. She hurriedly stepped forward, concern etched on her face, saying, "Did it hurt? Let me take a look." Su Yu silently exclaimed, "It's over." Feng Qianyu forcefully brushed aside Su Yu's hand and tore away his face cloth. Upon seeing Su Yu's disheveled appearance, his mouth smeared with blood, Feng Qianyu felt a surge of emotion, her eyes reddening as tears nearly spilled over. "It's all my fault. My terrible temper is truly disastrous. Does it hurt greatly?" Su Yu did not feel much pain. Rather, he was so embarrassed that he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. "You little rascal. I can see through you. Your martial arts cultivation must have reached the level of a grand master, hasn't it?" Feng Qianwei, both furious and anxious, exclaimed. "How could you deceive me like this? Tell me, how long have you been lying to me? 5 years, or perhaps 10? Chapter 43, The Little Ant is Not Fierce. She only cherishes the one in her heart. Feng Qianwei gently cupped Su Yu's face in her hands, her eyes filled with compassion as she reproached him. "You silly boy. Does it hurt?" At that moment, she was no longer the fierce little cousin he was accustomed to. Instead, she resembled a caring girl, filled with concern. "It doesn't hurt. Really, I'm fine," Su Yu insisted, waving his hands vigorously, but the more he claimed to be unhurt, the more her heart ached for him. "You fool. When someone attacks you, why don't you evade? With your skills, how could you not avoid it?" As she dragged Su Yu toward the cave, she continued to scold him. "I'm asking you, when did you start pretending? Surely, you didn't do it even while sneakily watching me bathe, did you? It puzzles me. For years ago, you hadn't even practiced martial arts, yet now you've become a grandmaster. Could it be that you are the legendary martial arts prodigy?" Su Yu listened, nearly choking on her own saliva, reflecting that Qin Xiao was truly a prodigy in martial arts, while she herself fell far short. Moreover, were you stalking me, or did you merely stumble upon my capture? Why do you persist in concealing your face, afraid that I might unmask you? Or do you consider me foolish and deem me unworthy of your attention? The memory of your disdainful gaze from those few days past ignites my ire." Feng Qianyu's inquiries came in rapid succession, offering Su Yu no respite whatsoever. Su Yu felt a pang of anxiety as he was questioned, and in helplessness. He recounted, "I began to disguise myself from a tender age, transforming into the worthless figure you perceive. It was during that time I realized there were those who sought my life. After enduring several perilous encounters, I adopted the guise of a reckless scion, which afforded me a semblance of safety, as few wished to see me dead. However, 3 years ago, danger reemerged. Eventually, I understood that regardless of my appearance, as long as I drew breath, the Su army would remain intact, and I would be the match that ignites the flames. I feigned madness while secretly honing my skills. Up until now, the Elder is besieged, yet over 200,000 of the Su army still stand to the north. Particularly this year, there are those who wish to silently eliminate me, which has resulted in an abundance of matters on my plate. The Emperor has kept me on a precarious string, likely fearing a complete fallout with the Elder upon his return, seeking to utilize me to deplete others. Yet several princes, princesses, and those from influential families continuously seek opportunities to strike against me, seemingly unafraid of the Elder. Perhaps they would even prefer my demise, believing it would incite a fierce conflict between the Elder and the Emperor, thus complicating matters for their own gain. Most of this was discerned by Qin Xiao, and I find it quite plausible." Feng Qianyu gently caressed Su Yu's jaw, softly blowing on the bruised area, before slowly approaching the fire. Her tone turning tender. "I once harbored intense hatred for you. Just moments ago I felt the same disdain, resenting you for betraying my cousin, for being both inept and unambitious. Now, I must apologize for my previous sentiments. Who could have anticipated that over the years you concealed yourself so profoundly? You deceived everyone. And even so, it was merely a struggle for survival. This time, regardless of your motivations, you saved me, and we shall consider past grievances settled. As for the path you are to tread henceforth, I cannot say. Though I have led troops for several years, my standing in the military is still insufficient, and I may not be able to assist you significantly in certain matters. All I can pledge is to do my utmost from here on out." Su Yu's heart trembled as she pondered whether her young aunt had sensed something amiss. Feng Qianwei continued, "You must consider the situation from your father's perspective. He bears the heavy responsibility of the Su family's army. The bonds of brotherhood are as weighty as Mount Tai. Perhaps no one understands your predicament better than he does. Yet he has endured in silence. Why is that? It is because he carries the lives and fortunes of hundreds of thousands on his shoulders. He cannot act out of personal interest and jeopardize the entire army. What binds him is not merely an oath, but the profound ties of camaraderie. Upon hearing this, Su realized that the elderly man was not devoid of affection for his son and grandson. Rather, the burdens he bore were simply too immense. Subsequently, Feng Qianwei abruptly turned, her hands clasped behind her back, her body gently inclined forward as she spoke with a delicate tone. Very well. Let us erase the grievances between us. However, my injuries are quite severe, and I must trouble young Master Su to care for me for a few days. Is that agreeable? Su smiled bitterly and said, repaying kindness is only natural. I am more than willing. In that moment, the commanding female vice commander, a master of formidable strength, transformed into a bashful young woman, her lips curling into a subtle smile that radiated both allure and innocence. In the days that followed, their interactions took on a rather peculiar dynamic. Feng Qianwei treated Su Yu as her personal attendant, frequently requesting him to fetch her water, wash her face, and even daringly asking him to apply medicinal powder to her concealed wounds. She insisted on dragging Su Yu along for hunting excursions. As they rode horses leisurely through the woods, each time she witnessed Su Yu, flustered and blushing, struggling to manage her whims, Feng Qianwei could not help but burst into laughter. Time swiftly passed, and after 8 days, they found themselves riding a single horse beside a public road. Feng Qianwei wore a wide-brimmed hat while Su Yu was disguised. The horse trotted in place as the two sat in silence, gazing at one another. Eventually, it was Feng Qianwei who reached out first, gently taking Su Yu's hands before wrapping her arms around his waist. From beneath her hat, her tender voice emerged. Since my mother departed and my master left, I have not felt this happy. Thank you. Su Yu was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. The unpredictability of life and the serendipity of fate enveloped her. I am but a mere mortal amidst the celestial beings. With that, Feng Qianwei leapt gracefully from the horse's back and dashed away into the distance. Su Yu's hands trembled slightly, the reins tightening and loosening in a rhythmic dance. As the horse beneath him let out a resounding neigh, the wind whipped past him, and for a moment, the galloping figure of Shin Yu faltered, only to swiftly resume its wild dash, ultimately vanishing into the horizon. As the sun dipped below the western sky, a solitary horse and rider cast elongated shadows that stretched far into the distance. A day later, Su Yu returned to the outskirts of the capital. Along the journey, he witnessed the rich tapestry of life in the great Qin dynasty, encountering numerous injustices that weighed heavily on his heart. Yet, feeling powerless, he could do little to effect change. As he continued his path, he stumbled upon a rather grand temple, and his expression shifted to one of curiosity. The horse beneath him, seemingly attuned to his thoughts, made its way directly toward the temple. In a previous visit to a desolate shrine, Su Yu had encountered a statue of a fierce Vajra Buddha, now in ruins, with offerings long since ceased. This new statue, however, was unlike any he had seen before, starkly contrasting with the one from his past life. He couldn't help but wonder what deity was enshrined within this temple. Upon entering, he was struck by the vibrant atmosphere, filled with incense and throngs of devotees, revealing the temple's considerable size. As he stepped into the main hall, he beheld not the fierce Vajra, but rather a statue reminiscent of the joyous Buddha. Su Yu increasingly found it peculiar, as he sensed that beneath the festive visage of the Buddha statue, there lurked a hint of depravity. Holding a folding fan, he strolled leisurely through the space. Curiously, the sole deity worshipped here was this particular Buddha, albeit in varying sizes, all bearing a striking resemblance in demeanor. He also noticed that the monks present were particularly numerous, each possessing notably prominent temples, indicating a mastery of martial arts. Su Yu felt a sense of unease within his heart. He had encountered nearly 20 monks within the temple, each engrossed in their respective tasks. Yet, their gazes were cold and piercing, devoid of any semblance of the compassion one would expect from monks. Devotees and pilgrims flowed in continually, and Su Yu wandered through the temple for over an hour, sensing something amiss, yet unable to articulate the cause. It was not until he reached a secluded area that his brow furrowed tightly. Here, his right index finger inexplicably tingled, and a profound, unquenchable thirst for blood surged within him, growing ever more intense. Chapter 44, The Almsgiving Temple, Joyous Rituals. Su Yu ultimately departed, his heart now enlightened to a significant extent. This temple, of considerable scale, undoubtedly harbored numerous affairs, with a multitude of devout followers. Men and women, young and old, naturally contributed offerings, rapidly accumulating incense and donations. Under the cover of night, he meticulously prepared, cloaked in black attire, scaling the towering walls and immersing himself into the depths of the temple. This temple, known as the Temple of Almsgiving, was constructed against the mountainside, resembling a monstrous creature under the cloak of darkness. By day, the robust monks, their fingertips tingling with a ravenous yearning, indicated that this temple of almsgiving was far from benevolent, surely concealing significant secrets. His right hand only quivered with a thirst for blood upon sensing fresh crimson, raising questions as to why the scent of blood pervaded a Buddhist sanctuary. Flickering lights did not illuminate scriptures or prayers. Rather, Su Yu observed that these lights were stationed as sentinels. As he infiltrated deeper, he discerned the temple's formidable defenses, rivaling that of a military encampment. Fortunately, being a grand martial artist with ample experience from a previous life, he finally breached the interior under the shroud of night. Within the dimly lit temple, the statues of the Buddhas appeared eerily solitary, devoid of the daytime clamor. Having traversed the familiar areas, he noted that even the monks' quarters were desolate. Where had they all vanished? Eventually, two lethargic monks emerged from an inconspicuous storeroom, prompting him to realize the presence of a hidden chamber. With some effort, he rendered these two newly emerged monks unconscious and roused one, employing a narcotic method to extract the information he sought. The storeroom connected directly to the mountain's interior. They had just concluded a ritual, which left Siyu astounded. He swiftly donned the robes of a monk, eliminating the two without hesitation, for they were far from virtuous. Thankfully, not all the monks were tonsured. Many were referred to as lay monks. Following the instructions he received, he obscured most of his head and entered the storeroom, where he unexpectedly found a monk hazily meditating in vigil. With hands clasped in prayer, he uttered, "Great joyful world Buddha," a customary greeting among the temple's own, serving as a coded signal. The guard monk, in a daze, nodded absent-mindedly, entirely oblivious to Su Yu's identity. He opened the grand door, after which the monk returned to his meditative state. Upon crossing the threshold, Su Yu was greeted by an expansive cavern, its vastness illuminated by a few oil lamps, casting a hazy glow that evoked a sense of intoxication. The floor was adorned with thick carpets, and the warmth of the space rendered its inhabitants in a state of blissful stupor, some entwined in slumber. The scene resembled a scattering of peanuts, reminiscent of certain cults from a former life. A closer inspection revealed the air suffused with a sweet, intoxicating aroma. Aside from the sentinel monk, nearly all the monks had congregated here, brainwashed by the allure of offerings from patrons. In this sanctuary, they exhibited themselves entirely, akin to a herd of animals. This was the joyful ritual. As Su Yu cautiously traversed along the cavernous walls, he remained vigilant, evading the grasp of the brainwashed and entranced women who sought to impede his progress. Several branching paths extended into the depths. Yet Su Yu harbored little interest in the chaotic offerings of this monastery. He sensed that there was more to uncover. Choosing the farthest right passage, he entered a grand chamber that left him utterly astounded. A meticulously arranged array of long spears and swords gleamed brightly, their polished surfaces reflecting the light in a dazzling display. Su Yu estimated that there were at least over 1,000 weapons in this temple alone. If there are many such temples, what could be the implications? A chill ran down his spine. Who possessed such power to forge so many weapons? To allow such debauchery within these sacred walls, and to maintain it all, only those with celestial connections could achieve this. Who else, apart from the few at the pinnacle, would dare to do so? Was this not a prelude to rebellion? He quietly retreated, realizing that those within surely could not fathom that someone could penetrate the formidable guards outside and enter this cavern. There must be more than just weapons. He was envious of these arms, which he coveted, yet he could not carry them away. What he truly sought lay elsewhere, and he was certain it could be found here. He ventured once more into a second passage, winding through it until he unexpectedly found himself back in another chamber of the temple. Fortunately, he had retreated swiftly and continued to change passages. After a considerable distance, it seemed he was heading towards the back mountain, but he decided to halt and turn back. He entered yet another passage, this time leading him to an armory that made his eyes widen with desire. Over 1,000 sets of armor, all of superior quality. Who among those elite possessed such tremendous capability and audacity? It was indeed impressive. It appeared preparations had been in the making for quite some time. Once again, he exited and entered another passage. Near a bend, he was startled to find a guard standing watch. The sudden appearance of Su Yu caught the guard off guard, and he was swiftly knocked unconscious and gently laid down, with Su Yu taking a moment to ensure he was subdued. Beyond the guard lay a small hall, arranged like a living quarters. The room resonated with thunderous snores, remnants of a feast littered the table, and drinks were spilled everywhere. A delicate box sat nearby, while a burly man lay sprawled on a wide bed, deep in slumber. He was not the abbot, so he must be the one in charge here. Beside him lay a woman, also in a deep sleep, resembling by Aina. It seemed that earlier, the revelry in this place had been quite intense. Su Yu felt a surge of warmth within. How infuriating that this canine body had responded. His gaze narrowed once more, for the woman by the bedside was adorned in the attire of a palace maid. Indeed, this was the garden of the Imperial residence. Gently, he opened the exquisite small box resting on the table. His eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld a stack of silver notes, all of substantial denomination. He estimated there to be at least 500,000 taels. Additionally, there lay an envelope inscribed with Jing 26 tribute, dated November. Swiftly, he tucked the silver notes into his bosom. Today was indeed a bountiful harvest. He then wandered around the room, searching for any other treasures to seize. The burly man upon the bed appeared to indulge in pleasures, yet the modest chamber contained little else apart from items of indulgence. There was also a chest of silver, likely the temple's earnings, intended for conversion into silver notes. Bah, what a waste. Su Yu scorned this gluttonous brute. How could one be so extravagant? Su Yu gradually exited the chamber, determined to explore the final passageway. The armory was present, the armor room was established, and the living quarters of the temple head were accounted for. Yet, there remained one more passage. To where did this last corridor lead? Chapter 45. Encountering the white fox face, the beautiful maiden. As he stepped into this corridor, a pungent and nearly suffocating scent of blood assaulted him. penetrating deep into his nostrils. Siyu instinctively furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling connection between the direction of the passage and the small hall that had inexplicably tingled his fingers during the day. Taking a deep breath to suppress his discomfort, he walked straight ahead for over 10 zhang, ultimately turning into the underground chamber of that small hall. As he pushed open the wooden door, the scene before him sent a shiver down his spine, causing his stomach to churn violently, nearly forcing him to expel his previous night's meal. Before him lay a vast, dimly lit subterranean room, resembling a hellish nightmare. The space, measuring several zhang in circumference, was littered with dismembered bodies, their remains strewn haphazardly across the ground. The blood had long since soaked into the stone floor, creating an ominous darkness that emanated a foul stench. On a large wooden table in the icy stone floor, a multitude of scattered corpses lay, the majority of which were children, both male and female. Upon closer inspection, Siyu felt a surge of rage as he noticed that these innocent souls had been brutally mutilated, their hearts and eyes gouged out, even their tender organs cruelly removed. Monsters! Siyu's eyes blazed crimson, his fist clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. In 2 lifetimes, he had never witnessed such a gruesome and deranged scene. What kind of madness were these fiends perpetrating? This was not a modern society capable of performing heart and lung transplants. What purpose could there be in harvesting these organs? Were they consumed, or perhaps used for some nefarious ritual? The mere thought sent his body reeling, nearly causing him to lose his balance. It was evident that the Qin kingdom was in utter disarray under the rule of this vile emperor. To think that such a horrifying atrocity could occur so close to the capital was infuriating. He was acutely aware that as a mere grand martial artist, he was powerless against these fiends, and any reckless move could cost him his life. Even the Su royal household, despite possessing some combat prowess, could only remain hidden, seeking self-preservation. The world was filled with cruelty, and these malevolent beings exhibited a complete lack of humanity. Upon returning to his temporary lodgings, Siyu tethered his horse beneath a tree and reclined against its sturdy trunk, gazing at the starless night sky, lost in a whirlpool of thoughts. Even with the windfall of 500,000 silvertails, he found no solace. As dawn broke, he remained in a stupor before finally rousing himself for the journey ahead. His initial aim had been to explore this world and seek a breakthrough for himself, yet the truths he uncovered left him profoundly dissatisfied. Upon his arrival, he had merely sought pleasure, but circumstances had forced him to prioritize survival. Yet today, disappointment weighed heavily on his heart. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged that certain matters, both for personal and public reasons, demanded action. However, haste would yield no results, it would only lead to needless sacrifice. Fortunately, this outing had not been entirely fruitless. He had inadvertently rescued Feng Qianwei, the cousin just a year his senior, who had clearly developed feelings for him. Yet, the uncertainty of their future together gnawed at him. Feng Qianwei had been betrothed by the emperor, and he could not easily intervene. Thus, he refrained from making promises as she departed, knowing there was little he could genuinely offer. Regardless, saving her had repaid her prior kindness and eased his troubled mind. Moreover, he appeared to have stumbled upon a substantial source of wealth. The numbered goods delivered by the temple indicated that there were dozens of such establishments in the future, accompanied by Yinyang, that could opportunistically seek to profit, siphoning resources from these temples. With so many of them, it was questionable whether they could adequately guard against such incursions. There were also 2 large chests filled with gold leaves intended for transport to the underground city. Presumably belonging to the second prince, their purpose remained a mystery, whether he sought to orchestrate something grand or was desperately amassing troops. The sheer volume of gold sent to the underground city was astonishing. To have intercepted such a treasure was exhilarating, an opportunity to enrich himself while undermining that scoundrel. In the remaining time, Siyu intended to seek out the grain merchant with the white fox face, hoping to meet her father and explore the possibility of collaboration. Such merchants, often of low social standing, were eager to align themselves with powerful allies once their businesses expanded, lest they face ruin. It seemed that the white fox face had ventured into the gambling dens with this intention. Though presenting himself as a noble heir might intimidate, it would not guarantee cooperation. They required tangible protection, not merely an ineffectual noble. Therefore, he would adopt the guise of a stranger, attempting to insert himself into the grain trade, preparing for the future and anticipating potential tumult. After all, before the army moves, provisions must be secured. Should chaos ensue, grain prices would soar, and without a stockpile, one would be rendered powerless. Soon, Siyu arrived at the Pingchong granary. Employing the methods taught by Yinyang, he meticulously disguised himself, holding a folding fan and concealing silver notes within his garments, confidently striding inside. This granary ranked 3rd in the capital and held considerable renown. Previously, that scoundrel Chao had misled him into believing that the White Fox's family operated the largest and wealthiest grain business nearby. However, upon further investigation, Su Xiaoxiao had discovered that the Pingchang granary occupied a rather precarious position within the industry, far from the formidable entity it was purported to be. So he wandered about the grain shop, eager to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Perhaps noticing his striking appearance and meticulously tailored attire, the shopkeeper approached him with a beaming smile. "Young sir, please take a seat. Are you merely browsing, or do you have business inquiries?" Siyu, unwilling to squander time, stated directly, "Naturally, there is business to discuss." The shopkeeper promptly bowed and inquired, Is it a matter of bulk purchases or small immediate transactions? Su gracefully waved her fan and inquired leisurely, how does one articulate bulk purchases, and what is the phrase for small cash transactions? The shopkeeper's smile was utterly genuine, and his demeanor was exceedingly sincere as he explained, if you are considering a bulk purchase with an excessive quantity, I, as a humble merchant, am unable to determine the price and must seek approval from my superiors. However, for smaller amounts, that is a different matter entirely. I have the authority to make such decisions. So you pondered momentarily before stating, you truly cannot make decisions regarding my business. Summon your master to speak with me. Upon finishing his sentence, he dramatically tossed a stack of over 10 large denomination banknotes onto the table. You may verify their authenticity first. The shopkeeper's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. Good heavens, this amounts to several 100,000 taels of silver. Moreover, he noticed that Su appeared to possess even more banknotes concealed within his garments. Who could this young master be, to venture forth with such an abundance of currency? Is he not in his right mind? Very well, I humbly apologize for the offense, realizing the necessity of verifying the banknotes' legitimacy before inviting the master out. The shopkeeper scrutinized them carefully several times. Once confirmation was achieved that the notes were genuine, he promptly called for the proprietor and personally served tea to this esteemed guest. Su remained unperturbed, leisurely awaiting the arrival. After the passage of half an hour, the proprietor finally made an appearance. However, upon closer inspection, Su was nearly overtaken by indignation. How could the visitor be this enchanting lady with a fox-like visage? Chapter 46. The Shi family, Shi. This lady, with her fox-like features, fanned herself with an air of pretentious elegance, resembling a refined dandy. Upon encountering Su, she momentarily seemed taken aback, as if ensnared by an invisible spell. The visage was oddly familiar, yet, upon noticing the banknotes on the table, her eyes swiftly regained their composure. As if nothing had transpired, she clasped her hands with a faint businesslike smile and inquired, Esteemed sir, may I inquire what matters you wish to discuss with our grain establishment? Her voice was cloying, sending shivers down Su's spine. Su cast a sidelong glance at her, feeling a profound dissatisfaction within. He leisurely extended his hand, as if collecting a treasured possession, and carefully stowed away the silver note, his gestures excessively theatrical. I am here to discuss serious matters with your employer, not to engage in childish games, he stated. Upon hearing this, the young gentleman opposite him blushed fiercely, resembling a ripe tomato, as frustration surged within him. He thought to himself, is this how one speaks? Who has the leisure to play with you? Yet, she suppressed her anger, gritting her teeth, and plopped down defiantly in front of Su. Her father had repeatedly taught her the importance of maintaining composure in the business arena. I hold full authority here. I kindly ask you to speak your mind. She managed to craft a strained smile, one that appeared more sorrowful than joyous. Su leaned back in his chair, resembling an elderly gentleman, crossing his legs with a sardonic smile as he remarked, Oh, is that so? Your Shi family currently ranks merely third among the grain merchants surrounding the capital. Moreover, this third position comes with a significant caveat. The first place is held by those who share close ties with the emperor himself, while the second is firmly embraced by the crown prince. As for your third position, it is rather precarious, and you might find yourselves devoured by another family come tomorrow. Upon hearing these words, the white fox-faced woman sprang to her feet, her eyes widening like brass bells, fixated on Su with a gaze that seemed to pierce through him. Who exactly are you? You seem to have conducted quite a thorough investigation into my Shi family. Her evident agitation raised her voice by several octaves. Su, however, remained composed, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his lips. Boss Shi, are you certain we wish to discuss matters here in this bustling hall? With so many ears around, if word gets out, your grain business could be in jeopardy. It was only then that the man known as White Fox suddenly snapped back to reality, slapping his forehead and smiling awkwardly. Uncle Zhang, prepare the private room. The innkeeper promptly nodded, bowing in acknowledgement. Of course, White Fox gestured for Su to proceed, though his movements were remarkably stiff, and the two ascended to the second floor. Upon entering the private room, Su surveyed White Fox with the scrutiny of a spy, meticulously observing every detail. He then posed a seemingly innocuous yet shocking question. How is your brother faring? This inquiry landed like a bombshell, leaving the pale-faced man across from him utterly startled. He sprang to his feet, his voice trembling as he demanded, Who exactly are you? Su, with a leisurely demeanor, smiled gently. He was well aware that his second wife, Su Xiaoxiao, had indeed provided accurate intelligence. The Shi family, particularly Shi Qicheng, had once been a destitute scholar who toiled for 2 decades to amass the considerable wealth they possess today. The family boasted a pair of twins, one male and one female. However, for the past 2 years, only the elder brother, Shi Chengnan, had been seen, while his sister, Shi Yanan, had mysteriously vanished from sight. Su hails from Blue Star, and her keen eyesight is truly remarkable. It took her quite some time to discern that Shi Chengnan was, in fact, Shi Yanan in disguise. Su leisurely pressed her hands down, gesturing for Shi Yanan to take a seat. I must confess that I am not particularly interested in the matters concerning your family. I am indifferent to your brother's whereabouts. If there are any taboos involved, let us consider this conversation as if it had never occurred. However, I can assure you that you are indeed Shi Yanan, and there is no point in disputing this fact with me. My only concern is whether you have any authority within your household. If your father is available, it would be preferable for him to join us. The business I intend to discuss is likely beyond your jurisdiction. Upon hearing this, Shi Yanan, who remained standing, ceased her argument, fully aware that further debate would be futile. What if I insist that I am in charge? Her brow furrowed, displaying a resolute expression. Yet her resolve remained unyielding. In the realm of business, is it not a battleground of competition? It is either about holding steadfast or yielding to compromise. Su smiled, a hint of derision lacing her expression. You are still too inexperienced. You cannot possibly command my business. As for my true identity, it is of no consequence to you. I regret to inform you that your Shi family may not endure for much longer. With that, Su rose abruptly, leaving the private room without a backward glance. Her footsteps resonating like a drumbeat as she descended the stairs. Only Shi Yanan remained, staring in stunned silence, as if turned to stone, struggling to comprehend the situation. This scoundrel has uncovered all my secrets and yet walks away unscathed, even daring to threaten me. Anger swelled within her, puffing her cheeks like a pufferfish. She took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, striving to regain her composure. Suyu's lips curled into a subtle smile, exuding an air of confidence. He was nearly certain that Shi Yanan would undoubtedly pursue him. Her brother must have encountered some predicament. Whether for business or other reasons, she had been masquerading as him. It was likely that the Shi family head was also facing issues. Otherwise, how could it be that he had not made an appearance for 6 months? As stated in the intelligence reports, how could she possibly ignore someone who had emerged so suddenly, possessing such intimate knowledge of the Shi family? Indeed, a moment later, Shi Yanan's voice was heard. Young master, may I ask you to wait a moment? I shall fetch my father. Su Yuxian paused for a moment, deliberately allowing 2 breaths to pass before leisurely turning around, a cheerful smile gracing his lips. Very well, he replied. His tone as casual as if discussing the most mundane of matters. He was invited into the elegant chamber, while Shi Yanan hurriedly took her leave to summon the Shi family head. This was the headquarters of the Pingcheng Grain Company. Otherwise, Su Yuxian would not have traveled such a distance to be here. However, after a considerable wait, the person had yet to arrive. Deep within the yard behind the grain company, there lay a bedroom. Shi Yanan sat beside the bed, narrating the details of the encounter with the young gentleman as though recounting a tale. She meticulously described every nuance, the expressions, the tone, the pauses, ensuring that the individual lying on the bed would not miss a single word. The man on the bed, a middle-aged figure gravely ill, was emaciated, resembling a mere skeleton. Yet, he listened intently, his eyes fixed without a blink, unwilling to show any sign of distraction. Clearly, he understood the significance of this visitor. He might very well be one of the prominent figures. Once Shi Yanan finished her account, the man fell into contemplation. Shi Yanan quietly awaited his thoughts, well aware of her father's propensity to deliberate thoroughly in the face of important matters. Yet, this time, his pause felt prolonged. Was he wavering? After a while, Shi Qiqing spoke slowly. Yanan, I regret to burden you with this, but your brother has passed away, and I fear my time is also limited. Upon hearing these words, Shi Yanan dropped to her knees beside the bed, tears streaming down her face, leaving her unable to articulate anything, only able to sob quietly. I have given this considerable thought. I wish to take a gamble. If successful, your future will be free from worry. If I fail, you shall shed your current identity and soar away. The silver notes I leave you will suffice for a lifetime. Shi Yanan wept even more fiercely, her tears cascading like loose pearls. Father, I do not wish to lose your legacy. I want to try. Shi Qiqing shook his head, a look of helplessness on his face. My dear child, many matters are such that one can only advance and not retreat. Our business has attracted the attention of many, and without a powerful backing, even I cannot safeguard it. This is a shortcoming of my sole focus on business indeed. I have proven to be nothing more than a bookish scholar. Go, bring that person to me. I wish to speak with him. For your life, I shall gamble this one time. When Shi Yanan returned to the elegant chamber with red-rimmed eyes, Su suddenly felt an unsettling premonition. I apologize for the wait. My father is somewhat indisposed and wishes to invite you into the courtyard for a discussion, if that is agreeable. Shi Yanan spoke cautiously. Su contemplated for a moment, remaining silent, before rising to her feet. She navigated through several winding corridors and entered Shi Qiqing's chamber. Su finally understood. It turned out that the head of the Shi family was ill, and gravely so. Yar, bring a chair over, then you may leave. I wish to converse with this young master, Shi Qiqing said weakly. So you had little to say? And was uncertain of what the head of the Shi family truly thought, remaining silent for the time being. It was not until Shi Yanan had exited that Shi Qiqing finally spoke. May I assume you were ready to share, my lord? Su gazed at the individual resting upon the bed, her brow furrowing slightly as she spoke. I wish for your esteemed establishment to gradually collect the grain for me. I shall determine the quantity to sell. As soon as the words escaped her lips, a sudden flush spread across Shi Qiqing's face, followed by a fit of vigorous coughing, reminiscent of a broken gong reverberating in the air. Alarmed, Su quickly rose, her hands flailing as she sought to soothe his back and ease his breath. Outside, Shi Yanan rushed in, inquiring with concern, what has happened? What is the matter? Yet, it was Su who found herself at a loss for words, only able to speak after Shi Qiqing had coughed repeatedly for several moments. His eyes bore into Su Yu's as he gasped for breath, demanding, "Who exactly are you?" Chapter 47, The Little Fox, the Old Schemer. Su Yu was momentarily taken aback by the question, his expression resembling that of someone who had been suddenly doused with a bucket of cold water, frozen in place. However, he quickly regained his composure, pondering to himself, "Why should I feel compelled to answer this question?" Thus, he boldly returned the glare at Shi Qiqing, engaging in a silent battle of looks. Shi Qiqing, realizing he had been somewhat hasty, akin to an impetuous youth, promptly moderated his tone, striving to sound more composed. "Young master, your business endeavors have truly startled me. As for the reasons, you are well aware of them in your heart. I am merely an old relic, indifferent to it all, but what about my precious daughter?" In her heart, Su Yu silently gave Shi Qiqing a thumbs up. This old man had an astute nose for insight, as he had disowned her thoughts with just a single remark. Meanwhile, glancing at Shi Yanan beside her, she wore an expression of utter bewilderment, alternating her gaze between her father and herself. She resembled a perplexed monk, utterly at a loss, unable to comprehend the silent riddle being exchanged between the two. Su Yu's lips curled into a smile as he leisurely took a seat, exuding an air of unparalleled comfort. Risk? Is there anything in this world devoid of risk? Take yourself, for instance, from a destitute and disheartened scholar, you have navigated through life's adversities to arrive at your current position. Surely there were moments when it felt as though you were traversing a precarious tightrope, compelled to forge ahead with no retreat in sight? As he spoke, he fixed his gaze intently on Shi Qiqing, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. "Moreover, I possess conditions that you cannot refuse." Upon hearing this, Shi Qiqing's face manifested a look of perplexity. After pondering for a considerable time, he finally responded, "Do as you wish, but the risks involved in this matter are boundless. As for the conditions, I believe whether I disclose them or not holds little significance." Su Yu gracefully waved the folding fan in his hand, resembling a storyteller, and leisurely declared, "The condition is that I can ensure both your and Miss Shi's safety." Upon hearing these words, Shi Qiqing, who had been reclining languidly, sprang upright as if propelled by a spring. His eyes widened in alarm, filled with vigilance. "Are you attempting to coerce me?" "Ha ha ha, me, coerce you?" Su Yu could hardly contain his laughter, nearly bringing the roof down with his mirth. "I am not so idle, nor do I find it necessary. Your grain business, ranked third in the vicinity of the capital, has already caught the attention of others, like meat upon a chopping block. They are merely waiting for the opportune moment to devour it whole. As for you, your days are numbered." As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Shi Yanan. "And your precious daughter, since I can discern her femininity, I am certain others are aware as well. The former second miss of the Shi family, with her unparalleled beauty, once captivated the entire capital. Should her identity resurface 2 years later, I suspect she will be the object of many a longing gaze." Upon hearing this, Shi Qiqing's face turned an alarming shade of purple, his chest heaving with fury, nearly choking on his breath. Shi Yanan recognized that this man was deliberately provoking them. Her father's condition was dire enough without this added insult. She immediately interjected, "Leave. You have no business meddling in the affairs of the Shi family." Yet Su Yu, unperturbed, continued to leisurely fan himself, his gaze fixed intently on Shi Qiqing, his audacity rivaling that of a fortified wall. Shi Yanan, witnessing his brazen demeanor, felt a surge of indignation, almost wishing to slap him. However, Shi Qiqing gradually regained his composure, took a deep breath, and inquired, "Since you say so, does that mean you possess a means to safeguard my daughter's life?" Su Yu was rather blunt, directly pointing his folding fan at Shi Qiqing, and boldly remarked, "And you?" Upon hearing this, Shi Qiqing was nearly driven to laughter by his irritation. With a wry smile, he replied, "Young master, you truly lack decorum. Now I am even less inclined to trust you and hold little hope for your success." Su Yu remained unperturbed, offering a nonchalant smile. He understood that this old man had discerned his intentions of rebellion through mere words, rejecting him outright, when he wagered their lives as a bargaining chip. Promising to safeguard them, the old man dismissed his claims as mere folly, utterly incredulous and regarding him as a braggart. As for Shi Qiqing, he initially perceived the young gentleman as poised and astute upon his arrival. However, upon speaking, it became evident that he was treading the path of tyranny, and later resorted to threatening the lives of the father and daughter, revealing a lack of magnanimity. Ultimately, he even invoked his own life as a bargaining tool. Did he not comprehend the gravity of his own existence? While he could not summon physicians from within the capital, he had sought numerous healers from beyond its walls. All to no avail. They merely advised him to indulge in comfort and allow nature to take its course, essentially, to await his demise. Yet now, this young man audaciously claimed he could preserve the life of one marked by death itself. Are the youth of today so presumptuous? Willing to utter grandiose statements for the sake of ambition? One who aspires to tyranny would surely not be so unreliable. It appears he had overestimated him after all. Without regard for Su Yu's thoughts, he rose from his seat and ambled a couple of steps before the bed, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Master Shi, shall we engage in a wager? If I can preserve your life, then safeguarding your daughter's life will be a mere trifling matter. Should I succeed, you shall henceforth heed my counsel, and any benefits due to you shall be wholly yours. However, the risk involved must, of course, be borne by the Shi family." Upon concluding his proposition, he swaggered over to the round table at the center of the room and leisurely sipped his tea, as if everything lay firmly within his grasp. Hearing these words, Shi Qingqing's chest heaved violently, prompting Shi Yan'an to hurriedly assist her father in calming his breath. She feared that if he continued in such agitation, it could lead to dire consequences. Father, let us disregard him. He is clearly an unreliable individual. Please, do not become overly excited. I shall promptly expel him. With that, she stormed up to Su Yu, hands on her hips, her expression darkened with fury as she declared, Young sir, I believe this should be the end of our discourse today. I fail to comprehend your bluster and deceit, which has only served to infuriate my father. Kindly take your leave. Su Yu seemed oblivious, leisurely sipping his tea. Shi Yan'an, clad in male attire, now exhibited the demeanor of a young lady, which made Su Yu's teeth ache. This was the epitome of effeminacy. Shi Yan'an could hardly endure this shamelessness. How could one speak so brazenly yet remain unmoved? Just as she contemplated a more forceful approach, Su Yu gently directed his folding fan towards her father. Confused, she turned around to find her father beckoning her, having been too enraged to notice earlier. Observing her father's gesture, she immediately approached him, eager to listen. You go prepare a pot of tea for the young master. Shi Yan'an felt a headache coming on. What was going on with these two? Why was her father behaving so unusually today? She shot Su Yu a resentful glance. But ultimately, she had no choice but to comply and exited to brew the tea. Once their daughter had departed, Shi Qingqing finally inquired, I am indifferent. But how do you intend to protect my daughter? Su Yu shrugged nonchalantly, spreading his hands in a gesture of indifference. In the worst-case scenario, I could find a master to escort her out of the capital. Where she goes is entirely her choice. Shi Qingqing, with a scrutinizing gaze fixed on Su Yu, inquired word by word, Is it not that you, my lord, are unmoved? Or do you feign aloofness? Perhaps you await my demise to force my hand? Su Yu genuinely felt weary dealing with such a cunning old fox. He responded, I already have several beautiful wives in my household, none of whom pale in comparison to your daughter. Frankly, I have little interest in her. Moreover, if you agree to collaborate with me, would you not keep an eye on your own daughter? Besides, a man of honor knows when to act and when to refrain. Your daughter is neither my enemy nor an adversary. I am not one to impose my will, so you need not worry. Do not assume that every man has designs on your daughter. These words left Shi Qingqing feeling somewhat embarrassed, and Shi Yan'an, who had just entered, immediately flared with indignation. She slammed her teacup onto the small table with a thud, causing Su Yu to feel quite awkward. He turned to Shi Qingqing and said, I shall give you a day to contemplate, for if you delay any further, your life may slip beyond my grasp. In that case, I would have no need for your grain business, as your daughter would give me no peace of mind. With that, he strolled away with an air of confidence, leaving the father and daughter exchanging perplexed glances. Chapter 48, The Astonished Shi Yan'an. Observing Su Yu stride away, Shi Qingqing exhaled a sigh of relief. As if he had cast aside a heavy burden, Shi Yan'an, too, felt an immense weight lift from her shoulders. Yan'an, you may step outside. I wish to reflect in solitude for a moment, Shi Qingqing said wearily, waving his hand. Shi Yan'an pouted, her face a portrait of reluctance, and playfully retorted, You always send me away, humph. With a stomp of her foot, she exited the room, her back radiating a sense of grievance. Shi Qingqing watched his daughter's departing figure with a sigh of resignation, contemplating, this child has masqueraded as her brother for 2 years. She manages to maintain the facade outside, but once she enters this courtyard, her true self is revealed. Usually, she is well behaved. Yet her temper is like a summer thunderstorm, quick to ignite and utterly exasperating. He then recalled the young master from earlier, seemingly carefree, yet his actions concealed deep intentions, exuding a worldly sophistication in every gesture. Shi Qingqing could not help but ponder, could it be that he possesses the miraculous ability to revive the dead? To cure my affliction? Just as he stated, if I were to depart this world, with only Xiaoyan to rely upon, this Pingchang grain business would soon crumble, let alone assist him in achieving great endeavors. Yet, the upheaval of dynasties is never without bloodshed and chaos. How simple can it be? Moreover, he has revealed not a whisper of his true identity. In this capital, only a handful of nobles harbor such ambitions. Who might he truly be? The crown prince? It is said he has close ties with the second grain house. The second prince? The fourth? The fifth? The third princess? That seems implausible. This individual has not disguised himself as a woman, and I can sense he is indeed who he claims to be, not a mere proxy. The other young scions. The notorious wastrel of the state protectorate? Impossible. The son of the grand scholar? I have met him. Their demeanor is vastly different. The son of the minister of war? Even more so, there is no resemblance whatsoever. Shi Qingqing racked his brain, pondering endlessly, yet remained utterly perplexed, feeling as if his head might burst. Who could he be? Truly, it is a maddening mystery. Then, Shi Qingqing recalled his own mortality, his heart heavy with worry. Most critically, my condition may not endure for long. What will become of my daughter? To send her away with silver notes to live a life of ease under an assumed identity, yet she adamantly refuses and argues with me. Once I am truly gone, I cannot fathom the calamity she might unleash. But if I could miraculously survive. Shi Qingqing was ensnared in a web of turmoil, his heart laden with countless worries. Across the street, in the inn, Su Yu remained composed, leisurely practicing Tai Chi, each movement fluid and graceful, akin to a carefree cloud or wild crane, transcending the mundane world. Yet within him lay a crystal-clear understanding. That old fox, Shi Qiqing, though astute, would undoubtedly seek me out. At this moment, he surely believes that life and death are trifles, with his greatest concern being his precious daughter. Reflecting on Shi Yanan, a smile tugged at the corners of Su Yu's mouth, and he chuckled softly. The wealthy young lady, while disguised as a man, managed to deceive many. Yet, upon returning home, her true nature was laid bare. Attempting to mimic the demeanor of a young master, she appeared utterly out of place. A complete scatterbrain with an overly fiery temper. As night fell, it was no surprise that someone hurriedly approached him, their expression frantic as though pursued by a ravenous tiger. So you once again entered Shi Qiqing's chamber, where only Shi Qiqing and Shi Yanan were present. Shi Qiqing appeared frail, his breath weak, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. In stark contrast, Shi Yanan radiated a refreshing vitality, as if she had undergone a profound transformation. Clad in a delicate yellow garment, her understated makeup accentuated her beauty, making her resemble a vibrant bloom in the spring, resplendent and alluring. Her figure was gracefully curvaceous, with an enchanting silhouette that captivated the eye. Observing this, Siyu could not help but feel a stir of emotions, pondering whether she intended to employ the charms of a siren upon him. Yet, at that moment, Shi Yanan wore a scowl, her lips pursed in indignation, as if she could balance an oil bottle upon them, turning her back defiantly to Su Yu. She muttered under her breath, I knew you would pressure me. I had no desire to confront him like this. It was evident that she had been compelled by her father to don this feminine attire. So you couldn't help but marvel inwardly, contemplating. In my household, Qin Xiao, Xiao Xiao, and Yin Yang are all exceptional individuals, each possessing remarkable figures. Yet, Shi Yanan's figure is even more striking. I am genuinely curious how she conceals such an impressive physique when dressed as a man. Does it not cause her discomfort to bind herself so tightly? Siyu shook his head, striving to clear his mind, silently reminding himself, Siyu, am not one to be ensnared by the allure of women. I must not be careless. Subsequently, he composed himself and directly inquired, Boss sure. Have you made up your mind? Do not linger in indecision, for I do not possess the luxury of time to waste. Shi Qiqing's gaze was piercing, intently observing Su Yu's every move. Noticing that he was only momentarily distracted before regaining his composure, Shi Qiqing inwardly nodded in approval. Tell me, can you truly cure my ailment? Do not deceive me. My frail body cannot withstand much more. Shi Qiqing's skepticism was evident, his eyes filled with scrutiny. Su Yu nodded emphatically, declaring with unwavering conviction, Of course, I can cure you, as long as we agree on the details, within 3 to 5 days. I assure you that you will be healed. However, you must fully cooperate. Shi Qiqing let out a long sigh of relief, her heart swelling with joy. After all, who would willingly embrace death when life was still an option? Thoughts of her daughter filled her heart with an overwhelming sense of reluctance. I have one more question to ask. How should I arrange for my daughter's future? You must provide me with a satisfactory answer. Shi Qiqing's expression grew serious, her tone laden with concern. Su Yu was momentarily taken aback, his heart filled with doubt. Why was it that during this business discussion, his daughter was continually brought up? He quickly interjected, stating, whether she continues to impersonate her brother or returns to her true self is of no concern to me. I am here to negotiate with you, not with her. Shi Qiqing regarded him with a smile that was neither fully sincere nor entirely mocking, and with profound significance, he replied, You are well aware that all my actions are for the sake of my daughter. You must understand that if I were to follow you down that path, her fate could be irrevocably sealed. What I seek is merely her lifelong safety and well-being. I hope you can provide me with a clear answer. Su Yu felt a deep sense of frustration and silently cursed. This old fellow was truly difficult to deal with, more troublesome than a cunning fox. Thus, he reluctantly inquired, What exactly do you wish for me to do? Please speak plainly. Shi Qiqing smiled faintly, a glint of cleverness flickering in her eyes. I implore you, young sir, to shed your disguise and reveal your true self. Otherwise, even if I must forsake this grain business and risk my life, I will ensure my daughter departs and will not collaborate with you. Shi Yanan, who had always regarded Siyu with disdain, turned abruptly upon hearing these words. Her eyes filled with astonishment. This scoundrel is actually in disguise? I have been masquerading as a man for 2 years and remained utterly oblivious. Su Yu let out a cold laugh, a glimmer of frost flashing in his eyes. Have you thought this through? If you should behold my true visage and still refuse to cooperate, both you and your daughter shall find your lives in peril. I do not speak lightly. Shi Qiqing appeared unfazed, his expression calm and composed. In contrast, Shi Yanan turned pale with fear, her delicate frame quivering as she inwardly lamented. How could this person be so ruthless as to threaten their very lives? Shi Qiqing's gaze was as sharp as lightning, unwavering as he met Siyu's stare. If you wish for me to wager my very life and fortune, yet you refuse to reveal your true face, this is neither reasonable nor just. Su Yu pondered for a moment and found merit in Shi Qiqing's words. Resolutely, he decided to confront the matter head-on. If that old fellow dared to backtrack, he would simply incapacitate him and take him away, fearing not what tricks he might conjure. He slowly shed his disguise, revealing his true self. Shi Qiqing, upon witnessing this transformation, appeared as though struck by lightning, his eyes widening in disbelief. He pointed at Su Yu, his beard trembling, as if he had encountered a specter. Standing behind Su Yu, Shi Yanran was filled with curiosity at her father's astonishment, her heart racing with unanswered questions. Who could possibly evoke such a reaction from him? Unable to contain her intrigue, she carefully stepped around to face Su Yu. Shi Yanran gasped, her entire being frozen in shock, as if she had been petrified. Her eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, surpassing even her father's astonishment. She covered her mouth with both hands, nearly crying out in disbelief. How could it be you? Her tone was laced with incredulity, as if she had encountered a ghost. Su Yu Bai, in a state of utter boredom, gazed at the father and daughter before him, his mind plagued by doubts as he let out a resigned sigh. Alas, how troubling it is, for they all seem to view the world through tinted lenses. You. Have you lost your senses? How can you suddenly seem like a different person? Shi Yanran's face was a canvas of disbelief, her voice raised to an alarming pitch. She recalled, just days prior, when this very man was swaggering in the gambling den, embodying the essence of a debauched young lord. Yet now, he dares to broach the monumental subject of rebellion. Her father had already conveyed to her the gravity of such matters. This was a crime that could cost one their head. How could he possibly involve himself? Was his previous demeanor merely a fade? Had he orchestrated his victories in the gambling house intentionally? The thought sent a chill down Shi Yanran's spine, to feign madness and ignorance for over a decade. How profound must this man's cunning be? Moreover, had it not been reported that he was nearly assassinated, on the brink of death? Yet here he stood, vibrant and vigorous. His martial prowess seemingly formidable, such a stark contrast. Shi Qiqing, who had been proudly flaunting his beard, now let it droop, his hand gradually lowering as he sincerely marveled. Truly, the heir possesses remarkable resolve and skill. His thoughts are well concealed. Su Yu gently touched his nose and decided to lay his cards on the table, speaking plainly. To be frank, I have been compelled to masquerade for over a decade, quietly amassing my strength. I shall not elaborate further. Suffice it to say that I possess at least 5 masters among my ranks, and more than 10 grand martial artists. As for the martial artists, they are countless. Whenever I desire, the veterans of the Su family army are at my beck and call, each a battle-hardened warrior. These are merely the forces currently at my disposal within the Wang residence, not accounting for my elder and my aunt's contributions, nor even my own current prowess. Ponder this. If I were to rise up one day, would they not stand by my side? Some matters are best left unsaid, and I trust you can discern the implications. Shi Yanran remained lost in shock, unable to collect her thoughts, while Shi Qiqing leisurely stroked his beard, deep in contemplation. For a moment, the room was so silent that one could hear a pin drop, with only Shi Yanran covering her mouth, her eyes wide as saucers. She could hardly believe that one individual could portray a wastrel so convincingly. After a considerable pause, Shi Qiqing was the first to break the silence. If the heir can truly save my life and heal my wounds, that would fulfill the first condition. However, there remains another. It concerns my daughter. Su Yu's expression remained impassive as she spoke softly. You must assure me of the safety of the young lady once I become entangled with you. For there will be no turning back. Though she has donned male attire for the past 2 years and gained some worldly experience, her heart remains too innocent, unacquainted with the world's treacheries. This is my fault for not introducing her to the business realm sooner. In my opinion, the most prudent course of action would be to bring her to your royal residence and treat her as a wife. This would grant me peace of mind, and I shall undoubtedly lend my full support to the heir in the future. My assistance may extend far beyond mere provisions. What? Both Su Yu and Shi Yanran leaped in astonishment, staring at Shi Qiqing as though he were a monster, their faces etched with disbelief. They could hardly fathom that such words could escape his lips. Shi Yanran's mouth fell agape, panic-stricken. She exclaimed, Father, you must be mistaken. How can you utter such things? Even I cannot discern which version of him is the true one. Surely, you have heard tales of his arrogance and debauchery during his time at the gambling house. Father, this is utterly unacceptable. Tears welled in her eyes as she spoke. Su Yu was utterly taken aback by this sudden proposal. While other fathers vigilantly guard their precious daughters, fearing they may be abducted, this one seemed quite the opposite, willingly sending his daughter away. However, upon further reflection, this cunning old fox had a keen insight. Without his intervention for collaboration, upon his demise, the temperamental and willful Shi Yanran would indeed be difficult to place. The martial artists he had recruited were utterly useless. Even if he managed to enlist 1 or 2 formidable warriors, there were countless ways to seize control of the Shi residence. If she were to align herself with him in the monumental task of usurping authority, his concerns would multiply. Thus, it appeared that entering the royal residence of the kingdom of Jin might truly be the most suitable refuge. For the daughter of a merchant to step into the royal court was akin to soaring to great heights, transforming into a phoenix. Shi Yanran, resembling a petulant child, stared intently at her father, hoping he would retract his command, embodying the essence of a bewildered innocent. It seemed she had been quite frightened by his flamboyant behavior at the gambling den. Yet, Shi Qiqing appeared oblivious to his daughter's pleas. Continuing unabated, though my daughter may not yet be well versed in the ways of commerce and possesses some small caprices and temper, as her father, I am acutely aware that she is indeed an exceptional child. She is dutiful and considerate of both me and her elder brother, with no shortcomings in her conduct as a woman or in her filial piety. For a sheltered girl to compel herself to venture out into the world and broaden her horizons is already a remarkable feat should I truly toil outside for your benefit. She would undoubtedly be worthy of the esteemed position of a concubine in your Su royal residence. What are your thoughts, young master? Su touched his nose, feeling quite troubled. To speak candidly, he harbored a considerable fondness for Shi. Her feminine attire and curvaceous figure elicited a reaction from his youthful vigor. However, to simply acquiesce seemed rather unjust to Shi. After much contemplation, he finally spoke. Uncle Shi, what if we do this? I will first heal your ailment, and we shall collaborate. As for your esteemed daughter, she may discreetly reside in my Wangfu, which is quite spacious. She can live there in peace and venture out quietly. I shall arrange for guards to ensure her safety. I already have a primary wife and 2 secondary wives, all of whom are gentle and virtuous. She can gradually get acquainted with them. Should she truly wish to leave, I would not compel her. If she is amenable, I shall treat her with the respect of a secondary wife. I regard all women around me equally, without favoritism, and they shall predominantly be addressed as madam, regardless of their status. I can assure you of this. Does that sound agreeable? Upon hearing this proposal, Shi shook her head vehemently, the first to voice her opposition. With indignation, she turned and fixed her gaze upon Su. Do not attempt to deceive me. Is it not a tad premature to discuss such matters? If you truly possess the capability, first remedy my father's ailment. As for your collaboration, I shall pretend not to have heard it. I have no intention of entering any Wangfu. I prefer to don this male attire and assist my father in managing the grain business, which is perfectly adequate. Did you not say I would have the final say? Surely, you would not resort to using my father's illness as leverage against me? Her tone was assertive and unambiguous. Shi Qingqing, overhearing his daughter's words, was infuriated, his beard nearly bristling like a vexed old goat. However, before he could erupt, Su swiftly interjected, Very well, Uncle Shi. Your esteemed daughter speaks wisely. As long as she can uphold this arrangement, I will promptly assign a grand martial artist to protect her discreetly. You may rest assured. Although Su was deeply enamored by Shi Yanan's beauty, he understood well that forcing a reluctant fruit to ripen would yield no sweetness. He had no desire to drag a girl who harbored nothing but disdain for him into the royal residence. In the past, circumstances had compelled him to accept Su Xiaoxiao and Yin Yang. It was a matter of necessity. Moreover, her aversion towards him was entirely justifiable. If he were to encounter someone akin to that arrogant, wasteful scion he had previously dealt with, he would have likely rolled up his sleeves and given them a sound thrashing. Thus, after Shi Yanan departed, they reached a preliminary agreement on how to proceed with her treatment. By the time Su had concluded these matters and returned to the royal residence, it was already the dead of night. The jade rabbit hung high in the sky, casting down its cool, silvery light. Yet, he paid little heed to it, slipping into Qing Zhao's chamber with the stealth of a thief. Chapter 50, a fortnight apart, secluded for cultivation. The author's skill may be limited, yet the insights of seasoned readers are boundless. Your opinions are most welcome. Su couldn't help but scoff internally. It was indeed true that men were preoccupied with their wives, children, and the warmth of their hearth. When Qing Zhao saw her husband return home in the dead of night, her joy was palpable. They were both in the bloom of youth, having not seen each other for over 10 days. This reunion felt as if a day apart was akin to 3 autumns, and the chilly night seemed as warm as summer. Their conversation flowed, and they became drenched in sweat, losing all sense of time, until they were unaware that dawn had arrived. Husband, you must hurry. If you don't, I might truly lose my patience. I am on the verge of breaking through to the realm of the Grand Master. Yet why is it still like this? Am I too weak, or are you too stubborn? Qing Zhao playfully chided, No, I must strive harder to reach the Grand Master stage. But when will I ever be able to endure this? Oh, it hurts so much. So you felt a profound embarrassment, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to disappear into. The dog, upon entering the confinement, seemed to go mad, as if it harbored a small son within. No matter how much he tried to maintain his composure and offer explanations, Qing Zhao no longer believed his words. In a moment of helplessness, Su could only embrace Qing Zhao with a sense of guilt, using this somewhat clumsy gesture to provide her solace. Noticing that Su had become still, Qing Zhao, struggling against her fatigue and pain, wrapped her arms around him. I can't take it anymore. I truly cannot endure this any longer. I merely wish to have a sincere conversation with you, to cherish my husband like this. Please, share with me the events of your recent outing. Even if it is merely a small stone by the roadside, I long to hear you speak of it. Su, both amused and helpless, mused that women are indeed creatures of sentiment, often easily content in such matters. In contrast, men frequently find themselves ensnared by external influences, relegating genuine affection to a secondary concern. Helpless, he stifled his inner turmoil and began recounting his experiences at the Buddhist temple to Qing Zhao. Enraged, Qing Zhao nearly choked him in her fury, indignant at the actions of the monks. Remarkably, her heart was capable of multitasking. In one moment, she was seething with rage, and in the next, she swiftly deduced a startling conclusion. This affair could not possibly be orchestrated by the emperor, nor by the ministers and noble lords. It must be the work of certain princes. The second prince, preoccupied with maneuvering in the underground city, likely lacked the bandwidth for such schemes. The fifth prince, simple-minded and impulsive, would be ill-suited for such long-term planning, which could not be accomplished in just a year or two. Thus, only the eldest prince and the fourth prince remained as suspects. The eldest prince generally maintained a low profile, yet the two masters at the gambling house during the night were likely under his command, suggesting that the temple incident might also be connected to him. As for the fourth prince, he currently remained shrouded in mystery, akin to a specter. However, such individuals are either genuinely ascetic or far more formidable than the second or eldest princes, warranting careful vigilance. So you gazed in astonishment at Qin Xiao nestled in his arms. Did you deduce all this by yourself? Qin Xiao, noticing her husband's expression of surprise, felt an immense sense of pride and playfully burrowed closer to him. What is so difficult about it? The intelligence sent by Su Xiaoxiao is something I review daily. When combined with what you've shared, it all becomes remarkably clear. You underestimate your wife. I've always claimed my mind is exceptional, and you never believed me. Even Xiao Xiao remarked on my swift and accurate analysis. Siyu was utterly speechless, while others toiled for decades, striving to reach the realm of martial masters. Figures like Yan Ruyu, Yin Yang, and Feng Qianyue had spent years, even over a decade, accumulating their skills. Yet, his own wife, after merely a month of cultivation, was on the verge of breaking through to the master level. Even his own efforts, relying on blood-sucking and absorbing vital energy to enhance his strength, paled in comparison to her remarkable progress. Her martial talent was nothing short of monstrous, complemented by a high intellect. How could such a flawless individual exist, excelling in both literary and martial arts? It was indeed disheartening to compare oneself to others, as it could lead to despair. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that to marry such a remarkable beauty is a fortune earned over several lifetimes, warranting a celebration. Suyu, filled with excitement, continued to dwell on the unresolved matters. My dear husband, you do not keep your promises. I implore you, she lamented, as the sun reached its zenith. Suyu emerged from the Ziki courtyard, her spirits high, nearly brandishing a toothpick as she sauntered along, her face radiating mischief. Her next destination was the twilight courtyard of Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao had been aware from the crack of dawn that Suyu had returned. She was fully cognizant that her husband was no ordinary man. He was a veritable force of chaos. Even more so, he was a beast. Observing Suyu's playful grin as he entered the room with an air of ambiguity, Su Xiaoxiao realized that the matter was far from settled. Yulong. You know my constitution cannot withstand the way things used to be, Su Xiaoxiao said weakly. Suyu smiled so widely that his eyes squinted into slits, playfully teasing. What are you saying, my dear? My heart aches for you. With that, he embraced Su Xiaoxiao tenderly, nestled in his arms. Su Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming sweetness in her heart, akin to tasting honey, and gradually closed her eyes. The fragrance of plum blossoms lingered in the air. After several moments of affectionate exchanges, Suyu gently caressed Su Xiaoxiao's hair and said, within 3 days, please help me identify a martial artist or a grand martial artist from a hostile faction. I have my reasons. The moment serious matters were broached, Su Xiaoxiao promptly pushed Suyu's hand away and began to ponder earnestly, a grand martial artist? Don't worry, I will take care of it. Suyu inquired, Xiaoxiao. I have yet to ask you, how is the investigation concerning your family progressing? The moment these words escaped her lips, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes brimmed with tears. She embraced Suyu tightly, exclaiming, Yu Lang, I have gathered some clues, but it is still insufficient. Oh, a family of 5. Suyu's gaze turned icy as he continued his investigation, asserting that the intelligence network must be expanded. Do not fret over the expenditure, I possess ample funds. If manpower is insufficient, seek out Su Fu. Moreover, consult with Qin Xiao regarding intelligence matters. Her intellect is remarkably astute, almost supernatural. Do not fear exposure. I have my ways. Should it come to light that he has already slain someone, rest assured. There will come a day when I will ensure you exact revenge with your own hands. Su Xiaoxiao buried her face in Su Yu's embrace, weeping inconsolably. Wu, Yu Lang. Wu. Throughout the day, Suyu remained by Su Xiaoxiao's side, observing her as she flitted about the intelligence room, immersed in a myriad of colorful threads, resembling a delicate butterfly, enchanting and alluring. Yet, as darkness descended, Su Xiaoxiao underwent a transformation, shedding her previous charm. With arms crossed defiantly, she resembled a fierce tiger, compelling Suyu into the confines of Lingxiu courtyard, before exclaiming in mock fright, Tonight, you are one of us at Lingxiu courtyard. Inside, Yin Yang could no longer contain her laughter. You just cannot help but bully others, can you? It seems you have once again overstepped your bounds. Truly. A dog cannot change its nature. Suyuho, with an unabashed grin, dashed into the inner room. Chapter 51. A momentous good news, awaiting the auspicious time. As night descended, Yin Yang sat within her chamber, observing Suyu's unsteady entrance. A sly smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Her heart brimmed with joy. Fortune had finally smiled upon her. With 2 esteemed ladies preceding her, she found herself at the final destination, and the weight of pressure had vanished into thin air. Su Yu immediately discerned the subtle intentions of Yin Yang. Observing her expression, which was even more arrogant than usual, he understood the mischief she was plotting. Ah, Yin Yang, with that triumphant demeanor of yours, should I indulge myself to my heart's content tonight? Su Yu raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Yin Yang was momentarily taken aback, but soon her eyes narrowed into slits as she beamed with delight, eagerly anticipating the splendid display of Little Flower Heart. Su Yu secretly rejoiced, for she could finally unleash her abilities to the fullest. Very well, the one who surrenders first shall be deemed the little dog. This proclamation stands firm. Initially, Yin Yang paid little heed to the matter, but soon, upon witnessing Su Yu's impressive wall-building skills, her heart skipped a beat, and she inwardly lamented the situation. This was simply outrageous. As expected, Su Yu reaped the rewards without restraint, only ceasing when Yin Yang earnestly pleaded for mercy. Little flower, I must certainly have a chat with Qin Xiao about you, and perhaps arrange a few more houses for you. At this rate, even the divine would struggle to withstand your prowess. Yin Yang playfully chided. Have you gathered all your strength just for this? How utterly unfair. You show blatant favoritism. So you embraced the weary Yin Yang and gently inquired, Yin Yang, how's your practice of the 18 stops progressing? Yin Yang, with a lack of energy, moved slightly and murmured. It's going, I suppose. I just wish to break through to the initial stage of the Grandmaster level. It feels as daunting as ascending to the heavens. Seemingly an endless endeavor. Qin Xiao is truly formidable. In just a month, she is on the brink of reaching the Grandmaster realm. I surmise that even if she attains that level, she will continue to soar at an astonishing pace. How can someone be so exceptionally talented? My heart is heavy with anxiety. I fear that you may no longer want me in the future. They are all so remarkable, while I feel utterly foolish. So you reached out and gently tugged at Yin Yang's small face, smiling as she said, Little fool, why must you compare yourself to Qin Xiao? Qin Xiao excels in every aspect with extraordinary prowess. As for you, your strength lies in assassination and explosive power, while Xiaoxiao is adept at intelligence operations. Each of you is a treasure to my heart. I treat you all equally, without favoritism, and I will not favor anyone simply because they are more formidable. However, in my absence, there must be someone to take charge and maintain order at home, and Qin Xiao is the one suited for that role. Her practical experience is still lacking, so in your spare time, do accompany her for practice. As for martial prowess, the household will rely on you and Qin Xiao to uphold it. Do you understand? Yin Yang, that girl, is easily amused. Before long, she was playfully hiding in the blankets, the cause being certain mischievous individuals who were restless once again. Su Yu specially went to observe the dog. This young fellow was sweating profusely, diligently practicing the 18 stops. Su Yu quietly crept behind him, and she heard him incessantly muttering to himself, 300 taels. My 300 taels, hee, 300 taels. Su Yu could not help but shake her head. This lad was utterly ensnared by the allure of wealth. However, Su Xiaoxiao had already put him to the test. She procured an outside informant to masquerade as a spy, offering 500 taels of silver to entice the rogue. The scene unfolded as if plucked from a comedy. The rogue's eyes widened in astonishment, brimming with joy, but in the next moment, he led the informant to the gates of the Wang residence. A single bark summoned a horde of guards, who swiftly apprehended the spy and subjected him to a brutal beating. In the end, it was Su Xiaoxiao who discreetly sought out Qin Xiao, confining the informant, publicly claiming to have dealt with him, while secretly releasing him and providing a handsome compensation in silver. Meanwhile, the rogue, under the delusion of having achieved a great feat, brazenly approached Lady Qin Xiao, exclaiming, Madam, I have accomplished a great service. The young master has penalized me 300 taels. Might you consider waiving this? Qin Xiao, both amused and exasperated, recognized that this individual was favored by her husband. With a flash of inspiration, she replied, Not only can I waive it, but I shall also reward you with an additional 300 taels. Ecstatic, the rogue was invigorated, training tirelessly, dedicating every moment except for a mere 3 hours of sleep to mastering his skills. This rogue, unmoved by the lure of 500 taels, was driven by loyalty, unwilling to betray the young master. Now, committed to his training, he envisioned breaking through to the martial master level within a month. Eager to evade the penalty and claim his reward, reveling in the pride of earning it through his own endeavors. Su Yu gazed at this fellow, who was ensnared by the allure of wealth yet remained unwaveringly loyal, and nodded in satisfaction. Nearly half a month had passed, and he was on the brink of breaking through to the martial master realm. Indeed, quite commendable. Subsequently, Su Yu paid a visit to Yan Ruyu. Upon arrival, he was greeted by the sight of the rotund, giant-faced boy, either devouring roasted chicken or preparing to do so. With Su Yu's return, Qin Xiao had been unable to rise from bed all morning. Today, he could finally indulge in roasted chicken without the obligation of training with his mistress. Life had never been more comfortable. He felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Su Yu, a stark contrast to his previous existence in that decrepit brothel. Now, it was as though he were living in paradise. Su Fu was summoned back to the palace by Su Yu, as the gambling establishment had begun to operate smoothly. He dispatched Dong Chung to oversee the place, where 2 grand martial masters and several others were stationed, ensuring that there were generally no disturbances. In the afternoon, Su Fu returned, his countenance dark as he trailed behind Su Yu. The initial 12 martial masters at the palace had learned 9 forms and 18 pauses from Ing Yang, and these individuals guarded the inner perimeter, becoming Su Yu's personal guards, their prowess steadily rising. Yet, to the outside world, Su Yu still appeared to be the same carefree individual. After thoroughly organizing the palace inside and out, on the second night, Su Yu and Ing Yang took advantage of the cover of darkness to abduct a grand martial master under the 5th prince from a brothel. Another day passed, and under the cloak of night, Su Yu carried the unconscious Shi Qingcheng into the palace. In the dungeon, Su Yu dedicated an hour and a half to transfusing blood into Shi Qingcheng. By chance, he had previously cured a similar ailment afflicting Yu Xiaoyao, transforming him into a formidable general. Now, with Shi Qingcheng suffering from a similar malady, Su Yu hoped to save him, wishing not to squander his efforts. Within a few days, Shi Qingcheng was able to walk again. Upon his return to the Shi family, Shi Yanan embraced her father, weeping joyously, overwhelmed with happiness. He was truly healed. Su Yu had not deceived her. However, when she turned around, Su Yu had long vanished, leaving not a single word behind, causing Shi Yanan to pout, her face a picture of disappointment. What a miser! In the days that followed, Su Yu and Ing Yang occasionally ventured out to capture prey, for they were adversarial forces. With each absorption of power, Su Yu's own strength surged. Su Xiaoxiao's intelligence network expanded significantly, primarily focusing on the temples. Seizing 2 opportunities, Su Yu and Ing Yang raided 2 temples, and to their astonishment, the accumulated silver notes totaled around 1 million taels. The backers must have felt their hearts quiver in distress. Time flew swiftly, and the wedding date between the princess and the top scholar was fast approaching. The injured heir Su Yu, who narrowly escaped death 2 months ago, is finally ready to make his presence felt. At this opportune moment, Qin Xiao has discerned a momentous piece of news from the intelligence provided by Su Xiaoxiao, which has led Su Yu to believe that a grand opportunity to reclaim his power is at hand. Princess Yun still owes him a cancellation of their betrothal, and he yearns for a chance to deliver a resounding slap in the face to his adversaries. Meanwhile, Su Xing, a scholar of the emperor's court, has been covertly undermining him and the Su family. It is also possible that he played a role in the tragic demise of his original self as parents, General Su and his 2 wives. After all, can a debauched wastrel truly be called a wastrel if he does not stir up some chaos? Chapter 52. The hidden hand behind the original S death. The day of the Yuanshan festival is fast approaching, a date of great significance marking the rise of the founding emperor, following the establishment of the nation. This day was designated as a grand annual celebration to commemorate such an extraordinary achievement, making it the most festive occasion of the year. Coincidentally, the engagement ceremony between Princess Wen and the scholar Su Xing is scheduled for this very day. At the break of dawn, the capital city erupted with excitement, as everyone was left agape. Why, you may ask? It turns out that Su Yu, the heir of the Su family, who had been out of sight for several months, re-emerged today. Speculation arose that he had finally recovered from the assassination attempt he previously endured. Observing his gait, though slightly unsteady, he appeared vibrant and full of life. As soon as Su Yu made his appearance, his true colors shone through. He had not changed, remaining the same arrogant and willful young scion. He barreled through the main streets, frightening children, kicking over stalls that displeased him, and chasing after respectable young women, creating chaos and unrest wherever he went. Accompanying him was Su Fu, whose expression remained impassive, resembling a stoic statue. Additionally, there was Yin Ruyu, like a towering sentinel with a roast chicken in hand, along with his sycophant Wang Ergo, who had now grown into a formidable warrior, significantly more robust than before. Not far behind them, for martial artists shadowed their movements like phantoms, treading carefully in their wake. With such a retinue, anyone observing would think that the heir was terrified of death to his very core. Su Yu Wang, having indulged in enough leisure, pondered that since he had made his appearance, he might as well seek some amusement. He hailed a carriage, swaying slightly, and directed it towards the Fuchong Wangfu. Why? You may ask. Because the young Lord Zhang still owed him 10,000 taels of silver. In truth, the silver was a trifling matter. What troubled Su Yu was an unresolved grievance. It was under someone's instigation that Lord Zhang had persistently urged him to provoke the courtesan Su Xiaoxiao. This very affair had incited the second prince's murderous intent, leading to him being administered an aphrodisiac, resulting in the original Su's demise in the bed of a woman masquerading as Su Xiaoxiao. He had long desired to settle this score, but had been preoccupied with pressing matters until now. It was the perfect time for him to collect what was owed, while simultaneously instilling a sense of dread in certain individuals. Notably, he aimed to unsettle the literary princess and the seemingly genteel yet venomous top scholar, Su Xing. He was curious to see if, with their engagement approaching and the knowledge of his survival, these two would be so terrified that they would lose their wits. The carriage came to a steady halt at the entrance of the Fuchong Wangfu. Accompanied by 7 bodyguards, Su Yu wasted no time. He swiftly incapacitated the gatekeeper and boldly strode inside. The Fu Changwang was merely a leisurely prince, devoid of any official duties or responsibilities, essentially a parasitic figure, enjoying the privileges of nobility while draining the lifeblood of the common folk. So you casually apprehended a young servant, who guided him to the courtyard of young Master Zhang. Young Master Zhang was engrossed in his amusement when Siyu suddenly burst through the door, nearly startling him into a state of sheer terror. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Suyu was so repulsed that she nearly regurgitated her leftover meal from the previous night, hastily turning away. She feared that a mere glance longer would result in her being afflicted with a sty. How bizarre it was to behold the young heir, in broad daylight, engaged in such an unsightly act with a pale-faced servant. Su Yusin mused that even if he had once been a scoundrel and a debauched youth, he had never indulged in such outrageous antics. However, he was well aware that within the circles of nobility and aristocracy, such behavior was hardly novel. Conventional pleasures could never satiate their twisted and perverse appetites. Ultimately, their pursuits bordered on the grotesque. Young Master Zhang, what an exquisite indulgence! In such a tantalizing spectacle, I must ensure that it is heralded far and wide, allowing all of the capital to witness this extravagance. Siyu curled the corner of her mouth, revealing a mischievous smile, and cast a knowing glance at Wang Ergu. Instantly comprehending her intent, Wang Ergu dashed forward and delivered a swift kick, sending the flustered attendant, who was struggling to don his garments, sprawling onto the ground. Outside the door, Yen Ryu's large hand pressed down firmly like a vice on a formidable martial artist attempting to force his way in, while her other hand leisurely savored a roast chicken, her expression one of utter contentment. Su Fu maintained his impassive demeanor, crossing his arms as he assumed the role of a spectator. At that moment, Zhang Shixi felt as if he were teetering on the brink of despair, perplexed by the sudden appearance of this harbinger of misfortune. What made matters worse was the timing. Should this incident become public knowledge, how could he ever face others again? Everyone understood the gravity of such matters, yet once laid bare, the embarrassment would be utterly humiliating. Your Excellency, what brings you here? As you can see, this is rather awkward. I was merely indulging in some frivolous play. I beg you to exercise your magnanimity and overlook this transgression just this once, Zhang Shixi implored, wearing a forced smile and pleading earnestly. Su Yu idly flicked the corner of his robe, as if to rid it of dust, and leisurely remarked, "You, my friend, engage in quite the extravagant pursuits. I have yet to experience such flamboyance." Upon hearing this, Wang Ergu, who was nearby and busy tending to the servants, turned pale as if struck by a chill, his heart racing with unease. Could it be that the master possessed such peculiar tastes? Your Grace, if you truly wish to explore or have an affinity for such things, I shall arrange it for you immediately, and rest assured, it will be flawlessly organized. I implore you, please do not make this public, he stammered, desperately trying to placate the young master. Upon hearing this, Siyu was infuriated to the point of nearly kicking him away, cursing inwardly, what nonsense is this? Yet, outwardly she maintained a facade of calm, saying, let us discuss this matter properly, shall we? First, you must explain who it was that urged me to provoke Su Xiaoxiao. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Shixi's face turned ashen, and feigning composure, he replied, Dear Shixi, how could it have been I who led you astray? It was you. Upon first encountering Su Xiaoxiao, who was rendered utterly enchanted and unable to move your feet. So you let out a cold laugh, mocking? Do you still think you can deceive me? I am quite astute. After 3 months of contemplation, I have discerned your ill intentions. If you do not speak the truth today, I shall not show any mercy. I will drag both of you out into the streets in your bare state, for all to see. Upon hearing this, young Master Zhang immediately wilted, his head bowed so low it nearly touched the ground, utterly unable to meet Su Yu's gaze. Su Yu's gaze turned icy, and Su Fu rushed forward like a gust of wind, delivering several resounding slaps to Zhang Shixi's face. If you still can't recall, I shall truly lose my temper. Su Yu's voice was chilling, as if capable of freezing one to death. Zhang Shixi, dazed from the blows, had 2 teeth knocked out, but dared not spit them out. With a quivering voice, he pleaded, Elder brother, I was wrong, truly wrong. It was your second brother's idea at the time, and he even provided me with 10,000 taels of silver. He said he wanted to help his brother find a beautiful and charming woman for pleasure, without your knowledge, and instructed me to take you out several times. I had no ill intentions. I thought it was merely a courtesan. To receive your favor, elder brother, would be her fortune. I truly did not think much of it. You must believe me. Su Yu squinted her eyes into a narrow slit, seething with inner fury. That wretched Su Xing is indeed a venomous serpent. Su Xing. Oh Su Xing, I shall contemplate how to send you on your way. Chapter 53. Failing to extort, the old fool remains quite perceptive. In the current predicament, the pressing matter is to deal with this individual before me. Though I often feign ignorance, I must not allow this scoundrel to trip me up in the future. Ah, so that is how it is. Well, this is easily remedied, for I am a person of understanding and reason. Su Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. Her tone is casual as if discussing mundane matters. Just give me 100 or 80,000 taels of silver. Consider it a remedy for my wounds and a means to soothe my anger. It seemed as though this sum of 100 or 80,000 taels was merely a trifling amount, hardly worthy of mention. Upon hearing her words, young Master Zhang's legs buckled, and with a thud, he collapsed in terror. 100 or 80,000 taels. He widened his eyes in sheer horror. Even if he sold the entire Fuwang residence, he could scarcely gather 20,000 taels. As a young master devoid of any official title or genuine power, his residence relied solely on the meager funds dispensed by the palace to barely sustain itself. Otherwise, he would not find himself in such a pitiable state, easily manipulated by others. Young master, please show mercy. I truly regret my actions. Zhang's voice trembled with a sob, filled with fear and despair. Su Yu, lacking the patience for idle chatter, discreetly signaled Su Fu, who promptly grasped young master Zhang and lifted him effortlessly. Wang Ergo hastily seized the young attendant, and the group advanced with great momentum and an imposing presence towards the main hall of the Wang residence. Su Yu was contemplating how to not only instill some sense of caution in this young heir, but also to instill a sense of trepidation in his father. In the main hall of the Wang residence, an elderly man nearing his 70s was leisurely indulging in smoke, utterly at ease. He was none other than the Duke of Fuchang, who typically led a life of leisure, enjoying his days without a care, neither vying for power nor entangled in any factional disputes. Regardless of the circumstances, others would always afford him a measure of respect due to his status and experience. However, in the next instant, two dull thuds resounded, and two bare individuals were unceremoniously tossed before him. The old man was startled by the sudden commotion, nearly dropping his smoking pipe. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he focused and realized that one of the figures was none other than his beloved son, and the other, a similarly unclothed servant, filled him with a surge of anger that nearly overwhelmed him. What kind of calamity was this? It was evident they were engaged in some disgraceful conduct. He raised his gaze and saw the notorious troublemaker from the Su family standing before him. Su gazed at the elderly Fuchang Wang, feeling a twinge of compassion in his heart, for the old man was indeed advanced in years. Yet, in pursuit of his own ambitions, he steeled himself and resolved to act resolutely. Old prince, you and my father are contemporaries. It is not my intention to place you in a difficult position. Su Yu endeavored to adopt a tone of sincerity, yet observe the commendable deeds of your precious son. Old Fuchang Wang raised his gaze towards Su Yu, his eyes revealing a hint of shrewdness. Ah, it is indeed you, young man. Has your grandfather returned? If he has, kindly convey a message to me. Simply to know that he is alive is sufficient. Now, do enlighten me on how this young lad has wronged you. Though I may be advanced in years, I am not yet befuddled. Su Yu's fierce demeanor was abruptly softened as the old man, upon speaking, rendered her somewhat reluctant to pursue the matter further. Thus, she recounted how the young Master Zhang, under Su Xing's instructions, had foolishly entangled himself with the courtesan, nearly bringing about his own demise. Though I may be naive, my mentor has elucidated the situation clearly. Your son nearly caused my death, Su Yu exclaimed, embellishing her narrative. She further mentioned the need for a resolution amounting to 100 to 180,000. What do you think, my lord? She inquired, half-jokingly, yet with a hint of seriousness in her gaze, which reflected a trace of satisfaction. The king of Fuchang glanced at Su Yu, then at young Master Zhang, who was writhing in pain beneath Su Fu's foot. His eyes then shifted to the striking Yen Ryu and the honest Wang Ergo standing behind Su Yu. Finally, he shook his head, fixing his gaze on Su Yu's eyes as he replied slowly, Are you foolish? Haha, this is quite amusing. Do you think this king is worth 100 to 180,000 silver? Without waiting for Su Yu's reaction, he unsteadily grasped his cane and brought it down forcefully upon young Master Zhang's exposed backside. Su Fu was quite considerate, lending a foot to assist, ensuring that young Master Zhang remained still, allowing King Fuchang to strike with greater ease. Whether you enter the gambling den or frequent the pleasure houses, I turn a blind eye, for the silver I offer is rightfully your inheritance. While King Fuchang continued to strike, he scolded. Did I not instruct you to refrain from forming cliques, to avoid taking sides, and to disregard the idle gossip of others? And yet, look at the mess you've created. You are but an idle young master, seeking to join in the fray, and thus you deserve to be schemed against, to be deceived. The old man grew increasingly incensed, his cane striking young Master Zhang repeatedly, inflicting wounds that left him howling in agony. Before long, the old man himself was panting heavily, clearly exhausted. Steward, continue the beating, strike him to the brink of death, but ensure he still breathes, King Fuchang commanded, gasping for air. Su Yu felt a pang of discomfort at the sight before him. It is often said that as one ages, they become more astute. This old man was clearly aware of the situation, and it appeared that any hopes of extortion were in vain. Observing the battered Zhang Shitzi, who was barely clinging to consciousness, Su Yu remained undeterred. With a boldness that bordered on audacity, he inquired, Old sir, if not 100 or 80,000. Surely 40 to 50,000 should suffice as compensation? The old man cast a sidelong glance at Su Yu, irritation evident in his tone as he retorted, Be gone. Even if your grandfather were to come, do not expect to extract any silver from me. I am on the verge of financial ruin myself. Rest assured. This young man will not trouble you again. Now leave, and heed my warning. Tread carefully in this world, for there are few who do not harbor ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Su Yu resolved not to relent so easily. Enraged, he stormed out and began to vociferously berate in the courtyard of the Wang residence, his tirade echoing all the way to the entrance. You old wretch, is there no sense of justice left? Your son owes money, yet you refuse to repay it? It is a fundamental principle that a father should repay his son's debts, yet you, in your senility, continue to assert your superiority. So you jumped up and down, shouting angrily, a sight both comical and absurd. Fuchang Wang, mark my words, I shall one day set your dilapidated palace ablaze. Just wait. How dare you use the old man to pressure me? Su Yu continued his tirade until his voice nearly gave out, and only then did he storm away in indignation. The servants and guards of the palace, already few in number, were so frightened by his outburst that they kept their distance. Meanwhile, a crowd of commoners gathered in the street, drawn by the commotion, once again witnessing the infamous temper of this scoundrel heir. To dare to berate even the venerable Fuchang Wang was indeed scandalous, demonstrating his audacity to act without restraint. Within the palace, the elderly Fuchang Wang leisurely sipped his tea, stroking his beard and squinting his eyes, appearing utterly unconcerned. As Su Yu made his way back, he fell into contemplation. The old man was astute. He surely understood that Su Yu's raucous display was merely for show. Yet, it irked Su Yu that he had failed to extort even a small sum of silver this time, leaving him feeling as though he had swallowed a fly, an unpleasant discomfort. Nevertheless, it seemed that the Fuchang Wang's palace had remained unscathed for decades in the capital. Perhaps due to the old man's cordial greeting to the king of the town, Su Yu found a certain respect for the elder, despite not acquiring any money. He regarded Fuchang Wang as a rare individual of understanding. Su Yu returned to the Wang residence in a state of ennui, habitually tormenting certain individuals. Over the next 2 days, he once again beat the dog and rubbed salt into its wounds. It has been more than 2 months, and he has only reached the 6th level of martial arts, truly disappointing. If he does not advance to the Grand Martial Master level in the next 2 months, I shall impose a fine of 1,000 taels of silver upon him. Su Yu looked at Wang Ergu with a face full of disdain, as if he were an utterly hopeless case. Left in a state of despair, Wang Ergu gazed at Su Yu as he exited the courtyard, feeling aggrieved. He never expected that this young master, who appeared so unassuming, was actually a formidable opponent. The techniques he had learned were rendered ineffective in the face of Su Yu's prowess, leaving him feeling as helpless as a 3-year-old child. It dawned on him that the young master's demeanor was merely a facade. He was truly treacherous and shameless, taking pleasure in bullying him. How disheartening it was. After painstakingly saving over 600 taels of silver, he found himself the target of such relentless scrutiny. As for Yin Ruyu, Su Yu was pleasantly surprised. With the practice of his techniques, his offensive capabilities soared. Although he had yet to break through to the mid-level of a grandmaster, his formidable defensive skills made it exceedingly difficult for others of the same rank to find a worthy rival. After spending a night with Xiaoxiao, he had gathered intelligence on the recent movements of the princess's residence. As dusk approached, Su Yu, accompanied by 7 others including Qing Xiao, set off in a grand procession toward the princess's abode. A splendid performance was about to commence. Chapter 54. The princess's worries and malice before the princess's residence. The streets bustled with activity, lively as a pot of boiling porridge. After all, it was the occasion of the princess's engagement, and anyone holding an official rank of 5th grade or above was expected to present gifts to express their goodwill. Naturally, the significance of these officials was well understood. Everyone had a clear scale for weighing their importance. Some merely came to show their face, dropping off gifts and leaving their names, while others, believing themselves to possess considerable influence or close ties to the royal family, lingered longer, depending entirely on their own audacity. The matters concerning the princess were of utmost importance, and even a mere engagement ceremony required 4 distinct steps. The first step involved the betrothal, with the groom's family presenting the marriage contract. The second step was the offering of gifts, wherein the groom's side presented dowries. The third step entailed the acceptance of gifts by the royal family, followed by a reciprocal offering. The final step was the grand feast, during which the engagement was publicly proclaimed, underscoring the royal family's esteem for the union. Today's ceremony was at the stage of hosting guests, indicating that the previous 3 steps had already been completed, though the timing of these proceedings remained shrouded in secrecy. Previously, the engagement between Su Yu and the princess had been proposed by the emperor himself, who was eager to dispatch troops and hastily completed the gifting without even preparing a dowry. It was likely that the emperor was anxious for the old lord to reclaim territory, thus bypassing these ceremonial formalities. Over the course of the year, the Su family army had indeed lived up to expectations, defeating the Mongolian forces and pushing them back over 1,000 miles, securing decades of peace. However, it was unforeseen that the original parents of Su Yu would tragically perish in a minor skirmish. Subsequently, the old lord himself fell into a siege, and the entire situation reeked of the bizarre. Consequently, the princess withdrew from the engagement, and Su Yu encountered his own troubles. Thus, the princess's residence today was bound to be a hubbub of activity. Yet within the secluded chambers of the princess, a young woman adorned in a vibrant red wedding gown sat beside a dressing table, her face clouded with worry, her exquisite features twisted in distress. This woman, possessing striking beauty and delicate brows, was clearly accustomed to a life of luxury. Addressing a nearby maid with irritation, she commanded, "Go, summon the top scholar to me." The maid, upon hearing this, was taken aback and immediately knelt, responding in a flustered tone, "Your Highness, this is highly inappropriate. It is against etiquette for a man to enter the inner chambers. Even the future groom is not permitted." Realizing her oversight, the princess paused, then impatiently retorted, "How bothersome. Have him wait in the outer courtyard. I have matters to discuss." The maid hastily complied, rushing off to find him. Another maid, with great caution, inquired, "Your Highness, is there an urgent matter at hand?" The princess pouted, her displeasure evident as she replied, "It's that wretched young master. I thought he would be incapacitated or even dead after the assassination attempt. That's why I announced the engagement, yet here he is, lively and causing a ruckus at the Fu Chongwang residence just days ago. How unfortunate. I fear he may create trouble today, and I wish to confer with Xing Lang on strategies." This maid, evidently favored by the princess, exhibited a boldness of her own as she remarked, "Your Highness, does this young master truly possess such audacity? He may quarrel with other young gentlemen, but would he dare to act recklessly in the princess's residence? Is he truly willing to risk his life?" Frowning, the princess retorted, logically, "Yes. I am a dignified princess. Why should I concern myself with his whims? Breaking off the engagement should suffice. However, my father is wary of his family's influence, so I shall refrain from further discussion with you." Yet, beneath her bravado, the princess harbored genuine fear. She was apprehensive that her father might hesitate to take action against the young master due to his family stature. Moreover, she feared that this young master might indeed spiral into chaos. Previously, he was merely a good-for-nothing, a wastrel with limited courage. However, since that fateful encounter at the brothel, he had grown increasingly bold and reckless. His actions had become increasingly erratic, and with the addition of martial experts by his side, perhaps more than one, his audacity knew no bounds. The last time, even 4 formidable martial artists had failed to eliminate him, and the detestable Feng Qianyu had audaciously infiltrated her residence, wreaking havoc. She had nearly lost her life, clearly spared by his deliberate restraint. Otherwise, she would have truly perished, though she had no concrete evidence, and could find no loopholes in Feng Qianyu's departure from the capital. She had gradually pieced together the situation and was convinced it was Feng Qianyu's doing. Yet, knowing that she had almost been killed by someone with such a background, she reported it to her father, only for the matter to be swept under the rug. Even her father was cautious, which only added to her frustration. What if this young master caused a scene at the princess's residence today? She sought to consult Xing Lang precisely because she felt utterly lost and anxious. Before long, the maid returned with a report, "Your Highness, the top scholar is waiting in the outer courtyard. The royal family places immense importance on dignity. The princess's status is unparalleled. Even though she is only engaged and not yet married, the groom must maintain a lower standing in her presence. Even when wishing to share intimacy with the princess, he must tread carefully, or risk being cast out from her chambers. Typically, a princess might keep several suitors, yet the groom often dares not voice his grievances." Outside, Su Xing awaited obediently. An orphan by circumstance, he had leveraged the Su family's influence to reach this pivotal moment in his life, poised to become engaged to the princess. Experiencing a time of great fortune, he held a high opinion of himself. Though outwardly respectful, he secretly believed he had the princess firmly under his thumb. Feeling immensely pleased with himself, upon seeing the princess approach, her face marred with worry, he quickly suppressed his thoughts and respectfully bowed, saying, "Your Highness, what is it that you wish to discuss?" The princess pouted, her expression pitiful as she murmured, "When there are no outsiders, you may simply call me Wen-er. I have heard that that foolish young master is alive and has caused a disturbance at the Fu Chongwang residence. I am afraid he may come here to wreak havoc." Su Xing stepped forward, her face radiating warmth as she comforted, "Wen-er, there is no need for concern. I have made ample preparations. Even if propriety allows him to bring 2 guards, it matters not. Should he overstep his bounds, I shall deal with him directly. Once our days of joy have commenced, I shall return him unharmed. No one shall have cause to object. Not even if the old master returns, he will find no fault with me." The princess added, "During the banquet, it is ill-advised to resort to violence. I have no desire to witness that repugnant blackguard of a guard. Let us not mar the occasion with shattered cups and a disgraceful scene." Su Xing hurriedly replied, "Wen-er, do not worry. I have sought the assistance of a master. Even if I were to confront his guard directly, I would prevail effortlessly." Princess Wen leaned against Su Xing's chest, her voice laced with irritation as she remarked, "This person must be dealt with, but it cannot be by our hands. His mere existence repulses me." Chapter 55, Questioning Your Very Existence. As Su Yu and his companions arrived at the princess's residence, dusk was settling in. Considering that the grand banquet was scheduled for the evening, he had deliberately timed their arrival for this moment. During the day, the palace had surely been bustling with visitors, as those of little significance had already come to present their congratulatory gifts. This evening's banquet, however, was of utmost importance, with prominent ministers, nobility, royals, and various princes from the capital expected to be in attendance. As the esteemed heir of the royal house of the state, Su Yu's noble status naturally warrants his evening appearances. Such actions served to deliver a resounding slap to the face, rendering the ruse all the more convincing. Outside the princess's residence, an entire battalion of soldiers was stationed, their armor gleaming brilliantly, with crimson tassels fluttering in the breeze. Having been meticulously selected from the elite tiger camp, upon witnessing such a spectacle, Su could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Is this a precaution against thieves or some other threat? He and Qin Xiao disembarked from the carriage, and with a considerate gesture, he took her hand, strolling leisurely into the princess's residence. Servants had already begun to announce loudly, from the royal house of the state, young Master Su and his wife have arrived. Inside the courtyard, more than a dozen large round tables were arranged with meticulous precision, adorned with exquisite delicacies and floral offerings. Although it was termed a banquet, it resembled more of a convivial gathering, a celebration devoid of extravagant dishes. At the very center, a specially designated grand platform awaited the princess and her consort, where they would later raise their glasses and toasts to the assembled guests. After all, a princess of the realm holds immense prestige. It would be unbecoming for her to toast each table individually. At this moment, nearly all the large round tables were filled with guests. As Su Yu and Qin Xiao made their entrance, all eyes were involuntarily drawn towards them. Whispers of discontent filled the air. Is this good-for-nothing really here? The atmosphere of the evening's banquet felt decidedly peculiar. With all the princes present, one could only wonder if this audacious individual still possessed his former boldness. To attend and offer congratulations after being jilted, such audacity is surely the domain of a man like him, a true waste of space. Indeed, when one treats matters with such disregard, they cease to be matters at all. So you cast a sweeping glance across the spacious courtyard, noting the assembly of individuals seated at over a dozen large round tables. It appears everyone essential has arrived. The elder statesmen, Gong, Wang, and Qin, are notably absent, while the younger generation is present in full force. Among them, however, his attention was instantly drawn to the individuals at the foremost table, causing his gaze to turn frosty. The first prince, second prince, and fifth prince were all in attendance, alongside an individual who seemed to be the fourth prince, with Su Xing seated beside him, engaged in revelry. The remainder of the guests, including the esteemed young master from the Chao family, the young scion from the Grand Preceptor's lineage, the young lady from the Minister of Defense's residence, and the legitimate daughter of the Grand Tutor, all tactfully distanced themselves from this table, rendering it somewhat desolate. As the onlookers turned their attention, Su Yu, hand in hand with Qin Xiao, had already approached the center of the courtyard. Trailing behind were Yin Ruyu and Su Fu, who paused as Su led Qin Xiao directly toward the principal table. This was the first encounter for many high-ranking nobles present with the visage of the heiress wife. Even the princes at the main table, along with Su Xing, were taken aback in silent admiration. The heiress wife possessed brows like distant mountains and eyes resembling autumn waters, akin to a blooming blue lotus. Her smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze. The assembly exhibited peculiar expressions, glancing between Su Yu and the scene before them, akin to witnessing flowers blooming atop a mound of dung. Yet, Su Yu appeared unfazed, as if nothing were amiss, upon stepping over the threshold of the princess's residence. He held Qin Xiao's hand in one and waved animatedly with the other, as though they were among dear friends, feeling a pang of guilt if he did not extend a warm greeting. Upon reaching the prince's table, he continued his exuberant gestures, his robe fluttering in the motion. Oh, everyone is here. There is an empty seat. Come, Qin Xiao, take a seat here. These are all princes, and tonight is a private banquet, so there is no need for formalities. With that, he plopped down. Qin Xiao offered a modest curtsy of respect to the princess before taking her seat. The first prince, a 26-year-old with a square jaw, briefly furrowed his brow before relaxing it, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. Su clasped her hands in front of the crown prince, greeting him. The crown prince has arrived. The crown prince smiled warmly and nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Su turned her gaze towards the second prince, who was feigning ignorance of her presence. Oh, second prince, why do you appear so displeased? Is it that you were already in a foul mood, or is my presence the cause of your discontent? The second prince, undeniably handsome, bore an expression that radiated an air of coldness. He merely snorted through his nose and chose to ignore Su thereafter. Su was unfazed and redirected his gaze towards the burly fifth prince across from him. Fifth prince. Last time I visited the Liaowei Marquis's residence to escort Qin Xiao out, you had already left. What is the matter? Do you no longer wish to pummel me like before? The fifth prince had been glaring at Su since he entered the gates of the estate and promptly retorted. Don't get too cocky. It's just a master bodyguard you have. I can find one too. Sooner or later, I will have you searching for your teeth. If you dare, let us settle this one-on-one, you useless fool. Su casually scratched his ear, a look of disdain on his face. Spare me your bravado. It is well known that I, the young master, possess a frail constitution. I am not foolish enough to compare my strength to that of a hulking beast like you. I am quite astute. To his surprise, the last prince, around 20 years of age, with strikingly handsome features, approached Su in a friendly and natural manner. You must be young Master Su, he said. I am the fourth prince. I seldom leave the palace, and this is my first encounter with you. Your wife is truly exquisite. Su squinted slightly, surveying the fourth prince. He appeared unremarkable, perhaps as Qin Xiao suggested. Either he truly cared little for his surroundings, or he was adept at concealing his emotions. The emperor had 4 sons and 1 daughter, with Princess Wen ranking 3rd. The 4th prince? At his age, what was the point of languishing in the palace? Next time you leave, I shall take you out for some amusement. The courtesan from Tianfu Tower has met her demise at my hands, and I hear a new one has arrived. Perhaps we could find a time to gather? I shall treat you, for I am quite affluent now, having a substantial gambling house at my disposal. The 4th prince was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated Su Xiaoxiao to speak so candidly. Glancing at the Xiaoxiao's wife beside him, it seemed she had not a care for his frivolous chatter. He awkwardly chuckled. You are indeed humorous, Xiaoxiao. I have no taste for such distractions. I find solace in reading. As soon as you spoke these words, he inadvertently offended both princes. The eldest prince's eyes subtly narrowed upon hearing the mention of gambling houses, while the 2nd prince's hands clenched under the table, nearly trembling with barely contained fury at the mention of courtesans. So you observed the subtle expressions around him, taking in every nuance, and felt a sense of exhilaration within. He pondered whether he was recklessly testing the boundaries of life and death. The 1st prince and the 2nd prince must surely have condemned him to death in their thoughts. Meanwhile, the 5th prince seethed with rage, his teeth grinding audibly. On the other hand, Su Xing was eagerly awaiting a greeting from Su Yu, only to find himself ignored. Su Yu raised his cup, encircled by an atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Chapter 56. Fury Unleashed, a Desire to Kill? In the banquet hall. Adorned with exquisite carvings and resplendent lights, numerous tables of guests engaged in animated toasts, creating a lively scene. At the main table, the 1st prince, 2nd prince, 4th prince, and 5th prince exchanged pleasantries, their words seemingly courteous yet laced with veiled competition, subtly vying for dominance. Only the top scholar, Su Xing, approached Su Yu with a beaming smile, his wine cup in hand. Su Yu did not lift her eyelids even once, engrossed in selecting her food as though the person before her were nothing more than a mere figment of air. Su Xing's hand remained frozen in midair, her smile abruptly stiffening, as she internally berated Su Yu with vehement disdain. This scoundrel, utterly worthless. It would be best if he refrained from causing any trouble today, otherwise he shall witness my wrath in due course. Su Xing awkwardly returned to his seat, his face alternating between shades of blue and white. However, the thought of soon becoming a prince consort compelled him to suppress his fury, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears, as he feigned cordiality towards those around him. Although the banquet hall was filled with a lively atmosphere, the gazes of the guests frequently drifted towards the main table, where the actions of the princes and heirs captivated everyone's attention. After all, the current emperor, basking in the prime of his reign, left the position of crown prince undecided, and various factions stirred with hidden currents. The situation in the capital resembled a tranquil sea before a storm, appearing serene yet concealing tumultuous undercurrents. Everyone understood that at the center of this vortex of power, anyone could ascend to become the next ruler or be utterly destroyed in an instant. The princess has arrived. A sharp, high-pitched voice of a eunuch rang out, instantly capturing everyone's attention. There, Princess Wen gracefully approached in a resplendent crimson court gown, her steps as delicate as a lotus blossom. Following her were a retinue of palace maids, some lifting her train, fearful of a speck of dust, while others held lanterns, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. The princess exuded elegance, her exquisite makeup accentuating her regal presence, with every gesture reflecting the authority of royalty. Su Yu glanced up, curling his lips in disdain. With a casual motion, he lifted his wine glass and took a generous sip, reflecting inwardly. Is this all? It pales in comparison to my beloved Qin Xiao. Any one of my wives could easily outshine her. Fortuitously, I did not marry her, otherwise my attempts to grow closer to my wives would be met with stringent control. I would probably have to flatter her daily, as if appeasing an ancestor. Then he looked at Su Xing, who resembled a little lapdog, scampering over to the princess, bowing and extending his hands, nearly wagging his tail in excitement. Qin Xiao seemed to sense Su Yu's thoughts. She gently poked his waist with her delicate hand and playfully chided, "Husband, you were truly fortunate. Being jilted may very well be a blessing from heaven. Otherwise, how could you enjoy such freedom now, with Xiaoxiao, Yin Yang, and me by your side? You must learn to appreciate this." With a sly smile curling at the corner of Su Yu's lips, his pride nearly overflowing, he whispered back, "Of course. Compared to the people here, I shan't boast about others, but when it comes to the lady, I could easily leave them trailing by 10 streets. Qin Xiao, unable to contain herself, playfully pinched the tender flesh at his waist, stifling her laughter behind her hand. Their little antics went unnoticed amidst the bustling banquet hall, as all eyes were drawn to Su Xing supporting the princess towards the central round platform. Due to the uncertainty surrounding the crown prince's position, the princess's status was nearly equivalent to that of the other princes, hence she did not approach the main table to toast first. Her expression appeared slightly unnatural as her gaze inadvertently flicked towards Su Yu. Upon making eye contact, she quickly averted her gaze, as if fearing that a lingering glance would provoke her ire at his foolish, carefree demeanor. Each time she witnessed Su Yu's nonchalant and self-satisfied attitude, a smoldering frustration ignited within her, akin to an unquenchable flame. Taking a deep breath to feign composure, she accepted the wine cup handed to her by a palace maid. Noticing Su Xing raising his glass as well, She addressed the main table with a clear and melodious voice. Here, I would like to express my gratitude to my esteemed royal brothers for gracing us with your presence. As we are all siblings, I shall not indulge in excessive formalities. Please, partake. With that, she delicately sipped from her glass. Beside her, Su Xing dared not be ambiguous. He tilted his head back and drained his cup. The princes at the main table rose one after another, raising their glasses in unison, showcasing their royal demeanor. Yet, Su remained seated, grinning mischievously without standing or lifting his glass. His posture relaxed as one hand casually rested on the table while the other toyed with his cup, as though the lively banquet was of no concern to him. Seeing Su Yu's indifference, Qin Xiao maintained her seat, pretending to be engrossed in the hem of her garment. This caused the brows of several princes to furrow slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing their eyes. The smile on the princess's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a palpable irritation. Observing this, the onlookers grasped that the audacious Su Yu was likely to stir up trouble once again. The collective gaze of the crowd oscillated between Su Yu and the princess, all awaiting the unfolding of this captivating drama. Suppressing her rising anger, the princess raised her glass once more, exclaiming, I would also like to thank all the gentlemen and young ladies who are here on behalf of their elders. Let us all drink together. Guests at the numerous tables politely stood, chorusing congratulations and auspicious phrases in a cacophony of well-wishes. Whether the princess truly absorbed their words remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Su maintained his carefree demeanor, leisurely crossing his legs without making the slightest movement. Qin Xiao, lacking Su Yu's audacity, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Focusing intently on her palm, pretending to study it, while inwardly, she silently worried for Su Yu. Su Xing's gaze was filled with malevolence. He could no longer endure this insolence. This scoundrel, if he chose to appear, should not expect a peaceful resolution. How could he swallow such a blatant affront to his dignity? Clenching his fists, his knuckles turned ashen. The princess's face was nearly green with anger. Her other hand clenched tightly, nails nearly piercing her palm, her heart seething with resentment. Yet, being a royal princess, she had been steeped in the etiquette of nobility since childhood. Even with a tempest of fury within, she could only suppress her rage. Meanwhile, several princes were peculiarly engrossed in their wine, a faint smirk gracing their lips. None of them were easily trifled with. The position of crown prince remained uncertain, and trust was a scarce commodity, even among siblings like the princess and her elder sister, Princess Wonan. In this imperial household, power and the throne reigned supreme. Anyone would fiercely guard their aspirations for the throne. They were all the closest to royal power. And witnessing the conflict between Su Yu and the princess brought them secret delight. They wished for the situation to escalate. It would be best if the princess's fiancé eliminated this rogue, only for the old king of Zhen to return and execute them both. The princess took another sip of wine, raising her glass, and, suppressing her discomfort, walked over to the main table. Turning her head, she shared a drink with several princes. She thought to herself that after this toast, she would hasten back to her chamber. Staying here any longer would surely drive her to despair. However, just as she finished her drink and turned to leave, that irritating voice rang out. Are you leaving, princess? I haven't had the chance to toast to my first love yet. With a wry smile gracing Su Yu's lips, he leisurely rose to his feet. Swirling his wine glass in hand, his gaze filled with playful mockery directed at the princess. Chapter 57. Shall I extend my neck for you to strike? Upon hearing Su Yu's teasing words, the princess was instantly consumed by rage, her shoulders trembling violently, her delicate form quaking in response. Meanwhile, Su Xing, having reached his limit, swiftly positioned himself before the princess, his eyes wide with fury, as if he were ready to devour his adversary. Dear younger brother of the heir, I implore you to conduct yourself with decorum. I, too, possess a sense of dignity. Su Xing gritted his teeth and forced out these words through clenched jaws. Deep down, he was acutely aware that he must not be the one to instigate trouble. He needed everyone to clearly see the shortcomings of this young lord's character. Su Yu's previously cheerful face suddenly turned icy, as if transformed into a different person. His gaze, piercing and unwavering, fixated on Su Xing, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld it. I may be clever, he declared, but a master more astute than I has recently come into my life. After careful analysis, he proclaimed that you, Su Xing, are akin to a venomous serpent. Your involvement in the assassination attempt against me is evident. At the utterance of these words, a profound silence enveloped the room. Few would dare to boast so brazenly of their own intelligence, particularly when it was a lesson imparted by another. The peculiarity of this thought process left many bewildered. Yet, this seemingly nonsensical statement struck fear into Su Xing's heart. How could this fool possess such knowledge? Which master had provided him with this insight? When did the royal residence acquire a new sage, and why had he sought apprenticeship? Indeed, the current atmosphere of the royal manor was shrouded in secrecy, suggesting that guidance was necessary. His master must be exceptionally astute, yet Su Xing dared not acknowledge it. To do so would not only invite the wrath of the patriarch upon his return, but the scorn of others would drown him in their contempt, leaving him unable to hold his head high in this world. After all, He had been salvaged from the battlefield by the patriarch and had been nurtured within the royal manor for a decade, a debt of gratitude as immense as mountains. Su Xing's eyes darted as she suppressed her anger, instantly donning a smile that transformed her demeanor with a swiftness surpassing the turning of pages in a book. Young master, do not be swayed by the misguided words of others. This is undoubtedly a deliberate attempt to sow discord. Su Yu continued to gaze at him with a cold demeanor and spoke once more. My master has instructed me well. I shall inquire of you now. By what authority do you address me? Su Xing's complexion changed abruptly, a foreboding sensation creeping into his heart. Yet, amidst the gazes of the multitude, he could not refrain from responding. Even the princess behind him urged him on, saying, You are the prince consort. What is there to fear? With no other choice, Su Xing steeled himself and replied, Indeed, it is the identity of Su Xing. Su Yu suddenly erupted into hearty laughter before the crowd, his mirth reverberating through the banquet hall, evoking a sense of trepidation among the onlookers. Huh, how amusing. My master once said that the Su manor cannot accommodate someone like you, a mere usurper. The old man plucked you from the battlefield, bestowed upon you the Su surname, and nurtured you for a decade. But what have you done? Have you ever reflected upon the path you have traversed? Setting aside the hidden matters for now, your act of undermining me is glaringly evident, is it not? If it were not for your machinations behind the scenes, would the princess have called off our engagement? You have deprived me of the opportunity to wed her. Moreover, if the princess deems me lacking in intellect and chooses to rescind our betrothal, why is it that the current prince consort happens to be you, and not that Li Xing? You wretched scoundrel, how dare you claim the Su name? From this day forth, I, of the Zhao Kingdom's Su family, hereby revoke the Su surname that was conferred upon you and cast you out from the Su clan. Henceforth, should you dare to identify as a Su, my family reserves the right to execute you on the spot, and even before the emperor, we would be justified. Furthermore, you cur, all of this is as my master has instructed. As for his identity, feel free to make your guesses. Huh, truly exhilarating. Su Xing was utterly bewildered. He never anticipated that the heir he had often regarded as a fool would today articulate such an extensive discourse. Who could possibly be the mastermind behind this? Was this the moment of irrevocable discord? He was not afraid of a confrontation. Even if he were to be stripped of the Su surname, it would matter little to him. He had longed to sever ties with the Su royal household, and given the current predicament of the Su royal house, how much longer could it endure? What was truly vexing, however, was why it had to occur today, with so many present, none of whom were simpletons. This commotion would undoubtedly lead everyone to deduce that Su Xing had indeed betrayed the Su royal house. His face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe tomato, while the princess behind him quivered with rage, spewing words of betrayal. Yet, she found herself powerless to refute these claims. What a predicament! Today, the princess's reputation was utterly tarnished. As for the several princes, they listened with rapt attention, secretly musing. Let them bicker, let them bicker. It would be ideal if the princess were deemed immoral and the heir met with misfortune, allowing them to reap the benefits. Around them, dozens of tables were captivated by this lively spectacle, feigning indignation while secretly reveling in the unfolding drama. Su Xing understood that if he remained silent any longer, he would find himself in serious trouble, even incurring the wrath of the princess. The fury within him, along with the suffocating frustration in his chest, was once again firmly suppressed. Gritting his teeth, he silently vowed to endure. With great restraint, he slowly replied, Very well, young Master Su. Your family indeed possesses the authority to deal with me as you see fit. From this day forth, I shall no longer bear the surname Su. I shall adopt a new surname Yu. Henceforth, I shall be known as Yushan. Since I have completely severed ties with your family, I kindly ask that you, young Master Su, maintain your self-respect and refrain from disrupting the mood of others. No one anticipated that the seemingly inept young master could corner the top scholar to such an extent. Furthermore, they could hardly believe that Su Xing, oh no, he should now be referred to as Yushan, could be so heartless, casually discarding the life-saving grace and nurturing affection as if they were mere trifles. Su leisurely waved his folding fan, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he strolled a few steps, having achieved his objective. His intent was to tarnish the reputation of Su Xing, or rather, now he must refer to him as Yushan. Perhaps no one anticipated Yushan's decisive action in severing ties with the Su family so abruptly, but Su Yu understood all too well. A person so ungrateful could hardly expect to gain the emperor's favor in the future. Ah, now you are Yushan. To me, you are of no consequence. I had no desire to engage with you further, but my master has asserted that, since you are the top scholar, I shall put you to the test. In front of this gathering, let us witness your poetic talent and determine whether your title of top scholar was genuinely earned or merely a product of the Su family's influence. Will you dare to accept the challenge? Today, Yushan was infuriated, his mind seething with resentment towards that so-called master, contemplating how to eventually settle the score and discern the true nature of this insufferable mentor. Yet, upon reflection, poetry and composition were his forte. If the contest were anything else, it might have been a different story, but since it pertains to poetry, he would not hold back. Thus, he straightened his posture and declared, Su Xiaoxiao, today is a momentous occasion for me and the princess, and I would prefer to avoid unnecessary entanglements. However, since your master has issued a challenge, I shall graciously comply. I shall compose a poem today to present to the princess, as a token of my sincere heart. In this declaration, it was evident to all present that he was eager to vent his frustrations. The princess behind Yushan sighed in relief, inwardly exclaiming, "Wonderful, wonderful. At last, I can hold my head high." The prince's poetry has always been my favorite. The expressions of several princes turned peculiar, while others thought to themselves that Su Xiaoxiao had truly lost his senses. Could his master truly be a sage? Challenging a top scholar to a poetry contest was akin to willingly exposing one's neck for a guillotine. Chapter 58. You are like a mayfly beneath the vast sky. So you secretly scoffed, yet maintained an impassive demeanor. What of your poetic talent? Can it truly rival the illustrious masters of the literary realm from our 5 millennia of Chinese heritage, the immortal poets, the saints of verse, the specters of poetry? Even the contemporary Qin Shao could easily surpass you. After all, I have recited countless poems to her. With her extraordinary intellect, she can effortlessly grasp the essence of poetry. Is there any need to fear your inadequacy? Su Yu's gaze was imbued with a hint of playful mischief as she turned her attention to Yushan. And with a leisurely tone, she remarked, "Scholar, you must ponder this carefully. Allow me to disclose a small secret. My master is merely 18 years old. She has imparted to me dozens of poems, and with my innate brilliance and remarkable memory, I recall them all with utmost clarity. You, I fear, are far inferior. With so many talented individuals present today, I doubt you can resort to any underhanded tactics. Should you find yourself in tears after a loss, do not claim that this noble son has bullied you." Upon hearing this, Yushan's interest was piqued. Among his peers, he felt no fear. Though his title of top scholar may have been somewhat inflated, to be so openly scorned here was a profound humiliation. "Very well, noble son, you claim great talent. And so does your master. Let us formally engage in a contest. If I lose, I shall apologize to the princess. If you lose, you must offer your apologies to me in person. Let it be so. I have never feared anyone." Su Yu gracefully waved his folding fan, stepping with a deliberate poise, reciting with a playful tone, "Ha ha ha. Today this young lord has come expressly to confront you. My master has meticulously analyzed your affairs. The unsavory deeds you have committed are not few, and I shall show no mercy." Yushan's expression darkened, transforming into a mask of stoicism. He was acutely aware that he had previously composed numerous poems for the princess, for otherwise, how could he have captivated her haughty demeanor? At this moment, he felt a sense of confidence, knowing that any 2 of his chosen verses would be of exceptional quality. Yet, this scoundrel insisted on dredging up past grievances. It was imperative to clarify that point. As for the other unfounded accusations, there was no need for the young lord to elaborate. "We are no longer children, and your slander will bear no fruit. Then, please recite your poem first, lest those present accuse me, the top scholar, of bullying the young lord." Su Yu smiled with a hint of defiance, saying, "Hold on. I fear that if I recite the poem first, you might weep on the spot. Why don't you go ahead?" Yushan shot Su Yu an irritated glance, while the princess behind him murmured softly, "Why bother being polite? Just engage him directly in poetry and outdo him." "Very well, esteemed guests, allow me to present my humble effort. I kindly request your candid critique and fair judgment. My literary prowess is not merely superficial. Inspired by the princess's beauty, I shall compose this poem." With that, Yushan took a few graceful steps, furrowing his brow slightly as he carefully crafted his thoughts. He recited, "Her brows like stars, lips of cinnabar, with flowing black hair cascading like a waterfall. Her gown like mist, she walks like a lotus. With a charming glance, she draws in the clouds at dusk." Upon completing the 4 lines, he contentedly applauded himself with his folding fan, clearly pleased with his creation. The 4 princes remained silent, somewhat concerned about Su Yu's impending poem. For this one was indeed quite remarkable. The numerous talented scholars and beautiful ladies at the tables nodded in agreement, acknowledging the excellence of this verse. Captivating eyes, a face like a peach blossom, the imagery of a lotus, and the delightful play of words. Truly worthy of a top scholar, composing poetry with such ease. It now rested on the skills of the heir's mentor. The princess's heart soared with joy, as this poem was crafted specifically for her. Although she feigned calmness and gentleness, she secretly reveled in the praise, affirming Yushan's exceptional talent. Meanwhile, Su Yu exhibited boredom, idly kicking his right foot with his left, while Qin Shao displayed dissatisfaction, deeming the poem rather mediocre. Yushan, brimming with enthusiasm, turned to Su Yu and said, "Heir, please unveil the poem your mentor bestowed upon you." His tone was filled with pride and eagerness. Su Yu pouted her lips, feigning elegance as she waved a folding fan against her palm, swaying slightly as she took a few steps forward. The onlookers frowned, pondering why she was making such a fuss over merely reciting her master's poetry. Indeed, it seemed quite troublesome. Even a random thought of mine could easily surpass her efforts. Yushan, skeptical, extended his hand in a gesture of invitation, too exasperated to utter a word. The crowd was equally vexed by the shameless young lord, as he had a knack for turning every situation into an unpleasant affair. Silently, they resolved, let us borrow from the esteemed Li by then. So you began to recite, Ode to the young lady of the air. Clouds envision garments, flowers imagine beauty, the spring breeze brushes the railing. The dew's splendor is thick. If not seen atop the mountain of jade, we shall meet beneath the moon on the Yao terrace. Ah! Upon the completion of Su Yu's recitation, an immediate hush fell over the gathering, each individual ensnared in silence. The young lady of the air, whether she spoke or remained silent, was undeniably exquisite, yet such unparalleled verses, rich in their essence, were rendered somewhat difficult to accept when uttered from the lips of that insufferable air. Fortunately, he had preemptively attributed the work to his master. Otherwise, the assembly would indeed have been left utterly humiliated. Qing Xiao also felt a twinge of discomfort. Within the estate, her husband had recited numerous verses for her, each appearing to flow effortlessly from his lips. This particular poem, titled Ode to the Young Lady of the Air, would undoubtedly resonate far and wide, ensuring its legacy as a masterpiece for future generations. Moreover, her name would be immortalized alongside it. This thought left her heart fluttering like a young deer. Brimming with uncontainable joy, she simply could not fathom how such a wealth of exquisite poetry could reside within his mind. Su Yu could not divulge that she had traversed through time. She merely claimed to be plagued by dreams in which someone composed poetry, which she then recorded. Qing Xiao, however, would not believe such fanciful tales, perceiving instead that her husband was an undeniable eccentric. The line between truth and illusion blurred, leaving even her, his closest confidant, unable to discern reality. It was needless to say that those present, who were still savoring the verses, found themselves equally perplexed. Some recited repeatedly, clouds yearn for garments. Flowers long for beauty, marveling at the exquisite poetry. The comparison of garments to clouds and beauty to flowers revealed an essence of grace and nobility. Others were captivated by the phrase, as the spring breeze caresses the balustrade, the dew glistens abundantly, as if witnessing a breathtaking scene where the gentle spring breeze caressed the railing and the dew enhanced the vibrant hues of blossoms. Su Yu, however, had little to feel proud about, for this was a magnificent work by the immortal poet Li Bai. Yet, the crowd held a different sentiment, particularly Yushan, who felt a constriction in his throat, a surge of pent-up frustration welling within him. Upon the release of this poem, he needed no observation of the audience's reactions, nor the audacity to solicit critiques. He understood he had been thoroughly bested. In comparison to this masterpiece, his own poem paled significantly in its portrayal of features, the nose, attire, and form, appearing overly simplistic and arid. The flush of his face gradually faded into self-doubt, giving way to anger. As he became convinced that Su Yu was intentionally placing obstacles in his path, suspecting that this poem must surely have been crafted by a great scholar, Su Yu coldly remarked, "Do you perceive my master's poetry as a mayfly glimpsing the vast sky?" Yushan stumbled, nearly losing his footing, as a wave of pent-up frustration nearly choked him. Only the princess, though her talents were not particularly remarkable, could discern that Su Yu's recitation far surpassed that of Yu Lang. But what significance did this hold? The only one capable of aiding Yu Lang now was himself. What worth is there in poetry's excellence if it is not of his own creation? In a hushed tone, she encouraged Yushan, "Yu Lang, defeat is defeat. What do the words of others matter? I find your landscape poetry to be far superior. Do give it another try?" Yushan, feeling a sense of helplessness, slowly exhaled the frustration lodged in his throat. Having truly lost, he would now have to swallow his own bravado from earlier. He needed to project an image of daring to gamble and lose, determined to redeem himself through his landscape poetry. The son of the air's master possesses great talent. Yet I refuse to submit. Shall we compare our landscape poetry again? I shall not falter a second time. Chapter 59. I refuse to yield. Shall we dare to continue? Su Yu nodded in amusement, agreeing that as long as you dared to compete today, he would not let you escape without acknowledging your mistakes multiple times. Otherwise, the poetry in your head would be utterly wasted. Do as you wish. My master has taught me plenty, and you owe a public apology at least once. Yushan's face darkened. He merely hoped that this time his poetry could surpass that of this rascal and defeat that detestable master. After all, it was impossible for his master to excel in every aspect. Very well, I shall recite about mountains and rivers. Allow me to begin. Emerald peaks in solitude. The emerald peaks embrace the stream, reflecting the azure sky, while deep in the woods, a few wisps of smoke rise. In this tranquil abode, I remain untouched by the clamor of the world, quietly safeguarding the mountains and rivers through the passage of time. This time, Yushan exhibited none of the previous arrogance that followed his poetic compositions. He merely gazed silently at Su Yu. The others took a moment to savor the verses. And overall, it seemed that none present could craft a poem superior to this one. Thus, they were disinclined to overthink. They would simply await the conclusion of the young lord's recitation, and a comparison would suffice, wouldn't it? Su Yu felt a tinge of discontent. He cursed inwardly, lamenting that if only his calligraphy did not resemble a caterpillar in motion, he would have infused the atmosphere with more vivacity today. Just imagine, ink cascading like rain, exquisite poetry flowing effortlessly, dragons and phoenixes dancing upon the parchment. Such vigor. Alas, in his previous life, Every character he penned resembled a dog-esque pawing. He theatrically decided to borrow a poem from the ancient poet Wei Ingwu and slowly began to recite, "At the western creek, I find solace in the secluded grass that thrives by the brook, while above, the golden oriole sings deep within the trees. The spring tide, accompanied by rain, rushes in the evening, and on the wild ferry, unoccupied, the boat lies askew." Initially, he thought the scholar's landscape poetry was quite commendable, yet upon reciting this piece, everyone realized it was futile to compare further. They all gradually shifted to savoring the poem. Although Siyu hesitated to invite anyone to compose poetry, fearing that the audacious would indeed compel him to wield the brush himself, rendering him utterly useless today. Yet, one could not contain his excitement. This individual was the fourth prince. Indeed, whether or not he concealed his true capabilities, his passion for literature was genuine. "Bring forth the ink and brush," he declared, unable to restrain himself any longer. "Esteemed teacher of the air, these two poems are exquisite. I wish to inscribe them in my palace for daily admiration." He seemed utterly unconcerned with the princess or the scholar's reputation, commanding his attendant to swiftly fetch the necessary supplies. Without further ado, he began to inscribe with serpentine grace upon the grand round table, unabashedly reciting aloud as he wrote. Reciting the verses of the heiress wife, "Clouds envision garments. Flowers envision beauty, the spring breeze caresses the railing, dew is rich and lush. Had I not glimpsed the peak of the jade mountain, I would not have met you beneath the moonlit Yao terrace." The more he recited, the more at ease he felt. Yet the more he realized how far he fell short of the word's essence. Soon, the scholar's complexion turned ashen, while Princess seethed with anger. Was this fourth prince truly a fool? Could he not simply return to his palace to write, if he enjoyed it so much? Was he foolish, or merely acting? The others joined the fourth prince, writing and reciting in unison. With so many voices, opinions converged. If one found it delightful, so did another. Even if the fool found it enjoyable as well. As for the first and second princes, they were unaffected by such literary pretensions and could hardly be bothered with the antics of the fourth. To them, these trivial poems were of little concern. Their aspirations soared to loftier heights, reaching the pinnacle of the palace. Being in the company of such simpletons left the first and second princes feeling discontented. Yet they seemed unable to excuse themselves. Meanwhile, the fifth prince grew increasingly vexed. This inept son-in-law, the scholar, was utterly lackluster, leaving him anxious and frustrated. Did he possess no capabilities at all? How utterly disappointing. Upon encountering the foolish demeanor of the fourth prince, Siyu felt an acute pang of discomfort. Unable to discern whether his antics were genuine or feigned, the onlookers observed from a distance as the fourth prince fervently inscribed the next piece, "The waters of Shijin Mountain. Only the delicate grass grows by the stream. Above, the yellow oriole sings in the deep trees. The spring tide rushes with rain in the evening, the lonely ferry awaits, with an unmanned boat adrift." The fourth prince, in his fervent writing and loud recitation, appeared somewhat deranged. Completely oblivious to his surroundings and having forgotten the purpose of his presence here. Upon completing his composition, he continued to repeat the line, "The lonely ferry awaits, with an unmanned boat adrift." "This line resonates deeply with me. It is my utmost favorite," he exclaimed, lifting his gaze towards Siyu with an expression of eager anticipation. "Young master, when may I have the pleasure of meeting your esteemed teacher? I would like to seek her guidance." Siyu glanced at the peculiar gazes of those around her, finding it rather amusing. She then feigned reluctance and replied, "Come now, my master is a woman. Do you think this prince is so foolish as to arrange a special meeting with her? Absolutely not." Her straightforwardness left no room for subtlety, instantly alleviating the pretentious affliction of the fourth prince. With an awkward expression, she disregarded everything else and slowly began to blow on the ink on the paper, admiring her own masterpiece. Siyu promptly dismissed the rather pretentious fourth prince, gradually turning his gaze towards Yushan. At that moment, Yushan, unbeknownst to Win, had already been supported by two palace maids, her complexion pallid, both hands concealed within her sleeves, her throat convulsing incessantly. Siyu let out a cold laugh. Addressing the top scholar, "Do you have any objections? If so, feel free to challenge me." At that moment, Princess Wen was utterly at a loss. Step by step, this scoundrel had cornered her and the prince consort, pushing her to the brink of despair. Today had been utterly humiliating, and she feared that if things continued this way, she might lose her composure, or worse, that Yushan might resort to violence. Yushan kept his head lowered, unwilling to allow anyone a glimpse of his defeated expression. He was acutely aware that his countenance was evident to all, and it was far from pleasant. This simply wouldn't he do. He had to devise a plan to secure a victory. Otherwise, even if he became the prince consort, he would be rendered useless, living a life of mockery. And his incompetence as the top scholar would become common knowledge. Very well, it seemed he had no choice but to resort to that particular poem. At worst, he would need to exert some effort to eliminate him, and no one would ever know that he had utilized his work. After all, only he was privy to this information at present. Moreover, that so-called master of his was merely around 18 years of age and a woman to boot. This was even better. With that battlefield poem, victory was assured. All right, I concede defeat in these two poems, yet I still believe I possess an advantage. I have diligently studied several accounts of great battles, and in moments of fervor, I composed a battlefield poem that I am quite proud of. Does the young master dare to compare? Su Yu was intrigued. Su Xing, also known as Yushan, had always possessed a gentle demeanor. When had he ever acted in a forthright manner, let alone composed poetry amidst the throes of battle? Doubts began to creep into his mind. To think that he would believe his master, at merely 18 years of age, could devise a strategy to triumph in the realm of martial poetry. How naive. As Su Yu remained silent for a moment, Yushan pressed on. My lord, do you dare? If not, let us consider it a draw. Chapter 60. The chilling glint of swords amidst the crowd. The author may possess limited prowess, yet the imagination of the discerning readers knows no bounds. I implore the esteemed audience to share their thoughts. Su Yu held a folding fan, and with a gentle flick, the ink bamboo depicted on its surface seemed to sway with the breeze. He raised his hand, delicately lifting a stray lock of hair that had floated to his forehead with the fan's handle, an action that appeared elegant, yet bore an unmistakable air of artifice. In a swift motion, he tossed the hair back, allowing it to settle obediently at the nape of his neck. Adjusting his attire, he took a graceful step forward with his left leg, his posture slightly inclined, and then extended his arm slowly, moving with a fluidity reminiscent of flowing clouds and rushing waters, a display he deemed impeccable. Now, it is your turn to perform. This is your final opportunity. Su Yu's lips curled into a subtle smirk, his eyes glinting with evident mockery. However, this series of self-assured gestures, which he considered charming, appeared to the onlookers as nothing short of a farce. A wave of unnameable ire surged within them, the scene proving to be an eyesore, difficult to behold. Even the typically gentle Qing Xiao could not stifle her laughter, discreetly turning her face away. Yushan, who had been eagerly crafting poetry and preparing to showcase his talent, was nearly stifled by the abrupt spectacle, almost swallowing the verses he had intended to share. His face flushed crimson as he glared at Su Yu, his chest heaving with deep breaths, fists clenched tightly within his sleeves until his knuckles turned white. After a prolonged moment, his tightly held fist gradually relaxed as he reflected that this battle poem he had prepared was indeed a masterpiece. He had been convinced from the moment that Fool had presented it to him that this poem would be revered by future generations. Fortuitously, he had kept a firm grip on it. The battle song dust swirls across the land, veiling the setting sun, iron steeds neigh, war drums resound, sword shadows and blade glints chill to the bone, loyal souls bathe in blood to guard the frontier. Alarmed, Su Yu's heart raced, though he maintained a facade of composure. He had not anticipated that Yushan could produce such a grandiose battle poem. In his mind, Yushan had always been cunning and treacherous, his actions starkly contrasting with the boldness of this poem. Much like himself, who was clear-cut in grievances and retaliatory, an individual of palpable temperament. To feign a saintly demeanor would be more torturous than death. The crown prince and the second prince simultaneously cast their gazes upon Yushan, their eyes filled with confusion. They pondered privately whether this seemingly unremarkable and ruthless son-in-law truly harbored aspirations of serving the nation. Could he possibly possess military prowess? This poem, so grand and powerful, implied that he must have an extraordinary military talent. The audience's reactions were markedly different. While they had found Yushan's previous two poems merely acceptable, this latest piece prompted an outpouring of applause, with accolades flowing freely. Even the literary-minded fourth prince, usually reserved, was stirred to exuberance, exclaiming, "Excellent! This poem is grand and monumental, vividly depicting the brutality of the battlefield while eloquently expressing the warrior's valiant fearlessness. I must include this poem in my collection. Today is truly a bountiful harvest." Upon concluding his recitation, Yushan exhaled deeply, the pent-up frustration within him finally dissipating. He reveled in his triumph, convinced that Su Yu would find it impossible to produce anything of equal merit. Today, he would finally avenge past grievances, sweetly satisfying. Yet, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. After today, that individual could no longer be allowed to remain. What a pity. Standing nearby, the princess felt a surge of relief. She had initially feared that Yushan would completely lose control and dispose of the useless Su Yu on the spot, which would create complications for her. Being of royal lineage, she always acted with caution, preferring to resolve matters discreetly rather than in the open, ensuring she left herself a path for retreat in all situations. Su Yu, however, maintained an air of serene composure, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. He contemplated that once the crowd's enthusiasm reached its zenith, he would deliver a decisive blow to Yushan. What a splendid scheme that would be. Qing Xiao stood beside him, her brow slightly furrowed. She too acknowledged the excellence of the poem, recognizing that with her own capabilities, it would be a formidable challenge to create such a masterpiece. Yet she remained untroubled. She was acutely aware that her husband harbored a wealth of poems in his mind, even within her own repertoire. She could draw upon many exquisite verses he had imparted. At that moment, Yushan, his face aglow with excitement, engaged in a light-hearted conversation with the princess beside him. The expansive courtyard buzzed with animated discussions, filled with vibrant energy. Ultimately, all eyes converged upon Su Yu. This time, would your mentor come to your rescue? The crowd silently speculated, convinced that it was inconceivable for an 18-year-old girl to compose battlefield poetry surpassing this illustrious piece. Su Yu gazed at the mocking expressions of the crowd, then glanced at the self-assured looks of Yueshan and the princess, sensing that the moment had finally arrived. He slowly raised his hands and gently pressed them downward in the air, signaling for silence. The audience, already accustomed to his seemingly tedious gestures, felt a surge of impatience. They thought to themselves, what are you pressing for? No one is making noise. Just hasten and recite your poetry. Internally, they cursed this exceedingly irritating and self-absorbed individual. Su Yuqing cleared his throat and deliberately hummed a few notes of laughter. Observing this, the crowd clenched their fists in frustration, longing to rush forward and give him a beating. Your poetry has been borrowed, Wang Changling, Su Yu quietly mused to himself. Beyond the Great Wall at Mingtuo Pass, the bright moon of the Qin era and the Han's fortress, yet the long march has not returned the people. If only the flying general of Longqing were here. He would not allow the Mongol steeds to cross Insher Mountain. Su Yu recited with a rhythmic cadence, his words flowing effortlessly. However, when he cast a glance downward, he found the crowd rendered utterly speechless, as if ensnared by a spell of silence. Yu Shan's reaction was the most pronounced, with a sudden gasp. He expelled a mouthful of blood and collapsed backward, prompting two palace maids to shriek in terror and rush to his aid. Princess Wenin, disregarding her status, swiftly supported Yu Shan's back. Her eyes blazed with fury, fixated on Su Yu, brimming with indignation and resentment. Indeed, with this poem, the realm of poetry in our great Qin kingdom shall no longer be a barren wasteland. That detestable southern moon kingdom shall be put to rest, exclaimed the fourth prince, his voice resonating with exhilaration. Su Yu was taken aback, as were all present, by the sudden exclamation of the insufferably pretentious fourth prince. While contemplating the situation, she realized that indeed to the south lay the kingdom of South Moon, yet the notion of cultural deficiency in the great Qin kingdom was utterly foreign to her ears. Had the original owner of this body been such a fool, preoccupied only with dog fights and frivolities, entirely oblivious to the significant matters of state? It seemed that she would need to diligently acquire knowledge of these affairs. She truly felt like a frog at the bottom of a well. From the time of Qin to the borders of Han, countless warriors have yet to return from their long march. Yet if only the valiant general of Longqing were present, the cavalry of the Mengtu would never cross the mountain passes. The pretentious scholar began to nod and analyze. The references to the Qin and Han dynasties likely alluded to a bygone era, illustrating the prolonged and frequent border conflicts. The phrase about the long march spoke of soldiers who ventured thousands of miles without returning home, capturing the poet's profound empathy for the warriors. The line about the general of Longqing implied that as long as a courageous commander stood ready, the Mingtu cavalry would be thwarted at the borders, reflecting the poet's yearning for peace along the frontier. This poem, the prince declared, deserved the highest praise. Our great Qin, and even the preceding dynasties, have steadfastly resisted the northern Mingtu and the southern kingdom of South Moon. The poem was deeply stirring, igniting the spirit of combat. I shall frame it magnificently and recommend to the emperor that it be displayed prominently in the main hall. The other three princes were taken aback, thinking to themselves that this fourth prince was utterly ridiculous. As a result, Su Yu's master would surely receive considerable accolades, which amounted to a reward for Su Yu herself. What a naive fool he was. Su Yu cast a discreet glance at Qin Xiao, who responded with a subtle nod, their synergy evident in their seamless cooperation. Su Yu's gaze was one of inquiry. Was the fourth prince truly enamored with poetry, or was he merely feigning interest? Qin Xiao's nod served as a response. Indeed, it is not a facade. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Yu gently nodded in acknowledgement. Looking around, it became evident that the guests, even without the four princes' elucidation, were acutely aware of the poem's intrinsic value. Many began to softly recite it, savoring its profound nuances. However, Yushan once again coughed up blood, his complexion paling significantly, and his breaths grew increasingly labored. Trembling, he hastily pointed towards Su Yu, his clenched fist trembling with 4 fingers extended. Subsequently, he closed his eyes and fainted. The crowd gasped in shock. The prince consort had fainted from anger, a matter of grave concern. The palace maids and guards immediately fell into disarray, the atmosphere thick with chaos. At that moment, a chilling beam of sword light surged silently through the tumultuous crowd, aimed directly at Su Yu. Chapter 61. The Return of the Old King, Earth-Shattering. No one anticipated that the originally festive engagement banquet of the princess and the prince consort would devolve into such tumult. The prince consort collapsed from anger, plunging the entire gathering into a state of panic. Yet, amidst the chaos, the sinister sword light surged towards Su Yu. Only Qin Xiao perceived the unfolding events with clarity. An assassin. Protect the young master. Qin Xiao's sharp command startled Su Fu and Yin Ruyu, sending shivers through them. For the first time in several years, Su Fu cast a direct gaze upon the disheveled figure, and at that precise moment, the individual happened to faint. Su Fu felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. This young man had been rescued from the battlefield by the old master and nurtured for a decade. It would have sufficed if he had merely failed to show gratitude. But to repay kindness with enmity was truly outrageous. Just look at the deeds he had committed. Now he faced such a dire fate. Surely, the crown prince must be feeling a sense of vindication. Just as Su Fu was reveling in his thoughts, Who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of an assassin? It was truly surreal. Su Fu instantly realized, pondering whether this was a desperate act of a cornered dog resorting to murder to silence witnesses. He swiftly made his way towards the young master, while Yan Ruyu, though slightly delayed, promptly followed suit, rushing into the throng of people. Su discerned a glimmer of resolute intent in Yushan's gesture, yet he hesitated to believe that Yushan would indeed take action. The flash of the sword he perceived was vivid, yet evasion was not an option. To retreat now would render all prior efforts futile. And the future would likely entail a dire predicament of being besieged. If he, Su Shitsi, were to become a Grand Martial Master, it would likely lead to an irrevocable outcome, one devoid of hesitation. Qin Xiao, possessing an acute awareness of the situation, noted that Su Fu and Yin Ruyu had yet to arrive. In her desperation, she cast aside her husband's explicit instruction to conceal her martial prowess. Her own exposure was far more advantageous than that of her husband. In a swift motion, she darted from behind Su Yu, facing the fierce thrust of the sword. Qin Xiao exhibited no fear. With a sudden force, she unleashed a punch, employing the technique of shifting stars and changing moons, successfully diverting the blade by a foot. However, the force behind the strike was overwhelming, and she was compelled to stagger back 3 steps. Just then, a terrified cry from Su Yu erupted behind her. Help! There is an assassin! Su Fu had already rushed forward, while Yin Ryu swiftly positioned herself behind the assassin. The crowd was thrown into a state of panic, scattering in all directions as self-preservation took precedence over any concerns for the heir. The assassin, clad in a palace maid's attire and shrouded in a white silk scarf that obscured her entire face, seethed with fury as her sword was deflected by Qin Xiao. Enraged, she unleashed an even more ferocious series of sword techniques, resembling a whirling dervish, her blade imbued with a fierce energy as she lunged once more at the air. Qin Xiao continually shielded Su Yu, retreating step by step, while Su Fu desperately surged forward in an attempt to intercept the assassin's path of attack. Yin Ruyu followed closely behind, her heart aflame with indignation. How could there be only 2 guards? One a master, the other a grand warrior. Yet here's to the heir's wife as a master herself. What terrible misfortune! When did masters become so commonplace? Were it not for this lady, her mission would have been a success long ago. If this strike failed, retreat would be her only option. If these 2 masters ensnared her, even she would struggle to escape. Qin Xiao exerted every ounce of her strength. Though she was indeed a master, this assassin was evidently far more formidable. From whence had such a powerful adversary emerged? Su Fu remained just out of reach, unable to intervene in time, while Yin Ryu lagged half a step behind. With gritted teeth, Qin Xiao resolved to stand her ground, adopting a fighting stance. She understood that evasion was not an option. This swordplay was too powerful, and she could not divert the assassin's attention, for if the assassin bypassed her, her husband's life would be in jeopardy. Revealing her true strength was a minor concern, but the assassin's prowess was alarming. Even if her husband was exceptional, he was merely a grand warrior at present and could not withstand the assassin's lethal strike. With both fists raised, Qin Xiao executed 2 distinct techniques simultaneously. The left hand embraced the moon, while the right hand shook the mountain, striking against the spinning blade with determination. She tilted her body slightly to avoid the sword's tip, her left hand successfully grasping the assassin's arm. The assassin faltered momentarily, yet the tremendous force propelled Qin Xiao backwards several steps. Nevertheless, her grip on the assassin's arm remained steadfast, and her right hand crashed into the assassin's body, eliciting a muffled grunt from her adversary. At last, she had managed to halt the assassin's advance, but the assassin retaliated with a swift, reverse strike, compelling Qin Xiao to either relinquish her hold or endure the blow. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Yu's eyes instantly turned blood red, veins bulging on his hands. Yet, just as he was about to rush forward, a glance back at Qin Xiao's composed gaze halted his trembling steps. Qin Xiao had resolutely made up her mind. Even if it meant enduring this sword strike, she was determined to hold the assassin at bay. She shot a fierce glare at her husband, fearful of his potential loss of control. The retaliatory strike landed squarely on Qin Xiao's back. She gritted her teeth and remained silent, suppressing the excruciating pain. It was at this moment that Su Fu's massive fist finally arrived. Su Fu struck the assassin's shoulder with formidable force, causing the assassin to stagger 2 steps while dragging Qin Xiao along. The assassin let out a muffled groan. I have arrived. Behind them, Yin Ryu leaped forward, delivering a powerful punch to the assassin's back, resulting in a copious spurt of blood. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the assassin's body suddenly convulsed violently, unleashing an immense force that propelled Qin Xiao a full yard away, while Yin Ryu was also cast aside, and Su Fu could not evade the impact either. This tremor seemed to have drained the assassin of all her vital energy, causing her body to sway precariously, nearly losing her balance. Merely a breath later, the assassin's figure began to blur. Observing this, Qin Xiao immediately cried out, "Protect the young master." She then struggled to rise and staggered towards Su Yu. As Su Fu, a formidable martial artist, was struck by this tremor, he coughed up 3 mouthfuls of fresh blood and found himself unable to rise for a moment. Meanwhile, Yin Ryu, appearing unfazed, swiftly flipped herself over and hurried to Su Yu's side. Su Yu's eyes burned with a crimson hue. Despite his loud cries, he hurriedly supported the faltering Qing Xiao. Clinging closely to the assassin, Qing Xiao was undoubtedly gravely injured from the full-force jolt of the master assassin, compounded by the horrifying sword wound on her back, which rendered her flesh a gruesome sight. With a pale complexion, Qing Xiao whispered, "She has left. You must not be exposed." No sooner had she spoken than she collapsed into Su Yu's arms. "Ah, help! Murder! Help!" Su Yu's cries were fueled partly by intention and partly by an eruption of pent-up rage. At that moment, Yen Ryu could no longer muster the courage to step away. Reflecting on how she had been of little use today, her heart heavy with guilt as she gazed upon the unconscious lady of the air, Su Fu struggled to rise. Yet his efforts proved futile. This series of events transpired within mere moments, and coupled with Su Yu's piercing screams, the entire banquet descended into chaos. Before several princes stood a throng of over 10 guards, wholly focused on safeguarding their masters, utterly indifferent to Su Yu's plight. Meanwhile, other young nobles and their accompanying ladies, along with their guards, astutely positioned themselves behind the princes. They were not foolish. To eliminate them, one must first contend with the princes, and besides, the assassins would not reach them. The princess continued to support her husband, surrounded by a cadre of skilled warriors. Yet her gaze remained fixated on the assassination unfolding near Su Yu. Internally, she cursed, lamenting yet another failure. Why must he be so resilient? Why did he possess a masterful wife? Why did fortune favor him so? In the midst of the courtyard, filled with over 100 individuals, the only sound resonating was that of the once maligned heir's cries. "Madam, madam, Su Fu must return home. We cannot linger in this princess's residence any longer. If we do, death will surely follow. Everyone wishes to kill me. They all seek my life." Curiously, the soldiers outside did not make their entrance, suggesting a brazen intent to commit murder. Just then, the air was suddenly filled with the thunderous sound of galloping hooves and the shrill cries of horses. A gust of wind laden with the scent of blood swept through. The first and second princes turned pale with shock, and soon, the rest of the assembly seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, instinctively drawing their necks in. It was over. Calamity was nigh. Chapter 62, The Su Family Army. A Nation's Shield. The sound of hooves was heavy, resonating like a drumbeat upon the hearts of those present. Yushan felt faint. Otherwise, he would surely be the most terrified among them. The one who had once wielded a sword in one hand and rescued him, a battlefield orphan, now sought his life. No one could question it. At that moment, the most frightened individual was undoubtedly the princess. Her face was etched with shock and confusion. Why had he chosen this moment to return? How could the timing be so fortuitous? Despair engulfed her, and she collapsed onto the ground. Inwardly, she seethed, questioning why that fool had managed to survive for so long. Was it not because of this person, the old king who held the nation in his grasp? Yushan. Oh, Yushan, now it was not merely your life at stake. I, too, as a princess, might not escape unscathed. So many had attempted to end his life, yet none dared to act openly. And you, who have always been composed, why today do you lose your cool, allowing emotions to cloud your judgment? The princess's face was a canvas of regret. As the esteemed third princess, she might find her own life in jeopardy tonight. How absurd it was, had I truly erred in refusing to wed that fool. As a princess of the great Qin kingdom, was it wrong to choose my own consort? You are but a mere heir. How dare you defy a princess? Shouldn't you face death for such insolence? She slowly turned her gaze towards Yushan, her eyes brimming with disdain. In her heart, she mused that had it not been for him, she would not have found herself in such dire straits. Were it not for you, fool, he would not have pursued me to the princess's residence. Ah, it is all your fault. I am not afraid of you. Come at me. She laughed maniacally, her laughter echoing harshly in the stillness of the night. The very fiancé, the top scholar, who was to be wed today, lay unconscious, his fate uncertain. The princess, in her fear, began to laugh foolishly. Su raised his tear-streaked face amidst the chaos of the crowd, maintaining a semblance of composure when all others were in disarray. At last, you have returned? I thought you would miss this splendid spectacle. However, his emotions soon shattered completely, and he wept bitterly, seizing Qing Xiao and rushing towards the carriage, intent on infusing her with his own lifeblood. This scheme was originally deemed flawless, striking a blow to the arrogance of the princess's residence, indirectly tarnishing the emperor's dignity, and forcing Yushan into a frantic state that led to fatal consequences. He had intended to stage a poignant act of self-inflicted suffering, but was caught off guard by the formidable assassin's prowess, leaving him no opportunity to feign injury. Otherwise, he might have truly faced demise. The only source of his profound anguish was Qin Xiao's grave injuries, which burdened him with guilt. Having resorted to such a drastic ruse, he now yearned to witness whether the old man truly lacked the resolve to wield a blade, or if another dramatic performance awaited. Just as Su burst through the gates of the princess's residence, two imposing warhorses galloped in unison, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace, their crimson sweat cascading down their flanks. From their backs, two dark-skinned warriors swiftly dismounted, kneeling on one knee, and together they proclaimed, "This subordinate greets the young lord." Su Yu, seemingly oblivious, wept and rushed towards the carriage outside. Behind him followed the bewildered Yen Ryu, who had intended to assist in comforting the lady but was entirely disregarded by Su Yu. There was also the limping Su Fu, who glanced at the two generals and clasped his hands, proclaiming, "The young master has been driven to the brink of madness." With that, he hastily followed suit. The two warriors exchanged a glance, their eyes instantly brimming with tears. With a sharp sound, two longswords were drawn. "Intruders, surround this place at once. Let not a single soul escape, or face the consequences." Two horses swiftly charged into the princess's residence, followed closely by over 20 war steeds. The rapid thundering of hooves enveloped the area, forming an impenetrable circle around the gathered crowd without the need for further command. The soldiers mounted upon the steeds. Clad in bronze armor that obscured their faces, pointed their long spears downward, their tips glinting ominously. The maidens, palace attendants, servants, guards, young masters, daughters of noble birth. The princess's husband, and even a few princes found themselves indistinguishable in the eyes of these formidable warriors. A thunderous command of kill sent chills down the spines of all present. In that moment, the eldest prince, the second prince, the fourth, and the fifth truly understood the might of the National Defense Army and the Su family forces, even though they held the esteemed titles of princes. The prospect of facing the Su family warriors, each a master in their own right, left them aware that a mere command could render them as defenseless as porcupines. Particularly, the eldest and second princes felt their hands, hidden within their sleeves, dampened with sweat, uncertain of how much cold perspiration they had produced. The Su family warriors before them represented the genuine power capable of shaping the future of the great Qin dynasty, while their own royal tactics seemed utterly futile in comparison. Even the princess, who had moments ago been giggling foolishly, was now silenced by fear, her laughter replaced by quiet sobs. "We, who follow Su Jingguo in resisting the Mongolian invaders, have suffered grievously, with half our forces slain in battle, driving the Mongolian hordes to retreat 1,000 miles. We have endured treachery and been besieged for months, returning from arduous combats to prolong the life of the great Qin for at least another century. As the heir of the Su family, even if he is somewhat foolish, he deserves your kindness as long as he does not commit murder in the streets. Should he indeed take a life, we are willing to offer our own in exchange, beseeching you to return him to the old national defense king. The Su family has sacrificed 5 or 6 valiant generals, leaving but one elder and one crippled, ensuring your merrymaking here. Yet, are you truly unable to spare him? Each one of you is embroiled in petty squabbles, unable to reach an accord. Our hearts are heavy, henceforth, without the command of the national defense king. None shall take a single step away." With that declaration, the more than 20 mounted generals did not budge an inch. Su Yu, cradling the bloodied Qin Xiao, dashed towards his carriage. Not far from his vehicle, another carriage approached with great haste, trailed by over 100 war horses, and beyond that, the number was simply unfathomable. The carriage came to a sudden halt, the curtain was drawn back, and an elderly man, hunched over, descended from the vehicle before gradually straightening up. His piercing gaze fixed upon Su Yu, who was holding the blood-soaked Qin Xiao. The old man's brow furrowed slightly. Su Yu met his gaze momentarily, uttering not a word, and promptly boarded his own carriage. "Hurry back to the manor. Qin Xiao is on the brink of death," swiftly. Behind him, Su Fu stumbled in haste, his vision clouding as he beheld the elder, and with a thud, he knelt on both knees. "Granduncle has returned. It's a relief," he yesed back. "I failed to care for the young master and the young mistress." Before he could finish, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The elder hurried forward, gently stroking Su Fu's head. "Fuer, you have worked hard. I am aware of everything. Let us return. We must save the injured. And you must tend to your own wounds as well." Behind the elder, another slightly younger man emerged. "Fuer, return now. I will take care of the master here." Su Fu gazed at the elderly man, his lips trembling. "Song Er Yi, oh, enough, do not cry. We shall speak of this later." Song Er Yi turned his attention to the elder ahead. "Jinggu, should I accompany them back?" The elder nodded slightly, and then began to make his way slowly towards the princess's residence. Song Er Yi helped Su Fu to his feet, and they proceeded towards Su Yu's carriage. The carriage soon sped away, heading towards the Su Wangfu. Inside the carriage, Su Yu had already begun to administer blood transfusion to Qin Xiao, his right index finger transforming into a slender needle, piercing Qin Xiao's wrist. His complexion paled at a discernible rate. This was no ordinary blood. In contrast, Qin Xiao's face gradually regained its color, and her breathing began to stabilize. Before the gates of the princess's residence stood an elderly man, his visage etched with deep lines from the passage of time, his hair a stark white, and his eyes deep and spirited. Clad in simple garments, he walked slowly into the princess's abode. Chapter 63. A tumultuous gathering, trembling hands and feet. The elderly man, having entered the princess's residence, cast his gaze over the gathered young gentlemen, the legitimate daughters, and several princes. He spoke in a low, somber tone. First, summoned 2 individuals to elucidate the specifics of the situation. He gradually sat upon a stool brought by the general at the entrance, his movements unhurried. As he pulled out a sheet of paper densely inscribed with writing, he studied the content with a focused expression, then produced another sheet listing several names. Moments later, he squinted, gazing beyond the courtyard wall. Outside the princess's residence, the soldiers who had previously exuded authority before the engagement banquet were now huddled together, their weapons confiscated, and armor stripped away. Nearby, only a few Su family infantry stood guard, while further off, battle flags fluttered in the breeze. Hundreds of war horses stood in neat formation, their riders remaining mounted, long spears held firmly, their expressions grave. Even further, the infantry resembled a great dragon, armed with long spears, standing in orderly silence, an air of intimidation rising. Soon, commotion arose from the other end of the street as guards cleared the way for an ornate dragon carriage drawn by 8 horses, accompanied by eunuchs. The emperor had arrived, albeit with a sparse retinue of soldiers. The dragon carriage came to a halt before the princess's residence, and the emperor, his countenance dark, understood that this was a test of his authority. He rubbed his face and adjusted his dragon robe before alighting from the carriage. Dismissing the eunuchs and guards, he realized that should anyone wish to harm him in this place, those guards would offer little protection. Without the eunuchs present, the atmosphere was less awkward. After all, these soldiers had not dismounted and clearly did not regard him as their emperor. As he stepped through the grand entrance, his eyes immediately fell upon the elderly man who had once staunchly supported his ascension to the throne. He inclined his body slightly, saying, "Zhongfu has returned. I was unaware and failed to extend a proper welcome. I am truly remiss." The elder remained seated, unmoving, offering no greeting in return. The emperor, bent slightly, wore a somewhat awkward expression. After a moment, the elder finally regarded the emperor, his gaze penetrating, and inquired, "Have you come to a decision?" The emperor was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond, for he could not fathom the elder's intentions. The elder continued, "Do you truly intend to dismiss my pitiful grandson? Do you believe he poses a threat to your throne? If you possessed true wisdom, you would refrain from such overreaching actions. How many years do I have left? How many soldiers can he command? An emperor must possess a degree of magnanimity. Within the Su family army, some would lay down their lives for him. And I believe that. Some would fight for him. I believe that too. But they would never follow a fool into rebellion. After I depart, grant him a stable position, or at the very least, safeguard his life and treat him well. Given my reputation, who would disobey your command? Authority is built step by step, through each action taken, not by severing my lineage to force their compliance. I have never contemplated rebellion. Should I do so and perish? Can that child Su you endure? As emperor, are you so blinded by flattery, or do you believe you can quietly wear him down? I ask you once more, have you come to a decision?" The emperor lowered his head, sweat beading on his forehead, fully aware that his actions could not escape the elder's scrutiny. Yet, he could not comprehend how the encirclement had been breached. Today, if he failed to respond adequately, he genuinely feared for his throne. History has shown that few dethroned emperors fared well. "Zhongfu, I acknowledge my errors. I shall heed your arrangements." The emperor's voice trembled slightly. "Humph. Have I not arranged enough already? I have fought valiantly outside, and what have you done? You see only the superficial splendor of this capital, but what of the interior? Allowing a few individuals to act with impunity? Letting them bully my grandson? Is this your plan? In truth, you are blinded by your own fears. Su Yu, that child, is reckless and lustful, yet you should be grateful. If he were too exceptional, excelling beyond even my restraint, then you ought to worry. Why do you persist in undermining him? Take this." The elder handed the paper to the emperor. The emperor's hand trembled slightly as he took the paper, a shiver coursing through him upon reading its contents. "Zhongfu, must it come to this?" His voice carried a note of entreaty. The elder waved his hand lightly, prompting a messenger to rush out. Shortly thereafter, sounds of troop movements echoed from outside. "You might actually want to try?" The elder paused before adding, "I have fulfilled every promise made to your father. Yet, not a single one of your promises to me has been realized." Thus, the two remained in silence. Before long, a general strode in, providing a detailed report of the occurrences within the courtyard over the past hour. The emperor and the elder listened, their expressions varying. Time ticked away, and as an hour elapsed, a messenger's resonant voice rang out from beyond the wall. "Report. The cabinet scholar has disrupted the court. Execute him. Report. The right censor of the Inspection Institute has disrupted the court. Execute him. Report. The grand scholar has disrupted the court. Execute him. Report. The lesser protector has disrupted the court. Execute him." With each proclamation, over 20 severed heads were cast at the entrance, rolling upon the ground. The emperor, witnessing these heads, felt his legs tremble uncontrollably. "You know well the necessity of these actions. You should take a good look at the state of Dechun. This is my final act of assistance to you. I can overlook these younger ones this time, but you must keep a close eye on your sons. Their actions have been disgraceful. Choose a crown prince soon, and do not allow them to clash in a struggle that drains the people and resources. Furthermore, all I have done today is for the sake of Dechun, devoid of personal vendettas. If you comprehend this, then govern wisely as emperor. Should you remain obstinate, someone will inevitably rise against you. Heed my counsel, child. Do not disappoint your father in the afterlife." Su Dingjin slowly rose to his feet and gradually exited the princess's residence, ascending into the carriage. Subsequently, The emperor, supported by a eunuch, leaned against the wall as he emerged and also boarded the vehicle. Finally, 20 knights rode forth from the princess's estate. It was only after the king of the state and the emperor had departed that the others within the princess's abode dared to emerge cautiously. Gazing at the scattered heads, over 20 in number, at the entrance, terror was etched on each face. The eyes of those severed heads remained wide open, filled with an expression of lingering resentment. Even the eldest and second princes were so frightened that they leaned against the wall, unsteadily retreating. The scene was utterly horrifying. More than 20 ministers had been executed without mercy, a grim testament to the ruthless nature of power. Over 100 individuals left in trepidation, unaware of the countless nightmares that awaited them in the future. When Su Yu and others returned home, Qing Xiao had already awakened. Master Tsong, whose full name is Tsong Jingfeng, serves as Su Dingjin's bodyguard and is also his brother. He has accompanied Su Dingjin since he was around 20 years old, and their bond is one of life and death. Su Yu vividly recalled the numerous scoldings he received from Old Man Tsong in the past, particularly fearing the long scar that adorned his neck. At this moment, Master Tsong stood in the grand hall of the Ziki courtyard, displaying a certain unease. According to Xiao Fuzi, the illustrious lady of the Qingxiao heir had astonishingly managed to shield Su Yu from such a formidable injury. And she was a martial arts master who had only practiced for a mere year. Truly remarkable, indeed. Furthermore, that robust, cherubic figure was also a master? How extraordinary. Truly extraordinary. Moreover, Su Yu had 2 other wives. One was a master, while the other was responsible for all intelligence operations. How astonishing, truly astonishing. The more Master Tsong pondered, the more he found it unfathomable, instantly feeling his age, as if he were nearing the grave. Considering he was merely at the intermediate level among masters, he chuckled to himself, envisioning how that old fellow would surely be overjoyed upon his return. Master Tsong rubbed his hands together, pacing back and forth in the hall, while Yen Ruyu indulged heartily in roasted chicken nearby. Su Fu simply took some medicine and stood to the side, occasionally following Master Tsong to this side and then to that. When Master Tsong turned around and saw Su Fu, he immediately scolded, "Get out of the way. Why are you not properly tending to your injuries and keeping an eye on me?" Su Fu remained silent, merely smiling foolishly, until he inadvertently tugged at his wound, causing him to wince in pain. Lord Song observed him, and after scolding him, he could not help but rub his hands together, a smile spreading across his face. Good. All is well, everything is improving. Chapter 64. To return alive and take a glance is enough. The princess's residence appeared desolate, with servants and laborers tidying up the chaos left behind after the engagement banquet. The top scholar had already been escorted back to his residence, while the princess sat foolishly by the bedside, murmuring to herself, "Hee hee, everyone can enjoy my misfortune now. Hee hee, top scholar, you truly are remarkable. The old king of Zhenghua is formidable, having slain so many, and we mere characters do not even catch your eye. My status as a princess, the princess's residence, has utterly collapsed. It is worthless now. As for the throne, hee hee, the prospect is virtually non-existent." Within the palace, the seemingly composed emperor had completely isolated himself in his chamber. The eunuchs outside retreated 100 paces away. Tables, benches, the dragon bed, screens. Clattering noises echoed continuously. "Why, oh why, old wretch? Why must there be another like you upon my throne? In battle, I must rely on you. At the borders, you are indispensable, yet you even slay my closest advisors. Have I truly been so presumptuous? Is my great Qin truly unable to thrive without you? Why can you not grant me a chance to exist beyond your shadow? Why can you not retire to your hometown, allowing me to govern this vast land without restraint? I merely wish to prove that without you, I can reign supreme and elevate even further." How infuriating! How infuriating! When the elder returned to the Zhen Guowang residence, several hundred personal guards awaited outside, while various spies discreetly withdrew to a half-mile distance. In Chengyang courtyard, the elder sat on a stool, attentively listening to Lord Song's recounting. His profound gaze gradually sharpened, and a flush appeared on his face. His hands trembled as he turned to Lord Song and Su Fu, who stood behind him. "Old Jean, why do I feel as though the heir has genuinely changed? Consider this. Who in this capital can compare to him? Leaving aside the 3 wives, he possesses 2 formidable masters and a cunning maid. Moreover, there is a master bodyguard, whose formidable physique I cannot subdue in a moment. She may wear me down until I am utterly exhausted. Furthermore, you should have noticed that the internal guards in this residence, though many are seasoned veterans, now seem to disregard me, adhering strictly to their duties. This is highly unusual, absolutely unusual. Why are those around him so exceptional?" Su Fu listened with a joyous heart, his inner sense of pride nearly manifesting on his face. Let these 2 esteemed elders be astonished. Little do they know, there is much more to come. Alas, the young master has instructed me not to reveal too much. As Tsong Jingfeng spoke with increasing fervor, his delight was evident, grinning from ear to ear. In this moment, he bore little resemblance to the stern vice commander of the Su family army, At times, he could be even more ruthless than the old king of Jingua. For now, he was simply a grandfather, overwhelmed with joy at the prospect of his grandson's success. Su Dingjin's face, previously flushed, gradually blossomed into a smile. He disregarded the exuberant and unrestrained Song Jingfeng and turned his head towards Su Fu. "Fu, what are your thoughts?" Su Fu felt a pang of despair. What could he do? Never mind, he decided to respond as the young lord had instructed, for it seemed that the young lord, with his uncanny abilities, was not inferior to the old master. He should refrain from speaking too freely, lest he inadvertently thwart the young lord's plans. The elder master and the second master acknowledged that the young lord had indeed improved significantly. At the very least, he no longer resorted to violence against him. The most perplexing aspect was the affection displayed by the young lord's wife, who seemed to support him unconditionally, orchestrating many matters from behind the scenes. Even the two younger ladies were completely devoted, wholeheartedly safeguarding the young lord. Su Fu chose to remain silent, wary of the adage that too many words could lead to misfortune. The two elders exchanged a glance, their long-standing camaraderie allowing them to perceive the confusion reflected in each other's eyes. Was there truly such a situation? It seemed rather illogical. If that scoundrel retained his usual frivolous demeanor, why were the ladies so attentive? Both felt a sense of disillusionment with such formidable wives. The young lord appeared to be a figurehead, yet they managed the affairs of the estate with remarkable efficiency. Did he possess genuine skill in managing his wives? Or were these ladies harboring ulterior motives, viewing him as a mere puppet? Su Dingjin's complexion flushed as he began to speak slowly. The Su family now has only him as the sole heir. Whatever happens to him, at least he has several wives overseeing matters now. Fortunately, I managed to suppress my anger this time and refrained from unleashing a massacre. Otherwise, after my demise, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to survive. This time, I acted out of desperation. If the emperor truly intends to fight, my Wang residence would be reduced to ashes, with hundreds perishing within the city and thousands outside. I truly do not wish to witness such a scenario. Even if the remaining forces from the border return, it would severely deplete the vitality of the entire Great Qin Kingdom. Once my comrades fall, the Mongolian tribes would eagerly seize the opportunity to invade. The remnants, including him and those in this estate, would still face death. My body has but a year or two left. I will observe how his wives fare, and then I will devise a way to leave them some semblance of a future. I can only hope that 10 or 100 years from now, the Su family will still have descendants that we will endure. Song Jingfeng fell into a contemplative silence, while Su Fu, who had been secretly pleased, suddenly felt his spirits dim. Was there only one or two left? His heart sank, and he turned away, unable to meet the elder's gaze. Xiao Fuzi, do not be disheartened. Everyone ages and must take this path. With so many injuries on my body, it is already a blessing to return alive to see you all. I am content. When the young master's wife awakens, bring her and the other two to see me. I wish to have a good look at the young ladies of the Su residence. Su Fu could no longer endure it. He hunched over and retreated in a hurried manner. The two elderly men watched as Su Fu departed, and the robust elder smiled faintly, remarking to himself, "This lad. I truly admire him. He resembles me." Su Dingjin cast a stern glance at Song Jingfeng, admonishing him not to flatter himself unduly. "Look at you, still unestablished. Despite my countless reminders, how can you have the audacity to speak so?" Song Jingfeng chuckled sheepishly. "Well, my little fortune has been quite fortunate. Suyu, I believe this time I must make an effort. I have several good wives to consider, and I ought to teach them well. No more sulking." In the stillness of the night, Suyu remained by Qing Zhao's side, holding her hand tightly. Xiaoxiao and Yin Yang positioned themselves, one at the head of the bed and the other at the foot. "Husband, Xiaoxiao, Yin Yang, you should all get some rest. I've been awake for quite a while now. With Xiao Zi here, everything is fine." Suyu cast a glance at Xiaoxiao and Yin Yang, urging, "You two should retire for the night. I wish to keep watch. This incident is my fault. I did not foresee that scoundrel's desperate actions, nor the prowess of the assassin." Xiaoxiao pouted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I understand there is nothing amiss, yet I too wish to remain vigilant. Indeed, Sister Qing Xiao has endured greatly this time. Both Yin Yang and I feel a pang of guilt for not being able to assist. My dear husband, you should rest. We are all aware that you are the most fatigued among us." Yin Yang added, "Please, my husband, go and take your rest. We wish to stay with Sister Qing Xiao. Moreover, Su Fu is outside, likely waiting for you to attend to matters, so you should go." Suyu glanced at the three individuals, then said, "Very well, I shall go and see Su Fu. Thank you for your hard work." Upon returning to the living room, Su Fu, with reddened eyes, slowly recounted everything to Suyu. More than 20 lives had been lost. The old man could only survive for another year or two. Suyu gazed outwards, contemplating the situation. It seemed that plans would need to be altered. Chapter 65. Just relish your secret joy. The following day, Suyu led the way, with Su Fu trailing behind. As they arrived at Qingguang Garden, Su Fu moved slowly, as if anticipating a forthcoming altercation that might leave him drenched in blood. In the hall, two elderly men were present. One stood in the rear while the other sat both casting unfriendly glances. Su Yu felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, he was dealing with two cunning old foxes who were not easily deceived. He reflected on the memories from 3 years ago, recalling how they found it quite bothersome to encounter a grandson like the original owner. In the presence of these two venerable gentlemen, the original owner seemed perpetually caught in a dilemma, always on the verge of being scolded, yet somehow managing to evade the consequences. He exhibited a complete lack of integrity, speaking sweetly while enduring punishment, only to forget everything the moment he was led astray by others. Upon stepping through the front door, Su Yu donned a facade of obsequiousness. Greetings, grandfather. Greetings. Second grandfather. He appeared exceedingly compliant, while the elder gentleman huffed through his nose, a dismissive grunt escaping his lips. Meanwhile, the elder grandfather intently focused on the ground, casting glances that seemed to convey a silent command. If you kneel obediently, perhaps all will be well. Su Yu contemplated, well, let this be a humble act of atonement for the original self. With a smile gracing her face, she took 2 steps forward and suddenly knelt before the old gentleman, clutching his legs as tears streamed down her cheeks. Oh, grandfather, if only you had returned sooner. I have been tormented to the brink of despair. You must intercede on my behalf. The old gentleman's jaw quivered in agitation as he kicked her away. You insolent wretch, cease your pretense. Rise and speak properly. Do not think I am oblivious to your antics. Humph, nearly perishing in a brothel, and yet you revel in such folly. Su Yu chuckled with a grin. Grandfather, why not inquire around? Your grandson has turned over a new leaf and no longer frequents those places. The ladies at home are quite pleased. The old gentleman cast another glance at Su Yu. And what is the matter with that gambling house? Su Yu maintained a steady posture, arms crossed, and exclaimed, Ah, even you, old sir, are aware of this. Is my grandson not incredibly valiant, bringing no shame to the Su family, or to you? The old man's countenance visibly shifted, his gaze scanning the hall in search of something. Meanwhile, the elderly gentleman behind him intensified his scrutiny, his eyes darting about. Su Dingjin suddenly turned around and glared at Song Jingfeng, warning him that if he continued to indulge him, he would be dealt with as well. Song Jingfeng immediately stiffened his face, no longer daring to make any facial expressions. I shall grant you one more chance. Should your expression falter again, you shall face a beating that leaves your skin torn and raw. Su Yu's heart trembled. Who wishes to endure a beating? It is wiser to keep one's tongue in check. Elder, let us engage in a civil discourse. It would be preferable to refrain from resorting to violence, as such habits are detrimental to one's health. Moreover, ever since I took 3 wives, I have not set foot in brothels or gambling houses. I have turned over a new leaf. Furthermore, my gambling house generates profits amounting to several tens of thousands of taels of silver each month. Su Dingjin's anger had noticeably dissipated, yet his mustache remained defiantly curled. I won't concern myself with this. I am at home. You would do well to exercise caution. Should I catch you once, I assure you, there will be consequences. Indeed, my dear sir, I guarantee I shall behave impeccably. The elder man was clearly skeptical, and even the robust Fei behind him could hardly suppress a chuckle. Begone, begone. Do not linger before me. Once your wife is well, bring her over. We must have a proper introduction. Su Yuli immediately sprang to his feet and ran swiftly, not forgetting to turn back and shout, You 2 old gentlemen, I assure you, you shall live a long and prosperous life. Su Fu ran swiftly, a hint of fear gnawing at him, worried that the 2 elders might discern something amiss and press him with questions to which he could offer no answers. Old Song, have you noticed? At that moment, Song Jingfeng's face broke into a broad smile. This lad seems to have truly transformed. Rubbish. What exactly did I inquire about? Have you not observed that this boy's gaze seems peculiar? In the past, he did appear somewhat dull, yet now he strikes me as somewhat insincere, as if he is deliberately putting on an act. Furthermore, it feels as though he possesses martial prowess, his eyes darting with remarkable agility. Could it all be a figment of my imagination? Song Jingfeng continued to watch Su Yu as he sprinted into the distance and remarked, Jin, good. Perhaps it is your vision that is flawed. I find nothing amiss. After all, he has only just turned 18 and should be gradually maturing. Our people have also noted that he has not ventured into the brothels or gambling dens. Moreover, earning hundreds of thousands of taels each month. My Su family army is on the brink of starvation. I must secure all the silver. Humph. I am increasingly satisfied with these 2 youngsters, bringing in tens of thousands of taels monthly, haha. Su Dingjin stroked his beard and conceded, Let us assume, for the sake of argument, that you are correct. I believe the most pressing matter at hand is to find a suitable match for Xiaofu. The 2 elderly gentlemen gazed outwards, each lost in their own reverie, perhaps reminiscing about cherished memories or envisioning brighter prospects. Suddenly, Su Yu burst forth, drenched in perspiration, clearly overwhelmed by the weight of expectation placed upon these 2 old men. One was a mid-level martial sect master, while the other was a grand master. Fortunately, their formidable presence was not radiated outward, or else, as a mere martial master, he might have truly struggled to withstand the mounting pressure. Su Fu stood behind, grinning foolishly, relishing such days. Oh, am I being scolded and beaten? You seem particularly delighted. Don't you? Su Fu was taken aback for a moment, then quickly denied, My lord, you must be mistaken. I absolutely did not. I certainly did not. Su Yu embraced Su Fu, assuring him, rest assured, I possess a means to extend the lives of the two venerable gentlemen by a decade. You must remain as joyful as you are today. It will ease my own heart. With that, she strode away briskly, leaving Su Fu momentarily bewildered. Could the heir's words hold truth? What method could he possibly have? He was no deity, merely soothing my worries. 5 days elapsed as Su Yu remained in the Ziki courtyard, accompanying Qin Xiao, while Xiaoxiao diligently unraveled the tangled threads of the situation. After conferring with Yin Yang, she had likely identified the assailant from the banquet, tracing the origins to the cult of the moon god. The identity of the assassin appeared to be an elder of the cult, possessing prowess at a high level of the Grandmaster rank. Su Yu's teeth ground together with a sharp sound, and these old novices would inevitably face their downfall. Qin Xiao shot a glare at Su Yu, declaring that she was no longer welcome that night. Her restless hands had caused her considerable distress. Go sleep with them. I know you are uncomfortable here, she asserted. Xiaoxiao, quick to react, immediately stood up. I still have leads to follow up on tonight and will be busy all night, so I shall take my leave. With that, she dashed out without a glance at the others. Yin Yang, a bit slow on the uptake, curiously watched Xiaoxiao flee, then turned her gaze to Qin Xiao and Su Yu. Realizing her own predicament, she stammered, I also have matters to attend to, so I will leave as well. Qin Xiao swiftly grasped Yin Yang's arm, saying, Why are you following Xiaoxiao? She is indeed frail, and I am still recovering. Please be more understanding, will you? Yin Yang, somewhat at a loss for words, struggled to articulate her thoughts, eventually managing to exclaim, You all are bullying me. So you turned her head aside? Her heart brimming with joy. Look at this madam, how adeptly she orchestrates everything. Kiki. Qin Xiao turned her head and said, You may revel in your secret delight. But hurry along. We must return. Tomorrow morning we are to meet grandfather. You two be mindful and do not linger too late. Su Yu's heart had already blossomed with anger. Occasionally, one must use homophones due to the stringent scrutiny. It is truly a matter of helplessness. Chapter 66, Such an Unusual Request? Observing the Navi Yin Yang, Su Yu found himself in a tumult of emotions, having indeed been apart for several days. Upon returning to Lingxiu courtyard, it was a battle that would not cease until someone's gaze was turned towards him. In the early morning, the weary Yin Yang was once again roused, pleading with someone, Xiao Huaxin, please stop, or I shall faint. It is time to rise. We must prepare to visit grandfather. Do not be mischievous, I beg you. Just a little less calamity would suffice. Yin Yang, furrowing her brows and enduring the pain, cast an irritated glance at Su Yu. Xiao Huaxin, I am somewhat afraid. Do you think grandfather will look down upon me, considering I was once an assassin, and even contemplated taking your life? Upon encountering the impeccably groomed Yin Yang, Su Yu observed her furrowed brows and fearful expression, exuding an air of delicate charm. Rest assured. I can assure you that both grandfathers will undoubtedly adore you. Should they not, I shall promptly dismiss them. He chuckled. Yin Yang's knitted brows were soon smoothed into a smile, amused by his confidence. The duo proceeded to Ziki courtyard, where they reunited with Qin Xiao and Su Xiaoxiao. Noticing Yin Yang's awkward gait, Xiaoxiao couldn't help but revel in her misfortune, only to be caught by the sharp-eyed Yin Yang. Humph. Tonight, you shall face your nemesis at Mu Guang courtyard. Su Xiaoxiao stifled her laughter at once. Qin Xiao cast a glance at the two, admonishing, Enough of your banter. Compose yourselves and refrain from any blunders. We have but 2 elders in this residence, and we must uphold our decorum. The 6 of them set forth, with Su Yu leading the way, radiating an aura of triumph. Following him was Qin Xiao, trailed by Xiaoxiao and Yin Yang, the 3 of whom walked with cautious, tentative steps. Su Fu stood behind, his gaze fixed upon the 4 individuals ahead, a look of profound satisfaction evident on his face, his smile nearly stretching to his ears. Lastly, there was Xiao Zi, carefully balancing 3 cups of tea as she followed closely behind. Within the serene confines of Qingguang Garden, the 2 elderly figures appeared somewhat awkward, maintaining a front and back arrangement. Jin Ge, why do I feel a bit anxious? Su Dingjin scoffed, with tens of thousands rushing in and out. What is there to fear? And you, why do you hide your hands in your sleeves while you criticize me? Su Dingjin remarked, please be cautious later. We must not lose face in front of our grandsons and daughters-in-law. That would be truly shameful. Yes, I understand. Su Yu entered through the main door accompanied by his 3 wives, immediately bursting into laughter. Gentlemen, take a good look. Are not my 3 wives exquisite beauties? As if celestial maidens have descended to earth? Su Dingjin and Song Jingfeng directly disregarded him, turning their attention to the 3 granddaughters-in-law behind him. Su Yu remained unperturbed, while she stood to the side with a smile. Xiao Zi hurriedly delivered tea to the 3 individuals at the door, who promptly accepted their cups. Qin Xiao entered first, closely followed by Xiaoxiao and Yin Yang. Upon entering, they dared not raise their heads, kneeling down with their teacups in hand. The granddaughter-in-law, Qin Xiao, had come specifically to pay her respects to her grandfather and to offer him tea. The granddaughter-in-law, Su Xiaoxiao, had also come to pay her respects and present tea to her grandfather. Likewise, the granddaughter-in-law, Meng Yang, had come to extend her greetings and serve tea to her grandfather. Su Dingjin cast a fierce glare at Su Yu and commanded, come here and kneel before me. Su Yu's playful expression immediately tightened, and she hurriedly knelt beside Qin Xiao. The sturdy Feng behind her gestured towards Su Yu, and she understood at once. She first helped Qin Xiao to her feet and brought her before Su Dingjin. Qin Xiao presented the tea with both hands, once again saying, "Grandfather, please enjoy this tea." Su Dingjin took the tea with both hands and took a hearty sip. "You are the legitimate daughter of Earl Liao. In a remarkably short period since your arrival at the Su residence, you have attained the level of a grandmaster in martial arts, showcasing formidable combat prowess. Could you share your insights?" In response to grandfather, the granddaughter-in-law humbly stated, "Indeed, I possess a naturally stronger intellect, which is a gift from my husband's teachings." Su Dingjin narrowed his eyes, and you responded with a simple yes. Qin Xiao slowly raised her head. Su Dingjin and Song Jingfeng simultaneously squinted their eyes, astonished. For this was their first encounter with their granddaughter-in-law. "I am most familiar with the temperament of my grandson Su Yuji. Has the young lord ever caused you distress? Has he ever bullied you? Has he ever coerced you?" In response to my grandfather's inquiries, I assured him that there was none. "My husband has treated me with utmost kindness, akin to a rebirth. On the day I was to leave the Liao Wei Marquis house, I had contemplated ending my life. It was the young lord who touched my heart, who respected and valued me, and I have resolved to repay my gratitude to the royal house, to the Su family, and to him for the rest of my life." The two old men were left dumbfounded, gazing at this remarkable woman, who radiated intelligence and integrity, devoid of any pretense. How could it be that their seemingly unremarkable grandson possessed such extraordinary capabilities? Su Dingjin no longer harbored doubts about Qin Xiao. He retrieved 3 jade pendants from his person. Rising with one of the pendants in hand, he placed it gently into Qin Xiao's palms. "This jade," he explained, "is a beautiful piece I acquired in my youth. While it may not be the most precious, its acquisition was far from simple. I have commissioned a skilled artisan to craft it into 3 pieces overnight. This one is for you. I have also made an imprint to be preserved in our ancestral hall, serving as a treasured heirloom of the Su family and a testament for all branches of our lineage." The jade was round, prominently featuring a large inscription of Shuzi, intricately carved. Its worth evidently surpassing the casual claims of the elder. Qin Xiao accepted it with utmost reverence, retreating to a corner to gently caress it, cherishing it deeply. Su helplessly supported Su Xiaoxiao as they approached the elder. Indeed, there are quite a few rules to adhere to. Su Xiaoxiao respectfully presented tea and began to respond. As the talented daughter-in-law of Tianfu Tower, she also served as the intelligence officer for the second prince. Although she was once taken away by her husband, she remained untainted and was later inspired by him, resolutely dedicating herself to pursuing him, unwavering until death. When the two elders laid eyes on this granddaughter-in-law again, they were genuinely taken aback. How could this young man possess such virtues to retain such an exceptional partner? However, the two elders, possessing keen insight, could discern Su Xiaoxiao's sincerity. They exchanged glances, clearly recognizing the fortune reflected in each other's eyes. This young man is indeed fortunate in both life and love. Their visit today also held an evaluative purpose. After all, a daughter-in-law of the royal household is no trivial matter, as it may well determine the prosperity of the entire household. Su Dingjin earnestly savored son Xiaoxiao's tea and solemnly presented Su Xiaoxiao with a cherished family jade pendant. Overwhelmed with emotion, Su Xiaoxiao wept softly, her hands trembling as they clutched the heirloom jade. Su Yu supported Yin Yang as she approached. Yin Yang was the most apprehensive of them all, her words of respect for the tea coming out in a stammer, her legs trembling. She continued. "The daughter-in-law was originally a holy maiden of the moon god sect, sent to assassinate my husband. However, she was inadvertently captured and has since been cherished by him. Remaining here, the daughter-in-law is not as articulate as the previous two sisters, nor is she adept in social interactions. I humbly ask the two esteemed gentlemen not to hold this against her." Su Dingjin and Song Jingfeng were rendered utterly speechless. They were acutely aware of how rare it was to encounter a master-level assassin. As they gazed upon this granddaughter-in-law, her genuine emotions were unmistakable, devoid of pretense. Her pitiful demeanor stirred their hearts with profound sympathy. Su Dingjin personally rose to take the cup of tea, turning to hand it to Song Jingfeng. "This cup of tea is to be consumed by your second mastered Song. He shall henceforth be regarded as your grandfather, treated with the same respect as I am. There is no room for negotiation in this matter. Do you understand?" Song Jingfeng's eyes immediately glistened with emotion. "Brother Jin, this is too much, truly too much." Yet, his hand swiftly accepted the cup, and he downed it in one gulp, savoring even the tea leaves with delight, while a broad smile spread across his face. Su Dingjin chuckled reproachfully, exclaiming, "What decorum!" The three granddaughters-in-law dared not oppose him, with Su Yu, Su Fu, and Xiaozi all responding in unison. "Indeed. Once seated," he declared, "now we are truly a family. Henceforth, there is no need for such formalities, nor shall we engage in such deliberate evaluations. Do you three have any further requests?" Qin Xiao, Xiaoxiao, and Yin Yang exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with uncertainty, each appearing quite hesitant. Su Dingjin and Song Jingfeng were both perplexed. Could there possibly be some unspoken secret? They proclaimed, today, with the addition of three such obedient granddaughters-in-law. There is no challenge too formidable for Su Dingjin and your venerable grandfather Song to acquiesce to. Speak freely. After much hesitance and with her face flushed crimson, Qin Xiao finally stammered, Our three granddaughters-in-law earnestly request that both esteemed grandfathers consider taking additional wives. Su Dingjin and Kang Jingfeng spoke almost simultaneously. What? Chapter 67. To kill, to maim, to annihilate. The two old men widened their mouths in disbelief at such an extraordinary request. Even Su Yu was taken aback. This third daughter-in-law was being rather serious, even going so far as to discuss this matter with the two elderly gentlemen. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he found it somewhat overwhelming. Gradually, he slipped toward the door, ultimately vanishing in a flash, lest the two old men decide to devour him alive. Su Fu took a couple of steps back, sighing. This younger brother truly defies explanation. Look at what he has reduced the three ladies to. Under ordinary circumstances, how could one possibly make such a request of the old master? Xiaozi buried her head deeply, seemingly beginning to grasp the situation. Once the heir returns, it is certain that the several ladies will be bedridden day after day. Su Dingjin and Song Jingfeng exchanged a glance, both perplexed by the unexpected demands of the three granddaughters-in-law. In other families, it is the queens and concubines who secretly wish to avoid being overshadowed, as vying for favor is the norm in polygamous households. Yet, what had come over his own granddaughters-in-law? As he glanced again, his anger flared. Had that scoundrel fled once more? The desire to break his legs surged within him. Could he truly be bullying these granddaughters-in-law? He simply could not acquiesce to such a request. He was already quite satisfied with the three he had. Adding more, or worse, having a future granddaughter-in-law who might be unruly, would surely give him a headache. Perhaps it would be prudent to delay this demand. You all should return home, but Su Fu, you remain. Qin Xiao and Xiao Xiaoyan shared a knowing look. Understanding the necessity for patience, the three blushed, bowing their heads in a manner akin to fleeing. Only Su Fu remained, trembling slightly, yet wearing a forced smile. He understood he could not escape. Song Jingfeng darkened his expression and yanked Su Fu before him. It has been a long time since I've had the pleasure of disciplining you. If you dare utter a single falsehood today, I assure you, you will not rise from your bed for 3 days. Speak the truth. How did that scoundrel intimidate the three granddaughters-in-law? Was it through coercion, threats, or intimidation? Su Fu was on the verge of tears, observing that Elder Su's expression was growing increasingly grim. Uncle, second uncle, the young master is somewhat overstepping his bounds. I assure you, I am speaking the truth and dare not withhold anything. Su Dingjin immediately stood up, exclaiming, I knew it. This scoundrel must have been up to no good. Lao Song, go and bring him here at once. How dare he entertain any improper thoughts about my three wonderful daughters-in-law? If I don't skin him alive today, I shall no longer bear the surname Su. What an insufferable wretch. Song Jingfeng, without uttering a word, clenched his fists and strode purposefully towards the door, his beard bristling with indignation. Who wouldn't be enraged by such an affront? This fellow truly believes himself to be a king. With such splendid wives, he still dares to seek others. Today, I shall ensure his demise. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Fu gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, My goodness, these two elders are utterly ferocious. At least allow me the courtesy to finish my words. In a swift motion, he leaped forward, clutching onto Master Song Heir's leg, pleading, Master Song Heir, please let me complete my thoughts. Master Song Heir glared at him menacingly, retorting, What is your haste? Do you truly believe you can escape this beating today? You deserve it. Nothing can deter this scoundrel. Su Fu was on the verge of tears. No, Lord Song, please allow me to finish speaking first. Can we settle this after I have expressed myself? Su Dingjin bellowed, declaring, If you fail to utter a single flower today, I shall not hesitate to deal with you as well. I shall invoke the family law. It was then that Kang Jingfeng seized Su Fu, saying, Very well, let us see if you dare speak further. Esteemed sir, Master Song, Su Fu stammered. This matter is truly difficult for me to articulate. Su Dingjin and Song Jingfeng's faces darkened further, an unspoken indication that the matter was indeed grave. Su Fu's face flushed slightly. The young master possesses an extraordinary talent, which indeed seems remarkably formidable. Several ladies often find themselves unable to rise from bed for an entire day. They likely wish to seek additional companions to share the burdens of their circumstances. Su Fu increasingly lowered his head as he spoke. Su Dingjin's face grew increasingly flushed as he listened, while Song Jingfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Finally, unable to contain himself, Song Jingfeng erupted, spewing saliva and bending at the waist in suppressed laughter. He shot a glance at Su Dingjin, muttering, You're something else. With that, he swiftly fled. Knowing that remaining would likely invite trouble, Su Dingjin, whose face had reached the peak of crimson, slammed his hands down with a thunderous crash, shattering the armrest of the grand chair beneath him. Rising to his feet, he delivered a forceful kick that sent Su Fu sprawling out the door. You too, get out. You're no better. Within a year, if you fail to find a wife, I shall break your legs. Don't follow the example of that useless Song Heir Yi. This time he was fortunate to escape. Su Fu was unceremoniously expelled, tumbling a few times yet feeling no pain. The master had indeed employed a clever technique. He swiftly took his leave, but suddenly felt a dissonance. How had the matter of the heir come to involve him? The notion of finding a wife seemed utterly perplexing. After all, he was no heir himself. With that thought, his spirits began to wane. What was he to do? Su Dingjin turned and entered the inner hall, vigorously rubbing his face with both hands. Indeed, it is truly my bloodline. After calming his tumultuous thoughts, he prepared to attend the court. The palace at night appeared eerily silent, and in the emperor's study, the previously troubled Emperor Qianjing of the Great Qin seemed to be in much better spirits. For standing before him was a figure of significant importance, Grand Tutor Jiang Ruhai. The Grand Tutor's secret visit brought great solace to the emperor. Jiang Ruhai, one of the three lords of the Great Qin, held a prestigious position, having withdrawn from court several years prior to enjoy a leisurely life. He was renowned for his literary prowess. His complexion was rosy, and his long white beard gave him an ethereal presence. I have grown accustomed to a life of leisure. I have come this time only to alleviate the emperor's burdens. Hearing that some have coerced you with power fills me with unease. Our great Qin dynasty is ruled by the Qin family, and those who defy authority deserve the harshest penalties. I implore you, your majesty, do not show leniency or indulgence any longer. A subtle smile began to grace the face of Emperor Qianjing. What wisdom do you impart, Grand Tutor? My heart aches for the common people, and I find it difficult to act with severity. Jiang Ruhai appeared somewhat pained. Your Majesty's compassion is a blessing to the populace, yet one of the malevolent ones. They are likely to become increasingly audacious, pressing forward with relentless ambition. Today in the court, though they feign sincerity, I observed their true expressions clearly from behind the beaded curtain. Furthermore, I am adept at reading faces. And I fear that one among them may not have much time left, perhaps a year or two at most. What? Such a thing? The shock caused Emperor Qianjing to rise abruptly, overwhelmed with elation. After enduring the oppressive presence of that old man, was he finally on the verge of collapse? Observing the emperor's expression, Jiang Ruhai sighed softly. Your Majesty, do you perceive this as fortuitous? Once again startled, Emperor Qianjing lost his composure. Grand Tutor, please speak plainly. Jiang Ruhai, with his frail figure and flowing white hair, moved slowly within the study, contemplating how best to articulate his thoughts. He had awaited this opportunity for decades. As one of the esteemed lords, he had been suppressed by that individual for far too long, ultimately retreating from court to preserve his life. This time, he aimed to utterly annihilate the Su family and their military. Chapter 68, the Deputy Capital Protector, a rank above the officials. Jiang Ruhai had kept the emperor in suspense for quite some time. Your Majesty, I perceive our thoughts diverge slightly. I believe this return of the hidden flame may bear significant implications. Given the current atmosphere, there are hints of treason, and knowing his time is limited, he may resort to desperate measures. He is likely scheming to pave a path to power for his grandson, regardless of the boy's ineptitude. Should the Su family's military endure for a few more years, his great-grandson may ascend without hindrance. Emperor Qianjing squinted, weighing the situation. It appeared that the old man might indeed be deceiving him, using the pretense of his grandson's folly to distract him, when in fact he could be plotting against the great-grandson. He feigned a casual demeanor, asking, Grand Tutor, do you possess any ingenious strategies? Jiang Ruhai felt a surge of joy. He understood the emperor's nature, suspicious, yet self-assured in his wisdom. This hidden flame would undoubtedly remain in the capital, presenting an opportunity. Your Majesty could send someone to the north with a decree to sway General Du Wansheng, and within months, the tens of thousands of garrison troops could be subdued. This hidden flame commands only a few hundred in the capital, with an additional 3,000 outside the city. They could be encircled and annihilated. How could the elite guards of our great Qin, numbering around 100,000, be intimidated by merely 3,000 Su soldiers? Emperor Qianjing's gaze narrowed. The plan seemed feasible, albeit fraught with challenges. General Du Wansheng was a subordinate to that man, a loyal follower. Capturing him would not be simple. Jiang Ruhai chuckled. Your Majesty, I possess evidence of his son's transgressions. You could use this to compel him, whether to protect his family or face dire consequences. Additionally, to placate this hidden flame, I suggest granting that inept heir a high-ranking but powerless position. This will reassure them, creating the illusion that we are under their control, thus achieving a more favorable outcome. This strategy ultimately depends on your Majesty's execution. I must return to my modest abode to enjoy tea and the scenery, and cannot linger any longer. Emperor Qianjing paced. I am fortunate to have the Grand Tutor. As he observed Jiang Ruhai being escorted away discreetly, the emperor's brow furrowed slightly. Humph. I know you have suffered oppression for much of your life and seek to use my hand to remove him. Yet, it is fortunate that you do not maintain private troops or pursue martial endeavors. I am a sovereign of magnanimity. He remained in the study throughout the night. And by dawn, after much contemplation, he resolved to act decisively. Convey that the master of Qingyan Mountain will secretly enter the palace tonight. Announce that the left deputy protector of the inspection bureau will secretly enter the palace tonight. Inform that the left commander of the Jinyui will secretly enter the palace tonight. Declare that the commander of the Imperial Guards will secretly enter the palace tonight. In recent days, Siyu has endured a life of unbearable hardship. As all the silver from the gambling den has been confiscated, it seems that Master Song has never encountered such a substantial amount of silver. Fixating his gaze upon Suyu, wary of any further schemes he might concoct regarding the gambling establishment, Qing Zhao's health has yet to fully recover, leaving him hesitant to make any advances, while the delicate Xiaoxiao finds herself unable to cope. Meanwhile, Yin Yang is fraught with anxiety. Hastily securing the door at the onset of night, Compounding this, the two elderly gentlemen scrutinize him with their lantern-like eyes, eagerly anticipating any misstep that would allow them to administer a sound thrashing. Merely practicing martial arts proves futile. He has successfully opened all the necessary acupoints, yet dares not venture out to confront adversaries and siphon their strength, rendering his efforts in vain. His hair is nearly pulled out in frustration. Su Dingjin and Song Jingfeng were sipping tea, one cup after another, when they suddenly noticed Siyu dashing from one side and then the other. The sight was enough to make the two men wince in pain. "Brother Jean," one remarked, "the more I see him, the more I feel inclined to give him a good thrashing. It's as if he can't survive without a woman. Just look at him scratching his head in distress." Su Dingjin cast a glance at Song Jingfeng, remarking that it was far better than some who were incapable of attracting women. If there were to be more grandsons involved, he would have long since dealt with this young man. Song Jingfeng instantly lost his composure, exclaiming, "Hey, Jin Gu, your words are quite disparaging. It's not that I can't find anyone, far from it. If you recall, back in the day." Before he could finish his sentence, a cacophony of screams erupted from outside, unmistakably signaling the presence of eunuchs. "The heir of the Jingguo Wangfu, Suyu, received the Imperial edict. By the mandate of heaven, the Emperor proclaims, heir Suyu, having previously exposed the crimes of Zhuo Jiang and sustained injuries without reward, is now recovered and able to serve the court. Therefore, I appoint him as the Deputy Capital Supervisor, with a rank of 3rd class, granted a higher status among officials. It is expected that he will investigate the evidence of wrongdoing among the officials and may freely traverse the capital. So it is decreed." Su Yuzhen was overwhelmed with joy, for the Imperial edict had become his lifeline. With the two elderly gentlemen returning this time, it seemed they would remain for a while, ensuring his safety, albeit temporarily. He needed to devise a plan for a more enduring future. Other thoughts did not occupy his mind. The prospect of moving freely, now that he had been granted a higher official rank, was delightful. This meant he would no longer have to face the two old men who were always eager to chastise him. Was the Emperor intimidated by the elder? Surely. This was not an act of newfound conscience. Accompanying the edict were 2 sets of official robes, appropriate swords, and a jade seal. With the assistance of the petite Qin Xiao and the nimble Ing Yang, he was dressed and adorned, truly transforming into a 3rd-rank official, albeit one of a subordinate position. Shortly thereafter, Siyu donned the official attire, sword at his side, and strode confidently through the Ziki courtyard. At just over 18 as the heir to a princely house, he had attained the rank of a 3rd-rank official, clad in brocade and wielding a sword, exuding an air of elegance and charm, his features exceptionally handsome. Qin Xiao and the others were momentarily entranced by his appearance. Ing Yang unabashedly exclaimed, "Our husband is truly a handsome young gentleman, a dragon among men. How delightful." Qin Xiao's eyes sparkled, though she could not resist adding a rather deflating remark. "Ing Yang, have you lost your senses? Your husband has been rebuffed by you for several days. Perhaps you should visit him tonight." So you showcased his official attire for a brief moment to the 3 ladies in the Ziki garden, indulging their visual delight. He then swiftly exited the garden, wandering aimlessly outside. With a peculiar gait, he ambled back and forth in front of the entrance of Qingguang Garden, contemplating the prospects of resuming his duties the following day, hopeful that the 2 elders would no longer confine him. As he pondered how to make a grand entrance upon his return, he was unexpectedly knocked down by the sudden arrival of Elder Tsong, who then dragged him into Qingguang Garden. "Your grandfather instructed me to bring you inside. Oh dear, how is it that you have fallen? At your age, you should be able to walk steadily, yet here you are, shuffling about with such a ridiculous gait." So you wore a pained expression, questioning if there was no longer a need for justification in this punishment. "Master Song, tell me. If in the future I offer you a single incense stick and burn only half the paper, would you be angered?" The robust wind grasping Siyu let out a cold laugh. "I have severed the heads of 100 men in battle. Do you truly believe in such trifles? Your skin must indeed be itching." Following this, the anguished cries and pleas for mercy from Suyu echoed through the air. Su Dingjin glanced at Suyu, who was being dragged and beaten while howling in distress, and instructed, "Come here and sit down. I have something to discuss." Su Yuli fell silent, obediently taking a seat beside the elder. Song Jinfeng also settled down, his gaze towards Siyu laden with hostility. To dare to burn Ja's paper halfway, what audacity. "My time is drawing near, perhaps a year at most. Internal injuries manifesting, I hardly dare to take action now. This time, I have pressured the Emperor into fear, however. I understand his character well enough to anticipate further troubles ahead. If I truly rebel, the consequences will be dire, and the balance must be sought in this manner. For this is all I can accomplish. Have you ever contemplated the future? Those 12 riders from Yin Yun that Song Yi will bring back. They may only safeguard you for 2 years, and they too shall meet their demise. Will that not cause you heartache? I know you seem to have changed significantly. Yet I remain uneasy and wish to inquire, what do you believe is the best course of action?" Chapter 69, Outrage, Shock. "I shall rebel." Siyu was somewhat taken aback. Despite his careful disguise, the old man had discerned something amiss. Indeed, he was the legendary military god of the Great Qin. Without a keen eye for observation, one could hardly anticipate events, maintain the initiative, or attain the esteemed reputation of a military deity. Siyu lowered his head, pondering how to navigate the old man's inquiries. Should he lay everything bare, or continue his hedonistic fade, gradually accumulating strength? Yet, would this old man truly wager everything for him? As Feng Qianwei had remarked, he held his comrades in high regard and dared not mobilize the forces of the realm. While still in contemplation, the old man spoke again. You may share the misconception held by many that my Su family army has dwindled from over 300,000 to merely a little over 100,000, and that we could sweep through the Great Qin. This is a gross misjudgment. The frontier forces have always numbered only around 15,000, and now merely 6,000 remain. The cavalry of the Mingtuo people are formidable adversaries. We have exhausted over 300,000 of the prairie warriors, pushing them back over 1,000 miles, resulting in decades without a significant battle on the plains, but the cost has been immense. The remaining 6,000 defenders are severely wounded. Throughout my life, I, Su Dingjin, have never neglected my comrades. Thus, when you, Master Song, acquired your gambling house, it was to support those injured soldiers. I find no fault in this. Your daily indulgence as a young lord, squandering wealth, stems from the very resources provided by my comrades. Furthermore, do you truly believe the Emperor lacks hidden forces? Perhaps at the very moment he conferred upon you your title, he had already contemplated every subsequent step. Even I now feel somewhat like a cornered beast. My troops are depleted, and my health is failing. The crux of the matter is that I possess secret scouts who have informed me of my impending demise within a year or two. I do not even know how this information leaked. The Emperor is already aware and is mobilizing troops, devising ways to sever my retreat, requisitioning the so-called tens of thousands of soldiers at the border. Therefore, during my tenure, the Su family is safe. He does not yet comprehend the depths of the situation and should not dare act rashly. But what if I were to perish? Upon concluding his remarks, Su Dingjin appeared fatigued, gradually leaning back in the armchair, his breaths becoming labored as he closed his eyes. Siyu raised his head, astonished as he listened to the old man recounting the tale. The more he listened, the more dread enveloped him, causing beads of sweat to form on his back. By heavens, this treacherous emperor is quite insidious. With a resounding slap, Siyu's head was knocked sideways by a fierce gust, nearly sending the robust martial artist flying. You scoundrel, utter a word, for I am on the verge of despair. Your grandfather may very well be driven to his demise by your actions. You may be a debauched wastrel with a plethora of vices, but you are not a fool. Show a modicum of responsibility, I implore you. The lives of my men, the 12 riders of Yinyun, the hundreds of infantry stationed outside the manor, the 3,000 iron cavalry beyond the city, and possibly the 60,000 weary and wounded soldiers at the border, all their fates rest precariously upon your shoulders. Siyu, scratching his head and gritting his teeth, returned to his chair. He glanced at old Master Song and then at the elder, blinking rapidly, before bursting into hearty laughter. Today, he thought, would be an opportune moment to impart a lesson to the two old gentlemen. However, he feared they might not be able to withstand it. Song Jifeng narrowed his eyes and stared at his palm, feeling a sense of dread. Had his slap been too forceful, rendering them dazed? The scar on his jaw throbbed painfully, and he realized that if he had truly harmed them, it would spell trouble. Siyu said nothing, instead bursting into hearty laughter. He turned around to close the front door and retrieved the chastisement belt that his original self had been beaten with since childhood, placing it upon the table. He continued to gaze at the two elderly men, still chuckling merrily. The robust wind, with a furrowed brow, inquired, "You little rascal, have I truly damaged you?" With a sudden flourish, Siyu knelt down, sweeping aside his robe. "Grandfather, Lord Song, perhaps you may find it hard to believe, but I have merely been feigning ignorance all along. Had I not played the fool, I fear I would have perished long ago." Su Dingjin, seated in his grand armchair, abruptly opened his eyes wide as lightning and leaped to his feet. Meanwhile, Lord Song swallowed repeatedly, the scar on his neck visibly throbbing. "I have come to understand that my father's demise, along with that of my two mothers and perhaps 4 uncles, is inextricably linked to the Emperor in some capacity. I cannot fathom that you, grandfather, harbor not a shred of doubt regarding this. May I also assert that your illustrious reputation as a military deity, your standing as a national protector, and the esteemed name of the Su family army have all been achieved at the cost of our entire family's lives, and the lives of over 100,000 comrades. Ultimately, it may also cost you your life, mine, the lives of everyone in the Su residence, as well as those of several hundred outside and over 3,000 beyond the city, and the remnants of 60,000 soldiers at the borders." Siyu's voice grew increasingly thunderous, a clarion call intended to rouse his grandfather, the god of war. He sought to make him aware that if he continued to cling to his oaths, his trivial reputation, and the remnants of what might soon be lost, perhaps even the lives of all, he would be gravely mistaken. "Since the age of 10, I have traversed a perilous path, narrowly escaping death on more than 20 occasions, all while feigning ignorance in times devoid of threat. Particularly this year, as you faced siege, every soul wished for my demise. This year, I have finally relinquished all illusions and steeled myself for battle. This year, I have been graced with the company of 3 grandmasters, 5 great martial masters, and over 20 martial artists. In truth, I have ascended to the 7th tier of great martial mastery, and the title of grandmaster is within my grasp. I had believed you would not return and had prepared for the worst. If grandfather, you cannot forsake your oaths, relinquish your title, or free yourself from the shackles of the Su family's martial brothers, or if you intend to suppress me, Then I am prepared to depart the royal residence and establish my own dominion. I shall rebel. Upon uttering these words, he knelt resolutely, locking eyes with Su Dingjin. Song Jingfeng, startled, stumbled back 3 paces, incredulity washing over him as he beheld the unfamiliar figure of Su Yu before him, a chill creeping down his spine. How had he endured all these years, masquerading in such a manner? The very thought sent tremors of fear through him. In just a year, he had amassed such formidable talents. The prospect of rebellion was terrifying. Cautiously, he gazed at Su Dingjin, fearing that the weight of Su Yu's words might prove too much for him. Indeed, Su Dingjin suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering Su Yu in the process. Yet Su Yu maintained an inscrutable expression, his gaze unwaveringly cold. Song Jingfeng felt a pang of fear. The calmness in Su Yu's eyes was unsettling, far removed from that of an 18-year-old youth embroiled in familial disputes. He grasped Su Dingjin, urging him, "Brother, do not be angry, do not be angry. This boy speaks nonsense, mere folly." Yet Su Dingjin pushed him away, his eyes icy as he fixed his gaze upon Su Yu. "What you imply is that I, Su Dingjin, am the architect of the demise of my 4 sons and daughters-in-law, the harbinger of death for over 100,000 comrades, and possibly the one who may yet doom the remaining lives? All of this, for the sake of my own renown." Su Yu responded directly, "Indeed. If it were me, do you know what I would do? After you listen, ponder it well. If you deem it right, I shall remain. But should you feel I am mistaken and you are not, I will immediately take my wives and depart. My 3 wives and over 30 loyal followers have entrusted their lives to me. I heed not the commands of any monarch, nor the grand schemes of the realm. I disregard the notions of loyalty and duty. Spare me the rhetoric of a ruler demanding the death of his subjects. My sole concern is the preservation of their lives. Should I be blessed with children, even the mightiest of kings would not sway my priorities. My family and devoted followers come first. Do not preach to me about the complexities of loyalty and filial piety. If one cannot protect their own kin and followers, how can they hope to safeguard the Grand Qin dynasty or defend against an emperor intent on eradicating the Su family? A dynasty that would gladly see the Su army obliterated cannot be worth preserving. And you dare to question my wisdom? Am I not a man? The tragic truth is that most of them are likely to perish under treachery. What use is a god of war or a king of the realm? You are but a failed man. Chapter 70, The God of War's Confession and Atonement. The author may possess limited skill, yet the imagination of discerning readers knows no bounds. I implore you, dear reader, to share your thoughts. Su Dingjin's gaze transformed into an unsettling sharpness, piercing directly into Su Yu's countenance. Yet, Su Yu remained as an indifferent bystander, engrossed in analysis without regard for the consequences. This predicament vexed the seasoned and tempestuous Songjing, for the elderly and the young were akin to 2 obstinate mules. He could only imagine the torment Jin Gu must be enduring at that moment. After a lifetime of valiant service, he found himself entirely repudiated by his own grandson, who had turned the tables, casting him as the villain in this tragic narrative. As for this grandson, he had endured a decade of humiliation and survival, facing over 20 assassination attempts, and now stood on the brink of yet another perilous confrontation. Striving to protect his family and loyal followers, was that truly erroneous? What was to be done? The situation was exasperating. He could neither persuade from the left nor bend to reason from the right. Blood trickled from Su Dingjin's lips, cascading down his lengthy beard. Gradually, his body swayed unsteadily. With another 2 violent coughs, he collapsed into the grand armchair. His breath became labored, his complexion swiftly turning ashen, while his gaze drifted past Su Yu, slowly fixating on the ceiling, now vacant and bewildered. Juner, Jir, and the others, have I truly erred as a father? 100,000 Su family soldiers, comrades in arms. Have I genuinely misstepped? Have I brought ruin upon you all? His voice diminished gradually, fading into a mere whisper, as consciousness began to wane. Alarmed, the elderly Feng tirelessly attempted to ease Su Dingjin's breathing, repeatedly calling out in a hoarse voice, "Brother Jin, do not hold grudges against the child. He has become obstinate. Please, do not let anything happen to you." In a fit of rage, he exclaimed, "You scoundrel, I care not for the rightness or wrongness of this matter. My only concern is Brother Jin's life. If you truly bring him to his end, I swear I shall make you pay dearly." So you felt that it was about time. The old man's temper was truly extraordinary. One could reason with him, yet his anger was so overwhelming. He was genuinely on the verge of losing his life. He rose to his feet and checked the old man's pulse. It was indeed faltering. It was time to act. For how could a great master remain conscious if he were to infuse his vital essence? "Master Song, you are to guard the outer sanctum. No one is permitted inside. Not even you," he declared. "I shall not stand idly by as the old man perishes." With that, Su Yu crouched down, grasped Su Dingjin's hands, and lifted him, making his way toward the inner chamber. Song Jifeng appeared flustered and at a loss, exclaiming, "You scoundrel, are you intent on harming him while forbidding my gaze?" With a humorous turn, Su Yu exclaimed, "He is my grandfather. Could I truly bring him harm?" Subsequently, Su Yu shut the door with his foot, leaving the anxious elder Song in a state of panic, unable to decide whether to knock or remain in the hallway, pacing restlessly. Time slipped away moment by moment, and the inner chamber was shrouded in silence. He pressed his ear against the door, holding his breath to listen intently. Surely, This young man would not dare to harm his grandfather, no matter the circumstances. That seemed implausible. After anxiously waiting for what felt like an eternity, the door finally creaked open, and he was taken aback to see Suyu. At that moment, Suyu trembled all over, blood dripping incessantly from his left hand. His complexion alarmingly pale. Struggling to step over the threshold, he collapsed, prompting Elder Song to rush forward to support him. What on earth was this madman up to? Rest assured, with grandfather's recovery, he could surely live another decade. Suyu's voice was faint, yet to the ears of Song Jingfeng, it resonated like thunder. Gold Brother was well acquainted with Su's physique, knowing that conventional remedies were futile, time was merely being spent. Yet, this young man dared to utter such words. Without hesitation, he laid the unconscious Suyu flat and rushed inside. There, he observed that Su Dingjin's breathing was steady, even vigorous, his face aglow with color. Though his lips were stained with blood, Song Jingfeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had this audacious lad truly fed his grandfather with his own blood? Remarkable. But could such a crude method truly be effective? He pondered the simplicity of it all. Unbeknownst to him, Suyu had transformed the tip of his right index finger into a fine needle, directly infusing his vital essence into the old man's heart, perhaps excessively so. This act had diminished his own prowess to that of a martial artist. The wrist slitting was a ruse, but the fainting was genuine. Suddenly, Song Jingfeng slapped his forehead, elated. Realizing that this young man still lay on the ground, he hurriedly dashed out to carry Suyu away. Young man, who would have thought you were merely masquerading as a dandy? Song Heir is apologizing to you. How many times have I inadvertently harmed you in this affair? Alas. Suyu could not hear him. Qing Xiao, come quickly, your husband has fainted. 3 days passed, and the old man had long since awakened, reluctant to rise. His body unscathed, yet his eyes lacked vitality. Suyu remained in a daze, having squandered a significant portion of his vital essence without the opportunity to replenish it. Alas. Jinggu, you must not be so obstinate. Although your wretched grandson speaks with cruelty, he is indeed your blood. It is likely that he has given you his lifeblood. Yet for 3 days now, he has remained unconscious, leaving his 3 wives in tears, evoking sympathy in all who witness their sorrow. Calm your temper. There is no need to behave like a petulant child, engaging in futile quarrels. On the bed, Su Dingjin gradually focused his gaze, casting a glance at Song Jingfeng. I am not angry with him. Rather, I have been struggling to come to terms with this predicament over the past few days. The lad speaks the truth. I, Su Dingjin, have not been a commendable man. For the sake of that figure on the throne, for the oaths I once swore, I led my brothers into battle daily. And what has it wrought? He has frequently wished for my demise and has orchestrated the downfall of my 4 children and several daughters-in-law, not to mention the tens of thousands of comrades who perished in battle. Reflecting on it now, I realize how foolish I have been. All in the name of a so-called loyalty to the sovereign, for the sake of this so-called realm. Having spoken thus, he rose from the bed, donned his garments, and declared, Come, let us visit our dear grandson. He is the truly tormented one, having lost his parents and feigned madness for so many years. It is I, this genuine fool, who has caused him such suffering. From this moment forth, I shall live for my grandson and for my great-grandson. What say you? Lao Song. Song Jingfeng discreetly wiped away his tears at the side. By heavens, you old rascal, returning to the manor this time was indeed fortuitous. My tears have flowed like rivers. I shall drink to the wine he brews. The 2 old men promptly made their way to the Ziki courtyard. In the streets, Suyu rode a magnificent steed, adorned in a brand-new official's robe, exuding an air of authority. Trailing behind him were Su Fu, Yin Ruyu, and the dog. As the deputy capital inspector, he held the power to investigate whomever he pleased. However, the emperor was no fool. The imperial decree clearly stated that he possessed only the authority to gather leads, which rendered his position somewhat impotent. Yet, he had no aspirations for such trivial pursuits. Regardless of the duties or investigations at hand, he intended to exploit this identity to navigate the murky waters and procure some benefits for himself. The old man was now in excellent health, his fighting spirit surging as he resolved to take responsibility for his actions over the past decades. His sole focus was to carve out a realm for his beloved grandson. Heeding Suyu's counsel, he set off for the frontier, accompanied only by a few trusted generals. Embarking on a secret mission, Suyu instructed him to devise a means to stabilize the border troops, feigning allegiance to secure additional supplies and funds from the court, seeking every possible pretext to maintain a presence at the frontier. In a critical moment, he could even return to capture the king. Meanwhile, Master Tsang and the remaining soldiers were to stay near the capital to protect the Su family, gradually spreading news of the old man's illness. With the revered military figure of the old man at his back, Suyu felt emboldened. Today, he wandered aimlessly, indulging in frivolity, yet with an audacity greater than before. After all, with the old man present, whom did he have to fear? In the evening, he arrived at the Pingchong district, where he did not encounter Shi Qingcheng, but came across the charming Shi Yanan. Chapter 71. The magnificent and endearing Shi Yanan. Dressed in black, Suyu appeared in the courtyard of the Shi family, immediately attracting the attention of the formidable martial artist he had assigned to the Shi household. It is I. Have there been any unusual occurrences in recent days? The station martial artist promptly replied, young master, there has been no trouble thus far. Indeed. I have received intelligence indicating that someone is plotting against the Shi family's grain business. Exercise caution. Understood. So you enter the inner courtyard with purpose. Seeking to confer with Shi Qiqing regarding strategies and the status of the secret granary located in the outskirts of the capital. This matter was of paramount importance, particularly in terms of securing funds, and could not be delayed for even a moment. However, upon entering Shi Qiqing's study, he found only Shi Yanan, diligently calculating a multitude of accounts on his father's grand desk. Just as Su Yu considered retreating, he was called back. You, indeed, possess a rather petty disposition. How is it that upon seeing me, you fail to extend a greeting? Su Yu smiled nonchalantly, saying, it's nothing, you carry on with your tasks. I am here to see your father. Shi Yanan rose to her feet, still dressed in masculine attire, yet within the confines of this study. Her feminine grace emerged more prominently. This only served to enhance the striking beauty of this young gentleman. While I toil away with the accounts here, my father is bustling about outside. You arrive and not even a cup of tea is offered. You truly excel at being a hands-off boss. Su Yu was somewhat perplexed. How had this young lady suddenly changed her demeanor? Just the other day, she had expressed her disdain for him. With no other option, he stepped inside, offering an awkward smile, at a loss for words. Shi Yanan furrowed her brow, thinking it would be more respectful for the prince to remove his face veil. I will go prepare some tea, please wait a moment. Su Yu was rather indifferent. He approached the table and began to sift through the documents. Alas, how could these accounts remain so perplexing? Old accounts, new revenues, dismissals, and truly, municipal taxes, overdue taxes. Upon seeing Su Yu, a wave of dizziness washed over him. He wished to emulate other time travelers, showcasing his prowess by swiftly settling the accounts on the table. However, he ultimately decided against it, as he truly felt disinclined to engage with such matters. Wasn't Shi Yanan just brewing a cup of tea? Why had she taken so long? Su Yu had waited for quite some time, and was beginning to feel impatient when Shi Yanan finally arrived, fashionably late. Upon entering, she startled Su Yu. Had she specifically dressed up for this occasion? Clad in a delicate pink dress, with a hint of makeup, she appeared enchanting, exuding elegance without being overly seductive, and possessing a charm that was both refined and alluring. Shi Yanan seemed quite pleased with Su Yu's astonishment, yet she arrived empty-handed. Please follow me, young master. I have prepared 2 cups of wine, and I hope you will indulge me. Was she attempting to intoxicate him? Su Yu felt a stirring in his heart. With the elder having departed, he naturally needed to replenish his vitality. He had only fed on blood 2 days prior, and still lacked sufficient sustenance, while the several ladies had been deliberately avoiding him. Now, he resembled a fierce beast, evoking fear in all who encountered him, a truly lamentable state. Su Yu naturally would not refuse, nor would she fear that she might consume him. After walking more than 10 paces with Shi Yanan, they entered the house. This is my residence, and within lies my private chamber. You are the first man to enter this outer hall apart from my father and brother. The heir seldom visits the Shi family estate. I surmise he has no reason to come, for indeed, the heir is rather miserly. Upon observing the shift in Shi Yanan's demeanor, Su Yu decided there was no need to take matters too seriously. With a gracious smile, she remarked, I have arrived. Yet you seem unwilling to see me. Is that not rather bothersome? She continued, I have never partaken in alcohol, but tonight I shall accompany the young master for a couple of drinks, as a means to atone for my previous impudence and rashness. Gazing at the small table adorned with a few delicacies and a pot of wine, Su Yu noticed Shi Yanan engrossed in his own musings. He poured a cup of wine for her and filled one for himself, inviting her to join him at the table. Please, young master, she thought, bemused. Despite her inexperience with alcohol, was he truly intent on provoking a situation? Su Yu remained indifferent. If one disliked him, he would keep his distance. Yet if one took a liking to him, his affection would only deepen. Observing Shi Yanan from afar, her inner composure belied by her flushed cheeks, Su Yu found it amusing and was genuinely curious to see how this girl would behave once she had indulged in a drink. Su Yu took a seat, observing as her hand trembled while attempting to raise her cup for a toast, nearly bursting into laughter. Meanwhile, Shi Yanan, aware that no matter how composed she pretended to be, she could not escape the discerning gaze of the heir, decided to abandon her facade. I shall drink. You may do as you please. Su Yu was momentarily taken aback, thinking the girl was rather peculiar. In truth, she merely took a small sip, while Shi Yanan, having downed an entire cup, soon regretted her decision. The fiery liquid cascaded down her throat, its scorching intensity causing her to tear up. Su Yu observed Shi Yanan, who was doubled over and teary-eyed from choking, and suggested, perhaps you should eat some vegetables to ease your discomfort. Yes, vegetables, Shi Yanan quickly responded, fervently consuming a few bites of greens, which gradually alleviated her distress. She glanced at Su Yu, who wore a bemused expression, and felt her face flush even deeper. Lowering her head, she murmured, I truly apologize. I had intended to graciously offer my apologies, but I had no idea the wine would be so unpalatable. Su Yu ceased to jest with her, appearing rather pitiful. You need not feel this way. My dealings are solely with your father and do not pertain to you. I'm not the sort to cast blame indiscriminately. You are you, and business is business. Thus, my intention is for you to remain true to yourself. If you like something, embrace it. If you do not, then do not. There is no need to concern yourself with the opinions of others. Do you understand? Shi Yanan gazed at Su Yu in surprise, blinking her eyes and asking, so, does this mean that the heir is no longer upset with me? Su Yu shook her head, having never been angry, so how could she be upset? This prompted Shi Yanan to boldly pat her chest, exclaiming, you nearly frightened me to death. I've already been scolded by my father several times for your sake, and if you were to be angry, I can only imagine the reprimand awaiting me. Her small hands moved animatedly, causing Su Yu's gaze to become somewhat dazed. At your age, isn't it uncomfortable to be tied up during the day? Perhaps it was due to her inexperience with alcohol, for this girl suddenly became quite loquacious. Unaware of the excessive enthusiasm in her gestures, she confidently downed another cup of liquor. Su Yu watched in astonishment, realizing that trouble was indeed on the horizon. My father has mentioned that I possess a natural talent for business and accounting. Did you notice? I am now burdened with endless accounts to manage every day. It's utterly exhausting. Sighing, she continued, when I was younger, I had my brother by my side, but now my father is perpetually busy outside, leaving me all alone to deal with these accounts. It's enough to make one nauseous. Dressing as a man every day is exhausting and constricting. I long to don feminine attire, but alas, I cannot. Sob, sob, sob. Su Yu was taken aback. Just a few words had passed. And now Shi Yanan was already intoxicated? What audacity to speak so freely. And she was even crying. What should he do? Observing Shi Yanan swaying precariously on her seat, as if she might topple over at any moment, truly amused Su Yu, especially since he had only taken a sip of his drink. Young master, I wish to don women's attire, to venture outside and admire the nightscape, to release paper boats by the riverside. I also wish to. Suddenly, Su Yu witnessed Shi Yanan tumble over. How endearing. Chapter 72. Alas, my image is ruined. Su Yu, feeling helpless, approached and gently lifted her from the ground, half supporting and half cradling her. Ignoring the customary rules that forbade entry into a lady's chamber, he carried her inside and laid her down on the bed. The embrace was indeed substantial, and the sensation sent a wave of tranquility through Su Yu's weary body, as he gazed at the delicate figure now resting on the bed. Her beauty was striking, and she continued to murmur softly, my lord, I am so sorry. It's just that you used to play the rogue so convincingly that you frightened me half to death. Oh, dear. Su Yu sat quietly on the edge of the bed, gazing at the scene before him, utterly mesmerized. How exquisite, how alluring. His hands felt almost unresponsive. To his surprise, the poised young lady, Shi Yanan, possessed the rather unrefined habit of kicking off her covers while asleep. In a state of drowsiness, she tossed and turned, sending the blankets flying. I plan to explore the capital. Will you accompany me, my lord? Su Yu promptly tucked her legs back under the covers, the sight causing his blood pressure to spike instantly. Turning his head, he noticed a silk scarf, reminiscent of white satin, hanging from the bedpost. A sudden realization struck him. Could this be used for binding? Unable to resist, he reached for it and brought it to his nose, inhaling deeply. How fragrant. The sin of a woman. With a swift motion, he slapped his own face with it, cursing the object beside him. In a flurry, he used the white scarf along with the blankets to securely tie up the slumbering figure on the bed, then made a hasty retreat. He bound her, fearing the chill of the night might harm her, given her propensity to kick off the covers. With the makeshift tent atop him, he dashed away, intent on returning to his residence. He felt compelled to visit Yang once more that night. Otherwise, sleep would elude him. However, as he leapt forward, he suddenly halted, spotting several shadowy figures lurking stealthily. As a master of the 8th rank in martial arts, he was not easily intimidated, even with his face concealed. Opposite him stood 4 formidable opponents, compelling him to follow at a distance to ascertain their intentions. Fortunately, Su Yu had always deemed himself fortunate since arriving in this world. Had he not shown up tonight, the Shi family would surely have faced calamity. The lone guard on duty was no match for them. He would perish. The thought of the delightful Shi Yanan being abducted tightened his heart. If the intelligence held true, these 4 must be affiliated with the second prince. They would pay dearly for their audacity. The 4 shadows swiftly scaled the Shi family wall. Just as they were about to slip into the shadows, a loud shout startled them. Who goes there? Noticing that the 4 did not respond immediately, the night watchman felt a surge of anxiety and bellowed, there are assassins. All guards rise. In truth, the Shi family's guard was quite ineffectual. Yet, the lone warrior had no other recourse, facing 4 adversaries. He could only hope the assassins were unaware of his capabilities and would be deterred by surprise. The 4, however, were evidently unprepared for the presence of a skilled fighter. After a brief pause, they charged forward. The stationed warrior felt a pang of despair. Today seemed destined for disaster, leaving him no choice but to fight. The 4 assailants rushed towards him, while the watchman, shouting warnings, also charged out, determined to exchange blows if necessary. In the ensuing clash, the odds of 4 against 1 rendered even the seasoned warrior's hopes of a fair exchange futile. The courtyard erupted into chaos as startled guards and servants awakened. Damn it. Make this swift. The watchman found himself outnumbered, trapped in a dire predicament. With another piercing cry, a figure descended from the courtyard wall, landing a powerful punch that knocked one of the black-clad warriors unconscious. Su Yu's Tai Chi is virtually unparalleled among his peers, possessing a terrifying lethality. He truly does not regard these 4 individuals as a threat. Now, the situation has shifted to a 2 against 3 scenario. If none are gravely injured, you can hold one of them back while I handle the other 2. With a mighty stride, he charged forward, while the guarding Grand Master was overwhelmed with emotion, having initially believed he was doomed. In an instant, the balance of offense and defense was reversed. His spirit soared, and he resolved to capture at least one of them, even at the cost of his life. Su Yu engaged in a remarkable demonstration of skill, deftly maneuvering between 2 opponents with a series of fluid movements. He executed techniques such as Embrace the Moon, Shake the Mountain, and the Dance of Stars, unleashing a barrage of lethal strikes that left his adversaries in disarray. Ultimately, with a single devastating blow, Swallow the Mountains and Rivers, he sent one cloaked figure sprawling 3 zhang away, rendering him unconscious and showcasing the immense power behind his punch. As one adversary struggled to maintain his footing, the other 2 succumbed to darkness, leaving the final opponent bereft of the will to fight and hastily attempting to flee. Yet, he could not evade Su Yu's relentless pursuit. After enduring only a few strikes, he too was knocked into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, a black-clad warrior engaged in combat with the formidable guarding martial artist found himself overwhelmed and devoid of temper, ultimately falling victim to Su Yu's decisive conclusion. In the courtyard, a gathering of servants and guards began to assemble, yet they hesitated to intervene, fully aware that they could not withstand even a single strike from these masters of combat. Su Yu cast a glance. It was time for a change among these individuals. Su Yu carried a person away on his own, leaving the remaining 3 to be bound and confined by the vigilant martial master. It seems that this second prince must be shown a lesson. He must be struck with sufficient force to deter him from reckless actions. Upon returning, Su Yu promptly handed over the captured individual to Su Fu, who would arrange for an interrogation, subsequently dispatching several unfamiliar faces to the Shi family estate under the cover of night. Meanwhile, Shi Yanan, blissfully unaware of the unfolding events, occasionally fidgeted on her bed. Bound and uncomfortable, she often furrowed her brow and murmured her discontent. Though some of her energy had been released during the scuffle, it was still insufficient. Su Yu, left with no alternative, mustered the audacity to visit Yin Yang in her Lianqiu courtyard. Yin Yang, now guarding herself as if against a thief, had barred her door for 4 out of the past 5 days, leaving only one day accessible to him. Today, having suffered a setback, he could no longer endure. With a surge of internal strength, he shattered the door latch and stealthily slipped inside. Ah, little flower heart, how did you get in? You were too much. All you do is bully me. Su Yu had once again transformed into a rogue, and at that moment, she could hardly absorb any of it. Alas, you all are bullying me. Please hurry and bring back a lady, for this is truly unbearable. In the early morning, Shi Yanan, who had been sleeping soundly, wished to stretch her arms comfortably. However, upon awakening from her drowsiness, she found herself bound in such a manner that her mind struggled to comprehend the situation. After what felt like an eternity of contemplation, she suddenly shrieked in alarm. Oh no, this is disastrous. How utterly embarrassing. It is absurd that I, who cannot hold my liquor, would pretend otherwise. Upon examining her bindings, her astonishment grew. Could it be that the heir was the one who assisted her inside? Was he also the one who tied her up? Hastily, she began to untangle herself. After a brief struggle beneath the covers, she sighed in relief. Yet, as her thoughts wandered, the realization struck her. Now she was left with the reputation of a drunken fool. How mortifying. Surely, she had been thoroughly compromised. Oh dear. Everything must have been seen. I cannot bear this. How will I ever face anyone again? I hope he does not come back. It would be too embarrassing. Perhaps in 10 days, he will forget, and I shall no longer be the subject of ridicule. If that fails, maybe 5 days will suffice. Humph. It is too late now. My chamber has been breached, and everything has been laid bare. I shall not concern myself further, for I am already his. Chapter 73, A Treasure Discovered, Beholding My Living Self. Yet, when Shi Yanan emerged, she was met with another shock. The heir had dispatched a powerful martial artist to report to the Shi family, stating that 4 formidable warriors had attempted a night raid, only to be captured by the heir and sent away before dawn. Now, he had sent 3 more capable individuals, each a force to be reckoned with. Initially, Shi Yanan was filled with dread, but soon an overwhelming sense of fortune washed over her. Had it not been for the heiress' foresight, when the true villains arrived, the Shi family would have been utterly defenseless, and the vast grain warehouse of Pingchong would have been easily surrendered, perhaps even costing her own safety. Meanwhile, Su Yu, having spent a night with Yin Yang, returned to his courtyard to devise a strategy. It was time to apply some pressure on these adversaries. Otherwise, they would continue to instigate trouble, leaving him constantly on guard, and would only grow bolder. He needed to assign them some tasks to occupy their time. After pondering for an entire morning, he devised several plans, yet still felt something was amiss. In the afternoon, he strolled through the streets as usual. The old master had been elusive lately, and Su Yu knew that if he did not make frequent appearances, it would arouse suspicion. He rode his horse aimlessly, confronting any young masters he found displeasing, threatening them openly, and engaging in scuffles. When he encountered beautiful young ladies, he pursued them down the street. After wandering for half the afternoon, he suddenly narrowed his eyes, his expression unchanging, and continued on his way, merely altering his direction. Su Fu sensed that Su Yu seemed to be preoccupied with something, yet he continued to linger aimlessly for a considerable time, utterly oblivious to his intentions. Yin Ruyu, on the other hand, was content. As long as there were roasted chickens to savor, she was willing to wander anywhere. Even Wang Ergu began to feel anxious. My lord, perhaps we should return? I am on the verge of becoming a grand martial artist, yet today has been spent idly wandering for half the day. What a waste of time. Might it be possible to waive the fine you imposed upon me? So you disregarded him and eventually dismounted, wandering for a while longer before finally whispering a few instructions into Su Fu's ear, instructing him to pursue the dog. That night, in the dungeons of the Wang residence, Su Yu observed with amusement the young man bound before him. This youth, having committed no offense, had been clandestinely apprehended by Su Fu at Su Yu's behest. With a woeful expression, he remained oblivious to his plight, incessantly pleading for mercy and lamenting his unfortunate circumstances. Yet, Su Yu remained silent, deriving amusement from the young man's predicament. Su Fu, Dogzi, have you truly not perceived any peculiarities about this individual? Su Fu and Guzi gazed for quite some time, yet they truly failed to discern anything noteworthy. Su Yuqi directly kicked the dog. Go and inspect this fellow from head to toe. Remember, not a single hair should be overlooked. The person bound by Su Fu was on the verge of tears, pleading, Your Highness, you are a deity descended from the heavens. Spare me, for I have committed no wrongdoing. So you chose to ignore him, while the dog directly untied the rope and began to slowly remove the man's robe. To the youth's continuous pleas, a surprising assortment of items was unearthed from his person. There was white clay, a viscous substance resembling mucus, a clump of hair, and a variety of peculiar small objects. All these were retrieved from the little pockets sewn into the man's robe, leaving Su Fu and the dog in a state of astonishment. Ultimately, the man, now stripped bare and terrified, curled up on the ground, weeping pitifully. The dog gazed curiously at the man, asking, Your Highness, who is this fellow, and what on earth are these items? Su Fu curiously remarked, Is this fellow using these items for cosmetic purposes? Su Yu gestured with his lips, his face displaying a sense of astonishment. Heir Guzi approached and vigorously scratched at the face of this individual, astonishingly peeling away a delicate layer of facial skin. To their amazement, it was not merely one layer, but a total of 3 layers. Su Fu and Heir Guzi were left utterly shocked. When they finally observed the young man, they noted his delicate and refined features, albeit his complexion appeared rather pallid, likely the result of years of wearing a facial mask. Su Yu then spoke, Now, let us have an earnest conversation. Who are you? And what is your purpose? If you do not speak honestly, I may be compelled to take action, and you might indeed meet your demise within this dungeon. Do not test my patience. After all, no one knows who you are or even acknowledges your existence. Should you perish here, it shall go unnoticed. The youth, of a similar age to Su Yu, wept inconsolably. Your Highness, I assure you, I have committed no grave misdeed. I merely possess a talent for makeup and occasionally employ minor tricks to earn a little money. I implore you, show me mercy and release me. Su Yu scoffed. You have appeared before me at least 3 times today and have been trailing behind me ever since, correct? First, tell me your name, Su Fu. From this moment on, should I sense any dishonesty, I shall strike first. Do not fear the consequences. Su Fu discerned that this individual was far from honest. He approached with determination and delivered a powerful punch, sending the man crashing against the dungeon wall. My lord, spare my life. I truly have done nothing. Su Yu turned around directly, allowing Su Fu to deal with this unruly fellow without hesitation. Su Fu delivered a series of punches, each one following the last, skillfully controlling his strength to ensure that he did not inadvertently cause fatal harm. This individual was merely an ordinary person, devoid of any martial prowess. The echoes of his cries reverberated throughout the dungeon, as he continually pleaded for mercy, yet offered no valuable information in return. Su Yu, with a heart of stone, simply gazed on. It was only when he was beaten to the brink of death that he hazily uttered, I will speak, I will speak. Please, I beg you. My lord, do not strike me again. Su Yu then turned around, scrutinizing him closely. Speak, and utter but a single falsehood, and you shall truly perish. Wu, I confess. I confess. My name is Guai Yukai, a native of Guojiao village on the outskirts of the capital. I have parents, as well as younger siblings at home. A few years ago, I learned the art of disguise from a wandering stranger. I excel at makeup and mimicry, adorning myself as various young masters in the capital, imitating their mannerisms to deceive and earn a few coins. Wu, I assure you, I have not committed any heinous acts. Esteemed heir, I implore you, spare my life. Su Yu solemnly inquired, Have you made up your mind? I have warned you that a single falsehood could lead to your demise, and the words you utter may also bring peril to your family. Alas, my lord, I bear you no animosity, and they are innocent as well. You truly must reconsider this course of action. Today, Gui Yukai found himself inexplicably unfortunate. Why was the young lord intent on capturing him? What are your parents' names? What about your siblings? Speak honestly. What is your childhood name? Guo Yukai, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "My childhood name is Kai Kai." Su closed her eyes. Her voice icy as she declared, "This is your final opportunity. I shall send heir Guzi to Guojia village tonight. If you utter a single falsehood, they shall perish." Guo Yukai hastily fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head. "My lord, why must they always be involved? We have done no wrong." "Then why have you appeared by my side multiple times today, each time with a different guise?" In an instant, Guo Yukai deflated like a punctured balloon, his head drooping in defeat. "It is the fault of the petty man. Alas, I had a moment of folly, a whimsical desire to imitate your grace. For I have never encountered such extravagant flamboyance as yours. I deserve to die. I truly know better now," he lamented, tears streaming down his face. "So you remained cold and unyielding, offering you a singular opportunity. Don your garments at once, adorn yourself, and imitate me. Should your imitation falter even slightly, it would spell doom for you and your family. Yet, if you succeed in mirroring me accurately, I shall not only release you, but also bestow upon your family a bounty of 50 taels of silver." Guo Yukai, compelled by the threat, began to shakily don his robe and clumsily applied the haphazard cosmetics. After the passage of an hour, the astonished Su Fu and heir Guzi exchanged glances between Su Yu and Guo Yukai. The resemblance was uncanny. Even Su Yu was taken aback, realizing it was indeed a fortuitous day, a treasure unearthed. "Now, mimic my gait, my speech, and all my mannerisms for me to observe." Chapter 74. I aspire to become the sovereign of the underground in the capital. Indeed, this fellow had not wasted his time shadowing Su Yu today. His imitation of the debauched and dissolute heir was strikingly accurate. Should he don Su Yu's robe or official garb, one might mistake him for the very embodiment of Su Yu himself. Su Yu felt a surge of excitement within, yet maintained an icy demeanor. "From this day forth, you shall serve as my substitute. Whenever I am absent, you will accompany Butler Su on his outings. Your remuneration will be 50 taels of silver per month, with the privilege of returning home once every 3 months. Your true identity will be kept strictly confidential, and you must not divulge it. Additionally, prepare a new visage for yourself. When I am present, you will don this guise within the Wang residence, posing as my servant, and reside in the lotus leaf courtyard alongside heir Guzi. Should you wish to venture out for leisure, it must be in the company of heir Guzi. Your true appearance must remain concealed from all. Since you have been engaged in this line of work, you should be astute enough to grasp my intentions. Should your identity be exposed, it would spell doom for both you and your family. Su Fu, the remaining arrangements are in your hands. Dogzi, you shall live with him. And should any issues arise, I will not hesitate to break your legs." This stern reprimand terrified Guo Yukai, yet the prospect of his new identity filled him with immense joy. Guo Yukai, adept at mimicry and disguise, now found himself impersonating a young master, which promised a far more favorable reward, 50 taels of silver monthly. His family's monthly expenses barely reached 10 taels, thus he felt thoroughly satisfied. As for the danger, this line of work was inherently perilous. Where could one find safety? Moreover, within the Wang residence, there were martial artists, great masters even, ensuring a level of protection far superior to that of the outside world. Emerging from the dungeon, Su Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. It is no wonder that some say a stroll can alleviate one's troubles. Over the past few days, he had devised various plans, yet something felt amiss. With Guo Yukai in tow, everything would be manageable. He intended to administer some potent lessons to these fellows, but the identity of a debauched young master seemed ill-suited for such endeavors. Now, with this arrangement, he could occasionally venture out to maintain his presence. The true self could then engage these individuals in a battle of wits and reckonings. It was not merely Guo Yukai's unwarranted confidence that led him to linger nearby. Rather, this rascal had become quite skilled in mimicking Su Yu. Today, fortune smiled upon him as he caught sight of Guo Yukai. A fleeting glance revealed a figure, strikingly similar in posture and height, which startled Su Yu. For a moment, he almost believed that this mimicry was the manifestation of a long-lost twin brother. Su Yu pondered as she arrived at Qingguang Garden, where she encountered Master Song. "Oh, what brings you here, you rascal? Just seeing you sends a chill down my spine. Speak if you have something to say, if not, be on your way. Every time I see you, it feels as though insects are crawling on my skin." Su Yu, in his indolence, provided a mere explanation, which indeed startled Lord Song. After concealing himself for over a decade, even the old master began to question the essence of his existence, leading to a profound transformation in both their worldviews and values. Remarkably, in less than a year, he had orchestrated such a promising situation, surrounded by so many skilled individuals, leaving anyone astonished. "Lord Song, I have come to request your assistance in procuring personnel. I require 5 unwaveringly loyal Grand Martial Masters and 10 Martial Masters from the military camp outside the city. Is there an issue with that?" A shiver ran through Lord Song's heart. "Indeed, you have made quite the audacious request. 5 Grand Martial Masters. Such figures possess the caliber of deputy generals. If I were to extract them, I fear the external military camp may face insurmountable challenges." Su Yu smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, they are in my grasp. Their utility will be amplified, and the number of those restrained will increase. thereby alleviating the pressure on the 3,000 outside by half. The centipede-shaped scar beneath Elder Tsong's chin twitched again. Brother Jean specifically stated that everyone here is entrusted to you, praising your clever ideas. However, I, Elder Tsong, am curious and wish to inquire. What do you intend to do with them? Su Yu chuckled softly, expressing his desire for them to come forth swiftly. He aspired to become the underground king surrounding the capital, operating from the shadows while at least restraining the emperor's 50,000 troops from thwarting him. Furthermore, as the underground sovereign, he aimed to stir up some individuals, amassing wealth and resources in abundance. Mr. Song's eyes widened in surprise. No wonder your father remarked that you tread a treacherous path. This audacity is enough to incite my ire. However, isn't it contradictory that you still need to masquerade as a dandy? Engaging in such activities seems rather inappropriate. So you smiled enigmatically, assuring that it would certainly startle Elder Song when the time came. Song Jingfeng hesitated for a moment, muttering to himself that this little rascal truly had a knack for keeping people on edge. He continued, your esteemed grandfather has instructed me to convey an important warning. The emperor has summoned that old codger from Qingyan Mountain to the capital. This ancient fellow suffered a defeat at your grandfather's hands in the past, so exercise caution. He is indeed a grandmaster. Su Yu felt a shiver run through him. A grandmaster? Quite intimidating indeed. Very well, I understand. Moreover, I need to find an elderly gentleman, preferably resembling the old master in stature, and in poor health, ideally kept in a remote courtyard with someone to watch over him. I have my reasons. With that, Su Yu departed. Elder Song understood. He was looking for a stand-in. However, if the appearance did not match, what use would it be? Subsequently, Song Jingfeng also exited the royal residence to make arrangements. It was difficult not to feel pleased about this young heir, who had suddenly transformed into a prodigy and a cunning genius. The royal residence finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Su Yu arrived at the Purple Qi courtyard, a sly smile gracing his lips. At last, Qing Zhao's health had been restored, nourished by the essence of Su Yu's blood, and in merely a few days, she had ascended to the mid-stage of the Grandmaster level in martial arts. Such astonishing talent was indeed formidable. This only meant that her capacity for endurance had grown even stronger. Qing Zhao, whenever Su Yu was absent and the household was devoid of pressing matters, dedicated herself to practicing her punches, meditating, and reading. The synergy of her martial intent and vital energy propelled her progress at an extraordinary pace. She understood that in the realm of advanced combat strength, she would ultimately have to rely on herself, for her husband was often preoccupied, unable to devote his full attention to martial pursuits. Although her grandfather was a grandmaster, he was preoccupied with stabilizing the border forces. And Elder Tsong was merely at the mid-stage of grandmaster level. Thus, she needed to hasten her advancement to the grandmaster tier, thereby increasing the Wang family's chances of success. Upon seeing Su Yu enter with that mischievous grin, she knew he would undoubtedly linger this evening. My dear husband, she thought to herself, do you see that I have reached the mid-stage? You must strive harder and refrain from dwelling on certain thoughts all day long. Su Yu gently wrapped her arms around the supple waist of the one still striking a fighting stance. Yet, I find myself yearning for Qing Xiao too much. It has been said that rapid advancement in martial arts may not always be advantageous. One should pause to refine their skills. I recall a saying, all things thrive on the harmony of yin and yang. Excessive yang cannot endure, nor can excessive yin last. Do you not agree? Qing Xiao chuckled softly, my dear husband. I am utterly baffled by the myriad of thoughts swirling in your mind, so chaotic yet so knowledgeable. With that, she abandoned her fighting stance, pondering what more could be practiced, as the warmth of his breath caressed her neck. Furthermore, dear husband, how exactly did you rescue me last time? Lord Song mentioned that you fed grandfather your blood until he lost consciousness. Does that mean I have also tasted your blood? Oh dear, I owe you so much in this life. How shall I ever repay you? Su Yu felt a surge of frustration as he observed Qing Xiao practicing her martial arts. Given the depth of their bond, he pondered whether it was time to take a step further. He leaned closer to her ear, whispering softly. Instantly, Qing Zhao's face flushed crimson, and she playfully struck Su Yu. How can you be so outrageous? That is simply unacceptable. No, absolutely not. It's mortifying. Chapter 75, The Fall of the Red Fish Gang and the Rise of Power. Despite Qing Zhao's struggles, she could not escape Su Yu's grasp, and he carried her into the inner hall. Initially, she believed that having reached the intermediate level of the Grandmaster realm would shield her from him. Yet she found herself utterly defeated. Though she was growing stronger, he seemed to revel in his freedom, engaging in behavior that left her blushing and overwhelmed. The following day, she found herself once again unable to rise from bed. Su Yu, on one hand, detested this predicament, yet on the other, he felt a sense of relief. Although he was only at the 8th level of the great martial master, when he exerted his full strength, even a grand master would struggle to best him. His right index finger, akin to a serpent, drained vitality swiftly, propelling his progress. However, it was prudent not to compare himself to Qing Xiao. His sole drawback was that the excess energy absorbed from his endeavors left him feeling unwell, causing discomfort for several of the ladies. Perhaps he should consider taking another consort? The thought ignited a fervent desire within him. The vision of a certain inebriated figure instantly materialized in his mind, irresistible yet somewhat naïve. And he felt a thrill of anticipation. In a new courtyard, a figure clad in purple garments stood behind Su Yu, her face concealed. Before him, standing at attention, were 27 individuals. 15 had come from the military camp outside the city, joined by 12 of Su Yu's inner guards, totaling 27. Among the 12 inner guards, 4 had attained the status of great martial masters, summing up to 9 great martial masters and 18 martial masters, a formidable assembly indeed. From this day forth, you shall accompany me into battle. My martial prowess stands at the 8th level of the great martial master realm, and you may refer to me as Lord Shadow. I am the clandestine right hand appointed by the prince to the heir, fully empowered to act on his behalf. The lady behind me is my equal. I shall not elaborate further. Your sole duty is to obey orders without fail. Any disobedience will be met with severe punishment. We shall commence by distributing the command tokens. A few days ago, Su Yu instructed Su Fu to create dozens of command plaques. There are 12 silver plaques representing the 12 zodiac signs and 30 bronze plaques. A silver plaque wielder, a great martial artist, will lead 2 bronze plaque wielders as a team, where their fates are inextricably intertwined, should one perish. The others shall face severe consequences. Tonight's objective is the Red Fish Gang in the eastern part of the city. My requirement is to capture all the minor leaders, while I shall deal with the major leader myself. Here are all the materials in the detailed action plan. Please review them thoroughly. And we shall commence our operation at the hour of the pig in the dead of night. Su Yu donned a mask, whimsically adorned with a tiger's head, thus ensuring that the prince's shadow remained concealed. Otherwise, should any of the individuals here be apprehended, the entire truth would be revealed. As for the 12 Imperial guards ahead, they were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Su Fu and Yin Ryu had clear objectives. They needed to accompany Gui Yukai during the day. Henceforth, they would primarily assign Yin Yang to follow him, ensuring that even if they encountered that formidable grandmaster, they wouldn't be entirely defenseless. Within the courtyard, especially among the 9 silver envoys, discussions were fervent. By the hour of the ox, Shadow Lord Su Yu issued his command, "Cover your faces, move out." Over 20 figures dispersed into the ink-black night, each heading toward their respective targets. Su Yu and Yin Yang led 3 squads of 9 men to the headquarters of the Red Fish Gang, a 3-section courtyard in the eastern quarter of the capital. They swept through from the gatekeepers to the inner guards, knocking out every lowly thug along the way until they reached the innermost courtyard, where the gang leader resided. Over a dozen martial artists and even a grand martial artist were swiftly subdued. Finally, they roused Zhong Chugang from his bed. The burly man, a 6th-tier grand martial artist, charged out, only to be felled by Yin Yang's fist in mere moments. This display left the accompanying military officers, themselves seasoned grand martial artists, utterly stunned. One by one, the raiding parties returned, each hauling minor leaders in tow. By dawn, all had regrouped. The operation had proceeded flawlessly, with not a single ringleader escaping. Interrogations began in separate chambers. Su Yu personally escorted Zhong Chugang to a side room, instructing Yin Yang to stand guard outside before commencing his questioning. When Zhong Chugang regained consciousness, fury gave way to terror. His inner energy refused to circulate, leaving the once imposing man trembling in panic. "Hero," he stammered, "with such a force at your command, you are no mere nobody, but the one behind me. You would do well not to provoke. Spare me, and this humble leader shall be eternally grateful." Su Yu let out a chuckle, declaring, "Rest assured, I have thoroughly investigated your background. Do you truly believe I would engage in futile endeavors?" Within this inner courtyard, your Hongyu gang comprises 30 minor leaders and 2 major ones, not to mention yourself. Do you think I care about your connections? At this moment, I am assessing your honesty. If you cooperate and confess, I may consider sparing your life. Otherwise, today shall mark your end. Do you believe me or not? The towering figure, who had been standing, suddenly knelt. Having navigated the intricacies of this capital city for 20 years, he was no fool. To truly command such a formidable force, one could not simply be a minor character. It was a classic tactic, first proclaiming one's connections to gauge intimidation. If intimidation failed, surrender was the only option. After all, individuals like him were merely shadows, tools for amassing wealth, and those without backing met their demise swiftly. "Esteemed sir, please speak. Men like us are but pawns in the game, merely instruments for profit. I implore you, exercise leniency. I shall comply with any request." "Very well, I will ask, and you shall answer. Should your responses diverge from my knowledge, death shall be your fate. Now, who is your benefactor, and what is the nature of your dealings?" "My patron appears to be the 5th prince, as his subordinate, a man named Lucia, has always conducted our communications. Yet, Lucia has never openly acknowledged his affiliation with the 5th prince. Nevertheless, our smaller faction primarily sends them monthly tributes of silver. This month's tribute has yet to be delivered, totaling 160,000 taels, all concealed beneath my bed." Su Yu chuckled softly. Indeed, the foolish 5th prince, who takes pleasure in bullying these minor factions, poses no real threat. Yet, could he genuinely be as simple-minded as he appears? Please divulge your specific earnings. After a moment of silence, Su Yu fixed his gaze upon the burly man. The scant intelligence revealed that this individual harbored peculiar tastes, particularly an affinity for exploding barrels. He held a particular obsession with young scholars, having caused the demise of no fewer than 10. With a single punch, he rendered him unconscious. To spare him from further foolish outbursts, Su Yu's right hand began to swell uncontrollably, ultimately transforming into a serpent the thickness of a small wine cup, which plunged directly into the chest of the burly man. The pace at which it absorbed blood and vital energy was significantly accelerated. Now, even a formidable martial artist only filled him halfway. Yang, go fetch the second deputy leader as well. It was not until an hour later that Su Yu had drained the essence from 2 individuals, barely satisfying his thirst. As for their lifeless bodies, he incinerated them in a fire for convenience. When Yang beheld the blazing inferno within, she was taken aback, yet remained silent. Her husband must have deemed these two to be heinously guilty, interrogating them before their demise and subsequently incinerating them. How commendable of him to harbor such disdain for these villains. Having dealt with the two, Su Yu returned to the courtyard, the dawn approaching. The minor leaders were largely unaware of their true master, rendering their elimination or replacement unnecessary. Long Yi, Heir, Ji-san. You shall now oversee 4 silver medal enforcers here, ensuring the gang's operations proceed as usual. Ji-san, remain here for 10 days before returning. These minor leaders are to be tamed under our rule, and the specific regulations must be strictly adhered to as outlined on this paper. Those who defy will be executed. And those of particularly unsavory character will also be eliminated, ensuring that at least one individual can maintain contact with home. How to execute this is for you to deliberate and arrange. As for the business dealings, the impoverished shall receive a 50% reduction, while the affluent shall incur a 10% increase. Regarding the silver and promissory notes, organize them well. I will arrange for someone to collect them every 10 days. 3 formidable martial artists and 6 silver medal enforcers emerged from the ranks. Understood. Subsequently, Su Yu took away 160,000 silver notes from the gang leader's inner sanctum. On his way back, Su Yu felt his vital energy surging uncontrollably once more. Grasping Yang, he headed towards the woods. Ah, husband, what are you planning to do? Chapter 76, Shaking the Imperial Court, Mutual Suspicions. Yang, being dragged along, was horrified, her face paling. Husband, what are you doing? I'm a bit frightened. Yang, my dear, there is a slight issue with my cultivation technique, and I urgently need to harmonize my internal energy. Ah, husband, what affliction is this? Should we not seek a remedy? Woo-woo, I fear this forest. Su Yu surveyed the surroundings. This was precisely the fabled grove. Today, he was eager to discover what made Ganju so distinct. He chuckled to himself, for it was during such moments that pleas became more pitiful, evoking sympathy. Per Yang. Upon returning to the royal residence, Yang, stifling her agony, went to seek an audience with Qin Shao, lamenting her plight. Alas, each time after their escapades, regret washed over her, a sentiment common among men, it seems. Su Yu felt a pang of sympathy at Yang's distressed demeanor. How vexing it was, this canine existence. What if, in the future, he truly had the chance to absorb the skills of a master? Would it not come at a dire cost? He decided to grant Yang a day of rest. On the 3rd night, armed with the remaining 6 gold tokens, Su Yu led a sudden assault on 3 monasteries with 12 silver token emissaries. This time, the onslaught was ruthless, resulting in the demise of numerous loathsome monks, all while seizing every silver note in sight. The death toll exceeded 300. Su Yu now seeks to instigate panic within the capital, compelling the emperor and several princes to become preoccupied and divert their attention from scrutinizing the Su Wangfu. Subsequently, 18 individuals infiltrate the royal residence, remaining there without a moment's respite. Following this, Su Yu takes a measured approach, allowing chaos to unfold in the capital. He himself meanders outside for half the day, distinctly sensing an atmosphere of trepidation. Rumors have already begun to circulate. Meanwhile, the common folk remain oblivious to the shocking news of over 300 individuals slaughtered overnight. As night falls, he plans to rendezvous with a certain drunken individual who is prone to kicking up a fuss. The next day, the capital's reaction exceeds Su Yu's expectations by a considerable margin. At noon, 3 temples, situated in different locales, find themselves besieged by heavily armed forces. With the perimeter of security extended to a mile away, the emperor's decree is clear: no ordinary citizen must be made aware of the situation. Inside, bloodied monks litter the ground, yet the officials investigating the case exhibit no trace of compassion as they gasp in horror. These monks, embroiled in chaos, are even more detestable for the corpses piled grotesquely in hidden chambers, dismembered beyond recognition. The disarray of body parts sends chills down the spines of all involved in the investigation. The murderers of these temple monks appear consumed by rage, suggesting a desire for vengeance rather than mere outrage. Even more horrifying discoveries await within 2 secret chambers, thousands of weapons and armor. A sight that is nothing short of terrifying, indicating a clear intent to rebel. Enraged, the emperor's blood boils, prompting him to dispatch troops and seal off information. In the court, the emperor, face ashen with fury, casts aside all memorials and vociferously demands accountability. Jing Zhaoyin, Jin Yiwei, Li Si, and Yu Shitai. You are responsible for the capital's affairs. Tell me, is this how you manage my city? You ought to be punished. With a thud, 4 figures step forward. Kneeling on the grand hall floor, The emperor's fury is palpable. He threatens execution, instilling a profound sense of dread among the heads of various departments. We are deserving of death. We implore the emperor to mete out punishment. They plead in unison. Death is inevitable, and we shall account for our crimes in due time. But now, with hundreds dead and the temples implicated in rebellion, I wish to see who possesses such audacity to defy the heavens. Investigate immediately, no matter who is involved. Apprehend them all. Anyone who dares to shield them will share the same fate. The 4 officials scurry away in fear, including Jing Zhaoyin, the former superior of Zhujiang. He feels aggrieved, believing he is more wronged than Dou Yi. Previously, the detestable heir had reported Zhujiang, leaving him in a cold sweat, despite having no connection to the matter. Fortunately, the emperor had spared him then, but now he feels equally wronged. His role as Jing Zhaoyin is merely to oversee public safety and markets, not to be embroiled in such a monumental scandal. The emperor, casting a keen eye over the princes, harbors a malevolent glint. You are all high-ranking officials, enjoying wealth and power. Why have you all turned mute now? What purpose does my support serve if you do not stand forth in this moment? The emperor's voice booms, yet none of the ministers dare to rise. Frustrated, he sweeps his sleeves and departs the court, aware that these seasoned politicians are not foolish. Those who hoard weapons are undoubtedly among the princes, and none would dare to investigate. After the emperor's departure, the ministers slowly exit the hall, remaining silent. The princes also withdraw at their own pace. The second prince, exiting swiftly, maintains a stoic facade while inwardly reveling in delight. He observes the eldest prince ahead of him, thinking, brother, it seems you are the one behind this chaos. If you escape this time, you shall be fortunate indeed. The eldest prince strides with composure, his expression unchanged. Yet internally he is besieged by tumultuous thoughts. The treacherous scoundrels have robbed him twice already. He had warned them to relocate, yet they persisted in their folly, seeking to capture thieves. Now, calamity has befallen them, and he realizes that trusting the foreign factions was a grave mistake. Upon exiting the outer hall, he hastens his pace, determined to inform the reckless individual that the remaining temples must be evacuated immediately. That stubborn fool may yet be unyielding. He, a Grand Master, is capable of fleeing at any moment, but what of him? Who else could dismantle 3 of his temples in a single night but these few individuals? Could it truly be the second prince? It is likely he is the instigator. Once this turmoil subsides, he will seek retribution. The second prince has not felt such exhilaration in a long time. Ever since he lost 2 boxes of gold leaves 2 months prior, he has been plagued by frustration. Recently, at a grain store, he lost 4 men, all formidable warriors. When did the capital become so perilous? A mere grain store could claim the lives of 4 mighty warriors? It seems that the eldest prince has indeed secured that establishment. However, something feels amiss. With 3 temples destroyed, the capabilities of these individuals are formidable. Who could they be? Unbeknownst to the 2 brothers, the 5th prince observes them from a distance, his expression shifting from confusion to cold detachment. Are the brothers embroiled in conflict? The eldest's clandestine actions have resulted in such a significant upheaval, concealing a wealth of weapons and armor. Could it merely be these 3 temples? Surely the emperor is not so naive, and the second prince must be privy to this knowledge, having likely plundered quite a bit himself. Simultaneously, he grapples with the frustration of having been robbed. The Red Fish Gang is but a small piece in his possession, yet it has been taken from him. Who could be behind this theft? At such a critical juncture, he dares not act, fearing he might ignite further wrath, especially from the irate emperor. In the current court, aside from the formidable King Su Dingjin, there are scarcely any true power brokers left, nor anyone who can genuinely assist the emperor. Following the bloodbath orchestrated by Su Dingjin, over 20 first-rank officials fell, all of whom were the emperor's trusted confidants. What a lamentable state of affairs. Thus, the emperor finds himself cursing Su Dingjin in his study. You old wretch, is this what you desired? I find myself devoid of capable individuals to employ. What a tragic reality. After lamenting for some time, he contemplates deeply, then vigorously rubs his face. Summon Grand Tutor Yu. Tell him I have been greatly concerned for him of late. After issuing his orders, he gazes outside the hall, suddenly feeling isolated, as if he were the only one in the court. Aside from those dispatched to the northern border, he finds scant loyal subjects among his ranks. As for his sons, they too seem unworthy of trust. Longing for my demise, are you? If it truly were any of you who conspired against me, though a tiger does not consume its cubs, I fear this time there may be no escape. The esteemed Grand Tutor Jiang, occupied solely with the intent to eliminate the old rogue Su, and concocting nefarious schemes, shows little interest in any other matters. Even if I were to seek him out, it would prove of little benefit. As for Grand Master Yuan Long, he possesses undeniable abilities, yet his eccentricities are quite pronounced. At his advanced age, he remains obsessively devoted to alchemy and meditation, retreating from court affairs for the sake of his so-called cultivation. Were it not for the efforts of Emperor Qianjing to retain him, he might have forsaken his official duties altogether. It remains to be seen whether he will present any conditions that I could acquiesce to, allowing him to lend his strength to my cause for a few years. What manner of people are these? Once again, Emperor Qianjing felt a profound sense of helplessness. In the southern frontier of the great Qin dynasty, The climate is as warm as spring, albeit somewhat humid. Upon a towering city wall stands a gallant female general, clad in gleaming armor. She does not gaze towards the enemy camp, but instead fixates on the capital. Has the old master returned? Many have perished at his hands. It seems a rupture is imminent. Are you well? Did he not strike you? Given your pretense, it would be strange if you were spared. This situation has devolved into utter chaos. The emperor finds it increasingly intolerable to accommodate the Su royal household. What path shall you take? Do you possess any means to unravel this predicament? As for me, a mere jade personage, I find myself unable to assist you at this moment. Alas, the thought of you standing alone against a multitude of wolves pierces my heart. My heart truly aches. Do you ever think of me? In the dark of night. What might Su be doing at this hour? With an air of seriousness, he entered Shi Qingcheng's study, where it seemed a certain individual had been awaiting his arrival for quite some time. Upon hearing the knock, a cacophony of items falling from the desk echoed within, followed by hurried footsteps. Outside the door, Su touched his nose, stifling himself, refraining from pushing the door open. Only after a prolonged moment, during which the occupant presumably gathered their belongings, was the door finally opened. Even then, he was greeted by a head bowed low. Upon noticing Su's boots, the voice that emerged was as soft as that of an ant. Young master, you have arrived. Su resumed her pretense. Has your father not returned yet? I have something to hand over to him. The young man said nothing, merely bowed his head and stepped aside to allow her entry. Su smiled inwardly and walked straight through the door. As she removed her face veil and prepared to tuck it into her sleeve, it was snatched away by Shi Yanan, who neatly folded it and placed it on the accounting table. Su, taken aback, gazed at the girl, pondering her intentions. Does the young master truly believe such nocturnal attire is suitable? Su smiled gently, finding it amusing. He gradually removed the dark garments, which were then tenderly accepted by Shi Yanan, who meticulously folded them and placed them neatly upon the table. At that moment, Shi Yanan, in a small voice, remarked, I thought the young master would not return. Humph. Having taken all the advantages and entered the boudoir, one might think I would remain alone and unacknowledged forever. Su nearly laughed. This girl is still so endearing. What a peculiar train of thought. She believes he must take responsibility just for that. Yet, it is true that in this world, virtuous women often think this way. A mere physical connection, even something as simple as holding hands, could indeed be construed as a pledge of commitment. Su, shedding his pretentious demeanor and jesting with the girl, retrieved approximately 300,000 taels of silver notes from his bosom, methodically arranging them upon the table. This is for your father, he stated. According to our plan, you should have commenced by now. Each month, he will gradually procure a set quantity of grain, collecting more than he dispenses. Naturally, I cannot allow him to bear the cost alone indefinitely. Only then did Shi Yanan slowly lift her gaze, surveying the substantial heap of silver notes on the table before shifting her attention back to Su. After several exchanges of glances, any initial astonishment at the sight of such wealth dissipated, replaced by a gathering mist in her eyes that transformed into an uncontrollable flow of tears. Are you merely here to deliver the silver notes? Is that all you know of your so-called grand affair? Do you not have any other matters at hand? Su gazed at the girl, feeling a profound pity for her. He had never anticipated that the seemingly handsome and disdainful young master from earlier would possess such an emotional disposition. Just a playful tease had elicited genuine tears from her, revealing her deep sense of grievance. While he remained lost in amusing memories of their previous encounters, Shi Yanan could no longer contain her feelings. With a sudden outburst, she cried, You frivolous scoundrel, you never truly considered me. I have been consumed by thoughts of you, only to realize it was a one-sided affection on my part. How blind I have been. If you are indifferent, why then do you touch me? How dare you enter my chamber? Even if I were to lie here all night, I would not require your assistance. Have you ever pondered how I am to live going forward? Boo-hoo, you wicked villain. I shall inform my father of your misdeeds. For you bully me without a hint of responsibility. I tell you, your disdain renders me unable to face the world. Very well, let me perish, boo-hoo. With that, she truly dashed towards the door, genuinely enraged. This startled Su, who had not expected her fiery temperament to ignite such genuine fury. He swiftly stepped forward, blocking Shi Yanan's path, only to be met with her fierce collision. Her eyes blazed with anger as she glared at Su. What more do you desire? If you have never considered me in your heart, do you still wish to impose your will? I warn you, should it come to that, I will take drastic measures. And you shall not succeed. Chapter 78. I should be busy for a few more days before returning. Observing the furious Shi Yanan, Su resembled a wrathful little leopard. It was akin to the quarrel between a married couple. Did you not think to advise me at the time? I did advise you, yet you refused to listen. It was more challenging than restraining a pig during the new year. The soul from the modern era had been significantly corrupted by the internet. Helpless, Su could only resort to force, pulling the fleeing Shi Yanan into her embrace. Let me go? I no longer desire your pity. This is not what I want. Woe is me, I am a person of dignity. Su was genuinely amused by the logic of this girl. Indeed, a woman's heart can be quite small, especially during ambiguous moments, much like the current state of Shi Yanan. She was in a phase where even a whisper could be interpreted as a storm. where a mere glance or a slight gesture could lead her to feel rejected, and a trivial disagreement would send her into a fit of despair. Men pursue with a net, unencumbered by time or place. Women, however, are more emotionally invested, forever yearning to present their most perfect selves to that special someone. Shi Yanan, tightly held by Su Yu, continued to sob. I came up with excuses just to see you today. I wanted to witness how you drink, and even more, I longed to see your charming figure as you kick off the covers while sleeping. I want you to wear women's clothing. And I wish to take you around the capital. Suddenly, after struggling for quite a while, Shi Yanan stopped and buried her head again. You even know about my kicking off the covers. What was me? How embarrassing. Were you truly looking for an excuse to see me? Indeed, my beauty. I cannot eat a thing since I returned. Feel my belly. I've lost weight. The girl who had been on the brink of despair just moments ago was now lost in wild imagination. Have I really lost weight? Do you truly miss me? You're not deceiving me. I knew you were that kind of person, indifferent to others' feelings. Su Yu arrived once more, saying, I wish to take you on a tour of the capital, to lead you back to the Wang residence. Upon hearing this, Shi Yanan felt a sudden rush of emotion. The mention of the Wang residence struck a chord deep within her. She instinctively wrapped her arms around Su Yu's waist, pressing against him, causing him to struggle for breath. Oh dear, brother Yu, are you deceiving me again? When will you come to see me next? She lamented, her mind racing even though the current matter remained unresolved. Indeed, the thought patterns of those infatuated with love are truly distinct. Yar, I shall not leave tonight. The person in his embrace trembled violently. That won't do. My father will scold me terribly. No, absolutely not. You are nothing but a rogue, intent on mischief. I merely wish to hold you. Do not let your thoughts wander. However, Su Yu was not one to behave modestly, for he understood that the most direct path to a woman's heart lay within the shaded lanes of affection. Unable to resist Shi Yanan's allure, nor his own inner desires, he lifted her delicate chin, drawing closer. Shi Yanan's mind went blank in an instant, her body succumbing to weakness within mere moments. Just a few paces from her father's study, in that very room, a beauty found herself cornered by the one she secretly adored. A pair of unwelcome hands roamed freely. Master Shi, why have you returned so late? A loud voice resonated from outside the courtyard. Shi Qingqiang, who had just stepped into the yard, was puzzled. This was one of the martial masters sent by the heir to protect the Shi family estate. Was it meant to be a covert operation? Why shout so loudly? Inside the study, another strained exclamation pierced the air. Shi Yanan, whose hearing was exceptionally acute, felt her body go rigid. Awakened from her daze, she glanced at her predicament. In terror seized her. She was nearly stripped bare and had been backed against the desk. You wicked scoundrel, why did you suddenly act like this? Hurry, hurry. Father is coming back, and you will be the death of me. Where do you expect me to hide my face? What was me? She then hurriedly attempted to adjust her disheveled attire, flustered and agitated. Su Yu, feeling helpless, pursed her lips. Just as the food was nearly in her mouth, her father-in-law returned. Oh, how to manage this evening's tension. She observed Shi Yanan, who was anxiously adjusting her clothing, her eyes darting nervously. Truly, a genuine situation. Meanwhile, in the outer courtyard, Shi Qingqiang furrowed his brows and slowed his pace. It had been a hard journey. The Shi family had suffered for my sake. Just days ago, he had battled 4 formidable martial artists alongside Su Yu, and now he was drenched in cold sweat. The young master had initially caused others to weep. And then silence fell. Certainly, something untoward was happening. He thought to alert others, hoping to buy some time. Surely the young master would owe him a debt of gratitude. He spoke softly. I am sent by the young master to specifically protect the young lady, and we have additionally increased our numbers. Just days ago, 4 martial artists attempted a surprise attack, but fortunately, the young master was present and annihilated them all. Hiss. Shi Qingqiang inhaled sharply. 4 martial artists, how impressive. Such an event surely could not have been fabricated by the young master. Indeed, had the Shi family not allied with him, not only would he have perished, but his daughter would have been abducted, not to mention the grain business. I shall express my gratitude to the young master in person. Tomorrow, I will treat the martial artists to a feast. The martial artist responded politely. There is no need for such formality, Shi family head. This is merely my duty. Please, enter. The young master has just arrived and seeks you for a matter. Shi Qingqiang chuckled softly. Very well, I shall go to find the young master. In the study, the blushing Shi Yanan glared fiercely at Su Yu, muttering under her breath, you wicked scoundrel. She then immediately opened the door. Father, you have returned. The young master has come to see you. Shi Qingqiang's heart skipped a beat. His daughter's face was crimson. It seemed he ought to remain busy for a few more days before returning. The old father felt a pang of sorrow, torn between wishing for his daughter to find a good match and the unwillingness to see his prized cabbage being courted. He composed himself and quietly inquired, has the young master arrived? Shi Yanan immediately lowered her head. Yes, he has. I will go prepare tea. Su Yu stepped forward with a hint of helplessness, addressing, Uncle Shi, I have returned. Shi Qingqiang was taken aback. The familiarity implied that their bond had deepened. Upon entering the study, both avoided discussing Shi Yanan and instead focused on the secret granary, the progress of grain collection. and the 200,000 taels of silver notes that Su Yu had brought. Standing behind her father with 2 cups of tea, Shi Yanran occasionally stole glances at these 2 paramount figures in her life. After an hour, Su Yu prepared to leave. His departure met with Shi Yanran's reluctant gaze. Yet this time, he added, within 5 days, I shall take you out to stroll, to set paper boats adrift by the riverside, and indulge in whatever amusements you desire. The joy in Shi Yanran's expression was unmistakable, her tightly clasped hands trembling with excitement, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. As he passed the outer courtyard, Su Yu turned to the corner and uttered, "You have worked hard." The burly martial artist chuckled appreciatively. Reflecting on his knight's endeavors, he mused that overall, it had been quite pleasant. This little one truly possessed an enchanting spirit. He relished the sensation of budding romance and eagerly anticipated her joy when they would wander the streets and release paper boats together. However, thoughts of Qing Xiao were best left for another time, as Yin Yang would surely scold him. Practical matters still required resolution. He would have to muster the courage to seek out Xiaoxiao. That dog had been feverish to this day. Sometimes, the use of homophones was unavoidable. The scrutiny was simply too stringent. Chapter 79. The Grandmaster Strikes, Annihilating the Team Battle. Returning late, Su Yu resumed his role as a newcomer, eliciting sympathy for Xiaoxiao. Today, he paraded around with Yan Ryu and Su Fu. About 20 meters behind him, Gui Yukai, with a changed appearance, followed closely. Behind Gui Yukai was heir Guzi. Donning a new disguise, the heir had tasked him with ensuring that Gui Yukai remained within sight. Unless they were at the royal residence, he was not to be concerned. Although Gui Yukai seemed fond of the assignment Su Yu had arranged for him, Su Yu dared not let his guard down. This individual could potentially be a pivotal factor in his future successes or failures. He aimed to familiarize Gui Yukai with the demeanor and conduct of a debauched heir, ensuring that imitation would be indistinguishable from reality. As night fell again, Su Yu planned to stage a grand spectacle. He was uncertain about the peculiarities of the temples that Su Xiaoxiao had already taken control of. Despite the gravity of the situation, which had even incited the emperor's wrath, it appeared that several temples remained untouched. Tonight, he intended to raid these establishments, further stoking the flames. Should he manage to create a scandal involving these licentious temples that would lead to someone's downfall, it would be most advantageous. The remaining 6 grandmasters, 12 martial artists, Su Yu and Yin Yang vanished into the depths of the night. Within half an hour, they had raided one temple, slaughtering over 100 individuals. Many monks with inadequate martial skills were exempted, much like the female devotees, who were merely knocked unconscious and spared. Ultimately, they seized only 200,000 taels in silver notes, which left Su Yu's expression somewhat grim. They proceeded to the next temple, where the situation was similar. However, at the final temple, Su Yu encountered significant trouble. As they advanced into the temple, a bald monk suddenly emerged. In an instant, he wielded his staff, sending 6 or 7 people flying. Su Yu gasped, a grandmaster? Those struck were severely injured. Where had this formidable figure come from? He was evidently not a subject of the Great Qin dynasty. This robust bald monk was as imposing as Yan Ryu, brandishing a staff that weighed over 200 jin. He surveyed the crowd with authority, exclaiming, I have waited so long to finally confront the real culprits. You wretched little mice who have thwarted the Buddha's endeavors and stolen from me. None shall escape today. Kill them. The burly monk, speaking in broken Great Qin, charged forward. Yin Yang glanced at Su Yu, hesitating, contemplating whether to engage. Leave 2 silver badge bearers to protect our rear, the rest take them away. I will follow with the gold badge bearer. The others complied without question, swiftly dispatching a multitude of foes, dragging away 6 individuals injured by the monk's staff. Only the 2 silver badge bearers remained, watching from a distance, tasked with repelling any encroaching monks. Su Yu had anticipated such a scenario but was unprepared for the appearance of a grandmaster. Had it been any other grandmaster, Su Yu and his companions would have fled. They might not have escaped. However, upon assessing this old monk, though he was indeed a grandmaster, his 200 jin staff relied heavily on brute force. Yin Yang, agile and swift, matched Su Yu's pace. The true prowess of Tai Chi lay not in defeating equals, but in wearing down the opponent and overcoming the strong with the weak. They would engage in evasion and entanglement, avoiding direct confrontation. Su Yu addressed Yin Yang before charging at the old bald donkey. Deftly sliding past the enormous Zen staff that swung toward him, he aimed to expend some energy, hoping that they could all escape unscathed. However, should that staff land a blow, he would have to fall immediately, thus he proceeded with utmost caution. Meanwhile, it was rare for Yin Yang to draw her small sword, maneuvering gracefully behind the towering Buddha, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. With her background as an assassin, she had mastered the art of stealth and assassination, excelling in her craft. Though her cultivation level lagged slightly behind Qing Xiao and Su Yu, she still stood as a prodigy among her peers. Under the formidable presence of the great monk's staff, Su Yu constantly found himself on the brink of peril, narrowly escaping each encounter. The sight of the 2 silver medallions in the distance instilled a profound fear in the hearts of the formidable martial artists. After enduring a relentless barrage of 7 or 8 fierce strikes from the monk's staff, Siyu was on the verge of exhaustion. Seizing the moment of the monk's impatience to strike him down, the concealed Yang advanced, her dagger glinting ominously as it aimed for his back. However, the great monk seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, as without even turning his body, he executed a swift counter with his staff, forcing Yang to be propelled back a full yard. Siyu finally managed to catch his breath, realizing the gravity of the situation. A grandmaster is indeed a grandmaster. Even a slow grandmaster can afford numerous mistakes, while he and Yang, despite their lively and swift movements, would face severe injury or even death upon a single misstep. It was futile to dwell on it. If things escalated, the energy expenditure would be unsustainable. He needed to devise a means of escape. With a sudden, piercing cry, he retreated swiftly. This had been prearranged. The moment the sound echoed, they would withdraw immediately. Yang, though not slow, found herself positioned behind the Grand Monk. Upon noticing this, the Grand Monk's face flushed with rage. Did they think a Grandmaster could be approached and departed from at will? His robes billowed, and a crimson mist, seemingly exceeding the very essence of qi, erupted from his body, propelling a 200-pound staff towards the leaping Yang. In the next instant, it was poised to strike her down. Yang felt a pang of despair. What kind of sorcery was this? What was this red mist? The speed was overwhelming. Casting a glance at Suyu, her eyes filled with determination, she exerted all her strength and hurled her dagger at the Grand Monk. Upon witnessing such a dire situation, Siyu felt a surge of blood rush to his head. It was evident that Yang was determined to protect the monk at all costs, leaving no room for his own retreat. His eyes instantly turned crimson with rage. He could perish, but Yang must not. Although his Tai Chi was swift, it paled in comparison to the forceful red energy emanating from the monk's staff. As the staff descended upon Yang, Siyu's head throbbed with blood, and he let out a primal scream. It felt as though his very essence had been ignited, unleashing an immense power. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball. Meanwhile, the small sword, left unguarded in the monk's pursuit, could only be swatted away by his large hand. Yet he still sustained a wound from the blade. "I shall slay you, foul rodents," he bellowed as he charged ahead, fueled by the burning vitality within him. Siyu's speed escalated dramatically, and just as the staff was about to strike Yang, he interposed himself in front of her. With a resounding thud, the staff crashed heavily against Suyu's back. Siyu spat out 3 mouthfuls of fresh blood, feeling as though he had been struck by a colossal elephant. His body flattened, and uttering merely 2 words before losing consciousness. "Run." In that instant, Yang's voice erupted in tears. "Husband, husband." The 2 silver badge bearers, defenders, rushed forward, having long forgotten the rules of engagement. "Quickly, we will cover your retreat." With a flurry of swords, they forced the towering monk to stumble back. Lacking his staff, he was not yet prepared to meet their blades with bare hands. Yang's cries echoed as she swiftly lifted Siyu onto her back and began sprinting. "You must also retreat. Guard me. The detestable rodents. Even if you fled to the ends of the earth, I, the Buddha, shall ensure your demise." The 2 behind her dared not linger and dashed away without hesitation. Chapter 80. The blood of 2, wounded yet healed. Ahead, Yang had already unleashed her full strength, throwing her short sword, which had been the only reason for injuring the great monk. Now, with Siyu on her back, she had only run a few hundred paces before exhaustion set in, and she could barely manage to switch to the silver badge bearers, narrowly escaping the monk's grasp. However, even at a slower pace, he was still a grandmaster. And as he was about to catch up once more, Yang's cold voice rang out. "Old bald donkey, do you truly wish for your demise? If so, pursue us relentlessly." "Humph. A few wretched rodents, do you comprehend the immense risks I have taken to capture you? To think you could persuade me to halt is sheer folly." Yet, a seemingly innocuous remark from Yang startled the monk, who was fervently chasing them. "Old bald donkey, are you aware that my short sword possesses an unusual poison? Even if you capture us today, you may not survive to slay us. The venom should already be infiltrating your heart. Pursue at your peril." He quickly assessed his own condition, his face contorting in despair. "Damn it, you are truly vile." He immediately halted, spitting another mouthful of blood. As he helplessly watched Yang and the others escape, beads of sweat began to form on his shining bald head. "Damn it, I, the Buddha, am destined to roam the ends of the earth."